10 Gods Chapter 332 to Chapter 383. Lin Tian was a little surprised. This silver-haired saint of the demon clan was really terrifying. He actually suppressed the Wuji Peak Master. Reading, I need to read. He has such combat strength at the third tier of the Zephyr realm. No wonder he's one of the 12 kings. He thought to himself. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth and said, the saint of the demon clan, the desolate demon body. That guy named himself Patsong, saying that one day he would break through the vast sky and enter the 10th level of the 10 heavenly domains to prove immortality. He's very arrogant. You said before that you would trample the river of time under your feet and catch a reincarnated being to plant flowers and plants. No matter how I look at it, you're more arrogant than the desolate demon body. Lin Tian Dao. Do you know how to chat? Lin Tian was speechless. Boom. In the void, vital essence was violent, and the demonic aura was shocking. The two figures fought together. Fist shadows and palm prints flashed, and all kinds of light intertwined in all directions, causing the space to sizzle and distort from time to time, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Facing the desolate demon body, even the powerful Wuji Peak Master kept retreating. Too weak. Not enough. Patsong shouted. A gray iron fist flew across the sky, mixed with shocking demonic aura, shattering everything. Damn it, how arrogant. Is the desolate demon body really so strong? Even the Wuji Peak Master who is about to enter the immortal realm can't resist it. That's the king body, a body that can be called a king. How can it not be strong? But after all, he's only at the third tier of the Zephyr realm. How can he have such combat strength in this realm? It's enough to be comparable to the young celestial lords of ancient times. Many people clenched their fists. At the same time, there were also a few young people whose faces were gloomy, shocked and scared. Lin Tian looked around and found that these young people were very extraordinary. They could be considered as outstanding talents, but at this moment, they were all injured and covered in blood. Bai Qiu said, those are the strongest disciples of Wuji Gate. They are all in the Zephyr realm. When Patsong came to Wuji Gate, these people went up to fight and were slapped away. If the Wuji Peak Master didn't intervene, they would have died on the spot. A slap? Several young airborne realm fighters fought at the same time, yet they couldn't even take a single slap from the enemy? Lin Tian was shocked. What do you think? Is the king physique so easy to block? Bai Qiu rolled his eyes. Lin Tian looked up into the sky and saw that there were a few other greater demons standing in the air. All of them were extremely powerful and were guarding one area. Clearly, the Heavenly Demon Mountain sect had experts from their clan following the demon saint to challenge the experts of the 10 great sects. Peak Master of Wuji Gate, what other moves do you have? Show me all of them. Patsong shouted. The gray iron fist trembled and pressed down, distorting the void inch by inch. The Wuji Peak Master's face turned serious. After retreating a few steps, he formed a seal in front of his chest. Boom, in an instant, a shocking divine might rushed out from the Wuji Peak's main body. It was the Wuji Peak's strongest divine power. Once this divine ability was unleashed, the heavens trembled, and light from all directions covered the entire sky. Infinite divine illusion. The Wuji Peak Master will definitely win if he uses the most powerful divine power of the Wuji sect. Although the Baron Demon physique is terrifying, it's only at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea after all. It's 6 levels lower than the Wuji Peak Master. Apart from the sect master and the Grand Elder, the Wuji Peak Master is the strongest person in our sect. He will definitely win. Many disciples of the Wuji sect said. The gorgeous divine light covered all directions and pressed down on Patsong from all corners. It was really terrifying. This is more interesting. Patsong's eyes were sharp, and his silver hair danced wildly. He looked extremely violent. With a boom, a light realm rushed out from behind him. It was misty, and in it were primordial mountains, withered trees, and old forests. There were also shocking beasts roaring. King's territory. Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tianwei was stunned. What's King's territory? Bai Qiu said, King's territory is a special bloodline divine power of the king physique. It can only be manifested when the king physique is at the initial stage. Staring ahead, Bai Qiu's beautiful eyes flickered and said, "That's the king's territory of the barren demon physique. It's called the barren heaven realm. It's very terrifying." Boom, as soon as the barren heaven realm appeared, demonic light intertwined and immediately blocked the Wuji Peak Master's divine power, making it difficult for him to get close. Crack! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard, and the void was actually wrinkled like a piece of paper. It was distorted beyond recognition and cracks appeared. In the distance, a huge rock cracked and exploded with a boom. "Retreat!" the Wuji Peak Master shouted. At this moment, the other people of the Wuji Peak Master's expression changed and they quickly retreated to avoid the demonic light that fell from the barren heaven realm. Bai Qiu's expression also changed as she felt a huge pressure. She pulled Lin Tian and ran back. "Hurry up and leave this place. Don't let the light of the king's territory land on you. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. They will die if they touch it." The demonic light of the desolate demon realm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Everywhere it passed, nothing could stop it. Cracks even appeared in the void. However, in the next moment, Bai Qiu's expression changed. The demonic light that was descending towards her and Lin Tian stopped, unable to continue. "What's going on?" Bai Qiu was shocked and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. At the same time, the desolate demon body Patsong suddenly turned around in the sky and looked over. He glanced over and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. It was as sharp as a knife. "Who are you?" Staring at Lin Tian, the desolate demon body Patsong's gaze was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian furrowed his brows. No matter what, he didn't expect that this saint child of the demon race would suddenly target him. As he met Lin Tian's gaze, he felt an immense pressure. The difference in cultivation between him and Lin Tian was simply too great. "Patsong, what are you doing? If you want to fight, go fight the Wuji Peak Master," Bai Qiu said. Patsong snorted and stared at Lin Tian domineeringly. He was like a demon emperor. "Speak. Who are you?" "I'm an ordinary person." "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Tian frowned, neither servile nor overbearing. "Ordinary person?" Staring at Lin Tian, Patsong's silver hair danced and his gaze became sharper than a knife. "Can an ordinary person block my barren heaven realm?" "What? He can block the barren heaven realm? How is that possible? That's a bloodline abhijna of a king body." Everyone's expression changed. At that moment, the demons in the sky were shocked. The Wuji Peak Master also looked at Lin Tian in shock. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian with his eyes wide open. The demonic light of the barren heaven realm didn't fall. "Did you block it?" Lin Tian frowned. "I didn't do anything." "What you're saying is unreasonable. The barren heaven realm is the desolate demon body's territory. Since the desolate demon body said that you blocked his barren heaven realm, then it can't be wrong." Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and frowned. "What's wrong with you? Not only can you resist my origin of Yin, but you can also block the light of the king's territory. Are you really a reincarnation body?" Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. "Please don't say that. If those king bodies believe you, I'll be torn apart." But, boom, an immense demonic aura surged, shaking the sky and causing the space to tremble. Patsong held up the barren heaven realm and descended from the sky. He actually attacked directly, slapping towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Bang! The fist and palm collided. With a boom, the space on both sides cracked a little. Patsong was in midair and had no strength. After colliding with Lin Tian's punch, he was sent flying. At the same time, Lin Tian felt his fist go numb. The ground under his feet cracked and cracks spread out like a spider web. The desolate demon body of the flight realm was sent flying? How is that possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Everyone's expression changed, especially the disciples of Muyang Feng who had passed through the fallen fairy peak. After seeing this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their faces were full of shock. They already knew that Lin Tian's body was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong that he could send the desolate demon body of the flight realm flying with one punch. Saint. In the sky, the big demons were shocked and quickly rushed towards the desolate demon body. Go away. With a boom, the demon might shook and the big demons were sent flying. Putsong steadied himself. His eyes were burning and became even more violent. His demon chi swept in all directions, forcing many disciples of the Wuji Gate to stagger back. Very well. Let me see what kind of background you have. With a boom, Putsong's body was shining with demon light. The barren heaven realm pressed towards Lin Tian again at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. Putsong raised his hand and grey demon light covered all directions. Putsong, what are you doing? Stop. Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian was only at the 7th level of the mental ocean. It was impossible for him to block the desolate demon body of the flight realm. Go away. Putsong shouted. The grey hand released a blast of qi and pressed towards Bai Qiu. Oh no. Stop him. The Wuji Peak Master was shocked. The princess of the Bai family came to Wuji Gate to cultivate. If something happened to her, the Wuji Gate would definitely be destroyed. You're courting death. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He shook his right hand and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared and pressed forward. Bai Qiu was very good to him. Putsong attacking Bai Qiu infuriated him. At the same time, a clap of thunder exploded, making everyone tremble. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned pitch black. Lightning interweaved in the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down. Putsong's expression changed slightly. He retracted his hand and quickly retreated. With a boom, the lightning landed on the Wuji Peak, creating a huge crater. Electric arcs crackled in the middle of the crater. Lin Tian was shocked. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols shattered and he looked up at the sky. At that moment, a group of powerhouses appeared in the sky. The leader was a young man in purple. He was handsome, but his expression was cold as he stared coldly at the saint of the demon race. Who is this person? He's surrounded by lightning. He's so powerful. He's terrifying. Many people were shocked. Brother. Bai Qiu was overjoyed. Lin Tian was very close to Bai Qiu. Naturally, he heard Bai Qiu's voice and was a little surprised. That's your brother? My brother, Bai Ziki. Bai Qiu nodded. Then, her face turned bitter. He's here to catch me so soon. In the sky, Bai Ziki looked at Bai Qiu. Suddenly, his eyes focused on Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. You're holding her hand. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki's face darkened. Bai Ziki's face was cold, and the Bai family's experts behind him were also sullen. Lin Tian suddenly felt as if there were cold swords on his neck. He searched for Lan, astringent book handle, and read new chapters. Bai Ziki, don't misunderstand. Your sister is holding my hand. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu's face was red with anger. What are you talking about? Let go. Bai Ziki's face was even darker. Behind Bai Ziki, the Bai family's eyes were even colder, as if they were going to pierce through Lin Tian. The eldest princess of the Bai family, the daughter of a rich family, was being held by an ordinary disciple of the Wuji Gate. What would happen if word got out? Did you hear that? Let go. Your brother is going to tear me apart. Lin Tian said to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth and pushed Lin Tian away. At this moment, everyone was shocked. All eyes fell on Bai Ziki. The thunder god body of the Bai family. A demon from Mount Tianyao said with a serious expression. This demon's voice wasn't soft, and many people had already guessed Bai Ziki's identity. Their expressions changed immediately. This, thunder god body? I think I've heard that this man will be the next master of the Bai family. Staring at Bai Ziki, everyone's heart trembled. Bai Ziki stood in the void, looking dignified. Strands of lightning intertwined on the surface of his body, making him look like the thunder god. At this moment, a violent aura surged. The demon saint moved. He took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. The void shook. Demonic light flashed in the barren heaven realm, distorting the void and causing cracks to appear. At the same time, the ground of the Wuji Peak shook. Many divine plants and strange stones were crushed by the aura. Pokang, if you want to fight, go to the Wuji Peak Master. Bai Qiu stood in front of Lin Tian. Putsung's silver hair danced in the wind, his eyes were cold and emotionless. Woman, get out of my sight. Bastard. Bai Qiuxing was furious. At this moment, everyone shifted their gazes and stared at them. Pokang's eyes were cruel. Even though he knew that Bai Qiu was the princess of the ancient Bai clan, he didn't care at all. He used the barren heaven world to suppress her and didn't care about killing Bai Qiu. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a demonic light enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and the Tao diagram of the four symbols flashed. Boom, thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning struck down in front of Baiziki, transforming into Baiziki's true body. Staring at Putsung, Baiziki's eyes were cold as he directly slapped him. There was another rumble. Baiziki casually swung his palm, yet it brought with it boundless thunder and lightning that enveloped all directions. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. This was the thunder god physique? It was no exaggeration to say that a single punch could create a sea of lightning. Brother, beat him up. Bai Qiu yelled. Baiziki didn't say anything. He stared coldly at the saint and slapped again. Boom, the sky became even darker, and thunder rumbled. A sea of lightning struck down, covering the entire Wuji Peak. Such a horrifying scene instantly caused everyone's faces to change color. Is this something a human can do? He's like an ancient deity. Retreat. On the everlasting peak, everyone was shocked, completely stunned by this aura. In the sky, the great demons of the demon race frowned. They were also shocked by Baiziki's terrifying might. These monsters were all at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Plane and could become monster kings at any time, but at this moment, they felt a chill run down their spines. Putsung split Baiziki's lightning and his eyes lit up. The thunder god physique of the Bai family. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Now is the time. With a rumble, Putsung's silver hair danced even more violently. His eyes were cold and cruel, like a ferocious beast. Don't disappoint me. Don't be destroyed by me in a few moves. Boom, the demonic light was gray as if a demonic sun had been born. The light spread into the distance. Ah! Everyone on the Wuji Peak retreated, but some of them were too slow. They were hit by the demonic light and died immediately. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This desolate demon physique was indeed ferocious. It didn't care about anyone's life at all. Disciples of the Wuji sect, retreat from the main peak. The sect master of the Wuji sect said. The sect master of the Wuji sect didn't look good after losing a disciple, but he couldn't say anything because the other party had the desolate demon physique and was the saint of Mount Tianyao. Like the Bai family, he was a top force that looked down on this heaven region. The desolate heaven world shone brightly. The demonic light spread for hundreds of feet and enveloped Baiziki like a heavenly domain. Baiziki snorted. With a flash of divine light, a sea of lightning rushed out behind him. There were palaces in it. This is? Lin Tian was shocked. This sea of lightning that contained palaces really looked terrifying. Bai Qiu said, my brother's imperial region, Divine Roar Palace. Once the Divine Roar Palace appeared, the lightning in the sky became even more shocking. It struck down one after another as if it was going to destroy the world. At this moment, Baiziki's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Lin Tian. Brother, what's wrong? Bai Qiu asked. Baiziki stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were like sharp swords, as if he wanted to see through Lin Tian. After a while, he only frowned. Boom, divine light shook. The desolate demon body charged over, and the desolate heaven world directly pressed down. Baiziki turned around and ascended into the sky. It was as if a divine king had descended. The Divine Roar Palace behind him automatically went up to meet him. The two imperial regions collided. The void immediately shook. Dense black cracks appeared in the sturdy space. The space was shattered? These two are simply below the Wuji Peak. Everyone's heart trembled. Very good. Putsung's silver hair fluttered wildly. His eyes were cruel and cold. There was a sinister and savage smile on his face. Baiziki's expression was cold. The divine roar palace shook and was destroyed. Inside the desolate heaven world, demonic light flashed. Gray mist rushed up as if it could corrode everything. It shook the sky. Then, the roars of wild beasts sounded. Thousands of beasts appeared and rushed out, pressing toward Baiziki. Baiziki's purple robe fluttered. A clear shout came from the divine roar palace above his head. A huge divine shadow stood up. This divine shadow was completely formed by lightning. It was more than 30 meters tall and slapped down at the thousands of beasts. Boom, a terrifying wave rushed up. Demonic light and lightning intertwined, destroying everything. A battle between imperial bodies, a terrifying battle. Putsong's eyes were ferocious. He stepped out and the sky shook. A giant beast rushed out from the desolate heaven world. The giant beast turned into light and enveloped Baiziki. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Along the way, it actually shattered the void. Baiziki raised his hand. The divine shadow behind him stepped out. A thunder sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down. Ka! An astonishing sword strike tore open a huge crack in the void, and space-time turbulence poured out. At this moment, the entire Wuji peak was shaking. If it weren't for the formation engraved on the peak, it would have cracked. Even so, this fluctuation alarmed the master of this branch. The Wuji sect master personally walked out from the depths. The Wuji peak master arrived in a flash. He transmitted his voice to the Wuji sect master, informing him of the two's identities. Boom, the shocking battle was extremely terrifying. Divine light flowed like a destructive sea. Below the Wuji peak, Lin Tian watched the two fighting in the void. He couldn't calm down. The desolate heaven world and the divine roar palace. These two imperial territories were truly terrifying. The masters of these two territories were even more terrifying. Their battle strength was unparalleled. How is it? Isn't my brother very powerful? Isn't it easy to suppress you now? Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian had to admit that Baiziki wasn't exaggerating. If Baiziki wanted to suppress him now, it would be very easy. But you also said that you're comparing me now to your brother. After a while, I'll beat your brother up. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu curled his lips. You're daydreaming. In the air, Baiziki and Putsong battled. Thunderous light splashed everywhere as the power of the desolate heaven realm continued to support them. It was unknown how many voids were shattered, causing everyone from the everlasting immortal sect to turn pale with fright. Many of them couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. After more than 2 hours, the battle ended. The two stopped. Putsong's clothes were messy. Much of his silver hair was broken. 2 lines of blood hung from the corners of his mouth. There was even a bloody hole in his right shoulder. On the other side, Baiziki wasn't any better. His face was pale and there was a patch of blood on his chest. The battle between the two imperial bodies was even. Thunder body, very good. This is more interesting. It's worth crushing. Putsong stood in the void. The blood at the corner of his mouth was obvious, but his eyes were ferocious. After that, Putsong's gaze moved past Baiziki and landed on Lin Tian. His gaze was like a cold blade as he said, "And you strange little ant. I'll also take your head." Lin Tian's eyes turned cold as traces of chilliness intertwined. To the Altong sacred ground. Putsong stepped in the void and quickly left the Wuji gate. Behind him, a group of monsters quickly followed. Hey, you're being remembered by that lunatic. Bai Qiu poked Lin Tian with his arm. I'm also being remembered by your brother. Lin Tian Dao. At this time, Baiziki stood in the void and stared at him coldly. By family imperial body, sorry for not going out to meet you. The Wuji sect master came from afar and invited Baiziki to the Wuji palace. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tianyi and looked at Bai Qiu. Behave yourself. With that, Baiziki led the group behind him and followed the Wuji sect master. This, as expected of the Bai family's thunder body. He actually made the Immortal Realm sect master personally welcome him. This is normal. That's the future patriarch of the Bai family. Many people muttered. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki, shook his head, and walked toward the fallen celestial peak. Wait for me. Bai Qiu hurriedly chased after him. After returning to the fallen celestial peak, Lin Tian couldn't do anything else because Bai Qiu was following him. He could only sit down beside old Lin. Your brother is here. Aren't you going to go over? He asked. Previously, I showed the godless order and was detected by the old antiques in the family. He's here to take me back. Bai Qiu squatted down with a bitter expression. Lin Tian was puzzled. It's just going home. Why do I feel that you're unhappy? The adults in the family are forcing you to do things you don't like and don't want to do, saying that it's for your own good. Will you be happy? Bai Qiu said. P.S. Well, on the last day of 215, I wish everyone a happy New Year 216 and happy Primal Core. This book is from Basketball Color Book. Lin Tian paused and smiled. You forced me to do things I didn't want to do, such as the alchemy competition. See? I don't mean any harm. I'm just joking. Besides, that Xianxia is annoying. Bai Qiu whispered. I know you mean no harm, and I know you're just joking about telling the world that I'm a reincarnated person. So, from another perspective, if your family forces you to do things you don't want to do, they won't mean any harm. They're doing it for your own good. After all, you're related by blood. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian, sniffled, and mumbled, You don't understand. These two things are different in nature. Lin Tian was curious. Can you tell me what's going on? Bai Qiu opened his mouth. At this moment, several figures arrived at the fallen angel peak. Of course, they were here for Baiziki. Brother. Bai Qiu called. Baiziki walked over, glanced at Bai Qiu, and his eyes fell on Lin Tian. Buzz. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and the sky above the fallen angel peak turned dark. A sea of thunder appeared behind Baiziki. Divine Roar Palace? Bai Qiu's expression changed. Brother, what are you doing? Baiziki waved his hand, and the lightning fell like a gentle rope. It tied Bai Qiu up and pulled him away from Lin Tian. Then, the Divine Roar Palace shook and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew how terrifying the Divine Roar Palace was. Not many people below the connecting celestial realm could resist it. Bai Qiu struggled. Brother. He's my only friend outside the clan. What are you doing to him? Bai Qiu struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. Bai Qiu was shocked and angry. Don't mess around. Otherwise, when I grow up, I'll suppress you too. Baiziki's expression didn't change. The Divine Roar Palace shook and fell from the sky, covering Lin Tian. Boom, violent thunderbolts shook all directions. The sky was pitch black, as if a great calamity was about to descend. The Divine Roar Palace was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. The Divine Roar Palace stopped above Lin Tian's head and could not fall. It was as if it was blocked by an invisible force and could not move forward. This is? Bai Qiu's expression changed slightly. She was standing close to Baiziki and knew that her brother was not showing mercy. But now, the Divine Roar Palace could not be suppressed. It actually stopped above Lin Tian's head. This was unbelievable. Lin Tian raised his head and frowned. Baiziki, what do you mean? Baiziki's eyes flashed. With a clang, a divine shadow rose from the Divine Roar Palace and condensed a dazzling sacred thunder sword in his hand. Slash. Baiziki said coldly. As his words fell, the divine shadow in the Divine Roar Palace raised his hand and swung the sacred thunder sword at Lin Tian. The sacred thunder sword cut through the void. However, when it approached Lin Tian, it inexplicably changed its trajectory and fell into the distance with a whoosh. Boom, a shocking explosion could be heard from outside the limitless immortal gate. A violent gust of wind swept out, sweeping up a cloud of gray sand. Looking from afar, the old forest outside Wuji Gate trembled and a deep pit with a diameter of 20 feet appeared. Lin Tian frowned and stared at Baiziki. Who are you? For the first time, Baiziki spoke to Lin Tian. An ordinary person. Lin Tianandao. Baiziki snorted. The divine roar palace flashed and disappeared in the air. At the same time, the thunder rope binding Bai Qiu broke and disappeared into a ray of starlight. Brother, you've just met me and you've already tied me up. You've gone too far. Wait until my king body is completed. I'll suppress you for a year. Bai Qiu was furious. Black lines appeared on Baiziki's forehead. It was truly unbearable to be suppressed by his own little sister for a year. Are you okay? Bai Qiu ran to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian shook his head. I'm fine. Did you do anything just now? I know that my brother didn't show any mercy after using the Divine Roar Palace. How can you block my brother's Divine Roar Palace? Even the immortal Ascension state powerhouses in our family have to spend some effort to do that. Bai Qiu transmitted her voice. Lin Tian frowned and stared at Baiziki, then at Bai Qiu. Finally, he shook his head. Baiziki's Divine Roar Palace was terrifying and gave him a lot of pressure. However, he didn't do anything to block it. Bai Qiu, let's go. A voice rang out. Baiziki stood at the side and his gaze landed on Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu replied with an "oh" and returned to Baiziki's side unwillingly. She knew that since her brother was here, there was no way she could escape. She transmitted her voice to Lin Tian. Your physique is really strange. You must be careful in the future. Don't let others find out about it. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Okay. Lin Tian replied. Bai Qiu smiled and waved at Lin Tian. I've been very happy during this time. Thank you. After that, Bai Qiu walked down the fallen immortal peak. Lin Tian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Bai Qiu was just going home. Baiziki took a deep look at Lin Tian, then turned and left with Bai Qiu. The experts of the Bai family who followed Baiziki were the last to leave. Before they left, they all glanced at Lin Tianyi coldly. Their gazes were like sharp blades, arrogant and condescending, which made Lin Tian very uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tianyi was left on the fallen immortal peak. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Looking in the direction of the Wuji peak, Lin Tian saw that the starlight was still resplendent, surrounding the main peak. However, he kept feeling that something was missing. I'll really be alone after this, he muttered to himself. During this period of cultivation at the Wuji gate, Bai Qiu accompanied him. Now, he was really alone. Shaking his head, he walked to the side of the hall and sat down cross-legged in the spiritual consciousness array. He then began cultivating the four extremity scriptures. Today, he saw the battle between the desolate demon body Putsong and the peak master of the Wuji peak and Baiziki on the Wuji peak. That really touched him greatly, especially the battle between the desolate demon body Putsong and Baiziki. The two of them were too strong, especially the king's territory mystical abilities that they dealt with. The power made him feel shocked and he felt that they were really invincible. I have to become stronger as soon as possible, he muttered to himself with a glint in his eyes. Seeing the two of them, he felt immense pressure. Buzz. Silver light surrounded his body and he took out a set of divine refinement runes and worked hard to refine his spiritual consciousness. Stars appeared and night soon fell. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At the end of the east of the second heavenly domain, there were endless immortal mountains surrounded by divine light. There were also countless rare beasts hovering in the sky, and a 7-colored rainbow bridge could even be seen. At the end of the endless immortal mountains, there was a vast palace with floating islands, immortal rivers flowing in mid-air, and dense Tao patterns surrounding it. It was majestic. I'm back. Bai Qiu followed Baiziki back to the family and walked into a hall, looking weak. Little ancestor, you're finally back. Did anything happen outside? Did you suffer? An old woman greeted her. Seeing that Bai Qiu had returned to the family, the old woman's face was full of smiles as if a long-lost treasure had been found. There were 2 other old men beside the old woman. Their faces were full of wrinkles, but their auras were extremely terrifying. Brother tied me up as soon as he came up. The old woman pointed at Baiziki twice and chided jokingly, outrageous, how can you bully your own sister like that? Baiziki stood at the side and didn't say anything. He only glanced at Bai Qiu. Anyway, it's good that you're back. Ziki, take Qiu away for a while. She must be tired after running around outside for so long. The two elders laughed, extremely benevolent. Bai Ziki nodded and glanced at Bai Qiu. He walked out and said, "Come here." Bai Qiu nodded and asked the three old men to leave. She followed him. In the blink of an eye, the hall quieted down. Only the two old men, the old woman, and the group of Bai family experts who came back with Bai Ziki were left. "Report as it is," one of the old men said. After Bai Ziki and his sister left, the smiles on the two old men and the old woman's faces disappeared. Among the group of Bai clan experts following Bai Ziki, a green-robed middle-aged man spoke. "Young Miss is indeed cultivating in the everlasting immortal school. Everything is fine, and she did not suffer any grievances. The everlasting immortal school is very respectful to young Miss, but in that sect, there is an ordinary disciple who is very close to young Miss." "Very close? How close?" "Very close." The middle-aged man in green told them everything he saw and heard. The two old men and the old woman's faces darkened, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. "The pearl of our Bai family can't be close to just any cat or dog. There can't be any mistakes in the marriage with that person from the Li family. There can't be any hindrance in the middle. Bai Yu, do you understand?" The three of them looked cold. The man in green was named Bai Yu. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "Understood. Go, do this seriously. Don't let that girl know, understand?" One of the old men said. "Understood." Bai Yu nodded and left. On the fallen immortal peak, the faint sunlight shone down. It was very quiet. Or it could be said that it was very quiet. In these few days, Lin Tianyi had been cultivating in the array in his sea of consciousness. His divine sense became purer and brighter. In just 3 days, he had reached 1/5 of the 7th level of his sea of consciousness. In 3 days, he had reached 1/5 of the 7th level of his sea of consciousness. This cultivation speed was really amazing. Lin Tian was also very clear about this. Watching the battle on the Wuji Peak played a very important role in this. That girl, Bai Qiu, is right. Watching that kind of battle is indeed very beneficial. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of Bai Qiu, he could not help but think that the girl had already returned to her family. His only friend in this Wuji gate had left just like that. "Forget it, there will be a time when we have to part," he muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he walked out of the array in his sea of consciousness. He came to the old forest on the peak, paused, and walked in. After cultivating for a few days, it was also a good thing to walk freely. Whoosh! A light breeze blew past, and the withered leaves in the old forest were swept up. The old forest on the fallen immortal peak was not special. At most, it had more spirit chi than the mountains in the mortal world. Lin Tian walked in it and suddenly stopped. Not far away, there was a little fox with some bloodstains on its calf. It seemed to be injured. It lowered its furry head and whimpered softly, looking a little pitiful. P.S. On the first day of the year 2016, I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then walked forward and squatted down beside the little fox. See, the little fox wasn't afraid when it saw a human approaching. It looked at Lin Tian with its big eyes, looking a little pitiful. Poor thing. Lin Tianyi smiled. He brushed away the fur on the little fox's leg and saw a bloodstain. It seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. He took out some hemostatic powder from the stone ring and sprinkled it on the bloodstain. Then, he reached out and used his inner yuan to help absorb it. The little fox stared at Lin Tian and blinked its big eyes. It seemed to have recovered a lot. "Ah!" the little fellow called out softly. Lin Tian smiled and reached out with his other hand to pat the little fellow's furry head. There were many little fellows in the old forest on the fallen immortal peak. Before he left the Wuji gate, these little fellows were the only ones who could accompany him. His inner yuan dripped down and the bloodstain on the little fox's leg healed little by little. Rustling sounds could be heard from all around. One by one, the little fellows approached. Very soon, Lin Tian was surrounded by densely packed little fellows. White rabbits, civet cats, raccoons, moles, magpies, squirrels. The little fellows weren't big and weren't afraid of Lin Tian at all. A magpie landed on Lin Tian's head, a civet cat climbed onto Lin Tian's shoulder, and a white rabbit jumped to Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tianwei smiled. This scene was really heartwarming. Ah. The injured little fox stared at Lin Tian and blinked its big beautiful eyes. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head. Suddenly, his divine sense shook and the divine sword at the bottom started to vibrate. Lin Tian's expression changed and he quickly looked around. This was the second time the divine sword had vibrated on its own in front of the fallen immortal peak. Ah! The little fox called out softly and stared at Lin Tian with its big bright eyes. A ball of light appeared and the little fox's body lit up as if it was made of light. It was incomparably sacred. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed. Under his right hand, the little fox's injured calf was instantly healed. Not a single wound could be seen, and its fur had also turned into light. Buzz! The void suddenly trembled. All around them, the white rabbits, civet cats, raccoons, moles, colorful magpies, squirrels, and all the little things that had gathered were now shining brightly. Every little thing's body lit up. In Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the divine sword vibrated even more violently. The little fox called out softly. It jumped to Lin Tian's feet and rubbed against Lin Tian's calf. Then, an even more dazzling light spread out. The little fellow's body completely turned into light, turning into a mysterious rune that floated up and down. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched as he stared at the mysterious rune. He could feel the Taoist connotation as thick as the ocean. Buzz! The light around them became even more dazzling. The white rabbits shook their ears, the civet cats wagged their tails, the raccoons climbed onto Lin Tian's shoulders, and the colorful magpies chirped softly. The little guys' bodies became transparent. In the next moment, they turned into light like the little fox and condensed into mysterious runes. In the blink of an eye, dense runes flashed and surrounded Lin Tian. At the same time, a heavenly sound like a divine bell rang in Lin Tian's heart. The divination divine art belongs to the benevolent. The sacred sound was vast and profound. It flowed through Lin Tian's heart like a stream, as if it had come from the ancient times. Lin Tianyi was shocked and his face changed. Buzz! The mysterious runes that the little guys turned into jumped like fairies and suddenly disappeared into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the white lotus in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness swayed and all the runes began to jump rhythmically. Then, the pictures of the great Tao appeared one after another. Secret sect handprints appeared and were quickly engraved in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Those little guys are the secret runes of the divination divine art. They are the legendary Taoist marks? His pupils jumped. Lin Tian stood in the same place. At this moment, his body automatically emitted wisps of light. He seemed to have turned into a sun, illuminating the entire old forest of the fallen celestial peak. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. He murmured. At this moment, he saw the remnants of the paintings. They were the past of the fallen celestial peak, as if he was there in person. That year, the spiritual energy was thin and even cut off. The fallen celestial peak, which was originally one of the 50 main peaks of the Wuji Gate, turned into a ruined peak in a flash. It was empty and no one really lived there. That year, little guys were born in the peak. They jumped all over the mountain, but they were difficult to attract people's attention. The disciples who once lived in this abandoned peak drove the little guys out one by one. Some little guys left the old forest and jumped out of the fallen celestial peak, but they were killed by the disciples of the Wuji Gate and thrown out of the gate. For those cultivators, these ordinary animals were nothing. They were not even worthy of rations. They would only pollute the vital essence in the body. These people were not evil, but they were not benevolent. A month ago, Lin Tian entered this main peak. He was different from those cultivators who considered themselves to be virtuous and virtuous. He who came from another world was very easy to get close to these weak little fellows, and was very fond of them. He fed them precious pills because Jingyi killed a group of little fellows. These scenes were all branded onto this fallen immortal peak, branded onto the little fellows' bodies. These little guys were the traces of the revived divining divine skill. The divining divine skill searched for benevolent people and found Lin Tian. Lin Tian sat down cross-legged. Following the rune imprints in his sea of consciousness, his hands moved rhythmically. The number of Dian is 50, and 49 are used. Giving up one is called the evading one. Lin Tian whispered. His eyes lit up, producing streak after streak of symbols that continuously flickered into existence. At the same time, he waved his hands, and strange phenomena appeared behind him. There was a broken mountain, a cracked sky, a shattered galaxy, and even a great Tao treasure, the world extermination roulette. A wave of destructive power spread out. As his hands moved, all the runes in his sea of consciousness gradually condensed together, shining brightly. Then, the condensed light spread out again, rushing to every corner of his body. With a boom, on the fallen celestial peak, rich spiritual chi emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped him. It flowed into his sea of consciousness through his glabella, causing his sea of consciousness to vibrate. At this moment, every strand of his divine sense emitted a blazing light. It was like the most sacred source, becoming purer and stronger bit by bit. Lin Tian closed his eyes slightly, forgetting everything. His hands moved faster and faster, making hand seals. Boom! Behind him, more strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably magical. Dense light entangled him. He was comprehending the divining divine skill, studying it bit by bit. At the same time, spiritual chi emerged from the ground and entered his body bit by bit, entering his sea of consciousness, making his divine sense power stronger bit by bit. Time passed in a hurry. An hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian sat there, and 6 hours passed. Boom, 6 hours later, a strong wave spread out, impacting every inch of Lin Tian's flesh and blood, causing his skin to become transparent for a moment. His internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians could be seen from the outside world. The 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Stepping into the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, Lin Tian's physique became stronger, his vital essence more vigorous, and his combat power more powerful. However, he didn't open his eyes. He was still weaving hand seals. It wasn't until another 2 hours passed that he opened his eyes and stood up. Clenching his right fist, he felt an incomparably powerful force. The divining divine skill belongs to the benevolent. He whispered to himself. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. He was actually a benevolent person. Standing in place, he glanced around. In the old forest on the fallen celestial peak, the spiritual chi gradually became stronger. However, the surroundings became extremely quiet. There was no small animal to be seen. The little ones he was familiar with were all gone. A light appeared in the void and turned into a little fox, landing on the ground. The little fox seemed to be real, and it let out a cry. Lin Tian was shocked. Another little guy appeared? Woo! The little fox let out a soft cry, looking at Lin Tian with its big bright eyes. It swayed and slowly ran to the side. Lin Tian paused for a moment and followed. Not long after, the little fox stopped. There was an inconspicuous round stone in front of it, covered with sand. The little fox was leaning on it, blinking its big eyes, staring at Lin Tian. After obtaining the divining divine skill, Lin Tian knew that the little fox was not ordinary. He slowly walked over, carefully reached out his hand, and wiped off the accumulated sand on the round stone. Under the sand and dust, strand after strand of strange patterns appeared, gradually producing wisps of light that were extremely faint. Space transmission array? Lin Tian was shocked. He cultivated the art of array control, so he naturally recognized this kind of array pattern. At the very least, one had to be an 8th rank array control master to carve it. Of course, some martial arts experts with exceedingly high cultivation could also carve this kind of array pattern, because when one's cultivation reached a certain level, some things could be connected. Of course, it was only some things, not everything could be connected. There is actually a space transmission array here, where does it lead to? Lin Tian was shocked. He circulated his soul power in his right hand and touched the pattern on the stone. With a hum, bits of light flickered, causing his expression to change, and he quickly retracted his right hand. It's very damaged, can only be used once, he thought to himself. A cry came from the side. The little fox stared at Lin Tian, blinked its eyes, and truly turned into starlight and disappeared. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only sigh. The little fox is formed by Dao marks, what is the purpose of bringing me here? He softly muttered to himself. He squatted beside the round stone, and after a long time, he finally came back to his senses. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Shaking his head, he covered the pattern on the round stone with sand again, and then walked out of the old forest. For some reason, the sky became pitch black, and specks of stars appeared in the firmament, sprinkling down silver splendor all over the sky. Lin Tian walked into the knowledge sea array, sat down silently, and guided the power of the stars to consolidate his cultivation of the 8th level of the knowledge sea. Faint silver light flickered, intertwining outside his body. He cultivated for an entire night, and only stood up at dawn the next day. He faced the morning sun and breathed in to nourish his qi. He was the only one on the fallen immortal peak, and no other little guys came near, and no disciples of the Wuji Gate would come to this main peak. In the following days, he silently comprehended the divining divine art, and then deeply felt the power and terror of this heavenly venerable secret art. It could evolve all things, and it was omnipotent. It was truly the battle saint technique. The divining divine art was different from the 4-symbol seal. The 4-symbol seal had fixed hand seals and a fixed cultivation method, but the divining divine art mainly relied on perception. Lin Tian comprehended the divining divine art in the knowledge sea array every day, and gradually familiarized himself with it. Until 7 days later, he barely cultivated the divining divine art to the initial stage, and could fight with it. 7 days at the initial stage, I wonder if this perception is high or low. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Reading on his mobile phone after a slight pause, Lin Tian shook his head. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. No matter how good his comprehension was, he had finally comprehended it. Continue to cultivate, he muttered to himself. Cultivation had always been boring, especially now that he was truly alone in the limitless immortal school. In the following time, Lin Tian spent almost all his time comprehending the divining divine technique in the sea of consciousness formation during the day, and at night, he would guide the light of the stars and the spiritual energy in the air to cleanse his sea of consciousness and temper his physical body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these days, the spiritual energy on the fallen immortal peak had obviously improved, becoming much richer than before. In this regard, Lin Tian more or less knew what was going on. It was related to the divining divine technique that he had obtained. Back then, when the divining divine technique was revived, it absorbed all the spiritual energy of the fallen immortal peak, causing the Dao marks of the divine technique to turn into little guys. Now that the Dao marks of the divining divine technique had been absorbed and disappeared by him, he naturally did not need to consume the spiritual energy of the fallen immortal peak. At noon, a gentle sun hung in the sky. Cultivation, become stronger. Then, return to the first heaven. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There were people very important to him in the first heaven. He would become stronger and rush to a higher heaven. But before that, he had to return to the first heaven first. There were still some grievances in that world that he needed to settle personally. He would not show mercy. Walking into the sea of consciousness formation, the 4 extremities scripture began to operate, and he began to temper his sea of consciousness. Buzz. A faint light intertwined and lingered on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, Lin Tian stood up and walked out of the sea of consciousness formation. When he came to the front of the ruined hall, he habitually looked forward and saw the Wuji Peak at a glance. On the Wuji Peak, light surrounded it. Because of the battle between the desolate demon body and Baiziki, the immortal plants and strange stones that were shattered had been rebuilt, and it was the same as before. However, Lin Tian did not care about these things. He just thought that there was one less friend there. Shaking his head, he turned around and walked toward the ruined hall. After tempering his sea of consciousness for 4 hours, he prepared to cultivate the art of array control and the art of alchemy. After taking a few steps, he suddenly frowned and stopped. When he turned around again, he saw a dozen figures striding over from the sky above the fallen immortal peak. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the peak. Lin Tian frowned as he recognized the leader of the group, a middle-aged man in green. He was one of the people who had been with Baiziki not long ago. "Is something the matter?" he asked. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, "I want to borrow something from you." "What is it?" "Life." The middle-aged man in cyan stepped forward. His steps were very gentle, as if Lin Tian was just a corpse. Lin Tian's face darkened. "What do you mean?" "The Pearl of the Bai clan is not someone that any random cat or dog can get close to. Since you touched the princess of my clan, I can't let you live," the azure-robed middle-aged man said. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen experts from the Bai family. Each of them had a powerful aura, and all of them were at the second layer of the Imperial Sky Realm. "Me? Get close to her? Touch her?" Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged man in cyan and said, "Your Bai family seems to be saying the opposite. You want to say that it was the young lady of my clan who approached you? Ridiculous. No matter what, I'll borrow your head today," the middle-aged man in cyan said indifferently. With a gesture, someone behind the middle-aged man in cyan approached Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. A few days ago, the people behind Baiziki stared at him with cold eyes. However, he never thought that the Bai family would send someone to kill him, and the reason was that he got close to Bai Qiu. He stared at the middle-aged man in cyan. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and he could not see any emotion on the man's face. "Did she instruct you to do this?" he said coldly. "The young lady is young and naive. She doesn't know the dangers of the world. Some flies wanted to get close to her, so we took care of them," the middle-aged man in cyan said. Lin Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. He was really afraid that Bai Qiu was involved in this matter. If that was the case, thinking about the time they spent together, he would feel bitterly disappointed. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. Bai Qiu was really nice to him, and he actually suspected her. He tilted his head and looked at the sky. He saw a few middle-aged men standing in the distance. Among them were the master of the Wuji Peak, Muyang Feng, and the other masters of the main peaks. The one leading them was the master of the Wuji Gate, the master of the Wuji sect. He smiled faintly. He did not care. Since the Bai family was here, they would naturally inform the master of the Wuji sect. The master of the Wuji sect would definitely know about this matter and would also go to the void to watch. As for the fact that the master of the Wuji sect did not protect him, it was not unexpected. The master of the Wuji sect did not protect him in the face of the 9 great sects, let alone the ancient Bai family that looked down on this heaven realm. Forget it. There is no need to stay here. It is time to leave, he muttered to himself. He had already obtained the divination divine skill. Being in the fallen celestial peak, he could not get any resources from the sect. The master of the Wuji sect's attitude was the key to his decision to leave the Wuji gate. There was no value in staying in such a great sect. "Leave? Do you think you can leave?" a cold voice sounded. Following the order of the middle-aged man in green, an expert from the Bai family rushed forward and directly grabbed Lin Tian. "Die," the expert from the Bai family said. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He clenched his right fist and punched out. "Although you are from the same family as her, that is this. I will not show mercy." With a boom, the void trembled because of his fist. The space directly distorted, and there were even small cracks appearing. The terrifying strength of his physical body was horrifying. With a poof, the hand of the expert from the Bai family was directly smashed into pieces. "Ah!" the expert from the Bai family screamed. However, Lin Tian's fist did not slow down and steadily landed on the man's chest. With a poof, the chest of the Bai family member was penetrated. Blood splattered on the ground of the fallen celestial peak, and he died on the spot. Lin Tian raised his head and looked forward. When his cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his physique was comparable to an expert at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Now that he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness and had absorbed the Tao marks of the divination divine skill, his physique had become even stronger. It was comparable to an expert at the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. This family member approached him at such a close distance and tried to grab him with his body. It was simply an act of seeking death. Seeing this scene, the faces of the family members changed. Killing an expert at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm with a single punch. Such a physique shocked everyone. At the same time, the expressions of the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master in the distant void also changed. This bastard, his physique is amazing. Muyangfeng sect master's face was gloomy. In the blink of an eye, one person was killed, and the face of the middle-aged man in green from the Bai family darkened. This person's name was Baiyu. He stared coldly at Lin Tian and ordered, "Get rid of him as soon as possible." Yes. The other members of the Bai family nodded. Immediately, 8 people rushed out. These 8 people were all Zephyr realm experts. Although they were only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, they were still very terrifying. The 8 of them rushed towards Lin Tian without mercy. They each used their divine abilities and martial techniques. For a moment, a tyrannical true essence fluctuation covered the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated. With a shake of his right hand, he condensed the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols and retreated forward. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols shook and intertwined with light, annihilating all the martial techniques and divine abilities of the 8 people. They disappeared without a trace. This is? Staring at this scene, everyone's faces froze. In the distance, the Wuji sect master frowned. This is not a technique of our Wuji sect. This little bastard has joined us with a technique. It's hard to describe his scheming. He has shown this technique before, and it's very unusual. Muyangfeng sect master said. Staring at Lin Tian, Muyangfeng sect master's face turned cold. Because this technique had frozen Xianxia's true essence. Previously, for Lin Tian to release the technique, he had to pay a lot of treasures. Wuji Peak Master wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head. If the Bai family wanted to kill Lin Tian, who could stop them? What a pity for a genius. Wuji Peak Master shook his head. Genius? I think he's an evil realm being. Muyangfeng sect master snorted. Wuji sect master's face was calm. With his hands behind his back, he looked down. Bang! On the fallen immortal peak, the 8 people of the Bai family surrounded Lin Tian. Tyrannical true essence surged forth. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian frowned. He retreated. His fighting strength was strong, but facing the 8th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm at the same time, the pressure was immense. It was difficult to fight them. Although the 4 symbols seal was astonishing, it was more of a seal. It was not suitable to fight against a group of people. Just nice, let's try that technique. His eyes were cold. He took another step back. The 4 symbols Tao diagram shattered and disappeared. He gave up? He's just a small sea of consciousness cultivator. What can he do against us? Quickly slash him. The 8 of them said. Immediately, an even more astonishing true essence undulation was released. It pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His hands formed a seal. Suddenly, a light aura flickered. A broken mountain rushed out from behind him. A huge bell appeared. An old forest appeared in the air. Immediately, an astonishing chi spread out. It shook the air. Kill! Lin Tianlong shouted. The broken mountain rushed out from behind him. The huge bell descended from the sky. The old forest pressed down with countless branches. It was mystical and mysterious. What technique is that? Everyone's face changed. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. With a thought, the broken mountain bell and the old forest pressed down on the nearest Bai family member. With a puff, the 3 divine elephants landed on his body. He could not dodge and was instantly crushed into a blood mist. Such a scene caused everyone's face to change. Very strong. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. At this time, what he used was naturally the divination divine art. The broken mountain bell and the old forest appeared. Its attack power was astonishing. Bayu's face was completely gloomy. The Bai family came with a lot of people. All of them were in the airborne realm, but now, 2 of them had been killed by Lin Tian. Together? Bayu said coldly. With a boom, behind Bayu, more than a dozen people of the Bai family pressed forward together, suppressing Lin Tian. There were a total of 15 people. All of them were in the second tier of the airborne realm. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stepped back and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Voom, a gray light flickered. A light realm rushed out from behind him. In it, a primitive mountain and an old forest appeared. There was also an astonishing beast roar. Seeing this scene, everyone's face suddenly changed, including the sect master of Wuji sect. Barren Heaven Realm? How is that possible? The sect master of Wuji sect cried out. I equals Fips las equals AGS. Gray light flickered as the desolate mountains manifested. The roars of demonic beasts rang out. Lin Tian seemed to be holding up an entire desolate world as a terrifying aura gushed out. With a pu sound, an expert from the Bai clan was smashed into pieces. The Wuji Peak Master was shocked. How is this possible? How can he use the Barren Heaven world? Not long ago, he fought Patsong with the Barren Demon physique and fought against the Barren Heaven world. He knew this kind of Abhijna best. It was the Barren Demon physique's Abhijna. But now, Lin Tian used the same Barren Heaven world as the Barren Demon physique. The Barren Heaven world flickered and shook the space. It was terrifying. What's going on? The Limitless sect leader's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Tian. At the same time, Muyang Feng and the other peak masters were also shocked. Lin Tian used the Barren Demon physique's Abhijna. How can you have this kind of power? This is impossible. Bayu shouted. Bayu was at the side when Baiziki and Patsong fought. He also saw how Patsong's Barren Heaven world could fight against the Divine Roar Palace. Now that Lin Tian used this kind of power, Bayu couldn't believe it. The Barren Heaven world was the Barren Demon physique's Abhijna. It was the Abhijna bestowed by the Barren Demon physique. No matter how strong others were, they couldn't use it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything. Facing the dozen strong cultivators from the Bai family, he wasn't afraid at all. He shook his hands and the desolate mountain behind him pressed down. Don't underestimate us. Crush it. Suppress. The Bai family's cultivators all looked cold. They used the Abhijna from the sutra and attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hands. The Barren Heaven world shook and gray light fell. Ah! A Bai family cultivator screamed. The light of the Abhijna was destroyed and exploded under the desolate mountain. He died instantly. Poof! On the other side, another cultivator of the Bai clan was brushed by a ray of light from the Barren Heaven world and was torn to pieces. Lin Tianwei was shocked. He had seen the broken Barren Heaven world before. Now, it was created using the divination divine spell. It was basically just a form, not even a tenth of the original power of the Barren Heaven world. Even so, it easily crushed the 3 Jinyu cultivators of the Bai clan. This made his heart skip a beat. This is the king's region of the king physique? It was too terrifying. Apart from the celestial venerate secret technique, what other means are there to block it? His heart palpitated slightly. However, it was only for a moment before he calmed down again. Raising his head to look ahead, his eyes became incomparably cold. Your Bai family looks down on this heaven realm. Do you really think you're invincible? You can kill whoever you want? He said coldly. With a single thought, the Barren Heaven world he had conjured using the divining divine technique trembled and descended once more. With a poof, another Bai family cultivator was crushed, directly exploding in the Barren Heaven realm. Since when did an ant like you have the right to criticize my Bai clan? Gather your power and break that Barren Heaven world. Kill. There were still 11 people from the Bai clan, and all of them had cold expressions. Ant? Lin Tianling laughed. Facing the combined power of 11 people, he felt immense pressure, but he was still fearless. He waved his hands, and a sea of lightning rushed out behind him. Palaces appeared one after another and intertwined wantonly. this is? Seeing this scene, the Limitless Sect Master and the others in the distance were shocked again. Many of the Bai clan's powerhouses widened their eyes as if they were looking at a legendary god. Divine Roar Palace? Our sacred son's innate ability. Damn it, you scoundrel. How could you? Everyone from the Bai clan was shocked and furious. Lin Tianling sneered, and his eyes were ruthless. He seemed a little cruel. Your Bai clan is high and mighty. I'm using your king's region of the Thunder God physique to kill you. I wonder how you feel. Won't you feel honored? With a boom, the Divine Roar Palace fell, and lightning covered all directions. The sky above the fallen celestial peak turned pitch black. Dense bolts of lightning fell, destroying everything in their path. Ah! Someone screamed and was crushed under the Divine Roar Palace. Lin Tianling took a step forward, and the barren Heaven World and Divine Roar Palace pressed down on the 10 Bai clan cultivators. Demonic light and lightning fell at the same time. The 10 Bai clan cultivators displayed powerful abilities, but they couldn't stop the power of the two kings' regions at all. They were crushed. In the blink of an eye, another person was crushed and died under the Divine Roar Palace. Damn it! 9 of the 15 were left, and they were shocked and furious. Lin Tianling's face was cold, and he waved his hands again. Countless demonic beasts rushed out from the barren heaven world above his head. At the same time, there was a clear shout. In the Divine Roar Palace, a huge thunder shadow stood up and pulled out a sword. Kill! Lin Tianling said. The thunder shadow in the Divine Roar Palace slashed down, cutting 3 people into pieces and turning them into a bloody mist. Then, an endless amount of beasts roared. With the power to trample the sky, they drowned out the 2 Bai clan powerhouses and stomped them into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 15 Bai clan cultivators were left. What's going on? First the barren heaven world, then the Divine Roar Palace. How can he do this? The Wuji Peak Master was shocked. What kind of demonic art did this bastard use? This is definitely not the real barren heaven world and Divine Roar Palace. Muyang Feng clenched his fists. The Wuji Sect Master, an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator, also frowned and stared at Lin Tianling. This scene was simply too bizarre. On the top of the fallen immortal peak, more than 10 of his clan members were killed, and the murderous intent in Baiyu's eyes finally reached its peak. With a whoosh, Baiyu stepped out and slapped at Lin Tianling. A huge palm print appeared in the void, and it was misty. It was the secret art of the Godly Sutra, the Godly Palm. With a boom, the Godly Palm shook, and the void twisted. The barren heaven world and Divine Roar Palace both shook. Lin Tianling frowned and quickly retreated. This Baiyu was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Plane and was far stronger than him. He felt a great threat. The barren heaven world and Divine Roar Palace were full of cracks under the Godly Palm. Take him down. One of the last 4 Bai clan cultivators said. While Baiyu suppressed the barren heaven world and Divine Roar Palace, the 4 of them rushed toward Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling's face was cold, and his hands moved again. This time, a hazy illusory sword appeared above his head. The light sword was a bit twisted and hard to form, but it exuded an unparalleled power as soon as it appeared. What is this? The Wuji Peak Master and the others were shocked. This twisted light sword made their hearts tremble. They felt that it was much more terrifying than the barren heaven world and Divine Roar Palace. At the same time, Baiyu was also shocked. Retreat! Baiyu shouted. The expressions of the 4 people who were charging forward changed. They also felt the terror of this light sword, and they all retreated. It's too late. Lin Tianling said. With a thought, the illusory sword above his head swung down. This sword was the Jiuquan sword of an old drunkard that he had seen in the first celestial domain. It was said to be a broken divine weapon. Now, he used the divination divine skill to create the Jiuquan sword's divine form, and its power was extremely terrifying. Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, the 4 people of the Bai clan were annihilated, and blood stained the surroundings. Baiyu's eyes immediately widened, full of anger. Damn it! With a boom, an extremely terrifying aura rushed out of Baiyu's body. He used the Godly Palm and pressed toward Lin Tianling. The Bai clan had followed him to clean up the uncertain factors, but now, except for him, everyone else was dead. Boom, the glowing palm caused the void to tremble. Lin Tianling naturally felt how terrifying Bai Yu was and quickly retreated. After all, Bai Yu was an expert at the peak of the Zephyr Plane, far more powerful than the dozen Bai clan cultivators he had killed. They couldn't be compared at all. As he retreated, he waved his hands and activated the Jiuquan sword, the barren heaven world, and the divine cry palace at the same time. The two collided, and with a boom, the space shook. Cough. Lin Tianling flew backward, blood gushing out of his mouth. He felt that his organs had cracked, and he felt intense pain. Bai Yu's face was cold, and he slapped toward Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling gritted his teeth and activated the barren heaven world, the divine cry palace, and the Jiuquan sword again. Then, he retreated again and rushed toward the old forest in the distance. Boom, the barren heaven world, the divine cry palace, and the Jiuquan sword were shocking. However, compared to Lin Tianling, Bai Yu was too terrifying. Although the divination divine skill was powerful, it couldn't stop the other party at all. You can't leave, Bai Yu said coldly. In the sky, the limitless sect master stared at Lin Tianling and frowned. The barren heaven world, the divine cry hall, and that illusory sword. Frowning, the patriarch of the limitless sect muttered to himself. He racked his brains, and after a dozen breaths of time, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he found that Celestial venerates precious technique? Beside him, the peak master of the Wuji Peak and Muyang Feng heard the limitless sect master's voice and couldn't help but change their expressions. Is it the technique that was lost in my limitless immortal school? The divination divine skill is said to be able to simulate all things, and it can simulate all divine skills and precious weapons. It's impossible for him to be in the barren heaven world and the divine cry palace. Did he really find that paragon skill? The peak masters were all shocked. The Wuji Gate had been passed down for thousands of years. It had always been said that the divination divine skill was lost in the sect, but no one had ever found it. Now, this new disciple who had just joined the sect for a month had found the legendary battle saint technique. Stop him. I want him alive. The limitless sect master shouted. With that, the limitless sect master moved himself. In a flash, he rushed toward Lin Tian. When an immortal cultivator moved, the power was really terrifying. Lin Tian was so shocked that he felt a chill of death on his back. However, although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He didn't panic. After all, he had endured the pressure of a Wuxian cultivator before. Rise. He gritted his teeth. With a clang, the fallen immortal peak shook. Dense flaming swords rushed up, and the four-symbol seal formation flashed. In the blink of an eye, the flaming swords and the four-symbol seal formation covered all directions, almost covering the entire fallen immortal peak. Not long ago, the 9 sects came to find trouble with him. The limitless sect master knew that he was not in the wrong, but he still didn't protect him. After that, he didn't pay any attention to the Wuji Gate. Moreover, after that, he used the formation control technique to bury dense martial fusion runes and solitary lock runes on the fallen immortal peak. There was also the sun incinerating sword chi and the four-symbol seal formation. Now, all the martial fusion runes appeared together and rushed out. This is? With such a method, even Bai Yu, who was at the peak of the airborne realm, changed his expression. The Wuji Peak Master was also shocked. The limitless sect master's eyes were filled with treasure light. He slapped out with his palm and directly shattered everything. At the same time, this powerful existence in the immortal realm secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, don't resist. I'm suppressing you now, but I won't really kill you. I'll definitely protect you in the future. Seeing the technique Lin Tian used, the limitless sect master was sure that Lin Tian had found the divination divine technique. At this time, he wanted to keep Lin Tian in the Wuji Gate. Thank you, sect master, but there's no need. Lin Tian responded. His expression was cold. At this moment, he appeared on a round stone in the old forest. The round rock was covered in dust, but as Lin Tian stepped onto it, the dust instantly dispersed, revealing veins that emitted a faint silver light that surrounded his entire body. He wanted to read. A spatial teleportation platform? Bayu's expression changed. The limitless sect master was also moved. He quickly said, Lin Tian, stop. The Wuji gate will definitely protect you. At this time, the limitless sect master did not have time to think about why the fallen immortal peak had a spatial teleportation platform. He only wanted to keep Lin Tian here. Lin Tian was extremely valuable now. Lin Tian's cold eyes swept across Bayu, the limitless sect master, and the others. Goodbye, he said coldly. He had passed through the space-time portal before, so he was naturally familiar with spatial teleportation. With a buzz, light flashed, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from the stone platform and the fallen immortal peak. Specks of dust floated in the air as the limitless sect master rushed to the side of the round rock. The formation pattern is broken. The limitless sect master's expression was ugly. The round rock was intact, but more than half of the formation pattern on it was broken. It was obvious that it could no longer be used for spatial teleportation. Why is there a spatial teleportation platform on this abandoned main peak of yours? Bayu roared in a low voice. As a powerhouse of the Bai family, although Bayu's cultivation was not as high as the limitless sect master's, he did not take him seriously at all. At this time, his expression was very ugly. He was ordered to lead a group of people to clean up Lin Tian, but the result was like this. Except for him, more than 10 people were killed, and Lin Tian escaped unscathed. The limitless sect master did not speak, but his eyes flickered with a strange light. Sect master. A group of peak masters flew over. Staring at the broken teleportation formation pattern, they all frowned. That bastard. Muyang Feng's face was gloomy. Bayu flicked his sleeves angrily and directly stepped into the void, heading towards the Bai family. He had to report Lin Tian's escape immediately. Endless darkness. The surrounding pressure was extremely strong, as if it was going to crush everything. Lin Tian was in the darkness and appeared to be very calm. This was not the first time he had traveled through a spatial fragment. Time passed. Lin Tian didn't know how much time had passed. Not long after, light appeared in front of him, and the darkness disappeared in an instant. Where is this? He looked around and found himself in a strange valley. The ground was full of 3-leaf clovers, and the spirit chi was very abundant. Looking up, there were quite a few strange stones in this valley. They were brownish-black in color and were about a zhang tall. Occasionally, when a breeze blew in, the 3 leaves would sway on their own. Lin Tian walked forward. Not long after, she saw the little civet cat, the white rabbit, and many familiar little fellows. It was very similar to the scene on the fallen immortal peak. Ah! A small fox cried softly, blinking its beautiful big eyes as it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian crouched down, and the little guys in the valley immediately surrounded him. The little fox let out a soft cry again. Its appearance was almost the same as that of the little fox on the fallen immortal peak. It walked into the distance, and after walking a few feet away, it turned back to look at Lin Tian. It seemed to be hinting for Lin Tian to follow it. Lin Tian paused for a moment, but he didn't hesitate and followed it. Following the little fox, he soon arrived in front of a stone. The stone was very rough, but it gave him a very strange feeling. The 3-leaf clovers around the stone platform were denser, and the strangest thing was that the 3-leaf clovers here were black and white. This made Lin Tian feel a little strange. This was the first time he had seen 3-leaf clovers like this. The little fox let out another soft cry, staring at Lin Tian, and raised its little paw to point upward. Lin Tian looked up and saw a stone wall behind the stone. It was as rough as the stone platform. On the stone wall, a line of ancient words was engraved in the middle. It was grand and majestic, and Tao flowed around it. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Lin Tian read it subconsciously. After the ancient words, there were 2 seal scripts engraved. Tao benevolence. Beside his feet, the little fox turned into light, and sparkling starlight surrounded him. Lin Tian shuddered as he stood in front of the stone wall. All of a sudden, ancient drawings appeared in his sea of divine sense. It was a familiar mountain peak, and a hazy figure was in it, sitting cross-legged on a round stone. Around the round stone, there were countless little fellows jumping around, and they were not afraid of humans at all. Night and day alternated, and the stars moved. The hazy figure waved its hands, and behind it, a broken mountain appeared, an old forest stretched out horizontally, a big bell circled, and an ancient sword hung in the air. The starry sky condensed, and it was majestic and vast. Then, the hazy figure's eyes lit up and became deep. It casually swept the stone platform below it, and a formation pattern appeared, and it disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the hazy figure appeared in a valley. With a step, flowers bloomed everywhere, and withered trees came back to life. It sat down on a square stone. Then, time flashed, and it seemed like 1,000 years had passed. Yin and yang intertwined around the hazy figure, and behind it, the broken mountain, the big bell, and the old forest appeared again. The sky suddenly changed color, and endless lightning appeared vaguely. Tao is Yin. Tao is Yang. Tao is benevolence. Tao is me. Tao gives birth to all things. With a boom, Lin Tian's divine sense shook, and all the images disappeared. His eyes flashed, and Lin Tian stared at the stone platform and stone wall in front of him with a face full of disbelief. Countless years ago, the hazy figure comprehended the Tao on the ordinary main peak, deduced Yin and Yang, and created the heaven's divination divine technique. After 1,000 years, he stabilized his Tao fruit and entered the chaotic realm. Staring at the stone, Lin Tian was moved. That person is Celestial Venerable Daoren. I see, the fallen celestial peak is the mountain where Celestial Venerable Daoren created the heaven's divination divine technique in ancient times. During the process of creating the heaven's divination divine technique, the Tao marks of the technique fell around the main peak and awakened in the future. The formation pattern on the round stone was also casually left by Celestial Venerable Daoren. I see, so that's how it is. Lin Tian was surprised. He finally understood why the heaven's divination divine technique existed on the fallen celestial peak. He also finally understood why there was a space teleportation array in the old forest. Coincidence, or fate? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Staring at the stone platform in front of him, Lin Tian paused for a moment, before bowing deeply. Then, he stepped onto the platform. Celestial Venerable Daoren was benevolent and had once sat on this stone platform for 1,000 years. If he could cultivate on this stone platform for a while, he would definitely gain unimaginable benefits. Lin Tian took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and activated the four extremities meridian. Wang, a faint light flickered and circled around his body. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Lin Tian repeated to himself. These were the words that Celestial Venerable Daoren left behind after he attained the Tao, and they were filled with endless mysteries. On one hand, they were in response to the heaven's divination divine technique's principle of evolution. At the same time, Lin Tian felt that there was a more ultimate Tao meaning in these words. Even though it was difficult for him to comprehend it now, he believed that if he studied it over and over again, there would be unexpected results. After reading a book 100 times, its meaning would be revealed. He believed in these words. Wang, faint silver light intertwined around his body. He recited the ancient words left by Celestial Venerable Daoren over and over again, and he felt a warm halo coming out of his body. Then, his sea of consciousness began to expand at an astonishing speed. The sea of consciousness that was originally the size of a pond became as big as a river in the blink of an eye, and then it became as big as an ocean. Whoosh, at the same time, under the stone, the black and white clover swayed, and rays of strange light shot up into the sky. Black light and white light intertwined, encircling Lin Tian within. Time was boring, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news that the Bai family entered Wuji Gate to kill Lin Tian spread silently. Suddenly, many forces were shocked. What? The Bai family sent people to kill him? What's going on? Investigate. Didn't the eldest princess of the Bai family protect him that day? What's the meaning of this? Damn it. That day. Since he doesn't have the support of the Bai family, there's no need to worry about leaving Wuji Gate. Find him and suppress him. We must get the weapon control technique. We must repay the humiliation of that day. In the 9 major sects, voices sounded one after another. The alchemist family, the Shen family. Shen Hongyuan had temporarily returned to his family from the Limitless Immortal School, and was laughing loudly in a large hall. I originally thought that he had some sort of close relationship with the Bai family, and all the methods that I had prepared were put aside, but who would have thought that the Bai family would actually want to kill him? Just right, just right. After a pause, Shen Hong looked out of the window and ordered, "Pass down the order. No matter what, we must catch Lin Tian. This is a very important matter for the family. Wuji Gate, no matter what method we use, we must invite Lin Tian back. Remember, invite him back. No one is allowed to do anything," the Wuji sect master ordered. At the end of the east of the second heaven. The ancient Bai family, trash. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you even leaked the news. The three elders of the Bai family looked cold. Bai Yu knelt on one knee, not daring to say a word. However, this person is not ordinary to be able to create the Forsaken Heaven realm and the Divine Cry Temple. It seems that the girl already knows. The marriage with that person from the Li family will determine whether the family can advance further. There must be no mistakes. One of the elders stared at Bai Yu and said, "Don't do anything on the surface. Secretly send the strong cultivators of the family to find this person. We must kill him." Yes. Bai Yu lowered his head and carefully left the hall. In the center of the Bai family, the aura of Yin surged and swept around. "You've gone too far." Bai Qiu's body was surrounded by a dark light. After hearing the news from the outside world, tears fell. "He is my only friend. He stood up for me twice, but you treat him like this. He has many secrets. Now that he has escaped from Wuji Gate, the outside world knows that the Bai family wants to kill him. They will target him even more. How do you expect him to survive in this heaven realm alone? How can I face him in the future? It has nothing to do with me." Bai Ziki stood at the side and silently watched as his younger sister raged. Bai Qiu walked out, surrounded by the aura of Yin. "Where are you going?" Bai Ziki blocked her way. "I want to go out and find him." "No. Move." Bai Ziki frowned. "You should know why the family wants to kill him." "Stay here." Bai Qiu cried, "Brother." Bai Ziki sighed. Seeing his sister cry, his heart softened. "Don't worry. He can block my Divine Cry Temple. He won't die so easily." A light breeze blew in the valley. Buzz. On the stone platform, Lin Tian forgot everything. His entire body was surrounded by black and white light. The black and white light entered his mind from his forehead and intertwined around the white lotus. Gradually, the pure white lotus began to change, faintly showing the color of black and white. P.S. Toothache. After taking the medicine, I'm so sleepy that I can't hold back my tears. Sorry, I'll only update once today. Then, I'll make up for it next weekend. The valley was surrounded by light. In Lin Tian's sea of knowledge, the white lotus swayed as if there was a breeze blowing. In his sea of knowledge, black and white light intertwined around the lotus, causing the petals to gradually change color. The faint light swayed. On the white lotus, the black and white light formed a ring and gradually became one. Lin Tian closed his eyes. The light between his eyebrows shone brightly, and his sea of knowledge became wider. At this moment, the black and white light covered the entire valley. Then, strands of light gathered around Lin Tian, circling around the stone platform, and finally rushed into Lin Tian's sea of knowledge. At the same time, a part of it remained outside his body, forming the shape of a yin-yang fish. Lin Tian recited the words engraved by Lord Daoran on the stone wall behind him. Although his eyes were closed, he felt that the whole world had become brighter. Following that, the black and white light in the valley became even more intense and blazing. In the blink of an eye, in Lin Tian's sea of knowledge, the originally pure white lotus gave birth to black and white. It really became stable. Negative yin and embrace yang, back yang and face yin. Lin Tian moved his hands. His whole person was immersed in the sea of knowledge. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, he forgot everything and just focused on cultivating the four extremity scriptures. The black and white light surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, he didn't eat, drink, sleep, or rest. However, there was no major problem. Instead, his essence, qi, and spirit were more vigorous, as if a flame had grown into a sea of fire. On this day, he finally opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. When he looked up, he found that the black and white clover around the stone platform had turned green. This made him a little surprised. Then, he scanned his sea of knowledge and was surprised again. In these 7 days, his cultivation didn't change much, but his divine sense was more than 10 times stronger. His sea of knowledge was vast and boundless, almost comparable to a celestial reaching realm elite. At the same time, what surprised him the most was the lotus in his sea of consciousness. The originally pure white lotus was now black and white, and there was an astonishing aura lingering around it. Glancing around the stone platform, the black and white 3-leaf clover had turned pure white, and the white lotus in his sea of consciousness had turned black and white. It was as if the black and white light on the 3-leaf clover had fallen off, and then imprinted on his white lotus. Celestial Venerable Daoren comprehended yin and yang back then and created the heavenly divine art. Is this black and white the light of yin and yang? Lin Tian was surprised. He scanned his sea of consciousness and saw that the white lotus had turned into the yin-yang twin lotus. Staring at these newly born lotus flowers, Lin Tian moved his mind. Instantly, white and black lotus flowers floated out, surrounded by black and white light, causing the space to faintly tremble. The tyrannical fluctuations were clearly at least 3 times stronger than the pure white lotus from before. Slightly surprised, Lin Tian hurriedly put it away. Next, his will moved again. He didn't form a seal, but the barren heaven world, divine roar hall, and Jiuquan sword appeared behind him. Moreover, its power was even stronger than before. Very good. Lin Tian clenched his fists. In 7 days, his cultivation didn't change, but the white lotus in his sea of consciousness had turned into the yin-yang twin lotus, and its power had become stronger. And his comprehension of the heavenly divine art had improved by leaps and bounds in these 7 days. It was as if he had cultivated diligently for several years. Most importantly, he felt that he had comprehended a trace of the great Tao, the natural great Tao that gave birth to all things. This made Lin Tian the most surprised and excited. One had to know that comprehending the great Tao was something that only great Tao realm experts could do. Now, he was only in the sea of consciousness, but he had already comprehended a trace of the natural great Tao and understood a trace of the truth that the great Tao gave birth to all things. This was really shocking, and it would be indescribably beneficial to his future growth. Standing up from the stone platform, Lin Tianyi leaped down. Turning around to look at the stone platform and stone wall behind him, Lin Tian bowed 90 degrees, solemnly bowing. This was left behind by Celestial Venerable Daoren in the past. He could have his current achievements completely because of Celestial Venerable Daoren's immortal fate. Raising his head and looking around, a glint flashed across his eyes. It was time to leave. Taking one last look at the stone wall, Lin Tian turned around and left. Not long after, he walked out of this valley and appeared in a primitive old forest. There were many demonic beasts in this old forest, but there weren't many that were powerful. Almost all of them were very weak, and the strongest was only at the 7th level. A few 7th level demonic beasts came out to attack Lin Tian when they saw him. With a slap, they were smashed into a bloody mist. Passing through the old forest, Lin Tian quickly came to the main road. Where is this? I'll find someone to ask. He muttered to himself. There were more than a dozen cultivators in front of him, and they didn't look weak. They seemed to be searching for something. He walked forward, looked at one of the yellow-robed men, and said, "Brother, may I know where this is?" There were many things that he didn't know about this second heaven. The yellow-robed man was about 30 years old, and he was in the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. He said casually, "In the east of the second heaven, Dalua Mountain Forest, adjacent to Green Flame Immortal School, and at the end of it is the Ancient by family." As he said this, the yellow-robed man stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly took out a picture scroll from his chest. After looking at it, his expression changed again, and he was surprised and happy. "It's you? Lin Tian." "Who? Lin Tian? Is it that Lin Tian who has the weapon control technique?" All around, a swarm of people looked over. Someone took out the picture scroll and looked at Lin Tian again. Suddenly, they were shocked. A few days ago, the news that the Bai family went to Wuji Gate to suppress Lin Tian leaked out. Then, more rumors spread in an instant. Among them, Lin Tian's weapon control technique became something that everyone knew. Because not long ago, in the ancient alchemist tomb, many cultivators had seen Lin Tian use the weapon control technique, and the news spread like wildfire. Many people were very jealous of this martial art that was known as the only martial art that surpassed divine powers. This martial art was not difficult to cultivate, and its attacking power was very strong. It was even recorded in ancient books that when this martial art was cultivated to the extreme, it could almost be compared to the most powerful celestial master secret technique. As a result, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, after this, some people even drew Lin Tian's portrait and sold it everywhere, making a lot of money. Hand over the weapon control technique. Hand over the weapon control technique, and we'll pretend that we never saw you and let you go. Yes. More than 10 cultivators surrounded Lin Tian. Among these people, there were independent cultivators and sect disciples. All of them were extremely strong, and they were all sea of consciousness cultivators. Lin Tian frowned. What's going on? He looked at the yellow-robed man in front of him. Cut the crap. We're asking you now. Hand over the weapon control technique, and we won't kill you. The yellow-robed man shouted. The Bai family seems to want to kill you. You'd better hurry. Otherwise, if the Bai family finds you, you'll die without a complete corpse. That's right, quickly hand over the weapon control technique to us. Hand it over. The group of people shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he disappeared with a whoosh. The next moment, he appeared in front of the yellow-robed man and grabbed his neck. Speak, what's going on? He said coldly. Since these people wanted to take his treasured technique, he naturally did not need to show mercy. Being grabbed by the neck by Lin Tian, the yellow-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he struggled with all his strength. He's resisting? Do it. Suppress him first. Around them, other people called out. Suddenly, more than 10 people all rushed forward. With a boom, the sword light and the tyrannical martial art directly covered the surroundings. Lin Tian grabbed the yellow-robed man's neck and twisted slightly. Immediately, his neck was shattered, and he was killed on the spot. Looking around, he waved his right hand casually. Suddenly, a large amount of sword light appeared, and the light of flames distorted the surroundings, clanging. Pooh! 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 Blood exploded, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people who rushed forward were all killed. It was also at this time that with a whoosh, a flame rushed into the sky and then exploded, revealing a flaming green color. 10 feet away, a young man was escaping into the distance. It was this young man who released the flame. Lin Tian glanced at the green flame in the sky, and his feet flashed. After 3 breaths, he blocked in front of the young man and kicked him to the ground. Speak, what's going on? You, Pooh! A cold sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and directly pierced the young man's arm. The young man was in pain and immediately screamed. With a clang, another long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Don't waste my patience. What's going on? Seeing the cold light of the long sword in Lin Tian's hand, the young man was terrified and immediately told him everything. Lin Tian frowned, and his hand holding the long sword tightened. Damn it! It was rare for him to curse, and he chopped off the young man's head. In just a few days, he had become the enemy of the world. By family. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. All of this was due to the Bai family. Looking around, he moved and walked in a direction. Almost at the same time, in Green Flame Celestial Sect, an elder saw the green flame in the sky. That bastard appeared in the Daluo Mountain Forest. Immediately, an expert from Green Flame Celestial Sect flew out and rode the void. Not long after, the other large sects received the news. The alchemist Shen family, the ancient Bai family, and a few other large sects all moved out and headed for the Daluo Mountain Forest. In the Daluo Mountain Forest, Lin Tian looked around and casually walked in a direction. However, it did not take long for him to feel a powerful true yuan fluctuation. Found him. Keep him alive. Suppress him first. In the distance, a dozen powerful cultivators rushed over. They were all disciples of Green Flame Celestial Sect, and all of them were at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Someone had found him so quickly. An upper-grade supreme treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he used the fourth sword of the 9 styles of the burning sun to slash open a flame tornado. Poof, 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 a bloody mist spread out, and the dozen cultivators at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea were instantly shredded into pieces. Such a terrifying sword might immediately cause the expressions of the few survivors to change greatly. Back off. You're not his match. A cold voice sounded. A white-robed man walked over from the void. He had a heroic appearance, and he was at the 3rd heaven of the Zephyr realm. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, True Martial Divine King. He's an old author with a good reputation. You can read it without worry. End of chapter. The white-clad man's name was Mo Shuyuan. The purplish-green saber in his hand shone brightly. It was a high-grade supreme treasure. Senior brother Mo? He's one of the candidates for the next sect leader of the Green Flame Celestial Sect. He won. He'll definitely be able to suppress Lin Tian. Suppressing this person and obtaining the weapon-controlling art will be a great achievement. The next sect leader will most likely be Senior Brother Mo. The people of the Green Flame Celestial Sect discussed among themselves. Mo Shuyuan walked in the air and soon arrived above Lin Tian. He looked down at Lin Tian indifferently. A person like you won't be willing to be captured without a fight. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Mo Shuyuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Shuyuan made his move. A blinding energy saber shot out. The energy saber was about 3 meters long. There was a long tail of light behind it. It looked like a comet. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slapped out with a palm, shattering the saber light. The Green Flame Celestial Sect is stealing my treasured art in public. Aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you? He said. The world? Right now, all. The cultivators in the heaven realm are looking for you. They want to compete for the weapon-controlling art. Mo Shuyuan said expressionlessly, treasured arts belong to those who are capable. A small cultivator like you isn't qualified to master such a grand art. Lin Tian sneered. You sound superior when you say something as despicable as stealing someone's treasured art. That's the truth. With your current strength, how can you master such a grand art? Mo Shuyuan said coldly. Strength? Lin Tian stood where he was. He was not in a hurry. He said calmly, what kind of strength do you think I need to master such a grand art? Mo Shuyuan stepped down and landed on the ground. You need to be at least at my level. At your level? Lin Tian stared at him. Are you saying that you're very powerful now? More powerful than you, Mo Shuyuan said. Mo Shuyuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, another energy saber slashed out. This time, it was 3 times stronger than the previous one. It slashed toward Lin Tian's legs. Obviously, Mo Shuyuan wanted to cut off Lin Tian's legs and take him away to get the precious technique from Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his right hand and grabbed the energy saber before shattering it. How is this possible? Our Green Flame Celestial Sect's strongest martial skill, the Green Flame Saber skill, was crushed by his bare hands? This, not far away, the people from Green Flame Immortal School were shocked. Mo Shuyuan stared at Lin Tian. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but his expression became even colder. You are indeed very strong to be able to escape from Wuji Gate. It seems that normal martial arts techniques can't hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura outside Mo Shuyuan's body changed. He directly propped up more than 10 flame wheels, causing the surrounding air to distort. Azure Flame Divine Wheel. One of the 10 great divine abilities of my Green Flame Immortal School. Senior Brother Mo has already cultivated this divine ability to a lesser extent. He actually used it on that person. Many disciples from Green Flame Immortal School were shocked. Mo Shuyuan said, show me your weapon control technique. Let me see how powerful the legendary martial skill that surpasses divine abilities is. With a loud bang, dozens of flaming wheels trembled and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. A desolate mountain rushed out from behind him. Demon beasts roared and swallowed the flame wheels. This is? That demon's territory, the barren heaven realm? How can he be in the barren heaven realm? Could it be the barren demon body too? But isn't that a physique that only demons have? Seeing the barren heaven realm, everyone's expression changed. Even Emo Shuyuan was shocked. How can you know the barren demon body's innate divine ability? Not long ago, Putsong, the barren demon body, had challenged everyone below the immortal ascension realm in the top 10 sections. He had displayed the barren heaven realm in all the sections. Emo Shuyuan and the other disciples from Green Flame Immortal School naturally knew about the barren heaven realm. Their expressions all changed. Suppress. Lin Tian. With a thought, the barren heaven realm pressed down from the sky, covering Emo Shuyuan. Damn it! Burn it clean! Emo Shuyuan shouted. The green flame divine will shot up and burned the space. It was going to break through the barren heaven realm. However, the barren heaven realm that Lin Tian created with the divination divine art was very scary. After meditating in the valley for 7 days, his understanding of the divination divine art had reached a small success. Now that he created the barren heaven realm, it had 50% of the power of the barren heaven realm. Ka! With a crisp sound, the green flame divine wheel was directly shattered. Emo Shuyuan was sent flying on the spot as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward and looked down at Emo Shuyuan. Is this power stronger than yours? Is it qualified to control the Paragon technique? Emo Shuyuan's expression turned cold and dark. You, ridiculous. With a cold snort, the barren heaven realm pressed down mercilessly. Senior brother Emo. Damn it. Stop. The people from the Green Flame Celestial sect shouted. Some of them rushed forward. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved the superior grade sword in his right hand and slashed out the 5th sword of the 9 stances of the burning sun. Poof, poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, everyone who rushed forward was killed. At this time, the barren heaven realm was already above Emo Shuyuan's head. The terrifying pressure distorted the space. Green flame divine wheel. Emo Shuyuan roared. This time, he used the upper-grade supreme treasure saber to vibrate the divine power. A giant divine wheel rushed up and forcefully blasted away the forsaken heaven world that Lin Tian had conjured using the divining divine technique. Then, the green flame divine wheel behind him became even more powerful and terrifying. The wheel spun and interweaved endless flaming blades, slashing the space. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, Not bad. You're much stronger than the dozen-second sky-plane cultivators from the Bai family. No wonder you're one of the candidates for the next sect master of the Green Flame Celestial sect. You're indeed very strong. If I hadn't meditated for the past 7 days, it might have been difficult to defeat you. I might not even be your match. But now. As he finished, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. A sea of lightning rushed up behind him and an illusory sword appeared above his head. Divine Roar Palace, 9 Spring Sword, boom. As soon as the 2 divine elephants appeared, shocking ripples spread out. Emo Shuyuan's expression changed. You, suppress. Lin Tian said. With a crack, Emo Shuyuan's green flame divine wheel was shattered. Then, he activated the 3 divine elephants and pressed them down on Emo Shuyuan. Emo Shuyuan flew away. Half of his body was split open, but he didn't die immediately. This surprised Lin Tian. He took the barren heaven realm, Divine Roar Palace, and 9 Spring Sword head-on and didn't die immediately. You're very strong. Unfortunately, you have no future. His expression was cold. Blood gushed out of Emo Shuyuan's mouth. The arrogance on his face disappeared. Fear appeared in his eyes. Stop, not possible. The barren heaven realm pressed down mercilessly and turned Emo Shuyuan into a bloody mist. After killing Emo Shuyuan, Lin Tian put away the barren heaven realm, Divine Roar Palace, and 9 Spring Sword. His expression was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Not long ago, he meditated in Heavenly Lord Doran's enlightenment place for 7 days. Although his cultivation didn't change much, his combat power was much stronger. Killing Mo Shuyuan, who was in the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm, was nothing. At this moment, many tyrannical true essence fluctuations surged from extremely far away, causing his expression to change slightly. News sure travels fast. His expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and disappeared into the Daluo forest. Not long after he left, a large group of cultivators arrived. Among them were cultivators from the 10 major sections. Seeing the corpses and bloody mist on the ground, many people's expressions changed. These corpses seemed to be from the Green Flame Celestial sect. Could they all be killed by Lin Tian? I heard that Mo Shuyuan from the Green Flame Celestial sect came personally. Why don't I see him? Could he be dead too? That's impossible. Mo Shuyuan is very powerful. He must have gone to chase after Lin Tian. Many people discussed. Some cultivators scanned the surroundings and used their divine sense to capture the true essence fluctuations in the air. Then, they quickly chased in a direction. Follow him, someone said. In an instant, the densely packed cultivators rushed down in one direction. Lin Tian shuttled through the Daluo forest. His steps were fast, and he soon crossed the Daluo forest and appeared on the other side. Clang, a sword light slashed from the front, almost splitting the void. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 3 feet to the side and dodged the sword light. Good spiritual sense. A voice rang out. 10 feet away stood 9 middle-aged men. Each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura as if they had been guarding this place. Who is it? Lin Tian Ondao. The aura of these 9 people was very powerful. They were much stronger than Mo Shuyuan. The person who will kill you, one of them said. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, this person charged forward. Powerful fluctuations swept out. Behind this person, a mist of light rushed out, and a large amount of sword light rushed out. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately sensed a familiar aura, and his face turned cold. Divine Sutra? By family. His eyes were cold. The middle-aged man who charged over had cold eyes. He directly used the Divine Sutra palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lord Baiyu said that this person's physical body is extremely strong, and he can summon the Forsaken Heaven Realm and Divine Cry Palace. We must be careful. The 3 patriarchs mean to kill him as soon as possible. Together, the other 8 said. Suddenly, the 8 middle-aged men rushed out together. All of them used the Divine Sutra, and the powerful force shook the surrounding space. These 9 people were all at the 3rd tier of the Zephyr realm. They had cultivated for decades, and their combat strength and battle experience were very shocking. Lin Tian put away the treasure sword in his hand, and his face became extremely cold. I'll kill you all. It could be said that 99% of the credit was due to the Bai family that he had fallen to this point and was targeted by everyone in the world. With a shake of his right hand, he directly condensed the 4 symbols Tao diagram and faced the middle-aged man who rushed over first. In an instant, it covered the other party's Divine Sutra palm and swallowed all the vital essence fluctuations in the sky. The Divine Sutra palm that annihilated my clan? This person's expression changed. What kind of technique is this? The technique to kill you, Lin Tian said coldly. The Yin and Yang Liang spread out, and a long sword appeared in his hand again. He instantly went behind this person and stabbed the sword behind him. With a poof, blood splattered. The long sword came out of the person's chest and directly pierced through his heart. Blood splattered in the air, making the other 8 people's expressions change. Arg! The middle-aged man who had his heart pierced roared. With a boom, a violent aura rushed out of the man's body, attacking Lin Tian from behind. Lin Tian pulled out his sword and quickly retreated. Airborne realm cultivators are tough indeed. You didn't die right away after having your heart pierced. He stared at the man with a cold face and continued, but, how long do you think you can live like this? The middle-aged man glared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of flames. With a roar, the middle-aged man charged at Lin Tian, casting the Divine Sutra. Light shrouded Lin Tian's surroundings. Lin Tianling snorted and flicked his finger. The four symbols diagram flew out quickly, devouring the light of the middle-aged man's spell. Immediately after, he cast the sixth move of the 9 moves of the burning sun and slashed it. With a clang, the sword light clanged and flames filled the sky, passing through the gap opened by the four symbols diagram. PFFTT, blood splattered. The middle-aged man's throat was pierced, and his body was drowned in flames. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The other 8 people who came from afar were all furious. ****. Someone roared and attacked with a sword. Lin Tian retreated. With a shake of his sword, he cast the 7th move of the burning sun. The clanging sound was very ear-piercing. A fiery sword fell from the sky, as if it was going to split the sky open. You think you're worthy of being angry? Lin Tianling smirked. With another shake of his sword, he cast the 8th move of the 9 moves of the burning sun. An old drunkard had personally practiced this sword technique for him. Now that his cultivation was high enough, he could easily cast it. The 8th move shook. The astonishing fiery sword pressed down, causing the 8 airborne realm cultivators' expressions to change slightly. However, the 8 of them were still powerful ones from ancient clans. One of them cast a spell and directly destroyed the sword. Let's go together. Kill him quickly. One of them said. The 8 of them nodded and used all of their methods to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated swiftly. He showed no fear when facing the 8 Imperial Flight cultivators. He used divining divine spells to prop up the barren heaven realm. As soon as the barren heaven world appeared, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The barren heaven realm with the barren demon body? What Lord Baiyu said is true. He actually really knows such a method. Be careful of this thing. This is the king's region of the king physique. Its power is unfathomable. Let's gather our strength together. We must not be careless. The expressions of the 8 people changed. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He activated the barren heaven world and suppressed the 8 people together. Rise! Someone among the 8 shouted. It had to be said that these 8 people were indeed powerful. The barren heaven realm was ineffective against them, and they were bounced back. Then, the 8 of them drew out their precious weapons, swords, sabers, hammers, and halberds, and attacked Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian waved his hands and formed a seal in front of his chest. Behind him, a broken mountain, a large bell, and an old forest flew out. There was also a 3-colored grass ocean surrounded by black and white light that pressed down on the 8 people. Boom! The power of this attack could be said to be majestic. Several types of divine elephants of heaven gathered together and directly forced all 8 of them to retreat. One of them spat out blood and almost let go of the precious weapon in his hand. Lin Tian stared at this person. He activated the Yin and Yang Tao and approached like a ghost. His speed was shocking. The Bai family cultivator's expression changed. He quickly retreated and threw the precious weapon in his hand at Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved like an afterimage. He punched the precious weapon away and approached in the blink of an eye. You, die. Boom. With a sound, the bell, the barren heaven world, the broken mountain, the vast forest, and all the divine elephants fell together. Unsurprisingly, when this Bai family expert exploded back then, there was no way he could have survived so many divine elephants. Damn it. Someone was furious. He used the Bai family's divine void puppet and rushed towards Lin Tian. You can't compete in speed. Lin Tianling said. The Yin and Yang Tao flashed. He appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye and threw a punch. The Bai family cultivator threw a punch at Lin Tian. The 2 fists collided. The man screamed as his iron fist was completely shattered. Lin Tianling snorted. He grabbed the man's neck and punched through his chest with the Nirvana fist. Another person killed, there were still 6 people left. At this moment, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. How is this possible? One of them paled. Using his divine sense, he found that Lin Tian was only in the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, 4 levels lower than them. However, his battle prowess was so strong that he was able To kill 3 of them in such a short time. Does he also have the qualifications to be the sovereign of his generation? Another person muttered to himself. At this moment, a powerful wave spread. Lin Tian stepped forward and closed in on the 6 people. His attitude immediately made the 6 people's faces turn cold. You dare to act like this in front of the Bai family. You are the first in thousands of years. The leader said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He swung his sword and said, Bai family? Your Bai family is only a top force in the second heaven. Do you really think you are invincible? His eyes were extremely cold as he walked towards the 6 people. I was just a little closer to your miss, and your Bai family wants to kill me. You are really overbearing. It's not up to you to tell my Bai family what to do. How can anyone get close to the miss's precious body? Where is the dignity of the Bai family? You can only blame your ignorance. The 6 people said coldly. Lin Tian shook his head. I talked too much nonsense. Why waste my breath on you? He stared at the 6 people indifferently and walked towards them step by step. Just kill them. Clang, the sound of swords rang out. He approached in an instant, and the divine elephants pressed down together. Suddenly, the 7 people fought together, using their martial arts and abhijna and dharma treasures. Above Lin Tian's head, the divine roar hall appeared after the barren heaven world. Boom, 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 the sky suddenly turned dark. Bolts of lightning fell, striking in all directions. Divine roar hall? Damn it! The 6 people were furious. Lin Tian moved his hands, and his black hair danced. The Jiuquan sword rushed out from his head. Once the Jiuquan sword appeared, a wave stronger than the barren heaven worlds and the divine roar hall spread out. The 6 people's expressions changed. Lin Tian moved his mind, and several divine elephants pressed down together. Poof, the divine elephants were powerful. The leader exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the last 5 people. He urged several divine elephants to press down again. Compared to when he was at the fallen celestial peak, his cultivation had not changed at all. However, after meditating for 7 days at the place where Lord Daoran comprehended the way for 1,000 years, his understanding and comprehension of the divine art had reached a small level. When he used the divine art, he could now fight across 5 levels. At most, he could kill strong people in the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. The 5 people of the Bai clan roared and used their abhijna to meet Lin Tian. Found him. Over there. There was a loud shout in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of cultivators rushed over. There were more than 100 people. Most of them were cultivators in the Sea of Consciousness realm. There were also some young talents in the airborne realm from the 10 major sections. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The highest level is the 3rd heaven of the Zephyr realm. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surrounded Lin Tian. The 5 people from the Bai clan stopped. Their eyes narrowed as they scanned their surroundings. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked around. In the void, a young man in purple looked at the 5 middle-aged men. His expression changed slightly. Are you the seniors of the Bai clan? The 5 middle-aged men of the Bai clan frowned and stared at the young man in purple. The purple-clothed young man knew that he had guessed correctly. He quickly descended from the sky and bowed. He said, Greetings to the 5 seniors. This brat once killed the junior brothers of the 9 great sections. I was ordered to suppress him and offer him as a blood sacrifice to my junior brothers. Can we kill him together? After we suppress him and offer him as a blood sacrifice to my junior brothers, we will definitely hand him over to the 5 seniors. The young man in purple was very handsome. He was a candidate to be the next leader of the Tsinghua Taoism. Seniors, please allow us to do so. Someone else spoke. It was a young man in black. He was a candidate to be the next leader of the Beihing sect. At the same time, there were 6 other young men in the void. They were all about 25 years old. All of them were very strong. They were the most outstanding powerhouses of the other 6 major sections. They were all candidates to be the next leaders of their respective sections. The 8 of them gathered together and bowed to the 5 people of the Bai clan. The eyes of the 5 people of the Bai clan flickered. After a while, one of them nodded and said, yes. The 5 of them were here to kill Lin Tian. Now that they had so many people to help them, they would not refuse. When these people worked together to suppress Lin Tian, the 5 of them would directly kill him. They would not let these people take Lin Tian away. Thank you, seniors. The 8 of them bowed again. Then, the group of people turned their heads and stared at Lin Tian together. They closed in on him. Lin Tian looked indifferent as he looked at these people. You are discussing how to deal with me in front of me. You are discussing my ending. Do you think I am a piece of meat? He stared at the group of people. The handsome young man of the Tsinghua Taoism smiled faintly. We are surrounded by the 5 seniors of the Bai clan. Do you think you can escape? Obediently accept your punishment and suffer less physical pain. The young man in black from the Beiheng sect said coldly. The group of people slowly closed in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood where he was. He was surrounded by more than 100 people, but his expression did not change at all. He said, if you all die here, your sects and families will be heartbroken. After all, you are not weak. Hearing those words, many people burst into laughter. How dare you talk nonsense when you are about to die? Don't talk nonsense with him. Suppress him. The young man in purple and the others gave the order and attacked. Immediately, all the people of the large sects rushed forward. At the same time, the 5 people of the Bai clan followed and attacked Lin Tian with powerful sword techniques. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, the Jiuquan sword, and the other divine elephants were put away. Then, in the next moment, his glabella shone brightly. A sea of yin-yang lotuses floated out and hovered around him, surrounding him. Thousands of lotuses swayed. They were black and white, mysterious and magical. Kill. He coldly spat out a single word. In an instant, a cold wind blew. The sea of yin-yang lotuses shook. Lotus petals slashed in all directions like a rain of swords. What is this? Be careful. Use your precious weapons to cut it open. What is going on? Precious weapons are useless. Not even martial arts techniques? Ah. The yin-yang twin lotus swept past, and nothing could stop it. Those who were brushed by the lotus petals all fell to the ground with a miserable howl, their bodies twitching. Moreover, these people's bodies turned black and white, and then they directly exploded with ear-piercing screams. End of chapter. Everything was divided into yin and yang. When yin and yang merged and harmonized perfectly, they could become great weapons with endless benefits. However, if yin and yang were out of balance, the harm would be endless. Lin Tian meditated in Celestial Lord Doran's place of enlightenment for 7 days. The yin and yang aura of the yin-yang clover under the stone platform entered his sea of consciousness and merged with the white lotus in his sea of consciousness, forming the yin-yang twin lotus. Now, he could control the yin and yang aura of the yin-yang twin lotus and inject it into the enemy's body to make them lose balance. It was a terrifying killing weapon. Walala. Beside Lin Tian, the sea of lotuses swayed, and the black and white colors shone brightly. As he moved his mind, the sea of lotuses shook, and more lotus petals floated out, completely covering the space within a radius of dozens of feet. Ah! The cultivators of the sea of consciousness of several large sects exploded one after another, and their blood stained the ground. The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism was shocked. Be careful. The man shouted. A supreme sword appeared in his hand. The man used the divine power of the Tsinghua Taoism and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the sea of yin and yang lotuses was not obstructed at all. They directly pressed forward, and lotus petals rushed into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the young man of the Tsinghua Taoism screamed and fell from the sky with a bang. Open! The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism shouted. It had to be said that this person was indeed very powerful. He did not explode like the other cultivators of the sea of consciousness after the lotus petals entered his body and endured it. However, at this moment, Lin Tian flashed over. The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Can you kill me? As soon as he finished speaking, he punched down. The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism raised the supreme sword in his hand and pressed it down. With a crack, it was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Tian's fist landed directly on his chest, directly shattering him into pieces. Fellow Taoist from the Purple Light sect. Damn it. What the hell is this? The cultivators of the other large sects were all shocked. Lin Tian's face emotionless, and he looked around. Buzz. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea moved according to his will, forming dozens of short swords that slashed in all directions. The short sword was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than ordinary lotus petals. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the body of the descendant of the Great Northern Sect. Ah! The man screamed in agony as he struggled madly. His body was instantly entangled by the black and white streams of energy. In the next moment, this person exploded on the spot with a poof. Seeing two people being killed in a row, the other Zephyr Flight powerhouses of the other great sects were all frightened, and their faces were filled with fear. How could a cultivator at the eighth heaven of the Sea of Consciousness be so powerful? He was actually able to kill an enemy who was 4 minor realms above him. Buzz. All of a sudden, divine light appeared in the distant sky, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The 5 members of the Bai clan worked together and activated a divine ring. The divine ring enveloped the surroundings and pressed down on Lin Tian. Under the void god ring, everything will be suppressed. The 5 of them shouted. Lin Tian raised his head, his eyes indifferent. Is that so? His eyes were cold as he raised his right hand. The first layer of the 4-symbol seal condensed and moved forward. With a whoosh, the void god rings of the 5 members of the Bai clan disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? This is one of the core secret arts of the Bai clan. How could it be broken so easily? Damn it. What the hell is that? The 5 of them were shocked. Lin Tian moved his feet and arrived with the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, pressing down on the 5 of them. I have nothing to say to you, he said coldly. With a thought, the 4 symbols Tao diagram flew out, and the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea pressed down. With a poof, another member of the Bai clan exploded. It was difficult for him to resist. At the same time, screams continued in all directions. Black and white lotus petals floated in the air like snowflakes. Although they were of different colors, they covered every corner. In the face of such yin-yang lotus petals, how could ordinary cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness resist? They could not even block a single lotus petal. Those who were grazed by it would directly shatter into pieces and die tragically. Lin Tian moved with the yin-yang lotus, dodging the killing light in the sky, and approached another member of the Bai clan again. Yu, clang, the yin-yang lotus sea condensed a long sword that was about an inch long and pierced through the person's glabella. Ah! The person screamed, and a black and white yin-yang qi appeared around his body. He rolled on the ground and struggled frantically. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he directly cut off the person's head. His eyes were indifferent as he glanced at the last 3 people of the Bai family and the outstanding experts of the other great sections. Speaking of which, the Bai family sent experts to kill me because I was too close to their princess. You great sects want to steal the weapon control technique. Good, I'll let you see it before you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound was heard. 10 precious swords and more than 10 precious swords appeared around him at the same time. This is? It's that kind of weapon controlling technique. It's from a higher heaven region. Seeing this scene, many people were moved. However, their expressions soon changed because dozens of treasured swords trembled and slashed wildly in all directions. Ah! Miserable screams sounded, and it was particularly ear-piercing. For the ordinary disciples of the great sects, this was undoubtedly a feast of death. First, it was the yin-yang lotus sea, and then it was the weapon control grand technique. Apart from a few flying experts who had the strength to resist, the others were simply no match for it. Puff, 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 blood splattered and flowed to the ground. In just a few dozen breaths, more than 100 cultivators of the 10 sects were killed. It's too cruel. You actually killed all of them. The expert of the Xingu Taoism said. Cruel? Lin Tian tilted his head. Are you qualified to say that? With a clang, dozens of swords rushed out together with the yin-yang lotus swords and arrived in front of the person in an instant. You, puff, blood exploded, and the person of the Xinga Taoism died tragically. Such a bloody scene immediately made the other 5 people and the last 3 members of the Bai clan tremble in fear. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, they only felt that he was simply a demon. What's wrong? One side wants to kill me, and the other side wants to seize the treasured technique. Why did both of you stop? Lin Tianling said. The 3 members of the Bai clan and the successors of the other great sects all had ashen faces, and they looked a little ugly. Since you guys aren't moving, I'll do it. Lin Tiandao. The brilliance between his brows shone brightly, and the yin-yang lotus sea merged, directly pressing towards the last 5 airborne realm experts of the great sections. With a boom, black and white light surged, like a black and white sea rolling with terrifying power. At the same time, there were dozens of large swords in the lotus sea, and they rang loudly. Puff, puff, puff. There was no doubt that the power of the yin-yang lotus sea was boundless, and it was almost comparable to the complete king's territory divine ability. How could these ordinary cultivators of the great sects resist it? In the blink of an eye, 3 more people were killed, and blood stained the sky. In the blink of an eye, only the disciples of the 2 great sects and the 2 middle-aged men of the Bai clan were left. The young powerhouse of the Xianxia sect took a step back and directly fled into the distance. Then, the successor of the Kangluo immortal sect didn't stay any longer and quickly flew into the sky and fled into the distance. Lin Tian was really too strong, and the means of control made their hearts palpitate. There was no way they could resist at all. Now, they were just thinking about how to survive. Lin Tianling smiled, and the yin-yang twin lotus condensed 2 cold swords and instantly attacked. Ah! 2 screams sounded as the 2 young men fell from the sky at the same time, letting out shrill screams. The yin-yang twin lotus entered their consciousness, causing them to suffer unimaginable injuries, and they couldn't help but roll on the ground. Lin Tian waved his hand emotionlessly, and the 2 long swords arrived and cut off the heads of the 2 men. You guys are the only ones left. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the last 3 people of the Bai clan, stepping forward step by step. Facing Lin Tian's cold eyes, the 3 people of the Bai clan trembled slightly and couldn't help but retreat. The ancient Bai clan looked down on the 2nd heavenly domain. As members of the Bai clan, and as powerhouses of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, why are you afraid when facing a small cultivator of the spiritual sea realm like me? Lin Tiandao. Such words immediately made the faces of the 3 people of the Bai clan turn pale. Lin Tian, don't be so smug. We're just a side branch of the clan, and we've only cultivated some of the spells in the scripture of the gods. When the true powerhouse of our clan appears, you'll only be killed. One of them said coldly. Is that so? I'll wait. Lin Tian was expressionless. He had nothing to say to these 3 people. They came to kill him, and he could only raise his sword to meet them. Boom, the yin-yang lotus sea rushed out, and the barren heaven world, divine cry palace, and 9-fist sword appeared together, pressing forward. After about half an hour, the place became quiet. The last 3 people of the Bai clan were killed. Lin Tian glanced at the surroundings, put away some useful artifacts and supreme treasures, and then left the place. Not long after, someone found the Daluo mountain forest and came to find Lin Tian, but all they saw was a ground full of corpses. These seemed to be the powerhouses of the top 10 sects, and even the candidates for the next hierarch of each sect. The middle-aged man over there seems to be someone from the Bai clan. Many people were shocked. In this place, the ground was soaked in blood, and the corpses were all over the place. It was a shocking sight. A female cultivator saw this scene, and her face turned pale. She couldn't help but hold on to an old tree and retch. Soon, the news spread as if it had grown wings, shocking many major forces. The major sects were shocked and angry. Many of their outstanding disciples had been killed, and each of them had lost a candidate for the next hierarch. These were the future pillars of their sects, but now they were killed just like that. There's no need to send more disciples. Let those above the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm do it. An elder of a major sect said coldly. At the same time, Baiyu was furious. He personally sent more powerhouses of his clan to kill Lin Tian. After leaving the previous battlefield, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved at an extremely fast speed. I must quickly enter the 9th level of the Sea of Consciousness and rely on the Zephyr Pill to reach the Zephyr Realm. Otherwise, I can advance to the 6th level of Array Manipulator and learn the method of engraving killing arrays in the void and on the ground. Lin Tian said to himself. He was too dangerous now. It seemed that he killed them easily before, but in fact, every time he attacked, he used all his strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill more than a dozen powerhouses at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr Realm so easily. Moreover, these people were just small fries. If he encountered a real powerhouse, such as Baiziki and Patsong, or people at the peak of the Zephyr Realm like Bai Yu and Muyang Feng, he couldn't stop them at all. No, even if he was facing a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr Realm, he wouldn't be able to resist. Only by entering the Zephyr Realm can I barely have the capital to travel the world alone. He thought to himself. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but his speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of feet. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe appeared in front of him. His whole body was surrounded by an astonishing pill chi. Even his pupils had pill-shaped flames, giving people a creepy feeling. Young friend Lin Tian, can you come with me for a talk? Staring at the middle-aged man, Lin Tian became vigilant. This person was very scary. He was estimated to be at the 7th layer of the Zephyr Realm. Please search, taste book Net, to see the most complete novels. Someone from the Shen family? He said in a deep voice. Blocking in front of him and possessing the aura of elixir, the biggest possibility he could think of was the alchemist Shen family. Sure enough, the middle-aged man nodded, confirming his guess. Shen Hongyuan originally prepared many means and sent many family experts to search for Lin Tian and capture Lin Tian. However, after hearing that Lin Tian killed more than a dozen 3rd-layer experts of the Zephyr Realm, he immediately recalled ordinary family experts and reported to the elders of the family. So, the middle-aged man in green appeared here. I wonder if you can visit my Shen family? The middle-aged man in green said. Lin Tian's heart moved slightly. Visit, just a visit? How could it be so simple? If he went to visit an alchemist family, he would die without knowing how. He knew very well why the middle-aged man in green in front of him came. Sorry, I can't do it now. In a few days, I will definitely visit. He said. After that, he avoided the middle-aged man in green and walked to the left. With a swish, the middle-aged man in green flashed and blocked in front of him. Senior, what do you mean? Lin Tian frowned. The middle-aged man in green said without changing his expression, I heard that you have some small conflicts with the young people of my Shen family. As an elder of the Shen family, I want to mediate. At the same time, I also want to ask you about the method of alchemy. When the words method of alchemy were mentioned, the eyes of the middle-aged man in green clearly flashed with a touch of light. Lin Tiandao said, I only know a little. How can I be qualified to ask the senior of the alchemist family? Senior, you think too highly of me. Otherwise, my Shen family and the other 2 alchemist families don't have the method of flame seal. The azure-clothed middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian and said, according to legend, the flame transformation seal was created by one of the 9 great celestial venerables, the master apothecary, and it has long since been lost in the river of time. I really want to know, how did little friend Lin come to possess this lost Tao of alchemy treasured technique? I don't understand what senior is talking about. I don't know that kind of thing. Lin Tiandao. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the other side. However, the middle-aged man in green blocked his path again. You won't? Let me give it a try. The green-robed middle-aged man raised his hand and conjured an alchemic flame. It burned so intensely that the space around it began to distort. Offensive alchemic flames can be divided into 7 levels. From low to high, their colors are yellow, purple, cyan, green, blue, red, and black. Maidan fire is at the 3rd level, and it is difficult for ordinary martial skills to extinguish it. The most effective method is the flame transformation seal, and this seal is said to be able to swallow all flames in the world. After saying that, the middle-aged man in the green robe showed no mercy. He urged the green alchemic fire to envelop Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. Feeling the scorching heat, she quickly retreated. Behind him, the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, and the Jiuquan sword all rushed forward. However, it was useless. This was because the middle-aged man's cultivation was very strong. He was at least 8 levels higher than Yi Futian. With a boom, the green alchemic fire closed in on Yi Futian in the blink of an eye. With his hands behind his back, the middle-aged man said, "With your current cultivation, you can only use the flame transformation seal to extinguish this move and help you resolve the crisis. Otherwise, this alchemic fire will burn you to ashes." Lin Tian cursed in his heart. Unable to dodge, he shook his right hand and directly condensed a mysterious rune. The rune flickered and absorbed the green alchemic fire that was burning in front of him. Then, he directly threw the rune in front of him. With a boom, the green alchemic fire rushed out and turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the middle-aged man in green. After that, Yi Futian turned around and left quickly on the yin and yang liang. The middle-aged man smashed the alchemic fire in the sky with his palm. His eyes shone with divine light. It really is the flame transformation seal. Staring at Lin Tian, who was running away, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate and chased after him. When he heard Shen Hongyuan say that Lin Tian knew the lost art of alchemy, he didn't really believe it. That was why he came out to test it himself. Now that he saw that Lin Tian really knew the legendary flame transformation seal, how could he let Lin Tian leave? Since he knew the flame transformation seal, then it was very likely that he knew other lost alchemy arts. To the Shen family, Lin Tian was a divine treasure. The middle-aged man took a step forward and covered a distance of more than 10 feet. Lin Tian looked back and couldn't help but feel a chill. This middle-aged man was shockingly fast. His eyes turned cold. His footsteps flashed, and his speed suddenly increased. The yin and yang liang was divided into 9 levels. He had been cultivating and had broken through the 2nd level not long ago, reaching the 3rd level. Now, with the yin and yang liang on the 3rd level, his speed was comparable to that of an expert of the 7th level of the levitating realm. He wasn't much slower. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from the middle-aged man in green. "Lin Tian?" "Yes, it's that Lin Tian." "Stop him." A group of rogue cultivators appeared in front of him. There were more than 50 of them, and their cultivation ranged from the 5th level to the 9th level. With a boom, the group of people used their martial arts and slashed at Lin Tian. Not long ago, Lin Tian killed more than 10 experts of the airborne realm, which shocked many major forces and shocked many people. However, this didn't make too many people retreat because Lin Tian had mastered the weapon control technique. This temptation was too great. For this precious technique, even a few ordinary Sea of Consciousness cultivators would fearlessly come to fight for it. After all, although Lin Tian was powerful, he was only one person in the end. If a group of people worked together to kill him, there would always be hope for victory. "Kill!" Someone shouted and pressed forward. "Get lost!" A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He spread out the barren heaven realm and pressed forward. Puff, 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 screams rang out, and it was especially mournful. These ordinary cultivators couldn't resist the barren heaven realm that Lin Tian summoned with the divination divine technique. More than half of them died on the spot. Among the dozens of rogue cultivators, those who were lucky enough to survive stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes suddenly showed extreme fear. How is this possible? One hit and he. Staring at Lin Tian, these people couldn't help but retreat, and a bone-piercing chill ran down their spines. More than 50 people joined forces, and many of them were cultivators of the 9th heaven of the spiritual sea realm, but they couldn't even block one hit from Lin Tian. More than 30 people died directly. This difference shocked the dozen or so people who survived, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Lin Tianlin glanced coldly at the dozen or so people. He didn't stay and directly fled into the distance. There were cultivators chasing behind him, and he didn't have time to pay attention to these small fries. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent attacked, and Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. Without much time to think, he stepped on the yin and yang rock and quickly moved 30 feet away. Crack! A blade light flew over, cutting an old tree into pieces not far away. 30 feet away, Lin Tian had just landed when a chill ran down his spine again, as if a ghost was attacking him from behind. Without much time to think, he directly activated the barren heaven realm and pressed it behind him. Good spiritual sense. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a long robe appeared, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Xinga Taoism. Lin Tianling's face darkened. He recognized this man. He was one of the 10 people who went to Wuji Gate to make trouble for him, an elder of the Xinga Taoism. The Xinga Taoism elder's eyes were cold. Without a word, he slapped at Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated, pressed down with the barren heaven realm, and fled into the distance again. This Xinga Taoism elder was very powerful. He was far from being a match for him. If he faced him head-on, he would die. You can't escape. The Xinga Taoism elder slapped the barren heaven realm open and chased after him. Lin Tian didn't resist at all. He just stepped on the yin and yang robe and fled. Not long after, the elders of the other sects appeared one after another. There were also several strong cultivators of the Bai family in front of him, completely blocking his escape route. Be obedient and suffer less physical pain. Suppress him first, then we'll discuss how to deal with him. I wonder if the Bai family friends have any opinions? Sure. The group of people pressed toward the center. Staring at the group of strong cultivators, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine, but his eyes were cold. Do you really think I'm a bird in a cage? He said coldly. With a buzz, he activated the divination divine skill. The barren heaven realm, divine cry palace, and 9 spring sword appeared one by one. It's not your skill. It won't work. It's just a form. Suppress him. The dozen people said. Violent spiritual ether waves pressed on Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian's chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were all stronger than him. Surrender. The elder of the green flame celestial sect approached and pressed his palm on Lin Tian. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Tian quickly retreated. At the same time, his glabella shone brightly and the yin-yang lotus sea rushed out. The black and white lotus flowers spread in all directions, covering every corner. Break! The elder of the green flame celestial sect didn't dodge. He faced the black and white lotus petals in front of him and slammed his palm down. However, in the next moment, the lotus petals passed through his palm at an extremely fast speed and disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the elder of the green flame celestial sect shook violently and let out a painful groan. Almost at the same time, the strong cultivators of the other large sects were the same. Under the situation where they didn't know about the yin-yang lotus sea, they were all at a disadvantage. Their sea of consciousness shook violently, and they felt intense pain. Even the strong cultivators of the Bai family were no exception. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang lotus and flashed through a gap, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Damn it. I was careless. Those lotus petals are not simple. They ignore everything and can directly attack the sea of consciousness. Could it be a strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness? More than 10 people's expressions were very unpleasant. There were still dense black and white lotus petals floating around, blocking the path ahead. At this time, Lin Tian's figure had already disappeared without a trace. It was difficult for them to catch up with him. After escaping from the clutches of over 10 experts, Lin Tian flew all the way, and not long after, he appeared in another deep mountain forest. At this moment, he paused his steps and felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. 3 middle-aged men walked out in front of him. They were all acquaintances. They were the 3 peak masters of the Wuji Gate, the Wuji Peak Master, the Muyangfeng Peak Master, and the Luoying Peak Master. Lin Tian, don't be nervous. We have no bad intentions. We are here to help you under the order of the Gate Master. You can secretly follow us back to the Wuji Gate. You can secretly cultivate in the gate. The outside world will never know your whereabouts. The Wuji Peak Master said. Tags, the mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on mobile at reading on a mobile phone. Staring at the 3 people in front of him, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a step back. Translator, Transin editor, Transin thanked the sect leader for his kindness, but there's no need. I can go on alone in this world, he said. Avoiding the three, he walked to the other side. A sword light slashed down. Muyang Feng blocked in front of him. The Wuji Peak Master's expression changed slightly. Muyang Feng, what are you doing? The sect leader has ordered that no one is allowed to touch him. Don't touch him? Muyang Feng said coldly, do you think he'll be willing to go back with us if we don't touch him? In short, don't touch him. The Wuji Peak Master's face darkened. Lin Tianlin glanced at Muyang Feng coldly. He spread out the yin and yang puppet and rushed into the distance. Peak Master Muyang coldly snorted and blocked the front again. He slapped down with his palm, Sect Master is too benevolent. With the three of us here, how can we not keep a little Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator? We can just suppress him and bring him back. There's no need to invite him. With a boom, a vast palm print descended, enveloping Lin Tian within it. Stop. The Wuji Peak Master's expression changed. He blocked Muyang Feng. Muyang Feng's hand shook. He bypassed the Wuji Peak Master and tried to capture Lin Tian again. Wuji Peak Master, you're too naive and childish. To be clear, he won't be willing to go back with us? There's absolutely no chance. Even if you kneel down and beg him, it's useless. I've already said that we can just suppress him and bring him back. It'll save us time and energy. The Wuji Peak Master frowned and paused slightly. With a swoosh, Muyang Feng avoided the Wuji Peak Master and the handprint fell directly on Lin Tian. This wasn't an ordinary palm, but a powerful martial technique. Old thing. Lin Tian supported the Barren Heaven World, Divine Roar Palace, and 9 Springs sword to block the attack. With a boom, the giant handprint fell, slapping away the Barren Heaven Realm, the Divine Roar Palace, and the Jiuquan sword. At the same time, Lin Tian staggered backwards. He felt a tightness in his chest and blood gushed up to his throat. At the same time, his internal organs convulsed. Facing a powerhouse of the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm, the current him was indeed too weak. Come with us obediently. Otherwise, we'll chop off your limbs and bring you back. Muyang Feng said coldly. The Wuji Peak Master frowned and his expression darkened. Master Muyang Feng, you are too reckless. Wuji Peak Master, please calm down. I feel that what Master Muyang Feng said makes sense. At this moment, the Peak Lord of Fallen Shadow Peak stepped forward and said in a deep voice, based on this person's personality, no matter what we do, he won't follow us back to cultivate. As for that technique. Therefore, it is best to suppress him and bring him back. No. The sect leader had given the order to not act recklessly. We can only use the word please. The Wuji Peak Master said. Boom. Right at this moment, Peak Master Muyang had already charged out again. He had actually executed the Tombfall Celestial Light Divine ability. Suddenly, a faint blue divine light appeared and pressed towards Lin Tian. This is enough to suppress him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The same technique, but when Muyang Feng used it, it was much stronger than Xianxia's. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and retreated. With a light flick of his finger, the first layer of the 4 symbols Dao diagram flew out directly. The Dao diagram collided with the Tombfall Immortal Light, but this time, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the Dao diagram of the 4 symbols Dao diagram shattered with a crack. Although the technique is extraordinary, it is a pity that you are too weak. Muyang Feng said. Lin Tian retreated again. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Right now, you are only in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Facing me, what can you do? It is useless no matter what you do. Muyang Feng said. Lin Tian did not say anything. His expression did not change, but his hands moved even harder and faster. A stone platform and a stone wall rushed out from behind him. There were many black and white 3-leaf clovers on the edge of the stone platform. There was a line of ancient words engraved on the stone wall. Especially after the line of ancient words, the 2 seal scripts shone brightly, revealing the Tao Benevolence Holy Light. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura overflowed, causing the surrounding space to be oppressed. At this moment, he used the divining divine technique to derive the place where Heavenly Lord Tao Benevolence comprehended the Tao. Suddenly, the Tao light overflowed. Qi, Muyang Feng's tuneful immortal light trembled violently, and in the next moment, it was annihilated. Then, the terrifying aura pressed down, and suddenly, Muyang Feng was forced to retreat. This? Not far away, the Wuji Peak Master and Luoying Peak Master's expressions changed. A mere sea of consciousness 8th celestial layer cultivator had actually shattered the divine ability of a 9th celestial layer Zephyr cultivator and forced him to retreat. Such a thing had never happened in the history of cultivation. Cough. On the other side, Lin Tian spat out blood and flew back 10 feet away. He glanced coldly at Muyang Feng. Without stopping, he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and went away. You still want to leave? You can't leave. Muyang Feng said coldly. At this moment, Peak Master Muyang was both shocked and furious. He was an expert at the peak of the Zephyr realm, but he was actually dispelled by a little cultivator at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness and forced to retreat a few steps. This was simply a great humiliation. With a boom, an even more terrifying aura rushed out of his body. More dense tuneful immortal light propped up, cracking the ground a little. Muyang Feng took a step forward and directly approached Lin Tian. Enough. Muyang Feng, you are too presumptuous. The Wuji Peak Master blocked in front. A strong wave of true essence rushed out. The Wuji Peak Master blocked Muyang Feng with a cold face. In the distance, Lin Tian looked back and instantly went away. In the next few days, he killed one powerful individual cultivator after another who came to steal the precious technique. He avoided the elders of the 9 great sects and broke free from the pursuers of the Bai family and the Shin family. Finally, he found an absolutely hidden place and hid. One against the world, very good. This way, it can stimulate my potential even more. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and on his body, but his face was extremely cold. Closing his eyes, he took out a baodan and swallowed it. Then, he began to use the 4 extremity scripture to heal his injured body. Although Lin Tian had snuck down, there were still many people searching for him in the outside world. There were people from the ancient Bai clan, the alchemist Shin clan, the 10 great sects, and even some ordinary unaffiliated cultivators. However, none of these people could find any traces of Lin Tian. In the end, the experts from the Bai clan returned to their clans, the experts from the Shin clan returned to their clans, and the elders from the 10 great sects also returned to their clans. Wuji Gate, Wuji Hall, how dare you? The sect master of the Wuji sect stared at Muyang Feng with a cold face. Muyang Feng's face was slightly pale. He said, Sect master, how can we ask him to come back? Also, if he really found the divining divine skill, we must bring him back. If he doesn't want to come back, we can only do it. Shut up. I know you have a grudge against him because your disciple was suppressed, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I've already said that no one is allowed to do anything to him. We can only ask him to come back. The sect master of the Wuji sect stared at Muyang Feng and said coldly, go back to your main peak. You are not allowed to step out of Muyang Feng for 3 months. Muyang Feng's face was ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only leave resentfully. Seeing Muyang Feng leave, the sect master of the Wuji sect sighed and turned to look at the fallen celestial peak. Sect master, I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Lin Tian back. The sect master of the Wuji peak said. The sect master of the Wuji sect waved his hand. The technique he used that day was definitely the divining divine skill. Only this legendary battle saint technique can allow him to fight across 4 or 5 small realms. Rumor has it that the divining divine skill was created by Lord Daoren. Lord Daoren is a righteous person. If he can find this precious technique, it shows that his character and talent are excellent. If such a young man like him could stay in the sect and cultivate, he would definitely become a pillar of the sect. In the future, it would be extremely likely for my limitless immortal school to shine brightly and become stronger. Unfortunately, such an outstanding person like him was missed because of my mistake. Sect master, you don't have to blame yourself. You didn't protect him for the past 2 times because of Wuji Gate. We can forget about the matter of the 9 great sects, but the ancient Bai family came to the sect to ask for him. What can you do? The peak master of the Wuji sect said. The sect master of the Wuji sect waved his hand and looked at the fallen immortal peak. He sighed slightly. A mistake is a mistake. He was right before. As the sect master of Wuji Gate, I didn't protect my disciple when I knew he didn't do anything wrong. Instead, I let people from other forces take him away. I'm not a qualified sect master. The peak master of the Wuji sect stood quietly on the side and followed the sect master's gaze. Techniques are important, but people are even more important. It doesn't matter if we can't obtain the heavens divination divine technique. This treasure technique has been silent in my limitless immortal school for so long, yet no one has been able to find it. This also means that this technique is not fated with my limitless immortal school. The sect master of the Wuji sect said with deep eyes, pass down my order. From now on, no disciple of the Wuji sect is allowed to touch him. If possible, help him secretly when appropriate. Yes, sect master. The peak master of the Wuji sect nodded. The ancient Bai family, the door of a hall was pushed open. Bai Qiu, dressed in purple, barged in angrily. If you send more experts to deal with him, I'll die here. The aura of Yin surrounded Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu held a dagger and aimed it at her neck. There were 3 elders in the hall. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Little ancestor, what are you doing? Put the dagger away. It'll be terrible if you touch it. An old woman hurried forward. This old woman was very powerful. She was at the connecting immortal realm, but at this moment, she was anxious. Stop. Bai Qiu pointed at the old woman. During this period, she had received several pieces of news. The Bai family's experts were attacking Lin Tian, the 10 great sects experts were chasing after Lin Tian, and the alchemist family Shen family was attacking him. Bai Qiu had cried several times and finally came here. She knew that she was the main reason for all of this. How could she not be sad? Over and over again. How can you do this? How can you treat him like this? What's the difference between you and a hooligan? Bai Qiu glared at the 3 of them, tears welling up in her eyes. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were somewhat ugly because they were indeed unreasonable in this matter. In the end, one of them gritted his teeth and said, fine. We won't send any more experts to deal with him. However, he killed more than 30 members of our Bai family. I'm afraid we can't let this matter go so easily. Soon, the young experts of this generation of my Bai family will go out to train. This grudge will be settled by those of the same generation. Bai Qiu shook her head. No. He's only. At that moment, someone appeared beside Bai Qiu. Bai Ziki flashed and snatched the dagger from her hand. Then, Bai Ziki did not say anything and pulled Bai Qiu out. Let go of me. Bai Qiu shouted outside the hall. This result is more or less enough. Bai Ziki said. Big brother. Bai Qiu was anxious. There are a few people in our family who are not much weaker than you. How can you be a match for them? That's his problem. Bai Ziki frowned and said, also, your lunar origin has been fluctuating too frequently and chaotically during this period. Don't cultivate for the time being. As he spoke, he did not give Bai Qiu a chance to react. He directly used the secret technique of the Divine Sutra and completely sealed Bai Qiu's true essence. Then, he dragged her into the depths of the Bai family. The alchemist family, the Shen family, the middle-aged man in green returned to the family and summoned the other elders of the family. They were all above the 7th heaven of the levitating realm. How was it? One of them asked. That's right. He does have the legendary flame seal. However, it has completely disappeared. The middle-aged man in green said. Come to think of it, in the near future, all the major forces will send their disciples out to gain experience. My Shen family is no exception. Another person said, after that, let the disciples out to train pay close attention to Lin Tian's movements. As you said, this person is not simple. He's very important to the Shen family. On this day, all the major factions were moved and made different responses. A few more days passed. Young talents walked out of their sects and families and walked toward the vast second heaven. In a hidden cave in the old forest, Lin Tian focused on cultivating. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In half a month, relying on the divine refining runes, his cultivation had improved a lot. He was about to reach the peak of the eighth heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. Because of the continuous clashes with airborne realm experts, his combat ability and combat experience had improved a lot after digesting them. His overall combat strength had improved a lot compared to before. It's hard to improve in a short time. It's time to go out, he muttered to himself. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS. Reading on mobile phone. After leaving the hidden cave in the old forest, Lin Tian put on a black robe. That covered his entire body and face. Booknet. His current identity was very sensitive. Before his cultivation reached the Zephyr realm, it would be good for him to cover up a little. After walking out of the old forest, there was a wide road in front of him. Let's go. Those young talents are all gathered there. It should be quite lively. Of course. After all, it's hosted by the young talents of the Bai family. There are also geniuses from the other major sections. There were many cultivators on the road, and they were all heading in one direction. Lin Tian tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. That was the Daluo Mountain Forest. He stopped a cultivator and asked, "Brother, are you all heading to the Daluo Mountain Forest? Is there something interesting going on?" Seeing Lin Tian's black robe that covered even his face, the cultivator frowned slightly, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there were too many cultivators in the world, and some of them had strange habits. Not long ago, the young talents of the major sects came out to train. The Bai family initiated an alliance, and the 9 major sects responded. They all gathered in the Daluo Mountain Forest to find and suppress a person called Lin Tian. It's said that he has mastered the art of weapon manipulation. Most importantly, he offended the Bai family and the 9 major sects. I see. Lin Tian nodded, then asked, but why the 9 major sects? Aren't they the 10 major sects? That Lin Tian used to be a disciple of the Wuji Gate. It's said that the master of Wuji Gate gave an order to no longer interfere with Lin Tian's affairs, and forbade any disciples from taking action against Lin Tian. The cultivator said. Lin Tian nodded and thanked him. The cultivator quickly walked away and jogged toward the Daluo Mountain Forest. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Limitless Sect Master. When he was at Wuji Gate, he did not make any mistakes. However, the Limitless Sect leader did not protect him and allowed the outsiders to take him away. To be honest, even though he did not feel good about it, he did not blame the Limitless Sect leader. After all, he was in a certain position, and the Limitless Sect leader had to make a choice. Now, he had escaped from Wuji Gate with the divine technique, and the Limitless Sect Master naturally knew about it. Under the situation where he had become the enemy of the entire world, the Limitless Sect Master still gave such an order, which made him feel emotional. This could be considered a kind of magnanimity. Sighing slightly, he looked in the direction of the Daluo Forest again, his eyes turning cold. Pausing for a moment, he strode toward the Daluo Mountain Forest. In the Daluo Mountain Forest, an old tree stood tall and strong. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around and were discussing spiritedly. In front of them was an open space, and the ground was stained with blood. 3 young men in purple stood together. All of them were extremely handsome, and their clothes and faces were bright and fresh. They were surrounded by a group of people. They were from the Bai family. Lin Tian arrived. Wearing a black robe, he stared at the 3 of them and stood quietly in the crowd. Everyone, do you know who the blood and bones on the ground belong to? A person from the Bai family asked. That person was called Bai Yu. He was extremely powerful and was at the first level of the Zephyr flight. Of course. There's the blood of our elders, senior brothers, and junior brothers. They all died in the hands of that thief. How could we forget such a thing? A person from the 9 great sects said. That's right. Our senior brothers and elders were all killed by him. That thief is cruel and can't be left alive. We have to surround and kill him. Another person from the Bai family said. That person was called Bai Heng. He was also at the first level of the Zephyr flight and was very powerful. Kill him. We'll follow the orders of the 3 young masters of the Bai family. We have no objections. We'll definitely kill him. The people from the 9 great sects shouted. In fact, some powerful itinerant cultivators even joined in and formed several teams to chase after Lin Tian. The 3 people from the Bai family nodded. The last person to speak was called Bai Chiha. He said loudly, "In that case, we'll join forces and suppress that thief. We'll avenge the seniors and clansmen who died in his hands. Only then can we let the seniors and clansmen who died in this forest rest in peace. Their souls will ascend to heaven. Avenge! Avenge! Avenge!" Everyone responded. In the crowd, Lin Tian smiled coldly. It had to be said that the 3 people from the Bai family chose this Dalua mountain forest and used the blood and bones on the ground to incite the crowd. The effect was really good. Using this place and saying such words, it made it seem like he was really a heinous person. He was wrapped in a black robe, so his face couldn't be seen. He said, "The 3 of you from the Bai family, the words avenge don't seem to be appropriate. As far as I know, it was your Bai family who chased after Lin Tian for no reason. The other sects and itinerant cultivators wanted to steal his precious technique, but they were killed instead. This seems to be your own fault. How can you talk about avenge?" As soon as he said this, the crowd suddenly became quiet. Then, they all became angry. "Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? You're speaking for that thief? You're talking nonsense." Someone reprimanded. "Nonsense?" Under the black robe, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Why don't you gather here to suppress that person? Don't you want to steal his weapon-controlling technique? Also, you itinerant cultivators, what grudge do you have against Lin Tian? If you don't covet that precious technique, why would you gather here to deal with Lin Tian?" The people from the 9 sects were angry and stared at Lin Tian. Some itinerant cultivators' faces were ashen. "We gathered here for the sake of righteousness. How can we be humiliated by you? Righteousness?" Lin Tian mocked. "You're really noble." In the Dalua mountain forest, some people who came to watch the show had strange expressions as they stared at the black-robed Lin Tian. Who's this guy? The Bai family initiated this alliance, and the 9 sects and itinerant cultivators responded to deal with Lin Tian together. This guy actually said something here. Isn't he asking for a rebuff? Many people were discussing. Baiyu raised his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. He looked over and said, "Friend, you must have evidence to back up your words. Lin Tian once flirted with the princess of my Bai clan. Moreover, he even killed a few geniuses from the 9 great sects before this. There are many blood debts on his body, which is why my Bai clan and the 9 great sects are hunting him down. How could we possibly covet his treasured technique?" "That's right. You're right, young Master Baiyu. How can such a pervert be allowed to live?" Many people shouted. Under the black robe, Lin Tian sneered. "Young Master Bai, why are you so different from what I've heard? As far as I know, Lin Tian never flirted with the princess of your family. On the contrary, it was your princess who always clung to him. As for your so-called killing of several talents of the 9 sects, it seems that those talents wanted to kill your princess and Lin Tian to steal the precious technique. That's why Lin Tian counterattacked and killed those people. Speaking of which, Lin Tian can be considered as protecting your princess, right?" As soon as Lin Tian said that, Baiyu and the rest of the 9 sects' expressions changed slightly. Their expressions froze. Is there such a thing? The 9 sects once wanted to kill the princess of the Bai family, and Lin Tian stood up to protect her. Now, the Bai family and the 9 sects are working together to deal with Lin Tian. If this is true, it's really a little, outside the circle. Many people were surprised. If this was true, wouldn't it be a little ridiculous for the Bai family and the 9 sects to work together to deal with Lin Tian? It could even be called a joke. Nonsense. My friend, hearsay can't be trusted after all. What you said is not acceptable. A voice sounded, and someone stood out. Seeing this person, Baiyu smiled faintly and nodded. So it's brother Xingyi from Wuji Gate. Master Baiyu. Xingyi returned the greeting. Hearing Xingye's words, the crowd all turned their heads to look at Lin Tian, who was covered in a black robe. These people were not interested in the precious technique. They just came here to watch the fun. Now that they heard several different voices, it naturally aroused their curiosity. Under the black robe, Lin Tiandao said, "Xingyi from Wuji Gate, everyone in the world knows that the master of Wuji Gate has ordered that no one is allowed to attack Lin Tian. As a disciple of the Limitless sect, you came here. Isn't that a blatant violation of the master's order? Not to mention the punishment from the master later, isn't it a little disgraceful for you to do this?" "Yes. Didn't the master of the Limitless sect order that no one is allowed to attack Lin Tian? This Xingyi, this." Some people pointed at him. Xingye's expression did not change. He said, "The master is generous and benevolent." Considering that the thief used to cultivate in the sect, he did not argue with him. However, if such a thief lives, it will be a disgrace to our Wuji Gate. The master is kind, but there will be people in the sect who will care. I came here on the order of my master. After killing this thief, I will go back to the sect to apologize. I have no regrets. So he came here on the master's order. In that case, this Xingyi can't be considered to have committed treason. Yes, that's right. Some people nodded. Under the black robe, Lin Tianlong smiled. On the master's order? It was Muyang Feng, that old thing again. Xingyi opened his mouth again and looked at the crowd. What Master Baiyu said is true. In the sect, Lin Tian was arrogant and domineering. He bullied and humiliated his fellow disciples. He even forcefully held the hand of the princess of the Bai family several times and openly flirted with her. In order to fight for the Baodan, that thief ruthlessly killed several outstanding disciples of the 9 sections. These are indisputable facts. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you talk nonsense with your eyes wide open? Under the black robe, Lin Tian laughed out loud. What I said is not a lie. How can I talk nonsense with my eyes wide open? Xingyi stared at Lin Tian coldly and said, "You just heard it and believed it. I am a disciple of the Wuji Gate. I was Lin Tian's fellow disciple. You heard about him. Do you think you know more about him than I do?" Well, indeed, Xingyi was Lin Tian's fellow disciple. What he said is indeed more convincing. If that's the case, then that Lin Tian really is. Some people frowned. The 3 people of the Bai family smiled at Xingyi. Xingyi returned the gesture. What else do you have to say? Xingyi looked at Lin Tian, who was wearing a black robe. Under the black robe, Lin Tiandao said, "Do you think you and Lin Tian used to be fellow disciples, so you know most about him?" Xingye's expression was indifferent. At least in this place, no one knows more about him than I do. Is that so? Lin Tianlong smiled and said sarcastically, "Then open your dog eyes and look carefully. Let's see who knows more about Lin Tian here, you or me." As he spoke, he lifted the black robe and revealed his true face. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS, reading on a mobile phone. Seeing Lin Tian's face under the black robe, Xingye's expression changed drastically. It's you. At the same time, everyone else was shocked. Is that Lin Tian? He actually came here. The onlookers' expressions changed. The Bai family had organized this alliance and gathered all the experts of the same generation to deal with Lin Tian. But now, the main character had come here alone. This caused all the cultivators who had come to watch the show to be shocked. Wasn't this too daring? With a series of rustling sounds, the 9 sects and the 3 people of the Bai family all moved and surrounded Lin Tian. How dare you come here? The 3 people of the Bai family sneered. The world is so big. How many places do I dare not go? Aren't you looking for me? I'll come to you myself. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't care about the 3 people of the Bai family at all. He stared at Xingyi mockingly. Tell me, between the 2 of us, who knows more about Lin Tian, you or I know more about Lin Tian? Xingye's face was gloomy and he couldn't say anything. Muyang Feng's disciples thought they were invincible and came to make trouble for me. After they were defeated, I bullied my fellow disciples? The princess of the Bai family often came to me, and I flirted with her? Are you blind or can't you see clearly? Did I kill a few disciples of the 9 sects in order to seize the treasure? When the elders of the 9 sects came to make trouble for me, the princess of the Bai family showed them the divine token and told them the details. Don't you know that the elders of the 9 sects knelt down and begged for my forgiveness? Staring at Xingyi, Lin Tian spoke calmly, but his eyes were sharp. What? The elders of the 9 sects knelt down and begged for Lin Tian's forgiveness? It sounds like the princess of the Bai family is close to Lin Tian, isn't she? How could the people of the Bai family? The crowd discussed animatedly. Nonsense. A disciple from the 9 great sects opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate the elders of our great sects? Our cultivation is profound, why would we kneel before a nobody like you?" Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at this person. He directly waved his sword. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. The disciple's chest was penetrated and he fell into a pool of blood on the spot. Hiss, many of the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. This, in the middle of a group of powerful enemies, he actually dared to directly kill. Why kneel? Because it makes sense, and because the princess of the Bai family is on my side. Lin Tian mockingly glanced at the cultivators of the 9 great sects and the rogue cultivators who had gathered to fight against him. What are you when facing the Bai family? What kind of attitude could he have? At most, it thinks of itself as a dog. Other than wagging its tail to please, what else can it do? Instantly, everyone was enraged. Nonsense. Trying to sow discord. What kind of status does the princess of my clan have? How could she possibly stand on your side? Why would I protect you? Bai Yu shouted. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully and looked at Xingyi. Senior brother Xing, tell me, is what I said true or false? He enunciated the words senior brother Xing particularly loudly, causing Xingye's face to turn a little pale. The crowd stared at Xingye's expression, and all of them were moved. It seems that Lin Tian is telling the truth. Someone muttered. These people were not stupid. From Lin Tian's attitude and Xingye's expression, it was enough to tell who was telling the truth. A cold light flashed in Bai Heng's eyes. There's no need to say anything more to this thief. Everyone, attack and suppress him together. That's right. There's no need to talk nonsense with this evil thief. Kill him. Attack. Attack together. Everyone shouted. Instantly, everyone pressed down on Lin Tian. The light of martial arts swept across all directions. There were more than 200 people gathered here. At this moment, more than 100 of them attacked together. The power was truly terrifying. Lin Tianlong smiled, not caring at all. How dare you bunch of third-rate trash gather here and try to kill me? With a clang, a high-grade supreme treasure appeared in his hand. The 7th sword of the 9 forms of the burning sun swept out and swept in all directions. Puff, 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 blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators died. Oh my God! The power of one sword can be so powerful? So powerful. Some of the onlookers' hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He walked calmly toward Xingyi. The Limitless Sect Master has ordered that no one in the sect is allowed to attack me. You and your master are really active. When he let you out to die, did he ask you to leave any last words? Xingye's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Tian, don't be too arrogant. You're just in the Sea of Consciousness realm. With a boom, a faint blue light rushed up. At this moment, Xingyi directly used Muyang Feng's Tuneful Immortal Light Theurgy. When I was in the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, you were no match for me. Now, what can you do with this theurgy? Lin Tianlong smiled. He bent his finger and flicked it. The 4 symbols Dao diagram gathered and directly annihilated all of Xingye's theurgy light. Then, he stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved in front of Xingyi in an instant. Bang, Lin Tian swung his fist and directly sent Xingyi flying. Xingye's chest caved in on the spot, and he let out a scream. Brother Zheng. Bai Yu's expression changed. He stepped forward and waved a big handprint to press down on Lin Tian. It was the godless palm of the Godless Sutra. Boom, the godless palm swung down, and the entire space shook. They were both in the first level of the Zephyr realm, but it had to be said that Bayu's strength was several times stronger than Xianxia's. He was even stronger than some cultivators in the second level of the Zephyr realm. When this palm pressed down, many onlookers were shocked. Lin Tian stepped back and used the divination divine technique. He activated the same godless palm, and a series of handprints directly slapped forward. This is the godless palm? How is it possible? How can he also use the godless palm? Isn't this the Bai family's secret technique? This? Many people's expressions changed. Lin Tian's godless palm collided with Bayu's godless palm. With a boom, the space shook violently. Damn it! Where did you learn the godless palm? The three Bai family members were shocked and angry. The three of them used their movement techniques and directly rushed toward Lin Tian. Get out of here. I'll deal with you later. Lin Tianling said. With a boom, he activated the eighth sword of the burning sun and directly forced the three of them to retreat. After that, he stepped forward and appeared in front of Jingyi again. I'll send you on your way. He said coldly, using the divination divine technique to create the barren heaven realm and mercilessly pressed down. Jingyi's expression changed drastically. He had seen the power of this king's territory before, so he immediately activated the heavenly light divine ability with all his strength. However, such a divine ability could not block the divination divine technique. Pfft. Jingyi coughed out blood and flew more than 10 meters away. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Lin Tian raised his leg and approached again. With a thought, the barren heaven realm directly pressed down. The ancient mountain fell, and the roar of wild beasts came from it, which immediately made Jingyi's expression change. No. Stop. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the road to the netherworld. It won't be long before I send your master down to accompany you. Lin Tianling. The barren heaven realm mercilessly pressed down, directly crushing Jingyi into pieces. Jingyi of the Wuji Gate, an early-stage void flight realm cultivator, was killed so easily? This, oh my god, what kind of combat power is this? He's only at the spiritual sense level. This is too unbelievable. Many cultivators were shocked. Seeing this scene, the young people of the 9 sects who were gathered here also changed their expressions. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't let him defeat us one by one. Bayu shouted. That's right. Although he's powerful, we have more people. If we work together, we can defeat him. Kill. Everyone roared. Instantly, saber lights and sword shadows appeared as the 200+ people charged towards Lin Tian in unison. Do you really think that ants can kill an elephant? Lin Tianling smiled. With a clang, dozens of treasure weapons appeared around him, all of them flying and slashing in all directions. Weapon control technique. Pft. 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 The disciples of the 9 sects gathered here were almost all at the 6th to 9th level of the spiritual sense level. How could they resist Lin Tian's weapon control technique? In the blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators fell into a pool of blood. More than 200 people were killed in a few seconds, and the ground was dyed red with blood. How could this be? We can't win this. It's impossible to win. If this goes on, we'll all be killed. Everyone was terrified. In the next moment, some rogue cultivators retreated and fled into the distance. Clang! A sword radiance fell and cut off that person's head. Lin Tian used his weapon control technique. Dozens of treasure weapons appeared in the air and surrounded the remaining people. Since you're gathered here to kill me, you should show some respect. What's the point of running away now? He said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the divination divine skill to shake the barren heaven realm. Grey mist sputtered in all directions. Pft. 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 Blood mist exploded. Facing the barren heaven realm that he created with the divination divine skill, these ordinary cultivators were no match for him. Fellow cultivator Lin, we were wrong. Please let us go. We were blinded by greed and wanted to fight for the treasure skills. We won't do it again. Please forgive us. Fellow cultivator Lin, please be merciful. Please don't kill us. Some rogue cultivators begged for mercy. Lin Tianling smiled. The barren heaven realm shook again, and more killing light fell. These people did not have the slightest grudge against him, yet they gathered together to kill him and steal his precious technique. Thus, how could he show them any mercy? Those who wanted to kill would always be killed. This was his philosophy. He would never be a saint for nothing. Pft. 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 Blood mist exploded again and again, falling to the ground. Lin Tian attacked mercilessly. Wherever the light of the barren heaven realm passed, no one could stop it. Anyone who was touched by it would die a tragic death. During this time, screams continued. More and more people fled. Some disciples of the large sects even ran away in fear. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the dozens of treasure weapons floating in the air. No, don't kill me. Lin Tian, you're a demon. Ah. No. Screams rose and fell. Blood splattered again and again. The number of corpses increased. In the distance, many onlookers were terrified. Some even couldn't help but tremble. This scene was like purgatory. Soon, 15 minutes passed. The screams finally weakened and then disappeared completely. Looking around, dozens of treasure weapons were floating in the air. The ground was full of broken corpses. Blood dyed the ground red. It was a glaring and shocking sight. More than 100 disciples of the large sects and nearly 100 rogue cultivators, all dead. Only the 3 from the Bai family are left. So many people gathered together, but none of them could stop him. It's only been 15 minutes. In the distance, many onlookers retreated. They felt like their hearts were about to jump out. In the forest, Lin Tian's clothes were not stained with blood. He looked at Baiyu and the others. Now, it's your turn. There are some things I want to know from you. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS, reading on a mobile phone. Facing Lin Tiantan's cold gaze, Baiyu and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. Their faces were ashen and ugly. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete. In the novel, they had gathered all the major sects here in the name of the Bai family to search for and kill Lin Tian. Now, the real person had found them and killed all of them in just a few minutes. Blood flowed all over the ground. This made their backs turn cold. This was a devil. Let's go. Baiyu said in a low voice. The 3 of them knew that they were no match for Lin Tian, so they didn't stay to fight. They turned and fled. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The precious weapons in the air slashed down, forcing the 3 of them to retreat. The Bai family has been passed down since the ancient times. Do you only know how to run? He said indifferently. The 3 of them were furious. Bai Hing said in a low voice, Lin Tian, don't be so smug. The truly powerful people of the Bai family haven't come out yet. When they come out, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Is that so? I'll wait. Lin Tian Dao. With a clang, the 3 precious weapons slashed down. They shone brightly and cut off Bai Heng's head. Seeing this bloody scene, a group of onlookers nearby felt as if ice had formed on their backs. That's the Bai family, a transcendent force that has been passed down since the ancient times. They've looked down on this heavenly region for so many years. He killed the Bai family's elites without hesitation. This is crazy. Someone's heart palpitated. Baiyu and Bai Chiha gritted their teeth. Their clansmen were killed. The 2 of them roared in unison and used their secret skills. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them roared. They knew that they couldn't escape, so they pressed their palms toward Lin Tian and fought to the death. Lin Tian shook his head. The barren heaven world passed over his head, crushing their palms and crushing Bai Chiha into pieces. In the blink of an eye, only Baiyu was left of the 3. Damn it! There was blood in Baiyu's mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Lin Tian raised his hand, using divining divine art to evolve a supreme divine palm, directly slapping Baiyu to the ground. Your Bai clan is such a large clan, so you should have a lot of strongholds in the outside world. Where are they? He asked. Baiyu was shocked. What do you want to do? I don't like to be passive. Your Bai family has tried to kill me time and time again for no reason. I have to give you a little surprise. Otherwise, your Bai family will really think that I'm easy to bully. You want to break into my Bai family's outpost? Bai Yu sneered. With a slap, Lin Tian slapped Bai Yu. Put away your sneer and stop talking nonsense. Blood flowed from the corner of Bai Yu's mouth as he glared hatefully at Lin Tian. He named 3 places: Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yanyin Square. So straightforward? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Bai Yu stared at Lin Tian with a strange and livid expression. Doesn't everyone know that the Bai family has strongholds in these 3 places? Doesn't he know? That's strange. Not far away, many people stared at Lin Tian in surprise. Lin Tian naturally heard these people's discussions. He was slightly embarrassed. He came from the first layer of the celestial realm, so he didn't know much about these things. This made him slightly displeased, but he didn't say anything and directly killed Bai Yu. He stood up and clapped his hands. He stared at the crowd of onlookers in the distance and walked toward them. Swoosh, all of a sudden, the crowd dispersed in unison. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and caught up with a person, grabbing his shoulder. This was a young man in yellow. His face was pale with fear, and his whole body was trembling. Big brother. Spare me. I'm just here to watch the show. I don't want to steal your paragon skill, let alone kill you. You can't kill innocent people. Lin Tian was speechless. I just want to ask about the Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yanyin Square. I mean no harm. He said. Really? Really? Only then did the young man in yellow let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little fearful as he said, Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yanyin Square, these 3 places are the most famous gathering places of cultivators in this heaven region. There are treasure auction sites, transaction pavilions, and even some wine pavilions where beautiful fairies are hidden. There are people from various great sects and sacred grounds who are overseeing these 3 places. They set up different transaction pavilions either to collect wealth and resources, or to collect all kinds of information. These 3 places have strongholds of the Bai family. What's the cultivation level of the strongest person in these 3 places? Lin Tian asked. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. Lin Tian whispered and nodded to the young man in yellow. Thank you. With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing quickly. Only now did the yellow-clothed young man completely heave a sigh of relief, and then he went limp like mud. In the distance, some onlookers did not go far. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian's retreating figure and the bloody scene in front of them. Their hearts were palpitating. This is really, many people swallowed their saliva. Soon after, news spread. By family's young generation's 3 heroes gathered the 9 great sex experts and a group of loose cultivators, wishing to find and kill Lin Tian. However, the main character directly found them, slaughtering everyone. This made even more cultivators shocked. By family's heroes organized a gathering to search for a single person, yet the main character actually found them, killing everyone? There were some who were suspicious, personally heading to Great Immortal Mountain Range. However, they directly sucked in a cold breath of air. It's actually true. That guy is too ruthless. He killed more than 200 people, including the 3 heroes of the Bai family. He didn't show any mercy at all. Everyone was shocked. Then, the young experts of the Bai family rushed to the Daluo mountain range. When they saw the corpses of Bai Yu and the other 2, their faces turned cold and murderous. Find him and kill him. Someone shouted. It sounded like the clanging of a precious weapon. The itinerant cultivators and disciples of small sects who came to watch were shocked. After leaving the Daluo mountain range, Lin Tian walked far away and entered another mountain range. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. I'm definitely no match for him now. I'll try that thing. It should work wonders. He muttered to himself. After finding a secluded place, he took out a black cauldron and began to cultivate his alchemy skills. There was a kind of pill in the pharmacopoeia called the energy sealing pill. After shattering one's true origin, it could be vaporized. It was colorless and tasteless, and it could be easily mixed with air and inhaled. Once it was inhaled, it would cause the true origin to become chaotic and even solidify for a certain period of time. When facing an enemy in such a situation, the result could be imagined. The energy sealing pill can only be refined when one is at least a third-grade alchemist. I should be able to reach that level in 7 days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His cultivation was not weak, and he was about to reach the airborne realm. Moreover, his formation control technique was about to reach the 5th grade. As such, his starting point for alchemy was far higher than that of ordinary alchemists. It was like someone in the chaotic realm learning a profound martial technique. It would not take much time at all, and he could do it with a wave of his hand. After taking out the black cauldron and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian began to refine his alchemy skills. There was no such thing as the Tianyi soul technique on the path of alchemy. It was completely dependent on one's talent and countless refinements to become familiar with it. Before leaving the Wuji Gate, Lin Tian had exchanged a lot of materials for alchemy and formation control technique. Therefore, he was not worried about running out of materials. Boom, he raised his right hand and placed it on the furnace. His true origin surged, and soon, a yellow alchemy fire appeared on the furnace. Yellow alchemy fire was the lowest level of alchemy fire, and it was the first stage. Lin Tianyi converted his true origin into alchemy fire while circulating the 4 extreme scripture to restore his true origin. He repeatedly practiced alchemy. This kind of practice was undeniably boring. However, Lin Tian did not find it boring, because this kind of practice was useful to him. The alchemy fire lingered, and day alternated. Soon, 6 days passed. Lin Tian sat in front of the black cauldron and stretched out his right hand again. His true origin surged, and a purple flame appeared in the cauldron. Purple alchemy fire, the 2nd stage of alchemy fire. During the 6 days, Lin Tian rested for a total of 12 hours. The rest of the time was spent on alchemy. After these 6 days, he finally reached the level of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Under the surging of his true origin, he could activate a purple alchemy fire. Time to refine the energy sealing pill. He muttered to himself. The energy sealing pill was a 4th-grade inferior baodan. Originally, one needed to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist to refine a perfect pill. However, Lin Tian had absolute confidence in his control. He had reached the level of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Although it was impossible for him to refine a perfect energy-sealing pill, he could rely on quantity to stack it up. Without further ado, Lin Tian took out the alchemy materials from the stone ring, activated the purple alchemy fire, and began to refine the energy-sealing pill. Buzz. The purple alchemy fire lingered. It was somewhat gorgeous and somewhat magical. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Tian failed several times at first. It was not until later that he slowly grasped the technique. The purple alchemy fire was neither hot nor hot, and had changed at a fixed point that he successfully refined the energy sealing pill. Of course, the vitality sealing pill he concocted was far from perfect. Therefore, he used up all the ingredients he had and concocted a total of 30 vitality sealing pills. He refined the 30 energy sealing pills a total of 14 times. At most, he could refine 3 pills each time. Occasionally, he could only refine 1. 3 days later, Lin Tian rested for 6 hours and finally stood up. It's time. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes, and he walked into the distance. 10 days ago, Bai Yu and the other 2 held a gathering and invited experts to kill Lin Tian. In the end, the main culprit came to their door and killed everyone. This made the younger generation of the Bai family furious. They searched everywhere for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and no one could find any trace of Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian had completely disappeared. That thief, where is he hiding? Does he only know how to hide in the world? Continue searching. I don't believe that he can hide forever. The younger generation of the Bai family had cold eyes. On this day, Lin Tian wore a grey robe and covered his face. He came to a bustling place. There were cultivators coming and going, and all of them were dressed in bright clothes. Vast Heaven District. Lin Tian muttered to himself, reading on a mobile phone. The Grand Heaven District was one of the most famous gathering places for cultivators in the second celestial realm. There were various auction houses and treasure trading pavilions. Cultivators could go there, and as long as they could afford it, they could usually find what they wanted. Please search Product and Bookyin Network to see the most complete. At the same time, there were also Jiokei Immortal Pavilions, which allowed cultivators to relax. There were many beautiful fairies and refreshing nectar inside. Some powerful cultivators would often visit these Jiokei Immortal Pavilions. Lin Tian walked into the vast Heaven District with his grey robe on his back. There were many cultivators coming and going. Soon, he stopped in front of a palace. This palace was dazzling and majestic. It was a stronghold set up by the Bai family in the vast Heaven District. It was responsible for collecting all kinds of Baodan weapons for the family at a low price. At the same time, it also sold some rare treasures. Because it was set up by the ancient Bai family, many cultivators came and went every day. There were no guards outside the door. Lin Tian walked in calmly. Inside the palace, there were many cultivators lined up in several lines. There were many tables and chairs placed around for the cultivators who came to trade to rest. Lin Tian was in a line. In his robe, thumb-sized pills appeared in his right hand. He hid them in his sleeve and crushed them one by one with his true essence. They turned into gas and quickly merged into the air. Time passed quickly. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Soon, the cultivators in front finished their trades. It was Lin Tian's turn. "Excuse me, what do you need?" A middle-aged man from the Bai family asked in front of the counter. Seeing Lin Tian under his robe, the middle-aged man did not have any reaction. After all, he had seen many people like this. "I want to see the person in charge here." Lin Tian Dao. The middle-aged man frowned. "What do you want?" "It's the same if you tell me." "I have Lin Tian's tracks. I need to talk to the person in charge here. I'll stay for 15 minutes at most." Lin Tian Dao. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." With that said, the middle-aged man quickly walked toward the cabinet. A few days ago, the three great figures of the Bai family had personally given the order to kill Lin Tian. Afterwards, many of the Bai family's clansmen had died at the hands of Lin Tian. This caused the Bai family to be even more furious. Now, all of the Bai family's experts outside wanted to kill Lin Tian with their own hands. Unfortunately, they had lost track of Lin Tian. Now that someone had brought Lin Tian's tracks here, it was naturally important. After roughly 10 breaths of time, the middle-aged man returned, an elder following behind him. His complexion was rosy, and his aura was extremely powerful. "My friend, do you have traces of Lin Tian?" Bai Mingxiu was dealing with some matters in the inner chamber. When he heard the middle-aged man mention that someone had brought news about Lin Tian, he immediately put down what he was doing and followed the middle-aged man out. Killing Lin Tian was an order given by the three great figures of the direct line of descent, so it was obvious how important it was. Bai Mingxiu naturally wouldn't neglect it. Lin Tian looked at Bai Mingxiu. "Are you the one in charge here?" "Yes." Bai Mingxiu said. "You have the strongest cultivation in this place?" Lin Tian continued. Bai Mingxiu frowned and said, "Yes." After a pause, Bai Mingxiu said in a deep voice, "My friend, do you really have traces of Lin Tian? If it's true, please tell us. My Bai family will naturally give you a suitable price that will definitely satisfy you." "A suitable price?" "Of course, the heads of all the Bai family members in your stronghold should be quite suitable," Lin Tian said. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Bai Mingxiu and the middle-aged man beside him immediately darkened. "You tricked us." Bai Mingxiu's face suddenly turned cold. "Of course not." Lin Tian laughed, lifted his grey robe, and revealed his true appearance. "Look, do I look like I'm tricking you?" Bai Mingxiu and the middle-aged man's expressions immediately changed. "It's you. You're quite bold. You're just as the rumors say," Bai Mingxiu said coldly. At this time, the other cultivators in the hall also recognized Lin Tian. Suddenly, their expressions all changed. It's really that Lin Tian. This. The younger generation of the Bai family is hunting him everywhere, searching for his whereabouts. He actually came here? Isn't he courting death? Everyone stared at him. This place was a small stronghold set up by the ancient Bai family outside. There were many experts living here, and the weakest was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. The leader was even at the peak of the Zephyr realm. At this moment, Lin Tian came here alone. This made most of the cultivators here dumbfounded and almost petrified on the spot. How could there be such a stupid and arrogant person? Swoosh. 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 Figures in the hall swayed, and soon, dozens of experts surrounded Lin Tian. These people were all powerful clansmen of the Bai family placed here. There were a total of 37 of them. Among them, 10 were at the Zephyr realm, and 27 were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. All of them were very energetic, and it was obvious that they were very powerful. Friends, please do what you were doing before. Don't worry, my Bai family will soon suppress this thief. Bai Mingxiu said. As the leader of a small stronghold of the ancient Bai family, Bai Mingxiu was full of confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a Bai family expert rushed toward Lin Tian. He was at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian raised his hand, directly slapping this person until he was blasted into pieces, dyeing the palace's floor red. Smashing a peak Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator with one palm? What kind of physical body is this? Is he the reincarnation of a dragon? What a terrifying physique. Someone's heart palpitated. At this moment, Lin Tian waved his hand, and a gust of sword wind swept past, completely closing the door of the Bai family's hall. Facing the people of the Bai family, he was very calm, and strong. Friends, please do what you were doing before. Don't worry, I'm only here to target the people of the Bai family. Those who have nothing to do with the Bai family, just watch quietly. Hearing these words, the cultivators were stunned. They only felt that Lin Tian had gone crazy. He barged into the Bai family's stronghold alone, facing dozens of Bai family experts, and facing a peak Zephyr realm expert, and said such words? Even if these people had seen Lin Tian's powerful physical body, they still felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant when they heard what he said. Cut him down, you ignorant brat. Bai Mingxiu laughed out of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators of the Bai family around him pressed down on Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, someone's expression changed and he exclaimed, "What's going on? Where's my vital essence? I can't move." Me too. Damn it, I can't use my martial skills, let alone my divine abilities. What happened? The expressions of the Bai family members changed. Bai Mingxiu was moved. With a thought, a faint light appeared on the surface of his body, and then his expression changed. At this moment, his vital essence could flow, but it was extremely chaotic. He couldn't use his divine abilities or martial skills. At the same time, the other cultivators exclaimed. Almost everyone felt that their vital essence had frozen. What's going on? Someone panicked. Bai Mingxiu stared at Lin Tian with a pale face. It's you. What did you do? There's no need to tell you what I did. Lin Tian smiled and a treasure sword appeared in his hand. He turned to look at the others. Everyone, please stay where you are and don't move. Just watch quietly. I'm only here to kill the people of the Bai family. However, if any one of you dares to move, don't blame my sword for being blind. The cultivators' expressions changed immediately. During this period of time, the outside world had heard that Lin Tian had killed hundreds of people, whether they were from the 10 major sects, powerful itinerant cultivators, or members of the ancient families. People had died in Lin Tian's hands. He had never shown mercy to anyone. At this moment, the cultivator's vital essence had frozen. After hearing Lin Tian's words, no one dared to move. That's right. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and smiled. He tilted his head and looked at the dozens of powerful cultivators of the Bai family. He raised his long sword and slashed without hesitation. You, poof. 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 Blood splashed. Immediately, a few powerful cultivators of the Bai family at the 9th level of the spiritual sea fell into a pool of blood. After arriving here, Lin Tian secretly used his vital essence to shatter 10 Baodan pills. After shattering the pills with his vital essence, they would turn into gas. They were colorless and odorless. They would fuse with the air and maintain the effect of the pills for 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, any cultivator below the immortal ascension realm who breathed in this air would have their vital essence in chaos. They would even be temporarily frozen and lose their combat ability. At this moment, everyone in the hall had breathed in the air mixed with the chi of the vitality sealing pill. Most of their vital essence had been frozen. Even someone as strong as Bai Mingxiu, who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, had his vital essence in chaos. He could not use his martial arts skills smoothly. Basically, he only had the combat ability of the 3rd sky of the Zephyr realm. What kind of despicable trick did you use? The middle-aged man at the beginning said angrily. Despicable? So what if I'm despicable to your Bai family? Lin Tian smiled. He appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a flash. The long sword in his hand slashed down. With a poof, the middle-aged man's head was cut off. Originally, the middle-aged man's cultivation was at the 2nd sky of the Zephyr realm. However, after absorbing the chi of the vitality sealing pill, his vital essence was completely frozen. His combat ability was at its lowest. How could he be Lin Tian's opponent? He raised his long sword and appeared in front of another powerful cultivator of the Bai family. He raised his fist and smashed it down. Poof. His current physique could be said to be amazing. He smashed the early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator into pieces on the spot. He appeared on the other side and slashed out the young incinerating 5th sword, accurately sweeping out a large amount of sword light. Poof. 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 Screams rang out. After their vital essence was sealed, the ordinary cultivators of the Bai family could not resist the powerful young incinerating sword chi. They could not even dodge. One by one, their hearts, throats, and glabella were pierced. They fell into a pool of blood. No, 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 stop. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ah. Stop. Master Ming Su, save us. Screams and cries for help mixed together. Blood splashed out. In this square building, the other cultivators outside the Bai family trembled. Their faces were pale. This was the stronghold of the ancient Bai family. Everyone in this heaven realm knew about it. However, at this moment, a 17-year-old boy who was being chased by the Bai family broke into this place alone. He attacked mercilessly and killed more than 20 powerful cultivators of the Bai family in the blink of an eye. Everyone was so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. This was a young demon king. Bastard! Bai Mingsu was furious. He took a step forward and forcibly activated the soulless palm. His vital essence was chaotic as he slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian sneered as he used his divining divine art to unleash the same void god palm. You think you can fight me in your current state? The 2 void god palms collided with each other as violent Xinyuan spread out, forcing Bai Mingxu back 3 steps. Then, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. He appeared in front of another early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator of the Bai family. Poof. Reading on a mobile phone in the blink of an eye, another airborne realm clansman was killed. Bai Mingxu was furious to the extreme. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete novel B** starred. Bai Mingxu forcefully activated another secret technique from the Sutra of God. However, his vital essence was extremely chaotic and its power was insufficient. Lin Tianling smiled and moved forward with the yin and yang liang. I'll deal with you first. The effect of the energy sealing pill could not be maintained for too long. He had to race against time. Once the effect of the Baodan wore off, he would probably be left here when facing such a peak-level airborne realm expert. He held up the barren heaven realm and used it to protect his body. Then, he transformed the 9-spring sword into his hand and slashed at Bai Mingxiu. With a crack, Bai Mingxiu's secret technique was shattered. At the same time, he was knocked back several steps. Blood gushed out of Bai Mingxiu's mouth as he stared at Lin Tian with an ashen face. Originally, he was at the peak of the airborne realm and did not need to care about Lin Tian at all. But now, with his vital essence in chaos, he could only barely have the combat strength of a third-tier airborne realm expert. It was difficult for him to fully display his magic and martial arts. Now that he was injured by Lin Tian's sword, he was angry and sullen. Lin Tianling snorted. Without changing his pace, he pressed forward again. Clang, he held the nine-spring sword in his hand and slashed down again without hesitation. Bai Mingxiu tried his best to activate the Wuxian palm, but it was useless. It was shattered with one strike. With a bang, Bai Mingxiu was kicked in the chest by Lin Tianyi, and his entire body was sent flying again. Lord Mingxiu! Thief! Damn it! The rest of the Bai clan were furious. They waved their swords and sabers at Lin Xianxia. However, with their vital essence sealed, these people were weak to the point of no threat to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian waved his sword. A Bai clan expert at the 5th-tier airborne realm coughed up blood. His throat was cut open, and blood spurted out. You, thief, why waste your breath when you're about to die? Lin Tian Dao. He swung his sword and cut off this person's head. Buzz. Light flickered and the barren heaven world rushed up and pressed forward. Pooh. 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 Bloody mist exploded and the few Bai clan cultivators were shattered by the light of the barren heaven world. I don't have much time to spend with you. Lin Tian Dao. With a boom, he used the divine technique to activate the divine chime hall. A sea of lightning rushed up, and a tall divine shadow stood up. Divine Roar Palace? Damn it, you actually. Everyone from the Bai family was shocked and furious. Everyone in the world knew that the Divine Cry Temple was the Bai family's Thunder God Physique's King's region. When this King's region was activated, it could cross 6 small realms to kill enemies. But now, an outsider was actually using their Bai family's Holy Sun's King's region to deal with them. Shouldn't you feel honored to have the Divine Cry Palace kill you? Lin Tiantan said coldly. With a thought, the 10-foot-tall divine shadow swung the thunder sword and swept it away. In the blink of an eye, several more Bai family experts exploded, and some of the precious weapons in the pavilion were shattered on the spot. Thief! Stop it now! Bai Mingxiu roared. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and sneered. He directly activated the Divine Cry Palace. I'll kill you! He didn't hold back at all. The barren heaven realm, the Divine Cry Palace, the 9-spring sword, and several divine elephants pressed down together. At the same time, a broken mountain, a divine weapon bell, an ancient forest, and a sea of clover rushed out from behind him, covering Bai Mingxiu completely. The tremors caused the palace to break inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Facing several divine elephants, Bai Mingxiu coughed up blood. Bastard! The Bai family won't let you go. You won't live. Don't talk about the Bai family. Your Bai family is nothing. Lin Tianling smiled. Next, I'll play with your Bai family slowly. I'll let your leader know the consequences of provoking me for no reason. You, poof, several types of divine elephants pressed down together, shattering Bai Mingxiu into pieces on the spot. In the pavilion, the other cultivators outside the Bai family were all frightened and their faces were pale. An expert at the peak of the Zephyr Plain from an ancient family was killed so easily. Lin Tianling tilted his head and looked at the last few people of the Bai family. Clang, with a swing of his sword, the 8th stroke of the young incinerating sword was slashed out. There were screams, but it didn't last for long. After a few dozen breaths, the last few Bai family experts were all killed. Looking around, the pavilion was covered in blood and a few broken corpses fell to the ground. It was a shocking sight. In the pavilion, the cultivators outside the Bai family were all frightened and couldn't help but tremble. They only felt that the handsome young man in front of them was too terrifying. He was like a demon. Lin Tianling looked at them and said, "Everyone, you can leave now. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Hearing this, the group of cultivators all ran out in 5 breaths of time. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. The Divine Cry Palace behind him shook and the thunder shadow suddenly enlarged to more than 10 meters tall. A thunder sword appeared in the Divine Shadow's hand. With a clang, it shook the pavilion open and then cut it into pieces. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Lin Tianling didn't stay. He covered his face with the gray robe again and left in an instant. That person is simply, too ruthless. Outside the pavilion of the Bai family, the cultivators who walked out were all frightened and pale. He barged in alone and killed everyone of the Bai family here. In the end, he even destroyed the entire pavilion. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Soon, more people gathered here. After learning the details, they were all shocked. There's actually such a bold person? Some people were frightened. After leaving the vast sky district, Lin Tianling appeared in the Bai family's stronghold in the Hangzhou origin. It's you? The leader of the Bai family in the stronghold was shocked. It's me. I'm here to send you on your way. Lin Tiantan smiled. With a shake of his long sword, the barren heaven world appeared and pressed down on everyone. You're courting death. The Bai clan's manager had a cold expression on his face. A little sea of consciousness cultivator who was being chased by the clan actually dared to break into the Bai clan's stronghold. I admire your arrogance because it saves the clan the time of looking for you. Is that so? Soon, you'll hate my arrogance. Lin Tiantan smiled. The leader of the Bai family snorted coldly. Take him down. Dozens of Bai family experts surrounded him. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed, including several powerful existences at the seventh heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. They all stopped abruptly. Where's my vital essence? Why can't I feel my vital essence? I can't use my martial skills. Everyone in the Bai family was shocked. Then, the leader of the Bai family and the other cultivators in the stronghold all changed their expressions. Lin Tianyi smiled casually and directly used the divine technique. Ah! Screams soon sounded. Blood sputtered in the hall. After about half an hour, the screams weakened. Dozens of Bai family experts, including 3 at the 7th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, 5 at the 6th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, some ordinary Zephyr realm cultivators, and dozens of Sea of Consciousness cultivators were all killed. Only the leader at the peak of the Zephyr realm survived, but he was also on the verge of death. Now, do you still admire my arrogance? Lin Tiantan narrowed his eyes. You, puff. The Divine Roar Palace and the Barren Heaven Realm pressed down together and directly shattered the Bai family expert. Lin Tiantan's expression was indifferent. He shattered the hall with the Divine Roar Palace and then left, leaving a group of cultivators outside the Bai family who witnessed all this standing outside the hall in a daze. They all looked pale and couldn't help but gasp. Not long after leaving the Hangzhou origin, Lin Tiantan appeared in the Yanning Square. Just like before, he used the same method to shatter 10 energy sealing pills, completely massacred the stronghold of the Bai family in the Yanning Square, and completely shattered the entire hall. With a faint smile, he carried his grey robe and left in an instant. The ancient Bai family was actually, that person is simply a lunatic. Some of the cultivators who witnessed the whole process were terrified and only felt that their backs were covered by a layer of ice. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. A 17-year-old youth who was being chased by the ancient Bai family appeared in the Haotian district, the Hangzhou origin, and the Yanning Square of his own accord. He destroyed all the strongholds of the Bai family in these 3 places. All the Bai family experts in these 3 strongholds were killed, and none of them escaped. This immediately shocked the world. Oh my God, is this true? That's not possible, right? That's right. The 3 strongholds of the Bai family were guarded by many Zephyr Plane experts, and the strongest was at the peak of the Zephyr Plane. That Lin Tiantan, it said that he's only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. How could he do this? That's right. It's true. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Rumor has it that the people in those strongholds had their spiritual ether frozen. Their spiritual ether frozen? Was that Lin Tian's doing? Nonsense, it's obvious. Many people were discussing. Those who did not believe it rushed to the 3 areas and saw the destroyed strongholds of the Bai family and the corpses and blood of the Bai family experts. Their hearts palpitated. The Bai family is a behemoth that has been passed down since the ancient times. That Lin Tian dares to openly provoke the Bai family. Is he going to make an enemy of the entire Bai family? Some people stared. The Bai family, which had been passed down since the ancient times, had looked down on this region for more than 10,000 years. It was a true behemoth that no one dared to offend. But now, a 17-year-old youth had taken the initiative to kill the Bai family. He's too arrogant. Some people trembled. In the second heaven, many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the Bai family was even more furious. Since the founding of the Bai family, they had dominated this region for countless years. When had anyone dared to offend the Bai family like this? Never. Even the heavenly monster mountain, which had always been at odds with human cultivators, did not dare to do so. But now, a 17-year-old youth, who was only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea, had directly killed his way to the strongholds of the Bai family outside the family, completely destroyed 3 strongholds, and killed all the members of the Bai family in those strongholds. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of the ancient Bai family. Find him and kill him. Skin him. Light up the sky lantern. Capture him and bring him back to the family. Let the ancestors extract his divine soul and imprison it in front of the tombstones of the dead clansmen forever. The young experts of the Bai family were furious. They frantically searched for Lin Tian's traces and swore to tear his tendons and break his bones. On the same day, on a wide road, Lin Tian appeared in front of several young experts of the Bai family. Are you looking for me? Reading on the mobile phone, seeing Lin Tian appear, the faces of several young powerhouses of the Bai family changed. Pinbooknet. How dare you appear in front of us? One of them said coldly. What a joke, I even dared to break into the strongholds of your Bai family, what are you all? Lin Tian said disdainfully. There were 9 powerhouses of the Bai family in front of him. Only one of them was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, and the other 8 were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Without any superfluous words, he brandished his sword and rushed towards the 9 people. Without a doubt, this was a battle without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, 8 Sea of Consciousness realm cultivators were killed. The young man at the early stage of the Zephyr realm turned pale and tried to jump into the air, but unfortunately, he was beheaded as soon as he took a step. Glancing at the corpses of the 9 people indifferently, he turned around and left. Not long after, he appeared in front of another old forest and killed another group of young cultivators of the Bai family, staining the ground with blood. Oh my God! Some people witnessed this scene with their own eyes, feeling that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Afterwards, Lin Tian wore another black robe and appeared before over a dozen young cultivators of the Bai family one after another. He slew all the experts of the Bai family who were searching for him, not letting a single one escape. Such behavior undoubtedly caused the Bai family to be even angrier. The young cultivators of the Bai family became even crazier. They searched everywhere, threatening to grind Lin Tian's bones into ashes. However, what they got in return was more corpses of the young generation of the Bai family. At the same time, a voice sounded from the old forest. Old fogies of the Bai family, tell your younger generation to obediently hide in the family's lair. Don't ever let them out and run around. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of you I see. As soon as such a voice came out, it instantly spread throughout the second heaven, causing everyone to be shocked. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. A 17-year-old Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator dared to openly challenge an ancient family. He's too arrogant. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone. Whether this Lin Tian survives or not, he will leave a thick mark in the history of the second heaven. Someone said. 17 years old, 8th level Sea of Consciousness, yet he dared to challenge an ancient aristocratic family all by himself. How could an ordinary person have such courage? Behead. In the easternmost land, within the Bai clan, a cold voice rang out. It was wrapped in unconcealable anger and killing intent. On this day, 7 young men walked out from the Bai family. All of them had majestic figures, extraordinary appearances, and shockingly dense blood qi. Bring back his head. A cold voice came from the Bai family, echoing throughout the sky. The 7 people's eyes were cold as they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The news quickly spread, and the Bai family was furious. A true expert of the younger generation appeared. 2 years ago, the 7 heroes of the Bai family seemed to have dominated the second heaven. Few in the same generation could contend against them. These 7 people are all at the second layer of the Zephyr realm, but there are rumors that all 7 of them can kill a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm. Are you sure? Of course. It is said that in the same generation of the Bai family, only the Thunder God physique can suppress these 7 people. Nonsense, that's the King physique, the real supreme being of the same generation. Under the immortal realm, he is basically an invincible existence. If that's the case, that Lin Tian is in danger. With the 7 heroes of the Bai family together, it is expected that it will be difficult for that person to survive. Isn't he courting death by provoking an ancient family? Really, many people shook their heads. In a green mountain, Lin Tian listened to the rumors in the outside world, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A second layer of the Zephyr realm, but he can kill a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm. He is indeed powerful. He looked into the distance with a cold smile on his face. If these 7 heroes die outside, the Bai family should be heartbroken. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. The second heaven was filled with mountains and rivers, and the spiritual qi was extremely abundant. Even in some ordinary old forests, one could occasionally see a few powerful demon beasts. Lin Tian, wearing a black robe, walked in the mountains and old forests, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi in the forest. After passing through many corners, he stopped at the intersection of a main road and sat on a yellow stone not far away. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, rolling up pieces of sand and dust. There were many cultivators on the main road, but their cultivation was not strong. The highest was only at the 6th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Soon, 2 hours passed. In the distance, a young man in luxurious clothes walked past, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. Bai Luoqing, one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family. His aura is so strong. Strange, why is there only one person? Didn't the 7 of them come out of the family together? What kind of people are the 7 heroes of the Bai family? They are all proud people. They are just chasing and killing a cultivator at the 8th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. How could there be 7 of them together? They separated when they walked out of the family gate. Many people said. Seeing Bai Luoqing walking over, many people hurriedly retreated to the side and made way for him. Bai Luoqing's expression was cold as if there was no one around, and he directly walked forward. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out, and the flaming sword qi rolled over and landed beside his feet. This? Who is attacking? How dare they block the path of the 7 heroes of the Bai family? Are they crazy? Many rogue cultivators were shocked. Bai Luoqing's expression did not change, and he tilted his head and looked in the direction of the sword qi. Not dodging, not avoiding, not changing your expression, you are indeed extraordinary. A voice sounded. On the yellow stone in the distance, Lin Tian stood up and lifted his black robe. This is? It's that Lin Tian? Why is he here? At this fork, the rogue cultivators were all shocked. Bai Luoqing looked at Lin Tian, and a faint light flashed in his cold eyes. You deliberately waited for me here? I waited for 2 hours and wanted to borrow your head. Lin Tian smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. The 7 heroes of the Bai family came out to kill him, but this guy actually took the initiative to wait for the 7 heroes here? He wants to kill the 7 of them? He is too arrogant. Many people were shocked. Bai Luoqing's eyes were cold. As arrogant as the rumors say. After saying this, Bai Luoqing did not say anything else and rushed toward Lin Tian like lightning. So fast. This speed, it's the Bai family's divine void puppet. The crowd exclaimed. After that, dense phantoms of Bai Luoqing appeared in all directions. It was difficult to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His feet swayed, and he also moved. Every step he took created an afterimage, as if he was walking on the great path. In the blink of an eye, dense phantoms appeared at this fork. Seeing this scene, many cultivators were shocked and retreated in unison. At this moment, no one could distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Some people even rubbed their eyes from time to time, dazzled by the dense phantoms. Bang, 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 the sound of fists colliding could be heard from time to time. After 7 breaths, the phantoms in the sky collapsed, and 2 figures were sent flying backward. You have such a physique and speed when you are only at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness. No wonder so many people of my Bai family died at your hands. Bai Luoqing said coldly. You are not bad yourself. You are much stronger than the ordinary airborne realm trash of your Bai family. Lin Tiandao. His eyes narrowed slightly. This Bai Luoqing was indeed very powerful. His physique, speed, and spiritual sense were all very shocking. Bai Luoqing snorted coldly, and the aura around his body suddenly increased wildly. Don't be so smug. This is all you have. You can die now. I will take your head and offer it to the souls of our family. Violent spiritual ether spread out. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall divine shadow appeared behind Bai Luoqing. This divine shadow had dense hands. At a glance, it was dazzling. Is this that secret art? 3-meter-tall divine shadow and dense hands. There is no doubt about it. This is one of the core magic of the Bai family, the 1,000 illusory divine hands. It is said that only the direct disciples are qualified to cultivate this kind of art. Its power can shatter mountains and shake seas. It is very terrifying. That is right. Many cultivators were moved. Bai Luoqing stepped forward, and the divine shadow behind him moved with him. The Bai family has been around for more than 10,000 years. Since ancient times, we have looked down on this region. No one has ever dared to provoke us. If anyone dares to challenge the dignity of our family, there is only one word to describe it: kill. Boom, as soon as Bai Luoqing finished speaking, the divine shadow behind him moved. All of a sudden, the divine shadow moved and dense handprints pressed down together. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately felt a great pressure. He took a step back and propped up the Barren Heaven World and Divine Cry Hall to press forward. Barren Heaven World? Divine Cry Hall? He actually knows how to do it. It's clearly a bloodline magic unique to the king's territory. Many cultivators were shocked. Although these people had long heard that Lin Tian knew how to use the Barren Heaven World and Divine Cry Hall, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The Barren Heaven World and Divine Cry Hall swayed and faced the large hands in the sky. All of a sudden, the violent spiritual ether swept in all directions, causing the air to distort. Only the king's territory divine powers can be derived from the king's territory. What you can deduce is just the form. How much power can it have? Bai Luoqing said coldly. As soon as he said that, the divine shadow behind him trembled, and even more dense handprints fell. With a crack, cracks appeared in the Barren Heaven World and it shattered on the spot. Afterwards, the Divine Cry Hall trembled and dissipated like fireworks. Lin Tian frowned and quickly retreated. Before this, he had used the divining divine technique to derive the Barren Heaven World and Divine Cry Hall, and they were almost always invincible. However, at this moment, they were defeated by Bai Luoqing head-on, which made him a little shocked. He thought to himself that Bai Luoqing was indeed very powerful and worthy of being called one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family. That's all you're capable of? Bai Luoqing said. Behind him, the figure trembled and a huge handprint pressed down, covering everything within a 30-foot radius. Don't be too full of yourself, Lin Tianling said. He activated the divining divine technique and evolved the 9-spring sword. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the handprint into pieces. Bai Luoqing's expression was indifferent. The figure behind him trembled and more handprints pressed down. With a crisp crack, Lin Tian's 9-spring sword was shattered. He propped up the primordial mountain, the divine weapon bell, and the immortal forest, but it was still useless. They were shattered again and again. The 1,000 transformations divine hands is endless. Everything you do is in vain. All your methods will be shattered, Bai Luoqing said. Lin Tian dodged and stepped on the yin-yang puppet to retreat dozens of feet away. Is that so? Then let's see what you can't break, he said coldly. With a buzz, his right hand shook, and the 4 symbols Dao diagram condensed. The 4 symbols Dao diagram buzzed and trembled, releasing specks of silver light that shot forward. It's useless. Bai Luoqing's expression was cold. Whether it's useful or not is up to me. Lin Tiandao. He held the Dao diagram in his right hand, trembling slightly as he charged forward. With a hiss, the 1,000 phantoms' dense mass of hands instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Lin Tiandao used the Dao diagram to open a path, destroying one hand after another to force his way toward Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. You can actually destroy my divine ability light, but how much can you destroy? With that, Bai Luoqing took a step back, but the phantoms behind him moved even faster, sending down even more giant hands like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Lin Tiandao held the four symbols Dao diagram and immediately felt the pressure. Although the Dao diagram could seal everything, Bai Luoqing was too strong. The divine ability light was endless, and the giant hands were extremely ferocious and full of offensive power. He couldn't destroy them all in a short time. Ka. With a crisp sound, a clear crack appeared on the four symbols Dao diagram in his hand. Lin Tiandao's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, he truly felt how terrifying Bai Luoqing was. The title of Bai Clan's 7 heroes was not just for show. Many thanks for waiting for me here. If I take your head back to the clan, it will be a great merit. Bai Luoqing said. As Bai Luoqing stepped forward, the 1,000 phantoms behind him moved as well, and the giant hands pressed down once more. Similarly, I'll borrow your head and give your Bai Clan a surprise. Lin Tiandao. Presumptuous. Bai Luoqing coldly snorted. With a boom, the phantoms behind him shone brightly. This time, it wasn't just the giant hands, but also fists, palms, and fingers. At the same time, true yuan weapons appeared in some of the giant hands. There were sabers, swords, bells, shields, and even net-like objects. There were a total of 8 true yuan weapons. In the distance, a cultivator's expression changed. 1,000 illusory godly hands. It's said that when this divine ability is cultivated to its peak, it can create 1,000 illusory artifacts. Its power is unparalleled, and it can destroy a huge mountain with a single thought. Bai Luoqing has actually cultivated this divine ability to such a level that he can already create artifacts. This is terrifying. It seems the rumors that the 7 heroes of clan can kill a 5th heavenly layer powerhouse are true. Terrifying. The crowd was horrified. Sensing Bai Luoqing's aura divine ability of Bai Luoqing's Bai Luoqing. I've fought against a 6th-tier Zephyr Realm expert with this form of this technique. You're not wrong to die under this move. Bai Luoqing said. Stepping forward, Bai Luoqing's expression was cold. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands moved at the same time and pressed down on Lin Tian. The 8 true yuan weapons rumbled and distorted the void. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Tianling said. Behind him, the barren heaven world, the divine cry temple, and the 9 spring sword rushed forward. I've said it before. The weapons of the king's region are useless against me. Bai Luoqing said. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands shook, and in a moment, the 3 divine elephants were crushed. Lin Tian didn't care about that. He raised his hands and formed a seal again. This time, a stone platform and a stone wall rushed out behind him. On the stone wall, a line of ancient words was overflowing with divine light, and the words Dao and Ren were circulating with great pressure. What's that? What a terrifying pressure, this. Why do I feel like I'm facing an immortal Ascension Realm powerhouse? Some cultivators' hearts palpitated. Staring at the stone platform and stone wall that rushed out behind Lin Tian, everyone's bodies trembled. At the same time, crackling sounds could be heard. In an instant, the shadows of Bai Luoqing's fists and palms were shattered. This is? Bai Luoqing's expression changed as he stared at the stone platform and stone wall behind Lin Tian. He actually felt his heart palpitate. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He took a step forward and pressed down on Bai Luoqing. He used the divining divine technique to simulate the place where Heavenly Lord Dao Ren comprehended the Dao back then. The aura inside was extremely terrifying. Although it was an illusion, it still had great power. Qi. 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 This time, the 1,000 phantoms' divine hands couldn't destroy the stone platform and stone wall created by Lin Tian. What are you doing? Bai Luoqing shouted. At this moment, the man who was one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family had truly changed. Lin Tianling smiled and didn't say anything. He used the yin and yang ho and increased his speed, instantly approaching Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing left an afterimage on the spot and stepped on the divine void puppet to retreat quickly. "You can't compare speed," Lin Tianling said. He used the yin and yang ho and instantly caught up to Bai Luoqing. The stone platform and stone wall above him pressed down together. "Shatter!" Bai Luoqing roared. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands trembled as they attacked Lin Tian in a frenzy. Lin Tian used the stone platform and stone wall to meet the attacks. He felt the blood in his chest boil, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Suppress," he said coldly. With a boom, the stone platform and stone wall trembled and shattered. Bai Luoqing coughed up blood and staggered back. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands behind him almost shattered. At this moment, Lin Tian pressed forward again. "Die!" Bai Luoqing roared. Behind him, the 1,000 phantoms' divine hands rose from the ground. This time, not only were there giant palms, there were also leg shadows pressing down. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure, and all the bones in his body were creaking. "Let's see how long you can last," he said coldly. The stone platform and stone wall met the attack. At the same time, he used the 4 symbols Dao diagram, causing it to expand to a diameter of around 20 feet. With the stone platform and stone wall opening the way and the 4 symbols Dao diagram behind, the giant palms and leg shadows continued to shatter and disappear. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Lin Tian strode forward, approaching Bai Luoqing with great difficulty. After several dozen breaths of time, he finally opened a path. His feet flickered, and he approached Bai Luoqing. "You, bang!" Lin Tian swung his fist and struck Bai Luoqing's face. Bai Luoqing flew back 30 feet, the divine shadows behind him shattering. His expression changed, and he quickly steadied himself. With a hand seal, a new 1,000 phantoms' divine hands gradually formed behind him. "Don't even think about it," Lin Tianling said. He could not give Bai Luoqing another chance to form the 1,000 phantoms' divine hands. He used the yin and yang ho and instantly closed in. With a bang, another punch landed on Bai Luoqing's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out, and Bai Luoqing was sent flying again. Lin Tian's eyes were as sharp as knives. He took a step forward, closed in again, and punched again. Bai Luoqing roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. The two fists collided. Bai Luoqing immediately let out a muffled groan, his fingers shattered, and he was sent flying again. The 7 heroes of the Bai family are said to have strong physiques. They soak in all kinds of medicinal pools since they were young, and their physiques are comparable to diamond. But now, they can't beat Lin Tian? Does that Lin Tian have the barbarian king physique? The cultivators' hearts palpitated. At this time, Lin Tian had already closed in on Bai Luoqing again, and he punched again. This time, he used all his strength and directly shattered one of Bai Luoqing's arms. Bai Luoqing grunted in pain, and his remaining arm swung the limitless divine palm at Lin Tian. Poof! Lin Tian shook his iron fist and shattered Bai Luoqing's last arm. Bai Luoqing roared, his eyes bloodshot. Now that his arms were broken, he stepped on the divine void puppet and attacked Lin Tian. "Courageous! Courageous!" Lin Tian praised. "Unfortunately, we are enemies. I'll give you a quick death." A high-grade supreme treasure sword appeared in his hand. He unfolded the lightning sword and directly cut off Bai Luoqing's head. A pillar of blood spurted out, and Bai Luoqing's corpse fell to the ground. Lin Tian looked back, put away Bai Luoqing's head, and left with a cold look in his eyes. 6 more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself coldly. This, Bai Luoqing, one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family, was killed. That Lin Tian, who is he? How can he be so powerful? He is only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. Everyone's lips trembled. On the second day, the spiritual qi was dense, and the sky was always blue. After killing Bai Luoqing, Lin Tian, dressed in a black robe, stepped into the mountains and rivers. Not long after, he encountered the second 7 heroes of the Bai family. After an intense battle, he cut off the head of the second 7 heroes of the Bai family and left with large strides. On a grassland, he killed the third 7 heroes. Outside the vast heaven district, the sky had already darkened. After killing the fourth 7 heroes, he returned to the mountains to recuperate with bloodstains all over his body. On the second day, he walked out of the mountains and attacked again, killing the fifth and sixth 7 heroes. On the third day, beside a river, 2 figures were running one after another. Both of them were covered in blood, but their speed was extremely fast. That's Lin Tian. He seems to be chasing after the young man in front. The one running away is Bai Zihua? Bai Zihua? It is said that he is the strongest of the 7 heroes. Now, he is actually running away? I must have seen wrongly. Beside the river, a group of cultivators opened their eyes wide. Bai Zihua was at the peak of level 2 of the Zephyr realm. It was said that he had personally torn apart several level 5 of the Zephyr realm, but now, he was actually running away. Everyone! Please help me suppress this scoundrel. My Bai family will definitely repay you generously. Bai Zihua shouted. There were many cultivators beside the river. If it were any other time, if they heard such a voice and could help the Bai family's experts, these cultivators would probably rush up without hesitation. But now, no one dared to move. Some people even lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see anything. What a joke. During this period of time, Lin Tian had killed several hundred people, including powerful itinerant cultivators and disciples of great sections. He had even destroyed 3 of the Bai family's strongholds and killed 6 of the 7 heroes. His ferocious name had spread throughout the second heaven. With such a ferocious name, who would still dare to go up? That would be courting death. Seeing that no one went up, Bai Zihua's countenance turned ashen. He was both shocked and furious. Damn it! Stepping on the divine void puppet, Bai Zihua fled frantically. You won't be able to escape, Lin Tianling said. His entire body was covered in blood, and he executed the Yin Yang Tao to its limits. He finally caught up to Bai Zihua after several dozen breaths. Lin Tian, stop. We can discuss this. Discuss? Go look for the king of hell for this matter. Sword chimes rang out, and Lin Tian's eyes were cold and merciless. He pierced through Bai Zihua's heart and then chopped off his head. His eyes were indifferent as he looked around and took out the heads of the other 6 heroes from his stone ring. He then pierced through the 7 heads with a long sword and nailed them to a spacious ground beside the river. Then, he took out another long sword, vibrated his vital essence, and carved a line of words on the ground. The second gift, you're welcome. Lin Tian. After throwing a cold glance, he turned to leave. Read on a mobile phone. Beside the river, splashing sounds could be heard as the water splashed into a few old rocks, creating snow-white waves. 7 heads were pierced through by a sword and nailed to the ground. The words in front of the heads were even more glaring. The second gift, you're welcome. Lin Tian. Someone read it subconsciously and suddenly felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to his head. This madman, first, he destroyed 3 of the Bai family's strongholds, then he killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. This is considered 2 gifts? This is simply a slap to the Bai family's face. I seem to have heard a loud slap in the face. This enmity is really big. Many people gasped. The 7 heroes of the Bai family were incomparably powerful. They were all geniuses of their generation. In such a large family, only the Thunder God physique could suppress the 7 heroes. They were the blood and sweat of the Bai family, but now, the 7 heroes were all killed by a single person. Soon, the news spread, and more people came to watch. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the 7 heads and the line of words carved on the ground. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Sorry, me too. Everyone stared. In the second heaven, who didn't know the majesty of the ancient Bai family? Who dared to offend the ancient Bai family? That was a ferocious tiger. A dragon that reigned over this heaven realm. But now, a little cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer dared to provoke the ancient Bai clan without any powerful backup. This caused the entire world to be shaken once again. In the Bai family's territory, a roar rushed out, startling the white cranes flying in the sky. Beast! The three big shots of the Bai family were furious to the extreme. The destruction of the three strongholds in the vast heaven area was nothing. At most, it would make the Bai family lose face. However, the death of the 7 heroes really made the 3 of them feel distressed. These 7 people were all extraordinary and possessed shocking talents. They could be considered as the future pillars of the Bai clan. Today, the 7 of them were all killed outside the Bai clan. This loss was too great. In particular, after Lin Tian beheaded the 7 heroes of the Bai clan, he actually pierced through their skulls and nailed them to the ground, leaving behind a line of words. This made the 3 great figures of the Bai clan so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. The other members of the Bai clan also had ugly expressions on their faces. They only felt a burning pain on their cheeks, as if they were really slapped in the face. "No matter what, we must kill this kid," a big shot said. In the beginning, the 3 of them only wanted to kill off Lin Tian because they didn't want any accidents to happen to the marriage alliance between the Bai family and the Li family. But now, the 2 families were on opposite sides. In the past, even if they didn't kill off Lin Tian, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, they couldn't. If they didn't kill off Lin Tian now, the Bai family would lose a lot of face and become a laughingstock. Kill. 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 These 3 words resounded in the sky above the Bai family, and the killing intent was shockingly cold. The second heaven was in an uproar. Now, in every corner, every place, restaurant, palace, and storytelling stall, everyone was discussing intensely, and the center of the discussion was all about one word. Lin Tian. This Lin Kuangren, what's going on? This is 17 years old, and he used to cultivate in the Limitless sect. It's said that he didn't rely on any resources from the Wuji Gate. Such a person, without any backup, and relying entirely on himself, how can he be so strong? Who knows? He's a monster. Many people shook their heads. Among them, some felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant, some felt that Lin Tian was full of courage, but they were all shocked. Lin Tian heard a lot of these voices, but he didn't care. After leaving the river, he walked into an old forest and prepared to concentrate on his cultivation. He wanted to reach the 9th level of the mental ocean as soon as possible, and then use the Imperial Sky Pill to reach the Imperial Sky Realm. In the past few days, the battle with the 7 heroes had made him understand a lot of things. He felt that the spiritual ether in his body was flowing more smoothly, and there were faint signs of another breakthrough. Only when I reach the Imperial Sky Realm can I truly walk proudly in this heaven realm, he said to himself. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, and his steps were extremely fast. Soon, he entered the depths of the old forest. In the old forest, birds were chirping, and it was a unique flavor. Lin Tiantan smiled and walked faster. Listening to the birds, he looked for a place to hide in the old forest. But in the next moment, the birds suddenly stopped chirping, and everything was quiet. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine, and he suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a man in black. His face was sharp, and his eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. "Who is it?" Lin Tian said in a low voice. Staring at the man in black, he felt a great threat for the first time, as if he was facing the desolate demon physique of the demon clan. The man in black didn't answer. He took a step forward and said, "Please borrow something." "What do you want to borrow?" Lin Tian frowned. "Weapon control technique." The man in black was very direct. Lin Tian's eyes darkened slightly. "Not lending." After saying that, he turned and walked to the other side. With a swish, the man in black silently blocked in front of Lin Tian, and a gorgeous long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a domineering blade will spread, forcing Lin Tianyi to retreat more than 5 meters. At this moment, a chill ran down his spine. The man in black looked to be about 21, but he was astonishingly strong. The sharp blade will made him feel that it was difficult to resist, as if he was facing a strong man at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm. "You and I fight, and if I win, give me the weapon control technique," the man said with a posture of indifference. "Why?" Lin Tianling smiled. "You don't have a choice," the man in black said. Lin Tian's face was slightly cold, but he had to admit that he did have no other choice now. Because the man in front of him was too terrifying. The man in black stared at Lin Tian and said, "I am at the third level of the Imperial Sky Realm, but I won't take advantage of you." After saying that, the long blade in the man's hand shook again, and then the breath on his body suddenly decreased. In the blink of an eye, the fluctuations on the man's body weakened several times, which made Lin Tian frown. "The 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness," the man in black said. After saying that, the man didn't say anything more. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he slashed at Lin Tian. With a clang, the void directly cracked, and a big black crack appeared. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, but he was still a little slow. His right shoulder was cut open, and blood immediately gushed out. So strong. He was secretly shocked. At this moment, he could feel that the man in black had indeed suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, which was the same level as him. However, the man's combat strength still shocked him. The power of that slash was not something that a cultivator in the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness could do. Even an expert at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm would not be able to do it. This was not referring to the pure power, but that the attack contained a kind of blade momentum, an extremely terrifying kind of blade momentum. That slash seemed to have sealed everything, disrupting his footsteps, and greatly reducing his speed. The man in black's expression was cold. Without saying anything, he slashed again. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the blade swept through the sky. Before the blade light arrived, dozens of trees were immediately shattered into pieces. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved his hands, supporting the barren heaven world and the divine roar palace, and pressed forward. Boom, the two collided, and the blade aura collapsed. The barren heaven world and the divine roar palace also shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Knowing that there was no way to avoid it, he stepped forward and faced it directly. "Since you've already lowered your level, I'll do as you wish and beat you to the ground," he said coldly. In the battle of the Yin and Yang Hua, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man in black and punched him directly. With a thump, the void trembled as if a sacred drum had been beaten. The man in black's expression did not change. He pointed his blade backward and punched forward. Bang! The two fists collided, and both of them retreated. Lin Tian felt pain in his right hand and could not help but feel a little surprised. On the path of cultivation, he used the 4 extreme scriptures to temper his body almost every day. His body was extremely strong, and few could resist it. But now, the man in black's body seemed to be no weaker than his. That iron fist seemed to be formed by a piece of diamond, indestructible. Opposite him, a strange light flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared and was covered by indifference again. He unsheathed his long blade. His body was like a ghost, bringing up hurricanes. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Tian again. The long blade in his hand was merciless. He slashed at Lin Tian's chest, almost cutting the void open. Lin Tian retreated. An upper-tier true treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he used the 9 forms of the burning sun to meet the attack. With a clang, the blade and the sword collided. Strong wind swept out, shattering large pieces of old wood around them. The man in black shook his arm and attacked again. Vaguely, the blade trembled, and a buzzing sound was heard. Lin Tian held the upper-tier true treasure sword tightly. The power of fire surged, covering the entire sword as he slashed forward. Clang, 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 the blade and the sword kept colliding. Strong winds raged, almost shattering the ground. With a poof, Lin Tian was hit in the abdomen. Immediately, blood flowed out. However, at the same time, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and rushed forward. He punched the man in black in the chest, sending him flying more than 15 meters away. Clang, 15 meters away, the sharp blade light rushed up. The man in black stood up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his expression did not change. With a swoosh, the man transformed into a divine blade. Overbearing blade chi intertwined and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. He slashed with the 8th sword of the burning sun. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. He activated the 9-spring sword with the divine skill. He grasped it in his hand and slashed at the air. Boom, this was an astonishing collision. The old wood within a radius of several meters was instantly shattered, and the ground was full of cracks. Both of them were sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths. After stabilizing himself, Lin Tian was even more shocked. Previously, when he fought with the 7 heroes of the Bai family, he felt that the 7 heroes were really strong. However, at this moment, when he compared the 7 heroes to the man in black, he suddenly felt that the 7 so-called heroes were simply dregs. The man in black was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was still cold. He held the blade with one hand and raised it to the sky. Clang, suddenly, dense blade shadows appeared and covered the surroundings. Every blade light seemed to have its own consciousness. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately felt a huge pressure and even felt the threat of death. The sound of the saber became even more violent and terrifying. Lin Tian lowered his head and saw the ground shake. Broken sand rose into the sky inch by inch. This was a terrifying force. The man in black held the saber in one hand and pressed it down. Instantly, all the saber lights rushed toward him like lightning. Lin Tian was shocked. He stepped on the yin and yang road to dodge. However, the saber lights seemed to have their own consciousness. They followed him closely and even cut a crack in the space. Poof, there was a cut on his left arm, and he immediately felt an intense pain. Staring at the saber lights, he felt a special wave. It was definitely not a simple martial arts technique. This was a divine power. He quickly evaded and put away the supreme treasure sword. His hands formed an imprint, activating the desolate great mountain and the precious weapon Old Forest. After this, his hands became even heavier. A stone platform and a stone wall rushed out from behind him, suspending in the air. Boom, the moment the stone platform and stone wall appeared, a vast shock wave spread out, shattering the saber lights in the surroundings. The man in black was shocked, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. With a clang, the man unfolded the long saber in his hand. He closed in again, bringing the saber lights that filled the sky down. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The stone platform and stone wall above his head propped up the 4 symbols Taoist diagram. He swung his upper-grade treasure sword again. Clang, 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 the two collided. Saber against sword, saber light against divine elephant. Terrifying waves spread out again and again. In the process, the light of true essence sputtered. The two of them left bloody marks on each other's bodies from time to time, and left punches on each other's bodies from time to time. However, their auras became more and more vigorous. Waves of tyrannical waves surged out. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled in unison. At the same time, outside the old forest, cultivators passed by. They were all shocked and looked in this direction. What's happening there? It seems like someone is fighting. This is such a powerful wave. Let's go take a look. Let's go. Soon, someone walked into the depths of the old forest. Not long after, some people arrived. They stared at the two people's battle, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. It's that Lin Tian. There's another person. Who is that person? So strong. Why are these two fighting together? Everyone was shocked. Lin Tian and the black-clothed man were locked in battle. Naturally, they had sensed the arrival of the crowd. However, their expressions did not change in the slightest. Their battle intent burned brightly. Their blade and sword collided continuously. The violent battle intent swept out in all directions. Clang, the black-robed man shook his long saber, and the dense saber light scattered out like billions of birds flapping their wings. Due to the power of the blade, the surrounding space shook and distorted as though it would shatter at the very next moment. This caused the cultivators who had rushed over from afar to feel a chill in their hearts. This blade intent was simply too terrifying. It was practically capable of breaking through anything. On the stone platform and stone wall above Lin Tian's head, the two words Daoren shone brightly, crushing everything. Buzz. The 4 symbols Dao diagram shook and annihilated all the saber light in the surroundings. In the next moment, the two of them charged together again. Their fists and feet collided, and their sabers and swords clashed. The ground shook involuntarily. Pfft! His sword fell and slashed the black-clothed man's chest. However, at the same time, the black-clothed man's long saber also landed on his shoulder. If it were not for the divine elephant, his entire arm might have been cut off. However, their expressions did not change at all. On the contrary, their eyes became even brighter and more resplendent. Clang! Clang! The sound of saber and sword rang out at the same time. Their clothes were stained with blood, and blood gushed out of their mouths. However, they both charged at each other ferociously. Saber light and sword shadows intertwined. The divine elephant and the saber Tao theurgy collided. It was not until dozens of breaths later that the two of them stopped. After a short confrontation, the old forest was covered in cracks. There was not a single intact piece of land within a radius of 100 feet. So terrifying. These two people, they're both F***king freaks. Two monsters. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Such terrifying combat power made everyone tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Lin Tian panted heavily. His hand holding the long sword trembled slightly as he stared at the black-clothed man opposite him. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always crushed those of the same level. Even if he fought with people who were 2 or 3 levels higher, he would not feel too much pressure. However, this black-clothed man had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, but it was so strenuous for him. After a round of confrontation, he was seriously injured several times and consumed half of his spiritual ether. Opposite him, the black-clothed man's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with shock. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, the shock in the man's eyes disappeared, and an even more terrifying aura rushed out. With a boom, the man's glabella shone brightly. Vaguely, a reddish-yellow land appeared. The land was filled with different sabers. There were broad sabers, long sabers, and broken sabers. Each saber emitted a terrifying chill. Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt pain all over his body. Spiritual sea phenomenon. He was shocked. The light from the black-clothed man's glabella supported a land of sabers. This was undoubtedly a spiritual sea phenomenon. At the same time, the cultivators who rushed over from afar also changed their expressions. They could not help but swallow their saliva. Clang, 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 the sabers clanged. The black-clothed man stared at the land of sabers and walked over. Dense sabers rose from the ground, shining with a cold light. In the next moment, the dense sabers vibrated and attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian felt pain between his glabella and hurriedly retreated. Light shone from his glabella, and a lotus sea appeared. It was black and white, stirring yin and yang, and moved forward. Spiritual sea phenomenon, yin-yang lotus sea. The black-clothed man was moved, but his eyes became colder. More sabers rushed up and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's mind shook, and the yin-yang lotus sea shook. Dense lotus petals floated out and rushed forward. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. His lotus petals were blocked and could not be slashed out. At the same time, a saber descended from the sky and pressed down on him. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly and he dodged quickly. As expected, his saber can block my yin-yang twin lotus even though we're both spiritual sea phenomenons. He muttered to himself. Clang, 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 the sound of the saber was ear-piercing. The spiritual sea phenomenon above the black-clothed man's head was like a land of sabers, slashing everything in its path. Lin Tian's eyes shone with a bright light and his battle blood boiled. The yin-yang lotus sea faced it directly. Walala! The sea of lotuses swayed gently as black and white lotuses rose into the air. Each lotus petal was like a divine weapon. This, so strong. Black and white, yin and yang intertwined. That Lin Tian actually knows such methods? That black-clothed man has a saber mountain above his head. He's like a saber god. They seem to be at the 8th level of the spiritual sea now, but their combat strength, everyone was shocked. At this moment, even some of the powerful rogue cultivators at the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm couldn't help but be moved. Their hearts beat wildly, and a strong sense of powerlessness rose. These people felt that if they rushed over now, they would be killed instantly. What a monster. Some of the Zephyr Realm powerhouses smiled bitterly. In front of them, the saber trembled and the Lotus Sea was full of power. The two different spiritual sea phenomenons collided, and the space shook. Both of their eyes were cold, like sabers and swords, and they rushed together again. Clang, 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 the spiritual sea phenomenons collided with each other, and the saber and sword in their hands were also constantly clashing. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood. His abdomen was pierced by a sharp saber light, and blood was flowing out. His eyes were cruel. He faced the saber light, and the long sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. The black-clothed man blocked with his long sword, but Lin Tian's fist arrived at the same time, landing firmly on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The black-clothed man also coughed up blood, and his clothes were torn. However, their eyes became sharper and colder. Two waves of tyrannical true essence surged. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed together again, killing each other. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Boom, true essence raged. The two figures collided, and then they were both sent flying. Lin Tian was covered in blood. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. His true essence was almost exhausted, and the spiritual sea phenomenons were shattered. He could no longer hold on. On the other side, the black-clothed man was not much better. His clothes were torn, and his chest was dyed red with blood. It was obvious that his chest had caved in a little. His spiritual sea phenomenons had also dissipated. The two of them stared at each other, panting heavily. However, their eyes were sharper than a saber. Sharper than a sword. Both of them are almost at their limits. Are they going to start the final battle now? It seems so. They only have the strength for one move. Many people swallowed their saliva and stared ahead, afraid to miss any details. A battle of this level was rare. It was almost comparable to a battle between young heavenly venerables. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The treasure sword in his right hand vibrated, and the sword light flashed. The black-clothed man moved his right leg backward and raised his long saber. The sound of a saber rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. The two of them attacked together, rushing toward each other. The sword in Lin Tian's hand was surrounded by flames. The sword light soared as he used the ninth stroke of the burning sun. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. At the same time, the black-clothed man frowned and stopped in his tracks. Whoosh, 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 almost at the same time, dozens of sharp arrows rushed from not far away, heading straight for Lin Tian's limbs. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, but his speed was extremely fast. He narrowly avoided the arrows. Your spiritual sense is really good. A mocking voice rang out. Dozens of figures walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man in fine clothes. He was extremely handsome and had a strong aura. Xianxia. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He recognized the young man in fine clothes. He was the one who had gambled alchemy skills with him at Wuji Gate not long ago. In the distance, the cultivators also recognized the group of people. They were all shocked. They seemed to be from the Xin family. The Xin family? The Xin family, one of the three major alchemist families? Yes. Someone whispered. Staring at Xianxia's group, Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the Xin family would chase him all the way here. He naturally knew the purpose of the Xin family. Fortunately, I came here to take a look. Otherwise, I would have missed the best opportunity to suppress and capture you. Xianxia sneered. Behind Xianxia, dozens of people looked gloomy. They were all outstanding members of the younger generation of the Xin family. The Xin family is also chasing Lin Tian? Strange, why? Is it also for that weapon control technique? Many people whispered. Lin Tianwei's face was gloomy. He clenched the sword in his hand even tighter. After the battle with the black-cloaked man, his current situation was very bad. His Jing Yuan was less than 10%. The Xin family's arrival at this time made him feel a great sense of danger. However, he didn't show any worry on his face. I have already killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. How dare a group of trash like you appear in front of me? Are you looking for death? He said. Xianxia snorted coldly. Don't pretend to be strong. You are very strong, but how much combat power do you have at your peak? Do you think you can stop us? Xianxia smiled and said. However, this young master has always been cautious. Xianxia looked at the black-cloaked man on the side and said with a smile. Your Excellency must have something to do with him. Why don't we cooperate? After we capture him, you can take what you want from him first, and then hand him over to the Xin family. Lin Tian's fierce reputation has spread throughout the second heaven. He even killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. Although he looked very embarrassed now, after all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Xianxia is proud of himself, he still seemed to be a little cautious at this time. He saw the black-cloaked man fighting with Lin Tianyi. Although he didn't know the origin of the other party, since he can fight with Lin Tianyi until now, his combat power is naturally not weak. Therefore, he wanted to use the black-cloaked man to force Lin Tian into a desperate situation. He believed that as long as the black-cloaked man nodded, they could easily suppress Lin Tian in half an hour. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of coldness flashed within them. This Xianxia's thoughts were rather meticulous at this moment. The black-cloaked man stared at Lin Tian, the long blade in his hand glowing with a cold light. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were indifferent. That black-cloaked young man is not the slightest bit weaker than Lin Tian. From the situation just now, it would be difficult to determine the victor if the two of them fought normally. However, at this moment, if that black-cloaked young man joins forces with the Qin clan, he will definitely win. Lin Tian will definitely be finished. That madman seems to be in trouble. Many people whispered. Xianxia smiled and looked at the black-cloaked man. Your Excellency, what do you think? Don't worry, my Xin family has a good reputation. After we suppress him, we will let you find what you want, and then I will take him away. The black-cloaked man looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were still indifferent, and he didn't respond. Xianxia frowned slightly. Your Excellency, my words, you, clang. A saber light slashed over, and Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out a supreme treasure sword and slashed down. With a boom, the blade was shattered. Xianxia staggered back, and a trace of bright red appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Staring at the black-cloaked man, Xianxia was shocked and angry. His face was cold. The black-cloaked man didn't even look at Xianxia. His expression didn't change from beginning to end. He stared coldly at Lin Tian. Don't die. After saying this, the black-cloaked man turned and walked away. He rejected the Xin family? This is such a good opportunity. Why did the black-cloaked man fight with Lin Tian? I don't know. Strange. Many people were surprised. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He looked deeply at the black-cloaked man's back. Although this man was cold and domineering, he was open and aboveboard. Tilting his head, he looked towards Xianxia as his eyes narrowed slightly. From the looks of it, the black-cloaked man's yuan energy was almost completely depleted. Otherwise, how could a second-rate person like Xianxia possibly receive that blade strike from before? Time to go. He whispered in his heart. He didn't hesitate. Then, he quickly flashed into the distance. Now, his vital essence was almost depleted. It would be very dangerous to face the Xin family directly. Young Master Xin, he escaped. Someone shouted. Xianxia was shocked. He glanced coldly at the black-cloaked man's back. He didn't have time to seek revenge. He shouted, "Go after him." Immediately, the sound of air being torn apart resounded. The Xin clan's people all charged out and chased after Lin Tian. Don't even think about escaping. The Xin family shouted. Lin Tian's face was dignified. He quickened his pace and escaped. Normally, he wouldn't put these Xin family disciples in his eyes. No matter how many came, he would kill them all. But now, he couldn't. After the fight with the black-cloaked man, he was seriously injured. His vital essence was almost depleted, and his combat power was less than 10% of his heyday. Under such circumstances, facing dozens of cultivators in the Sea of Consciousness realm was undoubtedly a difficult situation. Clang! A sword light slashed and fell at his feet. The people from the Shin clan quickly caught up. Someone activated his alchemic fire. Even though it was only the lowest grade of yellow, when more than 10 people gathered together, the attack power was still very fierce. The scorching temperature caused the air to sizzle. With a buzz, one of them brandished a long spear and pierced Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian dodged. He grabbed the long spear with his left hand and punched with his right hand. You, puff. Although he was seriously injured, his strong physique didn't weaken much. Ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. Be careful. His physique is strong. Don't get close. Shen Qingyu shouted. Shen Qingyu wasn't the strongest person in this generation of the Shen family, but his status was extraordinary. At this moment, he stood at the outermost circle and gave orders. Lin Tianlong coldly glanced at Shen Qingyu. He waved the long spear in his hand, shook off a piece of alchemy fire, and rushed into the distance again. Today, you are doomed to die. Shen Qingyu sneered. With this order, the Shin clan's members sped up, forming an encirclement as they chased after Lin Tian. The sword light was dense, and the yellow alchemy fire was surging, cutting off Lin Tian's escape route. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, someone pulled a bow, and a black arrow flew toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi shook the long spear and threw it directly into the distance. With his strong physique, the long spear shook off the arrow and pierced into the body of a Shin family member. After that, Lin Tian didn't stop. He rushed into the distance again. You can't escape. Shen Qingyu said coldly. Whoosh! 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 Dense arrows came again, and at the same time, powerful martial arts techniques fell. Lin Tian's face changed. He didn't have enough genuine essence, so he could only roll on the ground to avoid the arrows. Then he hit the light of the martial arts techniques that swept toward him. Boom! He forcibly activated the Nirvana fist and punched another member of the Shin family to death. However, he was also swept by the light of the martial arts techniques that came from the corner. Suddenly, there were a few more bloody wounds on his body. At this moment, the Shin family had completely surrounded him. Shouts and the sound of precious weapons echoed. The crowd rushed forward together. Alchemy flames vibrated, and sword lights intertwined. Lin Tian grabbed a sword from a person and swung it, sending 3 members of the Shin family flying. However, at the same time, another Shin family member's long spear pierced his abdomen. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been pierced through by this attack. Even so, this attack still made him feel very uncomfortable. His face was cold. He held the long spear and cut off the head of the spear-wielding person. I didn't expect to be forced to this point by a group of trash. He said coldly to himself. After cutting off the spear-wielding person, he didn't hesitate and fled into the depths of the old forest again. Although he was a little sullen at this moment, he was very clear that he couldn't stay and fight. Otherwise, he would die. In the next 4 hours, Lin Tianyi fled. With his thin genuine essence and severely injured body, he killed more than 10 members of the Shin family. However, he also had more wounds on his body. He looked even more miserable. You're really stubborn. Let's see how long you can run. Shen Qingyu sneered. The members of the Shin family surrounded him. They were all excited, and their eyes were shining. At this moment, Lin Tian was at the end of his rope. They could definitely take him down. Once they took Lin Tian back to the family, it would be a great achievement. Lin Tian was covered in blood. He stepped back, and his eyes were as cold as knives. If I don't die today, your Shin family will never have a day of peace. He said coldly. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly thought of all the things that the Bai family had been through. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, this was only for a moment. The next moment, Shen Qingyu returned to normal. He stared coldly at Lin Tian. Do you think you can escape today? I'll tell you the truth. The airborne realm members of the Shin family are already on their way here. There is no way you can escape. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he immediately ran away. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Within 2 hours, Lin Tian had once again killed several members of the Shin family despite his heavy injuries. He himself had suffered a few more heavy blows, and his entire body was drenched in blood. Even his hair had been dyed red by the blood. It was also at this time that a strong wave of spiritual ether descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe descended from the sky. Sixth uncle. Xianxia said happily. The airborne realm member of the Shin family had arrived. His entire body was surrounded by an amazing aura of pills. He was a powerful grade 4 alchemist. Looking around, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe had a flash of light in his eyes. He nodded at Xianxia and said, "Well done." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe turned his head and stared at Lin Tian. "Come back with me, and you won't have to suffer any physical pain. When we get the art of alchemy that we want, we'll give you a quick death and hand your head to the Bai family." The middle-aged man said coldly. Lin Tian's heart was heavy, but his expression did not change. There was even a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "If you kill me after getting the art of alchemy from me, you won't have to worry about the art of alchemy falling into the hands of others. You can also give my head to the Bai family in exchange for a huge favor from the ancient family. Yushin family sure know how to scheme." The middle-aged man in the yellow robe snorted coldly and did not say anything else. He directly stepped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His current situation was very bad, and there was no way he could stop the airborne realm member. Without hesitation, he stepped on the ground and directly fled into the distance. "You still want to run?" The middle-aged man in the yellow robe waved his hand and directly slapped out a huge handprint. Lin Tian's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and resisted, but he was immediately thrown more than 15 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe walked forward and said indifferently, "The end is already decided. Why struggle and make trouble for yourself?" Lin Tian struggled to stand up. He only felt that his internal organs had shifted positions, and the pain was unbearable. However, he forced himself to endure it. He supported his severely injured body and once again fled into the distance. "Humph." A hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the yellow robe. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Lin Tian. Vigorous spiritual ether surged. This palm completely covered Lin Tian on the spot. "Hey! This is over." Haha. Everyone in the Shin family laughed. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a divine treasure of their family, or as if they were looking at a dead body. Lin Tian's expression changed, and his back became cold. Now that he was severely injured and his spiritual ether was almost depleted, he was unable to fight at all. "Damn it." He gritted his teeth. At this moment, a fierce palm wind fell from the sky, and with a bang, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe was blasted more than 30 meters away. A figure shrouded in a black cloak appeared and fell from the sky, firmly blocking in front of Lin Tian. "Go." A low voice came from the cloak. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He recognized this familiar voice. It was the Wuji Peak Master. End of chapter. Everyone from the Shin family was shocked. They never thought that such an unforeseen event would occur at such a time. "Who's there?" The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt walked back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked gloomy. Under the cloak, the master of the Wuji Peak didn't respond. He whispered to Lin Tian, "The sect leader asked me to apologize to you. He hopes you can live on. Let's go." Lin Tian frowned and clenched his fists slightly. "Thank you," he said seriously. Enduring the pain, he got up and ran away. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt raised his eyebrows and said, "You want to leave? Stop him." Suddenly, the disciples of the Shin family chased after Lin Tian. Clang, the master of the Wuji Peak made his move. He split the ground with his sword, and a 30-meter-long sword mark appeared in front of the Shin family. Such a terrifying sword made everyone in the Shin family turn pale. They stopped in their tracks. "Who are you?" Why are you an enemy of the Shin family? The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt said in a low voice. With a simple sword, the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt could see how powerful the man under the cloak was. He was far from being able to defeat him. The master of the Wuji Peak didn't say anything. He just stood in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt wanted to go around and chase after Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he was powerless. Sir, you are an enemy of the Shin family. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt said in a low voice. The master of the Wuji Peak didn't say anything. He still stood in the same place. With a sword in his hand, he shocked everyone in the Shin family. Lin Tian had walked far away. Soon, he found an absolutely secluded place. He took out some elixirs from the stone ring and put them in his mouth. Then, he started to heal his injured body. This time I am really indebted to the master of the Wuji sect, he said to himself. He knew very well that if the master of the Wuji Peak hadn't arrived, he would have been taken away by the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt. The only ending was death. When he thought of the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt, he thought of the Shin family. His eyes suddenly became cold. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the four extremities meridians with all his might to dissolve the Baodan in his body. His injuries were quickly alleviated. Enter the 9th layer first, then enter the Zephyr step, he muttered to himself. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he calmed down and circulated the four extreme scriptures over and over again. That was the supreme body-tempering divine art of the mysterious iron sword. It was also a manual for cultivation, which was enough to support him all the way to the end of the airborne realm. At this moment, he swallowed a Baodan and circulated his four extremities meridians, rapidly nourishing his internal organs. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, with the help of some Baodan in the stone ring, his injuries were completely healed. His spirit had also become stronger. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Lin Tian looked outside, quietly stood up, and left in the dark night. Although the master of Wuji Peak had stopped the Shin family, he couldn't stop them forever. He had stayed in this forest for a long time. Now that his injuries had recovered, it was better to move to another place for safety. In the dark night, the moonlight shrouded the earth, sprinkling a large area of silver light. Not long after Lin Tian left, there were warriors from the Shin family who found this place. The leader was at the 7th layer of the Zephyr step. There are traces of someone here. It seems that he just left. It should be that person. Go after him. We must find him, the leader said. Suddenly, a group of warriors rushed behind him and quickly flashed in the old forest. At this time, Lin Tian had already gone far away and walked out of the old forest. He carried the black robe on his back and made his way through the night. He climbed over several tall mountains and soon after, he appeared in another old forest and found another hidden place. He carefully looked around until he was sure that nothing was out of place. Only then did he sit down quietly. He took out the shackling rune and pasted it on his brow. With the full moon in the sky, he circulated the four extremities meridians and directly immersed himself in cultivation. Voom, faint silver light flickered. In his sea of consciousness, the power of his consciousness boiled bit by bit, as if there was a fire burning. The sea of consciousness was to refine one's consciousness. Only by refining one's consciousness to a certain degree of purity and producing a qualitative change could one enter the Zephyr step. Under the night sky, Lin Tian held his breath and focused, wholeheartedly refining his divine sense. In these past few days, he'd experienced many battles, and he'd gained a great deal of comprehension. Especially the battle with the black-clothed man, it caused him to have a rather deep feeling. Because of the many experiences, his essence, energy, and spirit had unknowingly strengthened a lot. The flow of his true essence was also smoother. In this situation, his cultivation level began to loosen up. This situation was most suitable for cultivation, the silver light intertwined outside. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang twin lotus swayed, releasing a little bit of light. This light intertwined in his sea of consciousness and actually guided the power in his body, helping him to refine his consciousness. Following that, the light outside his body became more condensed. At most half a month, I can enter the 9th layer of the sea of consciousness and enter the Zephyr step with the Zephyr pill, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Taking a deep breath, he put away the light in his eyes and once again immersed himself in cultivation. The light lingered outside his body, gradually becoming brighter, and the aura he exuded gradually became stronger. It was as if a wisp of flame was gradually turning into a sea of fire. In the second heaven, the young cultivators of the Shen family secretly searched for Lin Tian's traces, rummaging through various mountains. They even invited many experts to help, but it was still difficult to find Lin Tian's real body. At the same time, many powerhouses of the Bai family also came out to search for Lin Tian's traces. In such a large heaven, if that person really wants to hide, how can it be easy to find him? Yes. However, Lin Tian's current situation is really dangerous. Nonsense, basically, the whole world is an enemy. It's scary just thinking about it. Many cultivators were discussing. The second heaven is very large, and the Bai family and the Shen family also know that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in this heaven. However, even so, the people of the two families still did not give up, especially the people of the Bai family. Each of them had a shocking killing intent, causing some rogue cultivators to tremble when looking at them from a distance. Time passed, and soon 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Bai family and the Shen family searched many places and found traces of Lin Tian several times, but they still couldn't find him. In the end, the Bai family's younger generation even released their voices in the world of cultivation, cursing Lin Tian for being a coward who only knew how to hole up like a turtle, not daring to openly roam the world, forcing Lin Tian to appear. Unfortunately, there was no result. As for the Shen family, they didn't find anything. In the second heaven, Lin Tian walked through another mountain, found a cave, and sat down cross-legged in it. During these 10 days, he changed several secluded places, and every time, he narrowly avoided the people who were looking for him. When I step into the airborne realm, I will deal with you one by one, he said coldly. The four extreme scripture was activated, and a divine refining rune was applied, and his consciousness began to boil. Now, he had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, and he was only one step away from the 9th heavenly layer. He calmed down and silently activated the four extreme scripture, focusing all his attention on the sea of consciousness, making his consciousness boil even more. Looking around, this sea of consciousness became wider, and his consciousness became purer, like the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Soon, 3 days passed. Boom! On this day, a tyrannical aura spread out and rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian exhaled heavily. After 13 days of hard work, he finally stepped into the 9th heavenly layer. Let's begin the last step. His eyes flashed. Taking a deep breath, he took out a thumb-sized baodan from the stone ring. This baodan was purple and crystal clear. It was the 4th grade airborne pill that he and Bai Qiu obtained in the ancient alchemist tomb more than a month ago. This baodan was extremely precious. After swallowing it, a cultivator could perfectly reach the airborne realm from the 9th heavenly layer. The four extreme scripture stabilized the cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer, making the spiritual ether more peaceful. Then, he swallowed the airborne pill. As soon as the airborne pill entered his mouth, a rich fragrance spread out. Lin Tianji felt a warm air spread in his body, and then, this warm air directly penetrated his sea of consciousness like a hot spring. Suddenly, a huge storm appeared in his calm sea of consciousness, and his spiritual ether began to boil crazily. The 4th grade airborne pill was a type of baodan. It was the strongest baodan to temper one's spiritual ether. Now, after Lin Tian swallowed this baodan, the spiritual ether in his sea of consciousness became active, like boiling water, jumping around. Gradually, his spiritual ether became stronger and purer. Huff! Lin Tian closed his eyes and exhaled white smoke from his mouth, like a celestial being. Time passed by minute. After swallowing the airborne pill, the treasure qi in the pill penetrated his sea of consciousness, making his spiritual ether feel like it was burning above a fire source, and it became pure little by little. Moreover, during this entire process, Lin Tian's internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood had become translucent. Strands of warm energy flowed through them, causing his flesh, blood, and internal organs to become even stronger. The airborne pill not only refined the spiritual ether, but also helped to temper the body, very quickly, another 2 days passed. 2 days later, Lin Tian's spiritual ether finally became completely pure, and his sea of consciousness became calm again. The yin-yang twin lotus swayed slightly in his sea of consciousness. After this, Lin Tian's heart suddenly trembled, and he felt as if a door had burst open in his body. A vast and majestic power gushed out, instantly spreading throughout his body and flowing to every corner. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. He slowly stood up. He clenched his fist slightly, and his 5 fingers cracked. His physique became several times stronger, and it seemed to be harder than King Kong. His spiritual ether vibrated, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder coming from his body. His spiritual ether was boiling like the Yellow River, his glabella lit up with a thought, and the tyrannical spiritual ether seemed to be about to rush out like a sharp sword. Finally, Lin Tian took a deep breath and raised his hands slightly. His feet slowly left the ground, and he slowly rose into the air. He hovered in the air, and it took him dozens of breaths to truly master flying in the air, reaching a height of 150 feet above the ground. This is the airborne realm. He clenched his fists. In half a month's time, he relied on the airborne pill to reach the airborne realm. At this moment, he felt that he was more than 10 times stronger than he was half a month ago. His physique was more solid, and his spiritual ether was more abundant. It was as if he had endless strength. Most importantly, at this moment, he stood in the air on his own, and he truly felt as if he had transcended the mortal world. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with excitement, and then there was a flash of coldness in them. "It's time to go mess with someone," he said coldly. He tilted his head and looked out of the old forest. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he stepped into the air, walking out of the old forest step by step. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook, and there was a sudden clap of thunder. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine for no reason. It was as if he was being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes, and his entire body was cold. He looked up at the sky. He did not know when, but the sky within a radius of 300 feet had become pitch black. Dark clouds gathered, forming a huge vortex. Lightning flashed and crackled in the middle. Dark clouds gathered, covering the space within a radius of 300 meters. The entire area where Lin Tian was at had turned pitch black. The dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning intertwined within them like terrifying lightning dragons. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and a pale light flashed across the sky. The destructive aura spread in all directions, and the Shifeng ancient forest became deathly silent in an instant. Not a single sound could be heard. Lin Tian's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, he felt as if a primitive mountain was pressing down on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. What's going on? What is this? He was terrified. Now, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced someone in the immortal realm. But now, looking at the sky, he felt an instinctive fear. Gritting his teeth, he didn't hesitate. He stepped on the void and rushed into the distance, trying to lead the range of the thunderclouds. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was dozens of feet away. Boom! The sky shook, and thunder rumbled, making Lin Tian tremble. Looking at the sky, Lin Tian was shocked to find that he was still in the center of the thunderclouds. This thundercloud was actually chasing after him. It was as if there was a pair of eyes in the clouds staring at him. Boom! Thunder rumbled, one after another. Each sound was scarier than the last, and each was fiercer than the last. Dong! Boom! Finally, a bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds. It went straight for Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's expression changed. He took out his upper-grade true treasure sword and slashed with the 8th stroke of the incinerating sun stroke without hesitation. A fierce sword light slashed toward the sky. However, this bolt of lightning was too powerful. It was like a destructive attack from a mortal realm elite. It crushed the 8th stroke of the incinerating sun stroke and the upper-grade true treasure sword. Then, with a bang, Lin Tian fell from the sky to the ground. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. Half of his clothes were torn, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. He struggled to stand up. His chest was a little charred, and there was a burning and intense pain. Staring at the sky, the four extremities scripture circulated madly, rapidly healing his injured body. He looked around, gritted his teeth, and fled into the distance again, wanting to leave the range of the thunderclouds. However, after dozens of breaths, he had no choice but to stop. This was because no matter how he ran, no matter how fast he ran, he could not leave the range of the thundercloud. No matter how far he ran, he was still at the center of the thundercloud. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat ugly. He had finally stepped into the Zephyr realm with great difficulty, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a strange thing and be struck by lightning for no reason? Suddenly, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Lightning gathering in the sky, could this be the heavenly tribulation that the old man was talking about? Lin Tian stared at the sky and shook his head. No. The old man said that the heavenly tribulation is a reaction of the great path caused by the transformation of spiritual ether and divine power after entering the celestial reaching realm. It is called a natural disaster on the path of cultivation. I've only just entered the airborne realm, so how could I cause a heavenly tribulation? Dong. The sky trembled, and the lightning flashed even more dazzlingly. Lin Tian stared at the sky, his face a little pale. But, what else could this be other than a heavenly tribulation? At this moment, another thunder was heard, and the sky became even darker. A second lightning bolt struck down. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he did not dare to be careless this time. He immediately activated the seal of the four symbols, condensing a dazzling diagram to meet the lightning bolt that was coming down. PFFTT. With a soft sound, the seal of the four symbols was shattered into nothingness. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he used the yin and yang to dodge. However, that lightning bolt seemed to have eyes, and his escape was futile as it landed on him steadily. Lin Tian was sent flying. This time, his injuries were even more severe. His chest was a bloody mess, and there was a burning smell coming out. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stood up. He took out a large number of healing pills and spiritual ether bowdown from the stone ring and swallowed them, then used the Sutra of Four Extremes to regulate his breathing. His face was pale as he stared at the sky. No matter how much he did not want to believe it, he had to believe it at this moment. That was indeed a heavenly tribulation. My spiritual ether has only changed a little when I stepped into the airborne realm, and I attracted a heavenly tribulation just like that? Lin Tian gritted his teeth. At this moment, he really had the urge to curse. The heavenly tribulation was known as a natural disaster on the path of cultivation, and it had killed countless people since ancient times. 99% of cultivators would be killed by the heavenly tribulation when they stepped into the reaching celestial realm. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. Lin Tian stared at the sky, feeling very uncomfortable. Others would only attract the heavenly tribulation when they reached the reaching celestial realm, and they would usually be well prepared. At that time, their strength would be much stronger. However, he had attracted such a disaster when he stepped into the airborne realm. His cultivation had not reached the reaching celestial realm, and he was not strong enough. He did not even have the slightest bit of preparation to go through the heavenly tribulation. This was deliberately targeting him. Boom, dark clouds rolled, and this time an even more terrifying aura began to brew, spreading in all directions. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his back became even colder. Staring at the huge thundercloud vortex in the sky, he felt as if there was a chaotic realm being standing inside, staring at him coldly, preparing a truly devastating attack. Boom! Finally, thunder rumbled again, and the third lightning bolt fell. No, it was not accurate to call it one bolt. Looking around, with Lin Tian as the center, the area within a radius of 30 meters was completely covered. A dense sea of lightning fell. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but the ferocious power was shocking. Lin Tian felt severe pain all over his body even though he was far away. The ground under his feet even began to shatter. The soil and gravel seemed to be pulled by something, flying high into the sky on their own before shattering. This was a great force of destruction. Lin Tian's heart was cold. He wanted to escape the range of this sea of lightning, but in the end, he stopped in his tracks. Since he knew this was a heavenly tribulation, he knew that there was no use in escaping. Now, he could only defeat the heavenly tribulation, survive the heavenly tribulation, or be turned into ashes. There were only 3 endings. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand to form a seal. Behind him, a desolate mountain, a treasure weapon bell, and a dense old forest rushed out. With a boom, several divine elephants of heaven rushed toward the sea of lightning in the sky. The two collided, and the divine elephants of heaven shattered with a crack. The sea of lightning directly covered Lin Tian. Lin Tian desperately condensed the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols to protect himself, but it was useless. It shattered on the spot. Dense lightning bolts fell, crushing the earth in the first moment, and the surrounding old trees instantly collapsed. For the first time, Lin Tian let out a scream. His whole body was completely covered by the sea of lightning. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Large areas of his skin became charred, and his body was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Lin Tian gasped for breath, and his face became extremely pale. Now that he had stepped into the Zephyr realm, his strength was astonishing. However, under the heavenly tribulation, he had no ability to resist at all. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian struggled to stand up again. At this time, his body was covered in injuries. A few of his bones were even broken, and blood kept flowing. His body would feel intense pain if he moved slightly. Even so, he did not dare to lie still. He quickly ran the 4 extremities meridians to the limit, and then relied on the Baodan and the stone ring to heal his injuries and stop the bleeding. If he moved, there was still a chance of survival. If he did not move, he could only wait for death. I don't believe that I can't get through it. He gritted his teeth. After swallowing a large amount of Baodan and running the 4 extremities meridians crazily, the intense pain suddenly eased a lot. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom rang out again. It was still a sea of lightning that fell mercilessly. Boom, Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and a violent surge of true essence rushed out of his body. He quickly formed a seal and used the divination divine technique to create the barren heaven world, divine roar palace, and 9-spring sword. Then, he activated Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment and used the powerful divination divine elephant to meet the sea of lightning above his head. The two collided fiercely. Whoosh, 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 large amounts of lightning and fire appeared in the void. More cracks appeared on the ground of the old forest where Lin Tian was. In just 2 breaths, the barren heaven world and divine roar palace shattered, and the 9-spring sword did not escape its fate. In the blink of an eye, only Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment did not collapse. In the meantime, the word Dauran flowed with divine light and collided with the sea of lightning. However, it did not last long. After 6 breaths, with a crack, Lin Tian's place of enlightenment also shattered. The hurricane swept and the sea of lightning fell, enveloping Lin Tian again. Crack! 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 The ground shattered and split open. Blood splattered in the air. Lin Tian was injured again. His body was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight. Thump, the sky trembled and the 5th thunder sounded. In the whirlpool-like thunderclouds, purple lightning intertwined. It was like a giant dragon shuttling in and out. As if it had a life of its own, it caused the surrounding void to distort. Then, with a crack, 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 black spatial cracks appeared. Silver spatial turbulence poured out. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He could not help but tremble. This purple sea of lightning was like the manifestation of an ancient serpent dragon. It was far more terrifying than the previous 4 lightning strikes. After 3 breaths, with a boom, the purple sea of lightning pressed down. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His expression was terrible. "I'll crush you." He stepped on the ground and formed another seal with his hands. He moved quickly over and over again. Behind him, a blood-colored crack suddenly appeared. Bloody light bloomed, and the screams of ghosts came out. This was the technique that the violet elves had used to protect him in the dark forest. Lin Tian still remembered the terrifying feeling when the blood-colored crack appeared. It was like opening the door to hell. At this moment, he used the divination divine spell to create it. Immediately, the space around him trembled. Even the lightning falling from the sky paused for a moment. Read on a mobile phone. As soon as the blood-colored crack appeared, a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing the space to tremble. In the sky, the purple sea of lightning paused for a moment before striking down again. Rise! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He formed a seal with his hands, and the blood-colored crack behind him rushed out. It suddenly expanded and swallowed a bolt of lightning. The two collided, and the blood-colored crack tried to expand as if it was going to swallow the entire sea of lightning. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, causing the ground to crack and the void to distort. As if it had sensed the existence of a force that prevented the lightning from falling, the great path became angry. The purple sea of lightning swayed and emitted an even more terrifying aura, as if there were countless dragons roaring. The blood-colored crack shook, and cracks immediately appeared around it. Lin Tian stepped back and felt a pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth and moved his hands again, heavy and slow. A vicious roar sounded from the blood-colored crack. Suddenly, a huge ghost claw reached out from it. It was eerie and terrifying. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood. He had used the divination divine technique to create the blood-colored crack. He was under great pressure and suffered a backlash. However, his eyes were very determined. He gritted his teeth and held on. In the blood-colored crack, the huge ghost claw covered the entire purple sea of lightning. Then, it directly pulled it into the blood-colored crack and exploded with a boom. Boom, a hurricane swept in all directions, and traces appeared in the void one after another. Lin Tian flew backward and crashed into a large rock not far away. He spat out another mouthful of blood. In the sky, the thunderclouds became even denser. Lightning interweaved within them, crackling loudly. At this time, with Lin Tian as the center, the ground within a radius of 300 feet was completely destroyed. Gravel and soil were everywhere, and broken branches of old trees were scattered everywhere. The ground even became a little charred as if it had been roasted by fire. Lin Tian felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He endured the pain and stood up. Looking at the sky, the thunderclouds were buzzing. The next wave of tribulation lightning was already gathering. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed in all directions. Finally, the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder was formed and fell. This time, there was only a single streak of lightning, but it was shockingly thick, as if a heavenly dragon was roaring. Wherever the tribulation lightning passed, the space in all directions would split apart, shattering completely. It descended at an extremely fast speed, arriving above Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It mercilessly and cruelly enveloped Lin Tian within it. Ah! Lin Tian screamed as blood splattered everywhere. He supported all of his means, but he couldn't block this heavenly lightning at all. He was sent flying more than 30 meters away. In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of 10 feet was completely shrouded in darkness. Lin Tian was lying on the ground. His entire body was scorched, and his flesh was lacerated. He was in an unprecedentedly miserable state. It could be said that he had lost half of his life. Even so, the thunder and lightning in the sky did not give him a chance to breathe. With a boom, the seventh heavenly tribulation struck down. The sound of rolling thunder resounded, ear-piercing and dazzling as it slowly pressed down. Crack! 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 Lin Tian lay on the ground. The ground was broken inch by inch, and large cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Staring at the light of tribulation descending from the sky, Lin Tian gasped for breath. At this moment, it was already difficult for him to stand up. He could only frantically urge his spiritual sense to manifest a huge lotus sea. Whoosh! The yin-yang twin lotus swayed. Under Lin Tian's will, it faced the heavens. This lotus sea was the result of 7 days of meditation by Lin Tian in the place where Lord Daoren achieved enlightenment. It was black and white, intertwined with yin and yang qi. It was very powerful. At this moment, he supported the lotus sea and faced the tribulation lightning. In an instant, the dense yin and yang qi surged like a vast sea, enveloping the heavenly lightning. However, although the lotus sea was extraordinary, it could not withstand the heavenly tribulation of the great path. Crack! After 3 breaths, with a crisp sound, the yin-yang lotus sea shattered. Then, the heavenly lightning fell, mercilessly striking Lin Tian's body. With a boom, with Lin Tian as the center, the entire ground suddenly shattered. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge pit with a diameter of 10 feet and a depth of 10 feet appeared on the ground. There were arcs of lightning intertwining in it. At the center of the deep pit, Lin Tian's clothes were torn, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At this moment, his skin was charred black, and his flesh was badly mangled. He could no longer be seen. He opened his mouth and immediately felt an intense pain. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even make a sound. Dong. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky again. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning was born. The oppressive aura instantly spread in all directions. This was another sea of lightning. Purple lightning crackled, each as thick as a baby's arm. With a boom, the void shattered, and the sea of lightning directly pressed down. Lin Tian's expression changed. He struggled with difficulty, but he could not move. Not only was his body in pain, but also because of the terrifying pressure of the eighth wave of tribulation lightning. He could not move at all. He gritted his teeth and gathered his thoughts in the sea of consciousness, looking at the bottom of the sea of consciousness. "Help me!" he yelled in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, he had no power to resist at all. His only hope was that divine sword. However, when he looked at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, the divine sword did not move at all. It did not respond to his call at all. Dong! The thunder roared. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Everything was annihilated. Lin Tian looked at the lightning in the sky pressing down on him. For the first time, he felt a sense of despair. At this moment, he could not even move, and he could not summon the divine sword. What else could he use to resist? Damn it! He roared angrily in his heart. Since ancient times, there had been hundreds of millions of cultivators, and it was difficult to count them. All of the people who were successful in their cultivation would only attract disasters of the Great Path when they broke through to the airborne realm. At this moment, however, he had only just broken through to the airborne realm, and he had attracted a heavenly tribulation. After being reincarnated, he had amazing talent and combat strength. He had not been afraid even when facing the ancient clans, and he had survived time and time again. Now, however, he was going to die under the inexplicable heavenly lightning. This made him feel extremely sullen. Arg! He roared in his heart. The heavenly tribulation did not stop. It became even more terrifying, pressing down on Lin Tian's head in an instant. Lin Tian was completely desperate. He could not help but close his eyes. Boom! At this moment, his abdomen lit up. That was his origin. His origin was bright, quiet, and peaceful. At this moment, it was emitting a faint glow. This glow intertwined through his body and condensed into a hazy light pattern on his body. It showed several different colors and slowly rotated, protecting his burned and seriously injured body under it. Lin Tianji felt his whole body become comfortable, and he could not help but open his eyes. What is this? Looking at this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. This was not the reaction of the divine sword, nor was it his own means. It was the origin of life shining on its own. With a bang, the heavenly tribulation pressed down and directly hit the hazy light pattern outside his body. Lin Tian trembled violently, and then he was greatly shocked because this terrifying eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was completely blocked. The light pattern shook slightly, and the eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was actually reflected back to the sky, exploding in the thunderclouds with a boom. This, Lin Tian was shocked. The terrifying eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was actually reflected back by this light pattern. The hazy light pattern slowly rotated, and in the next moment, it dimmed, turned into a ray of light, and directly rushed into Lin Tian's body. Immediately, Lin Tian felt a warm current enter his body, quickly healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, layers of halos appeared on the surface of his body. His charred skin peeled off on its own, revealing an intact body. His injuries were actually healed by 80% in an instant. Lin Tian clenched his fists and stood up. He felt a powerful force fill his body again. That light pattern just now was the manifestation of my origin? He stared at his abdomen. He scanned it with his divine consciousness. His life origin was no different from usual. It was still calm and did not fluctuate at all. At this moment, an extremely dull thunder sounded. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly looked at the sky and saw that in the dark thunderclouds, a lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 feet appeared. It was purple and aimed directly at him. Since ancient times, 9 has been the limit. This should be the last heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shone brightly, and his black hair swayed without wind. You want to kill me? Dream on. He gritted his teeth. He spread his hands and quickly formed a seal, activating the divine technique to the extreme. In an instant, the primitive mountain, the treasure weapon bell, the sea of clover, the barren heaven world, the divine cry temple, the 9 springs sword, the place where heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao, and the blood-colored crack, all kinds of powerful divine images appeared. At the same time, he supported the Taoist diagram of the 4 symbols, the yin-yang lotus sea, and activated the weapon-controlling art. He used all his means to meet the 9th heavenly tribulation. Under the pressure of the 9th heavenly tribulation, the space shook and the ground collapsed. Several divine images were shattered, the Taoist diagram of the 4 symbols exploded, the yin-yang lotus sea was destroyed, and dozens of treasure weapons were torn apart. Boom! The light was vast, drowning everything. In the void, smoke and dust drifted, and electric arcs crackled. The ground was shattered beyond recognition. Lin Tian lay on the wasteland, his body covered in blood and scorched black again. His body was badly mutilated, and in many places, white bones could even be vaguely seen. It was a shocking sight. However, at this time, he smiled. Under the pressure of the 9th heavenly tribulation, he had survived. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the world was restored to light. A 7-colored auspicious cloud gradually condensed. Within it, a gentle treasure light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian within. Crack! 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 Lin Tian's body made a sound like soybeans being fried. Just like before, his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this kind of light, he felt indescribably comfortable. His flesh and blood seemed to be burning and buzzing. Just like that, dozens of breaths later, the light dissipated, and the cloud shattered. He stood up from the wasteland. At this moment, his body was flowing with a faint light. His skin was as white as a baby's, and his flesh was as clean as glass. He waved his fist slightly, and suddenly, the void shook, and the sound of thunder was heard. Good! Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Reading on the mobile phone, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised, and he couldn't help but clench his fists again. Please search Product and Bookyen Network to see the most complete novel. The heavenly tribulation was very terrifying, but after passing it, it was like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, and it gave him great benefits. In terms of physique, I'm not afraid of anyone below the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He looked around himself, feeling the changes in his body. He was pleasantly surprised. His array manipulation technique had broken through the 4th stage, reaching the 5th stage. His soul force had become stronger, and when he circulated it, it surged violently. Lin Tian thought to himself, very good, and changed into a clean set of clothes before looking around. Looking around, the land within a radius of dozens of feet was completely destroyed, and there was no intact ground, and it was all scorched black. Lin Tian paused, looked out of the forest, and walked out. After entering the airborne realm, he no longer had to hide. Now, he could walk proudly in the 2nd heaven. Not long after, he walked out of the old forest and appeared on the road in the distance. People came and went on the road, and when they saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Lin Tian? That madman is actually here? Why didn't he hide at all? That Shen family has been looking for him recently. Damn, that madman is coming this way. Get out of the way. Some people were shocked. Lin Tian didn't hide his appearance now, and he was completely walking the world with his real body, so these people naturally recognized him at a glance. Suddenly, the crowd retreated together. During these days, Lin Tian's ferocious name had spread very well. Who knew how many lives he had reaped? He even dared to kill the geniuses of ancient families. He was simply a complete demon. How could these ordinary people not fear him? Lin Tian originally wanted to find someone to ask something, but seeing this situation, he could only helplessly shake his head. Along the road, he walked into the distance. He's finally gone. Speaking of which, where is he going? I don't know, it looks like he's just walking around casually, with no destination. It feels like he's just strolling. That does seem to be the case, but why doesn't this guy try to hide it? After all, during this period of time, the members of the Qin clan had been searching for him everywhere, and their forces were terrifying. Once he was found, then only death would await him. Wasn't he exposing his tracks by swaggering on the street that was densely packed with people right now? Isn't that too stupid? If the experts of the Bai family find out, it will be even worse. Exactly. Many people had strange expressions on their faces. Lin Tian was now extremely powerful, and his spiritual sense had increased by several times. Naturally, he could hear the discussions of these people. However, he did not mind at all. He appeared to be very leisurely, and even pulled up a stalk of grass from the ground and put it in his mouth to chew. Seeing his attitude, many rogue cultivators on the main road were dumbfounded. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Won't the people of the Shin family soon find out about it and come knocking on our door? That's right. Someone muttered. Lin Tian's expression was calm. With a blade of grass in his mouth, he walked along the main road step by step. What? That damn thing appeared? That's right. It's on a main road 10 miles away from here. Go after it. The experts of the Shin family who were searching outside heard the news. Suddenly, all of them began to move. On the main road, Lin Tian looked at the white clouds in the sky, looked at the blue sky, and looked at the birds flying in the sky. He seemed very casual. Soon, a fork in the road appeared in front of him. There was a spacious grassland beside the fork. With a faint smile, he walked to the side and sat down on the grassland. Countless cultivators came and went at the fork every day. At this moment, naturally, there were people who recognized Lin Tian. They all widened their eyes and had an expression of disbelief. That Lin Tian actually appeared here? This guy didn't hide at all. The people of the alchemist family are frantically searching for him. Isn't he too bold? Isn't he afraid of being found? Many people stopped and stared straight at Lin Tian. During this period of time, Lin Tian had become famous. Now that he appeared, naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. Lin Tian sat on the grassland leisurely. He squinted his eyes and looked at the round sun in the sky. He had an expression of enjoyment. Time passed, and soon, half an hour had passed. At this moment, dozens of strong waves of vitality came from afar. Someone was rushing towards this area. It's the people of the Shin family. Look at that middle-aged man in yellow. Shen Hui? I heard that he's a level 4 alchemist. He's also at level 3 of the Zephyr realm. The person in the lead seems to be Shen Lianyan, a level 4 alchemist at level 4 of the Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed. Seeing such a group of people rushing over, many people could not help but step back and open up a path. Dozens of people of the Shin family rushed over. The first thing they saw was Lin Tian on the grassland. Over there. Over there. Surround him. The group rushed forward and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the grassland. Finally, no more hiding. Shen Hui said. This Shen Hui was wearing a yellow robe. He was the middle-aged man who appeared last when the Shin family was chasing after Lin Tian. His strength was very strong. If it was not for the appearance of the Wuji Peak Master, Lin Tian would have been suppressed by this person. Beside Shen Hui stood another person. He was wearing a green robe. His name was Shen Lianyan. His strength was stronger than Shen Hui. He was at level 4 of the Zephyr realm. Both of them had a cold expression. Following them were dozens of young people. They were the best of the younger generation of the Shin family. Their cultivation was not bad. They were at level 5 of the Zephyr realm to level 9 of the Zephyr realm. At this moment, dozens of people surrounded Lin Tian in the middle. Each of them held a cold sword in their hands. They were shining with cold light. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and stood up slowly. Your reaction is not bad. You didn't let me wait for too long. However, why didn't the people of the Bai family come? He said. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of rogue cultivators at the fork in the road was shocked. This guy, what does he mean? Did he purposely walk out and wait for the people of the Shen family and the Bai family at this place? This is too arrogant? Many people were shocked. Not only the rogue cultivators, but also the people of the Shen family. He said he was waiting for us here? Big words. Who does he think he is? Arrogant. Self-righteous. A few of the younger generation of the Shen family mocked. Lin Tian did not even turn his head. He raised his right hand and swept out a dense sword gleam. Poof. 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 Suddenly, the few people who spoke were all penetrated and fell into a pool of blood. Shen Hui and Shen Lianyan suddenly had a cold and murderous look. They stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. Shen Hui took a step forward. A large purple flame appeared in his palm and pressed towards Lin Tian. The purple alchemy fire can even burn stones. Someone's expression changed. Shen Hui's expression was cold. Don't worry, this alchemy fire will only burn your meridians. It won't kill you. After all, we still need to get what we want from you. After finishing his words, Shen Hui appeared in front of Lin Tian. Suppress. Some of the young people of the Shen family shouted. Lin Tian calmly extended his hand and slapped down. Then I'm sorry, because I will kill you directly. It was just a normal slap. There was no movement of vitality, but it made the space buzz. With a sound, the purple alchemy fire that Shen Hui displayed was extinguished. Shen Hui's expression changed. Lin Tian's expression was calm. After the purple alchemy fire was extinguished, his right palm landed firmly on Shen Hui's cheek. Suddenly, blood splattered. Shen Hui's skull was smashed into pieces. His brain matter was scattered all over the floor. Such a scene shocked everyone to the point that their expressions changed. He killed Shen Hui with one slap. Shen Hui was a master of the third heaven of the Yukon family. How could he be killed with one slap? How is this possible? How could his physique be so strong? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. The young people of the Shen family were also shocked. A master of the third heaven of the Yukon family was killed in one move. Shen Lianyan's expression changed. I didn't expect your physique to be so strong. I was careless. Just careless? Lin Tian secretly mocked. Shen Lianyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward and slashed at Lin Tian with his sword incantation. In an instant, a few hundred rays of sword light pressed down towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian calmly stepped back and avoided all the swords. There are some things that I want to know from the Shen family. One of you is enough. He said. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the young people of the Shen family surrounding him. Looking at his eyes, the young people of the Shen family felt a chill down their spine. The next moment, a sword chime was heard. A treasured sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. With a casual swing, the sword aura filled the sky. Puff. 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 The sword aura was overbearing and scorching. It was precise and terrifying. In an instant, streaks of blood splattered. The sound of banging was heard continuously. The young people of the Shen family were pierced in between their eyebrows and fell to the ground. Blood flowed and the scene was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold air. One sword, killed, all, except Shen Lianyan's, all of them. Someone trembled. Shen Lianyan was furious. The young people of the generation were killed just like that. It was a huge loss to the clan. After we get what our clan wants, we'll make you wish you were dead. Shen Lianyan said coldly. Shen Lianyan rushed out. His whole body was covered in purple alchemy fire. He even displayed a terrifying supernatural power. You knew that I could kill a Yukon cultivator, but you let a group of people from the Sea of Consciousness come to die. Who can you blame for your own stupidity? Lin Tian looked calm. The Jiuquan sword rushed behind him and pressed down. Shen Lianyan's purple alchemy fire was extinguished. His supernatural power was also shattered. He flew more than 10 feet away. How How is this possible? Isn't this too monstrous? He is still a master of the 4th level of the Yukong cultivator. How could he be so weak? What a monster. How strong is that guy? Many people swallowed their saliva. Shen Lianyan fell to the ground. Blood kept coming out of his mouth and his clothes were torn. Reading with a mobile phone. Seeing that Shen Lianyan had escaped, the crowd near the crossroads were shocked. Did he escape? Did he escape from the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm? Furthermore, he was fleeing through the air. Was Lin Tian's battle prowess really that terrifying? How could a 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivator be so afraid of him? He said that he was waiting for the Shen family and that he only needed one person to stay. What did he want to ask? Maybe, but now he can't ask even if he wanted to. That's right, a Zephyr realm cultivator can walk in the void like walking on flat ground. How could a Sea of Consciousness cultivator catch up with him? That's right, no matter how profound the art of instrument manipulation is, it's impossible to catch up. The difference is too big. Many people were discussing. These people stared at Lin Tian and were shocked by Lin Tian's strong combat power. He actually scared off a 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivator. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Shen Lianyan, who had escaped more than 10 feet away. His lips curled into a cold smile. With a swoosh, his figure disappeared and appeared in the void 10 feet above the ground. Then, his figure disappeared again and left a series of afterimages in the void. After 6 breaths, he blocked in front of Shen Lianyan. Shen Lianyan was stunned and his expression changed. Lin Tian actually chased after him and blocked in front of him. At this moment, Shen Lianyan felt a chill down his spine. Almost at the same time, the rest of the cultivators near the crossroads were shocked. This, flying by oneself, isn't this something that only a Zephyr realm cultivator can do? Rumor has it that Lin Tian is only at the 8th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. But now this is. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Staring at Lin Tian, who was stepping in the void, everyone was shocked. Flying by oneself, this was obviously the Zephyr realm. Shen Lianyan was even more frightened. Without saying a word, he changed his direction and escaped into the distance again. At the same time, a golden bow appeared in Shen Lianyan's hand. He struggled to shoot a black arrow to stop Lin Tian's pursuit. The black arrow tore through the air. It was surrounded by a layer of light and emitted a whooshing sound. Its power was extremely shocking. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The aura of this arrow looked really tyrannical. He stepped through the void and grabbed the black arrow. Then, he appeared in front of Shen Lianyan in a flash. You, get out. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out. Shen Lianyan coughed up blood and fell from the void. A loud bang was heard when he landed on the ground. He struggled to get up, but in the next moment, Lin Tian descended from the sky and stomped on his chest. Tell me where the Shen family is, who are the people in the clan, and how strong are they? Lin Tian said coldly. Shen Lianyan's expression changed. Why are you asking this? Lin Tian exerted force with his right leg and broke one of Shen Lianyan's ribs. Now, I am the one asking you a question. Shen Lianyan was in pain and immediately let out a scream. Lin Tian grunted and did it himself. A ray of light rushed out from between his eyebrows and went straight into Shen Lianyan's Sea of Consciousness. When a cultivator reached the state of psyche, he could use his own consciousness to explore the Sea of Consciousness of others and find out their secrets. However, because the consciousness of the cultivator at the state of psyche was not very strong, most cultivators would not do this. Lin Tian's consciousness was very pure and strong. Now that he had reached the state of Zephyr, it was easy for him to use this technique. Shen Lianyan's expression changed when his Sea of Consciousness was invaded. He struggled madly. Lin Tian stomped him into the ground. After a while, Lin Tian's eyes flashed and he retracted his consciousness. The Shen family is quite a distance away from this place. The 2 strongest people in the clan are the head of the family and the Taishang elder. The head of the family is at the beginning stage of Tongxian, and the Taishang elder is at the 2nd level of Tongxian. Now, both of them are in isolation and will only be out in about a month. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. 2 strong cultivators at the state of Tongxian, Their basic strength was not much different from the top 10 sections. Xianxia shouted when his sea of consciousness was being searched, "Damn it, you, puff." Lin Tian waved his hand and the black arrow in his right hand pierced through Xianxia's throat. Xianxia's mouth was filled with blood. He struggled for a while and suddenly stopped moving. From afar, a group of onlookers were shocked. A strong cultivator at the 4th level of Zephyr was killed so easily. 2 strong cultivators of Zephyr were killed and a group of young talents were killed. The Xin family has suffered a great loss this time. This is not as bad as the Bai family, right? What do you know? Can the Xin family be compared to the ancient aristocratic families? How many strong cultivators of Zephyr are there in the clan? Every one of them is the pillar of the clan. The death of 2 strong cultivators of Zephyr and dozens of young talents is enough for the Xin family to feel sad for a while. Many of the rogue cultivators whispered. Lin Tiantan glanced at these people and then looked at the reddish-gold bow in Xianxia's hand. He took the bow in his hand. It was very heavy, about 1,000 pounds. It was a top-grade treasure. With the bow in his left hand and the string in his right hand, Lin Tian tried to pull the string and was slightly surprised. With his current physical strength, it took a lot of effort to pull the bow into a full moon shape. At the same time, it also consumed a lot of vital vitality. No wonder Xianxian had a hard time pulling the bow. He muttered to himself in a low voice, and then his eyes lit up a little. Since it takes a lot of energy to draw the bow, and it consumes a lot of true essence, then its power must be extraordinary. After thinking for a while, he pulled out the black arrow from Xianxian's throat. The arrow was about 10 pounds. He put it on the bowstring and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. He aimed at a huge green rock 20 feet away and shot the arrow. With a swoosh, the black arrow was wrapped in a light screen of vital vitality. It flew like lightning and with a bang, the huge green rock was shattered into powder. Lin Tian's eyes moved. The power was indeed very strong. From afar, the group of cultivators was stunned. It's just an arrow, and it shattered a huge rock that weighed 10,000 pounds? What kind of power is that? Even a cultivator at the peak of Zephyr would find it difficult to do that. Oh my god. How did that guy have such strong physical strength and vital vitality? Crazy. Demon. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian held the bow in his hand, and a glint flashed in his eyes. My physical body is very strong, and I don't have to worry about close-range combat. Now that I have such an extraordinary upper-grade supreme treasure bow, I can easily kill enemies from a distance with the help of the refined arrows. At the same time, the destructive power of this bow would be very impressive if it was used to destroy ordinary city walls and gates. As he thought of this, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he thought of the location of the Xin family. He took off Xianxian's stone ring and used his vital vitality to explore it. He found that there were 2 more black arrows in it. Including the one from afar, there are only 3 arrows in total. It's too little. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He thought for a while and his eyes flashed. Let's go and find more refined arrows, then I'll go and find trouble with the Xin family. He walked to a distance and kept the black arrow. He did not stay and stepped into the void and left. Walking in the air with ease. He has indeed reached the realm of Zephyr. I heard that he is only 17 years old. To be able to reach the realm of Zephyr at 17 years old, he's not any worse than the saint of a few sacred grounds. Many people were shocked. Seeing that Lin Tian was far away, these people turned to look at the dozens of corpses on the grass. They could not help but gasp. Speaking of which, why is the Xin family looking for trouble with Lin Tian? Is it also for the art of weapon control? Who knows? I have a feeling that the Xin family is going to be in big trouble. Some people murmured. After leaving the grassland, Lin Tian flew through the air. A cool breeze blew through the air, making him feel very comfortable. Not long after, he appeared in a place where many cultivators came and went. Haodian district, looking for some treasured arrows. This time, he did not hide anything and walked in directly. There were many cultivators in Haodian district. When they saw him, their expressions changed. Lin Tian? How dare he show up here so openly? Is he looking for death? Many people were surprised. Not long ago, Lin Tian had disguised himself and entered the vast Heaven District. He had destroyed one of the Bai family's strongholds in the vast Heaven District. It could be said that he was extremely daring. In addition, he had killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family and a group of Bai family's young experts. Now, the Bai family sent a new cultivator to Haotian district to take care of the strongholds that Lin Tian destroyed. At this time, Lin Tian swaggered into Haotian district without concealing himself. The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian knew what these people were thinking. He did not say much and walked into a treasure armament pavilion. "What do you need?" A middle-aged man came up to him. In the next moment, the middle-aged man recognized Lin Tian and his expression changed. "Do you have arrows like this here?" Lin Tian took out a black arrow and asked. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sorry, we don't have it here." The treasure armament pavilion was run by a small sect that was not very powerful. The middle-aged man was the person in charge here and was at the 9th heaven of his mind. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Tian come here to buy arrows, he was shocked. This was someone that the ancient families wanted to kill. He did not dare to trade with such a person. If the Bai family was angered, the sect would be finished. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He flashed past and came to the treasure armament rack. He saw that there were many golden arrows in a certain position on the rack. There were more than 70 of them. "Isn't this?" Lin Tianandao said. He took out a pure gold arrow and found that this arrow was made of black iron. Each arrow weighed more than 10 kilograms, and the tip of the arrow was very sharp. It was not inferior to the black arrows in his stone ring. This is, the middle-aged man hurriedly came up to him. "What's the price?" Lin Tian asked calmly. The middle-aged man trembled. Originally, he did not want to have anything to do with Lin Tian because of the Bai family. But now that Lin Tian saw the arrow, how could he not sell it? The Bai family was scary, but this person in front of him was also ruthless. He destroyed an ancient family's stronghold just like that. If he deliberately refused to sell and angered this person, he would be in big trouble. In the end, Lin Tian got more than 70 golden arrows and stepped out of the treasure armament pavilion. "You finally dare to show up." A cold voice sounded. Outside the treasure armament pavilion, 5 middle-aged men blocked the way. Each of them was at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Reading on a mobile phone. Outside the treasure armament pavilion, the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai clan stood in front, surrounded by cultivators. Knowing that Lin Tian had entered the vast sky district and that the Bai clan was here to suppress Lin Tian, there were naturally a lot of people in the district who came to watch the show. He really didn't hide anything. How bold. Doesn't he know that the Bai clan sent a new expert to the vast sky district to take care of the destroyed stronghold? I heard that he's at the 8th heaven of the spiritual sea and can kill enemies 4 levels away. But now he's facing 5 experts at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. The difference in their cultivation is too great. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Many people whispered. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai clan without a trace of panic. "Sirs, he's looking for me." The person in charge of the treasure armament pavilion walked out and apologized in fear. He never thought that the Bai clan would actually block the entrance of the treasure armament pavilion. If they knew that the treasure armament pavilion sold Lin Tian dozens of arrows, they might be in big trouble. The 5 men from the Bai clan looked cold. "Do you want to end it yourself or wait for us to do it?" The 5 men from the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm were all very confident. Their combat strength and battle experience were amazing. Lin Tian smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he said, "I heard that you've built a new stronghold in the vast sky district." The faces of the 5 men from the Bai clan turned cold. Lin Tian's words were undoubtedly exposing the scars of the Bai clan. "Such words will only cause you to die miserably," one of them said coldly. "Are you angry out of humiliation?" Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged man from the Bai clan who spoke had an even colder expression. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him," one of them said. Instantly, the man who spoke acted. He activated the Supreme God Palm and pressed it towards Lin Tian. Suddenly, a huge palm print enveloped him. The supreme god palm of the Bai clan, one of the core secret techniques. So strong. If only I had such a divine ability as well. If you knew such a technique, your family and friends would probably all die miserably. That's true. That's an important technique of the ancient aristocratic families. Someone nearby said. A large hazy palm imprint appeared. Light mist covered the area, making many people feel apprehensive. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He used the divining divine technique and used the same godless palm. Let's see if your godless palm is stronger or if mine is stronger. He said. With a shake of his right hand, he unleashed a similar giant palm imprint to meet this person from the Bai clan. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone present. Outside of the Bai clan, there were actually other people who knew the supreme divine palm. The faces of the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai family changed drastically. Where did you learn the supreme divine palm? Take a guess. Lin Tiandao. His palm trembled as he used the divining divine art to activate the soulless palm, which collided with the middle-aged man's soulless palm. With a hong sound, brilliant light filled the sky. The Bai clan member staggered backwards. Supreme divine palm versus supreme divine palm, the Bai family is actually at a disadvantage? An outsider was actually stronger than the Bai family's general Wushan? This. And, he can actually force a 4th layer of the Zephyr realm back? 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness, without using any special means, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Many people stared. 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness against 4th layer of Zephyr realm, easily forcing a 4th layer of Zephyr realm back. This shocked all the cultivators. This kind of combat power could no longer be described as exaggerated and abnormal, because it was simply impossible. The 5 middle-aged men from the Bai family were livid. They were ashamed and resentful. The supreme divine palm was their Bai family's secret technique, but now, Lin Tian used the supreme divine palm to fight with them, but they were at a disadvantage. This was simply a slap in the face. At the same time, what shocked the 5 people even more was that Lin Tian actually easily pushed back one of the 5 people. This was somewhat impossible. How could a 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness defeat a 4th layer of Zephyr realm? The man who used the supreme divine palm opened his mouth, gritting his teeth and said, "You, who is in the Sea of Consciousness, can't be my opponent. What kind of despicable means did you use?" Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai family's strong man's eyes were full of cold light. He remembered the special means Lin Tian used to destroy the 3 strongholds of his family, disrupting and even sealing the spiritual ether of the cultivators. Staring at this person, Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. "Do I need special means to deal with you? Besides, who told you that I am now in the Sea of Consciousness realm?" Looking at the 5 middle-aged men of the Bai family, he slowly rose into the air and stood above the void 300 feet above the ground. Suddenly, everyone's face changed. Rising into the air on his own? Zephyr realm. Someone exclaimed. Staring at Lin Tian, at this moment, everyone's heart trembled and their eyes widened. Half a month ago, the man was still in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness. Half a month later, he actually reached the Zephyr realm. Stepping into the Zephyr realm, for a cultivator, was a huge transformation. The faces of the 5 men of the Bai family were extremely ugly, even more purple than eggplants. Zephyr realm? Damn it. He was only in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness half a month ago. How can he reach the Zephyr realm in such a short time? Don't worry about it. Let's go and kill him together. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly, all 5 of them rose into the air together and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianchao glanced down and with a thought, a golden bow appeared in his hand. A faint light circulated and in the next moment, a golden arrow appeared in his hand and he knocked it on the bowstring. Let's see how powerful this golden bow is in actual combat. He pulled the bowstring full and loosened it slightly. Suddenly, the golden arrow turned into a golden bolt of lightning and flew out. The arrow was so fast that it brought with it the sound of wind and thunder, shaking the void. PFFTT, the man at the front of the Bai family was pierced by a golden arrow before he could react, and he screamed on the spot. At the same time, the golden arrow dragged his body and flew more than 30 feet away, shattering his body in the distance. Third brother. The other 4 people of the Bai family were shocked. In the surroundings, the crowd of onlookers was dumbstruck, and all of them were terrified. This arrow killed a 4th layer of Zephyr Realm. He could kill a 3rd layer of Zephyr Realm when he was only in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness. Now that he has stepped into the Zephyr Realm, his combat strength is still so terrifying. Maybe, he is more terrifying than we thought. This is a monster. Many people were frightened. Lin Tian stared into the distance, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The golden arrow with the golden bow was indeed powerful. Thief! The 4 people of the Bai family roared, with a murderous look on their faces, and once again pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled coldly. He stood still and 4 arrows appeared at the same time, and he placed them on the bowstring. He bent the bow to a full moon and released the bowstring. The 4 golden arrows trembled and rushed out like 4 golden bolts of lightning. They were as fast as lightning, and their momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 4 bloody mists exploded. The 4 people of the Bai family were penetrated one after another, and then they were torn apart, and blood stained the ground. It should be known that every single one of the golden arrows that Lin Tian shot out weighed over a dozen pounds. After pouring in his tyrannical physical strength and dense troop core force, their destructive power could be said to be terrifying. How could an ordinary person withstand it? All around, everyone was frightened and could not say a word. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He slowly descended from the void, walked to the remains of the 5 people of the Bai family, and put away the 5 golden arrows. When he put away the arrows, he thought that he should leave his divine sense imprint on the arrows later, so that it would be easier to control them with the weapon control technique. In this way, he would not have to personally retrieve the arrows every time he shot them. He glanced around, and then walked down in a direction. Soon, he came to a familiar place. In front of him was a magnificent pavilion, where the Bai family's stronghold was located. Before this, he destroyed the Bai family's stronghold. Now, the Bai family had rebuilt it and sent a new powerhouse to take care of it. Everything was a new beginning, and it was just the beginning. When he arrived, Lin Tian did not stop at all. He strode in. Soon, exclamations and angry voices came from inside. Lin Tian? How dare you come in like this? Do you think the Bai family has no one? Be careful, don't let him use any more despicable methods. Kill him. Cold voices came from inside the pavilion. But soon, those voices turned into screams. Outside the pavilion, some people followed Lin Tian here. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian break into the Bai family's stronghold and heard the angry screams from inside, they could not help but gasp. Finally, a few minutes later, with a hong sound, this pavilion was hacked open, breaking into pieces. Lin Tian walked out, leaving a dozen corpses behind. He stepped into the void and left. Some people came forward and saw the miserable state of the pavilion, and they all trembled. This, 3/4 level of the Zephyr Realm, 6 second level of the Zephyr Realm, and 9 Sea of Consciousness cultivators, all dead. The Bai family is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. How did they provoke such a disaster? Many people swallowed their saliva. Not long ago, the Bai family's stronghold in the Haotian district was destroyed by Lin Tian, and a group of powerhouses died. Now, in a hurry, the Bai family sent new powerhouses to the Haotian district to rebuild the destroyed stronghold. But now, the stronghold was destroyed by the same person again in less than 3 days, and another group of powerhouses died. This was a slap in the face. At the same time, in this place, someone thought of something else. That Lin Tian, just now, seemed to have left by stepping on the void? This seems to be the case. That guy has reached the airborne realm? Did you just find out? He just showed it on the other side, killing 5 4th level of the Zephyr Realm powerhouses. What? Such a thing happened? I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone's expression changed again. Soon, the news spread. Lin Tian, whom the Bai family was searching for, had reappeared and reached the airborne realm. He entered the Haotian district for the 2nd time and destroyed the Bai family's stronghold again, killing everyone inside, shocking the world again. What? He actually reached the airborne realm? Wasn't it said that half a month ago he was only at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness? In half a month, he broke through the 8th and 9th levels of the Sea of Consciousness and stepped into the airborne realm. Isn't this cultivation speed too fast? The Bai family's stronghold was destroyed by that guy again. What kind of hatred? What kind of hatred? The people of the Bai family will probably vomit blood from anger. Many people were shocked. The second level of the Heaven District was slightly shaken again. It was also on this day that Lin Tian left the Haotian district and flew. Soon, he appeared in a celestial mountain. There was a palace in front of him. It was grand and imposing, and the gate was tall, comparable to the Wuji gate. The Shen family. Reading on a mobile phone. The Shen family, like the other two alchemist families and the top 10 sects, were all located in the celestial mountains. The spiritual energy in the celestial mountains was usually very dense, which was suitable for the disciples of the family to cultivate. Lin Tian came to a stop 100 feet away from the Shen family's courtyard. Looking around, there were many luxurious palaces in the Shen family, which looked very magnificent. Nice atmosphere. Lin Tian smiled faintly. That day, he was hunted down by the Shen family and almost died. Today, he came here to settle the score. Creak, 100 feet away, a loud noise came from the Shen family's courtyard. The door was pushed open, and dozens of disciples walked out. Elder Shen Hui and Elder Shen Lianyan died in the hands of that bastard. Moreover, it is said that the bastard has reached the airborne realm. His combat power is even more terrifying. The leading disciple of the Shen family said solemnly, "This time, everyone has to be careful. Do not reveal your identity. Just focus on your training, understand? But, are we just going to let it go? No, we can pretend to be ordinary rogue cultivators or disciples of small sects while we train. Once we see traces of the bastard, we will immediately report back to the family's powerhouses and let the family's airborne realm powerhouses deal with him." That's right. We can do that. But remember to be careful. Understood. According to Shen Qinyu's lineage, Lin Tian has mastered the lost treasured art of alchemy. Once we suppress him and obtain the treasured art of alchemy, the Shen family's power will increase exponentially. Maybe one day, we will be able to catch up with the ancient families. If that is the case, in the future, when we travel the world, many people will be afraid of us and we will be respected by everyone. Yes. Let's go. We must find Lin Tian as soon as possible. Many of the Shen family's disciples were excited. They rubbed their hands and were eager to try. "You are looking for me?" At this moment, a voice was heard. Lin Tian walked from the front with a faint smile on his face. He stopped in front of the Shen family. "Lin Tian? It's you. You actually, quick. Shen Yu, you go. Report to the clan elders that Lin Tian is here. Everyone else, quickly retreat to your clans. Don't confront him directly. Retreat." The leading disciple of the Shen family said. Lin Tian's notoriety had spread far and wide. After he killed Shen Hui and Shen Lianyan, the Shen family knew that he had reached the Zephyr state. As such, how would the young disciples of the Shen family dare to confront Lin Tian? At this moment, after seeing Lin Tian, each and every one of them had expressions of fear. They all retreated, wanting to escape back to their clans. Lin Tian smiled. He raised his right hand, and a high-grade supreme treasure sword appeared. He slashed out a large amount of fiery sword energy. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered all over the ground. On the spot, several disciples of the Shen family fell into a pool of blood. Shen Yu, who rushed back to the Shen family to report, was directly beheaded. His head rolled a few feet away, but his eyes were still open. "Since you have already come out, why go back?" Lin Tiandao walked towards the disciples of the Shen family. The leading disciple of the Shen family spoke. He was at the peak of the 9th level of his sense of perception. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Tian, this is the headquarters of the Shen family. You are too bold to come here alone. You are digging your own grave." The headquarters of the Shen family? At most, it is comparable to the top 10 sections. Do you think that the Shen family is a tiger's den that I can't enter? Lin Tian mocked him. He didn't dare to enter the Bai family. After all, they were a great faction that had been passed down since ancient times. There were many immortal Ascension Realm cultivators in the family, and there were even great Virtue Realm cultivators. With his current realm, he might die if he forced his way into such a huge faction. Compared to the Bai family, the Shen family was nothing. Just as Bai Qiu had told him before, compared to the ancient families, the Shen family and the top 10 sects were like caterpillars that could be crushed with a wave of his hand. He didn't dare to enter the Bai family now, but he had no problem entering the Shen family. He didn't need to worry about anything. You are too arrogant. The leader of the dozens of disciples of the Shen family said through gritted teeth. You just realized? Lin Tiandao. He didn't want to waste his breath on these ordinary disciples of the Shen family. He raised his hand and slashed out streaks of sword energy. With a puff, the leader of the dozens of disciples of the Shen family had his throat cut. He fell into a pool of blood on the spot. At the same time, the expressions of the others changed. They were terrified. Elders, Lin Tian is here. Elder, save me. Ah! The young disciples of the Shen family screamed. Blood splattered in the air. This place was not far from the Shen family. Soon, someone in the Shen family heard the screams and looked over. In the next moment, the expressions of those who saw the scene changed. They rang the Shen family's alarm bell. Immediately, everyone in the Shen family was shocked. What's going on? Lin Tian. That Lin Tian is here. What? Some of the elites of the Shen family were shocked and angry. Immediately, a powerhouse in the early stage of the Zephyr realm opened the door and rushed over. Seeing the elites of their family rushing out, the disciples of the Shen family were pleasantly surprised. That's great. Elders, over here. Help. Someone shouted. Lin Tianyi swung his sword. The burning sword swept out and cut off the heads of several Shen family disciples. Then, he put away his long sword and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. 5 golden arrows appeared at the same time and were knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking was heard. The 5 golden arrows turned into 5 golden lightning bolts and appeared in front of the Shen family's main gate in an instant. What's this? A powerhouse in the early stage of the Zephyr realm who rushed out of the Shen family was shocked. Before he could react, his head was blown off by the arrow. At the same time, another group of Shen family elites who were rushing out of the gate was killed one after another. Puff. 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 The golden arrows rushed over, leaving streaks of blood behind. They shot the elites of the Shen family one after another. Lin Tian didn't stop. Another arrow appeared in his right hand. The sound of air breaking was ear-piercing. The golden arrows with a faint curtain of light were like golden dragons under his tyrannical physical strength. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the Shen family's main gate again. The next moment, with a loud bang, several golden arrows hit the Shen family's main gate steadily. The tyrannical power shattered the Shen family's main gate on the spot, splashing debris everywhere. Some of the elites of the Shen family were rushing out. After seeing this scene, they were all frightened and couldn't help but retreat. Hundreds of feet away, some of the Shen family's disciples saw this scene. Their faces were all pale. Before, they were still discussing how to find Lin Tian's trace. They were imagining how powerful their branch would become after suppressing Lin Tian and obtaining the elixir technique. But now, the person in question was directly in front of them and shot down the main gate of their family. Some of them screamed in fear and ran away quickly. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He held the golden bow in his left hand and used it as a sword. He swung it away directly. With a clang, the dense sword light scattered in all directions. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, the young disciples of the Shen family fell down one by one. They were all dead. When the people of the Shen family saw this scene, they were all filled with hatred. Lin Tian! Someone roared. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Shen family and drew his bow again. Another golden arrow pierced through the sky. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and his true origin was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow pierced through the Shen family. With a puff, the Shin family's elite who was roaring angrily had his throat pierced through. He fell straight down. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Shin family was shocked and retreated. There were thick stone walls on both sides of the Shin family's courtyard. They were hundreds of feet wide, as if they were built to defend against external enemies. After Lin Tian destroyed the Shin family's courtyard and killed all the Shin family's disciples who went out, he did not stop. He drew his bow again. Golden arrows flew out like golden lightning, shooting huge holes in the thick stone walls built by the Shin family. In the blink of an eye, the Shin family's courtyard was ruined. It was as if it had suffered a great disaster. There were broken pieces of stone everywhere. Someone in the Shin clan roared in anger, and his expression was extremely ugly. His clan could be considered to have been passed down for thousands of years, but now, they were forced to the door by a cultivator of the flight tier, who killed their own clan's disciples in front of their own clan's door, and even destroyed the clan's hall. Since the founding of the Shin clan, when had something like this ever happened? The Shin family had never been humiliated like this before. Hundreds of feet away from the Shin family, Lin Tian did not seem to hear anything. He still stood there quietly and drew his bow again and again. Whoosh! 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 The golden arrows pierced through the void and shattered the stone walls. They rushed into the Shin family, causing many of the Shin family's disciples to suffer. For a moment, many people in the Shin family were angry and frightened. "You're courting death." A cold voice sounded. Two middle-aged men rushed out of the Shin family. One of them was dressed in green. He was the master of the Shin family who went out to stop Lin Tian not long ago. He controlled the green elixir fire of the 3rd level. His attainment in elixir arts was extraordinary. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the flight realm. His name was Xinyunduan. The middle-aged man next to Xinyunduan was called Xinjingli. His elixir qi was extraordinary. Obviously, he was also a powerful alchemist. His cultivation was also at the 7th level of the flight realm. He was far stronger than other cultivators of the same level. The two of them rose into the sky. Seeing their family members die one by one, their eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Their killing intent was very strong. "If I don't kill you, the will of the heavens will not tolerate it," Xinyunduan said coldly. Lin Tian was disdainful. He climbed up the void step by step until he was at the same level as Xinyunduan and Xinjingli. Staring at the two of them, his face was full of sarcasm. "Your Shin family chased after me to steal my precious technique. Now that I've forced you to the door, you say such words. You make it seem like your Shin family is wronged. Don't you have any shame?" Xinyunduan stared at Lin Tian. His face was cold. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just suppress him and find out the secret technique of elixir arts he knows. Then we can kill him slowly. Xinjingli's face was cold. He directly urged the green elixir fire of the 3rd level. At the same time, he displayed the elixir sword art. Boom! Reading on a mobile phone facing Xinjingli's sword light and alchemy fire, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Please search for the most complete version of his novel. Translator, Lawn Editor, Ephidacia Klang. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Golden arrows shot out from all around the Shin family's gate. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xinjingli and Xinyunduan. They were like bolts of lightning as they attacked the two of them. "This is?" Both of them paled. Just now, Lin Tianyi had shot a total of 21 golden arrows, all of which he had imprinted with his soul consciousness. Now, he was using the weapon control technique to make these golden arrows move together, their tips flashing with threatening light. Xinyunduan and Xinjingli were shocked. Their alchemy fire surged, forcing back the arrows that were approaching them. For a moment, both of them seemed to be in a passive position. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He didn't move a single step, but he drew the bow again. 5 golden arrows whizzed out. The arrows were like golden lightning, piercing through the sky, heading straight for Xinyunduan and Xinjingli. Their power was frightening. "Be careful, elders!" Someone in the Shin family shouted loudly. Lin Tian's eyes slightly slanted. Another golden arrow appeared in his hand, shooting toward the Shin family. With a puff, the Shin family member who opened his mouth was pierced through the throat, falling into a pool of blood on the spot. "Bastard!" Shin Yunduan shouted. The blue alchemy fire surged, covering his whole body, burning the space around him, making the golden arrows around them sizzle, as if they would melt in the next moment. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The bow is a top-grade supreme treasure, but the arrows are just ordinary weapons. They can't resist the blazing alchemy fire. With a move of his mind, all the golden arrows scattered, turning toward the Shin family. Many people in the Shin family saw the golden arrows rushing toward them, and their expressions changed. "Get out of the way!" Shin Yunduan shouted in the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. Puff! Puff! Pooh! The glaring red blood floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people in the Shin family were pierced through by the pure gold arrows. After this, the crimson gold arrows didn't stop at all. They transformed into rays of light that shot towards the surroundings of the Qin clan, shattering numerous pavilions and piercing through numerous pavilions. Some of the plants were even shattered into pieces from the collision. "Elder! Ah! Damn it! Retreat to the depths of the clan!" Screams and roars continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the front of the Shin family's house was destroyed. Shin Yunduan and Shin Jingli were furious. They both tilted their heads and stared at Lin Tian. "Suppress him first," Shin Jingli said. The two of them flew through the air, and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The green alchemic fire surged down, and the temperature was frighteningly high. Lin Tian shook his right hand, and the flame transformation seal appeared, engulfing all the blue pill fire in the sky. "Trying to display your alchemy skills in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." He was full of mockery. He had the medicine encyclopedia, which was left by one of the 9 celestial lords, the medicine master. It was a complete alchemy encyclopedia that recorded all the alchemy skills. In terms of alchemy skills, there weren't many people in this realm who could compare to him. His right hand shook, and the flame transformation seal trembled, spitting out all the blue flames that were engulfed. Shin Yunduan and Shin Jingli attacked at the same time, and scattered the alchemic fire in the sky. Their faces were ashen. They rushed towards Lin Tian, one on the left and one on the right. They displayed their alchemy sword techniques from far away, and hung high in the sky. Boom! Tyrannical power spread out, and the sword light covered the sky, crazily pressing down. The space was distorted and deformed, as if it would be penetrated in the next moment. The 7th layer of the Zephyr realm is indeed extraordinary. It's indeed very powerful. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. With his current battle strength, killing a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm was not difficult. However, facing a 7th layer of the Zephyr realm cultivator, it was not so easy. After all, there was a gap of 6 levels between them. However, the 7th layer of the Zephyr realm did not make him feel any pressure. He raised his right hand, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols condensed, and all the sword light that fell from the sky disappeared. With a whoosh, Shin Jingli turned into a beam of light and rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and slapped down. This palm carried a green alchemy fire, and its power was also very great. It caused the space around it to tremble, and it emitted rumbling sounds. "This palm will only shatter all the meridians in your body," Shin Jingli said coldly. "Is that so?" The corner of Lin Tian's mouth raised slightly. His current physique was enough to be called a king in the Zephyr realm, and this Shin Jingli dared to get so close to him. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He raised his right hand and punched. With a boom, he threw out a punch, and it was like a thunder rumbling, directly letting out a loud bang, which was violent and terrifying. Shin Jingli's expression suddenly changed. "You, PFFTT." Shin Jingli's arm, which was pressed down, was directly smashed, and blood splashed out. Inside the Shin family, many people saw this scene, and all of their expressions changed greatly. How is this possible? Lord Jingli is at the 7th layer of the Zephyr realm, and his physical strength is not as strong as Lin Tian's? He seems to have just entered the Zephyr realm. Shin Jingli covered his broken arm and staggered back. His face was pale and ugly, and at the same time, there was a strong shock. At this moment, Lin Tian drew his bow again, and 3 black arrows appeared on the bowstring. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon. The 3 black arrows were all aimed at Xianxia. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the 3 black arrows turned into 3 bolts of lightning, rushing towards Xianxia. Watch out! Xin Yunduan shouted and rushed towards Xianxia, urging his alchemic fire to meet the attack. At this moment, the sound of air breaking was heard again. 21 golden arrows rushed out from inside the Xin family, turned into bolts of golden lightning, and all of them were aimed at Xin Yunduan, causing Xin Yunduan's expression to change. And this was not the only time. At the same time, the 3 black arrows that were originally rushing towards Xianxia changed direction in the air, and all of them stabbed towards Xin Yunduan. The 3 black arrows also had spiritual imprints, and Lin Tian operated them with the weapon control technique, so it was naturally easy to change their direction. Xin Yunduan was shocked and angry. Damn it, you tricked me? Xin Yunduan was originally going to help Xianxia, and it was difficult for him to perfectly withdraw his attack. At this moment, he encountered dozens of golden arrows and 3 black arrows, and his attack and defense rhythm was suddenly a bit disrupted. He roared, and the green alchemic fire surged, and the alchemic sword moved unhindered, forcibly shaking off the dozens of arrows, and his body took a step back. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock, and moved in front of Xin Yunduan. Xin Yunduan's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his right fist towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianling laughed, and directly smashed down with his fist. Without the slightest doubt, Xin Yunduan's right hand shattered into pieces. Damn it! Xin Yunduan was shocked and angry at the same time. Holding his broken arm, he quickly flashed into the distance. At this time, Xin Yunduan's expression was extremely unsightly. Not long ago, he was chased by a person who could not resist, and now he was actually forced to the front door of his Xin family, and smashed his arm with a punch. Such a contrast was hard for him to accept. You, who are at the 7th layer of the levitating realm, actually know how to escape. Lin Tian mocked. He did not stop at all, and used the weapon control technique to control dozens of arrows to stop Xianxia, while he stepped on the yin and yang rock, leaving behind afterimages in the void, and in an instant, he once again pressed in front of Xin Yunduan. You, bang! Lin Tian punched the second time, and Xin Yunduan screamed, blood gushing out of his mouth, and his chest was directly smashed inwards. Without stopping at all, Lin Tian once again approached Xin Yunduan, and the third punch was raised, falling mercilessly. This punch was especially tyrannical, bringing along bursts of wind and thunder, and there were even wisps of electric arcs flashing at the end of the fist. Puff! Blood exploded, and Xin Yunduan could not dodge, and was smashed into pieces on the spot, dyeing the sky with blood. In the Xin family, the people watching this place all changed their expressions. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian, and all of the Xin family members were terrified. With only 3 punches, he had actually killed an expert of the 7th tier of the Zephyr realm from their family. What kind of violent combat strength was this? Yunduan. Xianxia was extremely angry. Lin Tian tilted his head, sneered, and stepped on the yin and yang rock to get close to Xianxia. Buzz! He formed a seal with his hands, and the barren heaven realm, the divine rock palace, and the 9-spring sword rushed behind him, all pressed down on Xianxia. He used the divination divine spell with his cultivation in the Zephyr realm, and evolved the divine weapon of the king's territory. The power was many times stronger than when he was in the Sea of Consciousness realm. The void immediately collapsed, causing black cracks to appear in the space. Xianxia roared, and used all of his means, magic secret arts, the alchemy killing sword, and alchemy fire, all rushed toward Lin Tian together. Boom! The two collided with each other, and the brilliance surged all over the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he used the yin and yang rock, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Xianxia. His right hand clenched into a fist, and there were electric arcs crackling at the end of the fist, and he blasted toward Xianxia. Boom! The violent punch made a huge roar in the space again. Xianxia's alchemy fire was directly crushed, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on his chest, shattering it on the spot. Elder Xingli. The Shin family members' faces changed drastically. Two of their family's seventh heavenly layer powerhouses were killed just like that. This was a great loss. Lin Tian stood in the void, and his eyes were emotionless. One golden arrow after another appeared in his hand, and he once again aimed at the Shin family members. The golden arrows turned into golden lightning, and with great force, they crushed the Shin family's attics into pieces. Puff! 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 Bloody light exploded one after another, and many of the Shin family members were killed, and the ground was stained with blood. Screams of horror rang out in the Shin family, and many people fled in panic. Some people were horrified. What kind of evil star did the Shin family provoke? They were forced to the front gate, destroyed the family, and killed two seventh heavenly layer elders. Now, he was standing in the void and shooting arrows at the Shin family, blocking the gate and killing people. This was simply a great humiliation. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He stood in the void, and he just kept pulling the bow and shooting arrows. Whoosh! 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 The golden arrows cut through the sky like golden dragons, and their power was shocking. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the Shin family's attics were shot into pieces, and debris was everywhere. Evil creature! A cold voice sounded. 5 old men rushed out from the Shin family, and their auras were extremely strong, and all of them were at the peak of the airborne realm. Read on a mobile phone. Lin Tianwei was shocked. The fluctuation was shocking. It was definitely not something that a Zephyr Plane cultivator could release. The leader of this branch has come out of seclusion. Or is it that Supreme Elder? He narrowed his eyes. In the sky above the Shin family, 5 old men walked toward Lin Tian. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were full of killing intent. One of them made a move right away. His move was like a thunderbolt, and the sky was filled with sword aura. Lin Tianling snorted. The barren heaven world rushed forward and pressed forward. Boom! When the two collided, the sky was filled with killing intent, and the void was torn apart. Lin Tian took a step back, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I'm still not strong enough to fight a Zephyr Plane cultivator, he said to himself. You can block it? A strange light flashed in the eyes of the old man who made the move. He snorted and pressed forward again. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He moved his mind slightly, and the golden arrows and black arrows moved together, forming a large array. The array was like a divine sword, slashing at the old man of the Shin family. The void buzzed and sizzled. The old man of the Shin family dodged and slapped down with his palm. With a boom, the sky full of arrows collapsed and scattered in all directions. Sky turning. Flame! The old man of the Shin family shouted. A fire seal rushed up like a cauldron, bringing with it a strong pressure. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He used the divine skill to activate the place where Lord Daoran comprehended the way and went forward. With another boom, the sky-turning flame collapsed. Lin Tian and the old man of the Shin family both took a step back. Such a scene shocked the other 4 old men of the Shin family. He has such combat strength when he just entered the Zephyr Plane. Does he have some kind of king body? One of them said. Let's go together and suppress him as fast as we can. Another person said. The 4 of them nodded and walked over together. Together with the powerhouse at the peak of the Zephyr realm who was the first to rush out from the Shin family, they joined forces to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. While his combat prowess at the moment was frightening, it was still impossible for him to take on 5 beings at the peak of the airborne realm at the same time. With a single thought, the dozens of arrows flew back into his stone ring. After that, he lashed out with the 9th sword of the sun incinerating sword and quickly retreated backward. Each step he took covered a distance of several feet. Stop him! The eyes of the 5 members of the Shin family turned cold. The 5 people's speed was extremely fast, like 5 rays of light, chasing after Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled. Don't bother. If I wanted to leave, would you be able to stop me? He had cultivated the Yin and Yang Hua, which could be said to be a supreme movement technique. As soon as he used it, his speed suddenly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he had left the 5 members of the Shin family dozens of feet behind him. the expressions of the 5 members of the Shen family changed. They never expected Lin Tian to be so fast that they couldn't catch up with him. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the Shen family. The void shook, and a huge hand of divine light reached out from the depths of the Shen family. It covered the sky and the sun, and in the blink of an eye, it came close and covered Lin Tian entirely. Lin Tian was shocked. Divine power? Divine power was a power that only beings at the reaching immortal realm possessed. At this moment, a reaching immortal from the Shen family attacked him. It's the family leader. The 5 members of the Shen family looked delighted. The hand of divine light covered all directions, as if a giant of light had stretched out its hand. It was terrifying and frightening. Lin Tian felt the terrifying divine power contained in this giant hand, and a chill ran down his spine. However, he was not afraid because of this. He clenched his right fist, and his 5 fingers made cracking sounds as he punched at the hand of divine light. Boom! A loud sound came from the void, and divine light flooded the surroundings. Lin Tian retreated and turned into a black shadow that shot into the distance. Only a cold laugh could be heard. This is just the beginning. The 5 members of the Shen family stood in the void, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The 5 of them attacked together, and the family leader, who was at the reaching immortal realm, even released a trace of divine power. However, they couldn't stop a cultivator at the early stage of the flying flight realm. This was a great loss of face. The 5 of them looked back and saw the miserable state of the Shen family. Almost 1/5 of the family's land was destroyed, and their expressions became even gloomier. Damn it! The 5 of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Their family had been around for thousands of years, and they were on good terms with all the major forces. They had never been humiliated like this. After leaving the Shen family's land, Lin Tian felt a little better. He had vented his anger. It's a pity that no one is watching. I didn't embarrass the Shen family to the extreme. He muttered to himself. After thinking about it, he looked in several other directions. I'll go and meet the 9 sects one by one. Touching his chin, he suddenly smiled and said, I'll bring some onlookers with me this time. It'll be more interesting that way. Not long after, he appeared on a main road. He didn't bother to hide himself, and many cultivators on the road were shocked. Many people stared at Lin Tian, pointed at him, and whispered something. Everyone, I'm going to lead a few good shows. If anyone wants to watch, follow me. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he didn't care about the reactions of these rogue cultivators and walked away. Good shows? This guy, what is he going to do? Is he going to cause trouble at the other 2 strongholds of the Bai family? There are a few masters at the peak of the flying flight realm there. No, this is not the direction of those in the vast heaven area. It doesn't seem to be the case. Forget it, let's follow him and see. Everyone was curious, especially Lin Tian. Now that his fierce reputation had spread throughout the second heaven, he was in the limelight. Such a person said that he was going to lead a few good shows, which naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. A large group of people immediately followed him. Lin Tian walked into the distance, looked back, and smiled slightly. He didn't fly. He walked completely on foot, heading in a certain direction. Along the way, he encountered many rogue cultivators. He said the same thing to them, causing more and more cultivators to follow him. They all wanted to see what kind of show he was going to put on. Soon, a day passed. In one day, there were already 300 to 400 people following Lin Tian. Some were rogue cultivators, and some were disciples of small sections. On this day, he walked out of the main road, entered an immortal mountain, and came to the gate of a magnificent sect. This? Xianxia Taoism. What's going on? People from several major sects are looking for him. What is this guy doing here? Many people stared at him. The gate of Xianxia Taoism was magnificent. It was 3 feet high, dazzling in gold and jade, and its aura was astonishing. As far as the eye could see, the courtyard was filled with palaces and main peaks. On the surface, it looked even more immortal than the Shen family. At this time, in front of the gate of Xianxia Taoism, a disciple noticed the crowd and walked over with a sullen face. Who are you? Why are you gathered here in Xinga? The disciple suddenly saw Lin Tian in front of the crowd, and his expression changed. Lin. It's you. Lin Tian had killed hundreds of people, including the 7 heroes of the ancient by family. How could ordinary people not be afraid of him? Seeing Lin Tian at this time, the disciple of Xinga Daoism ran back and shouted, "Someone, Lin Tianxia is here." What? Lin Tian is here? Is he that Lin Tian who can control weapons? Many disciples of Xinga Daoism changed their expressions. Immediately, many people rushed out of the gate and saw Lin Tian. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. How dare he come here? These people were shocked. This was the place where Xinga Daoism was established, and there were experts who had reached the immortal realm guarding it. Many disciples of Xinga Daoism widened their eyes when they saw Lin Tian barging in. Then, some people's eyes turned cold. He's courting death, someone said. At a glance, some disciples of the true martial arts sect rushed into the sect. Obviously, they were going to report to the experts of the sect. Lin Tian looked at this scene, and his expression did not change at all. "Everyone, watch the show," he said with a smile. With a move of his mind, a golden bow appeared in his hand. A few pure golden arrows also appeared, and were all placed on the bowstring. He drew the bow to a full moon and aimed at the gate of Xinga Daoism from afar. His action caused everyone's eyes to widen. This guy, don't tell me he wants to destroy the gate of Xinga Daoism? Someone trembled. With a whoosh, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the golden arrows rushed forward like lightning. The arrows streaked across the sky. One of the arrows pierced through the body of a Xinga Daoism disciple who had just come over. It dragged the disciple's body forward and nailed him to the gate of Xinga Daoism with a bang, shattering the disciple's body into pieces. At the same time, a few other pure gold arrows flew past at an extremely fast speed. They all landed on the main gate of the true martial arts sect. Really did that? Is he trying to destroy the gate of Xinga Daoism? That's the face of a great sect. The group of people who came with Lin Tian trembled and were almost petrified on the spot. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian drew his bow again and shot out 13 golden arrows, which turned into a rain of arrows that swept across the area. None of the arrows missed, and all of them crashed into the gate of Xinga Daoism. Boom! With a loud bang, the gate of Xinga Daoism collapsed into pieces, sending sand and dust into the air. At the same time, some of the disciples in front of the gate of Xinga Daoism were killed and turned into a bloody mist by the rain of arrows. Lin Tian, how dare you? Damn it, you're too audacious. You'll die a horrible death. Quick, inform the elders. Many disciples of Xinga Daoism were furious. As one of the top 10 sects, Xinga Daoism had been passed down for a long time. It was also famous in the second heaven. But now, someone had publicly destroyed the gate of Xinga Daoism. This was simply a direct slap to the face of Xinga Daoism. The hundreds of people who came with Lin Tian opened their mouths wide. They were almost petrified on the spot, and they all gasped. This lunatic. Oh no, an airborne realm elder of Xinga Daoism rushed out. Quick, run. Run. Damn it, we were tricked by this lunatic. Someone cursed. Lin Tian looked at the Xinga Daoism. Several figures rushed into the sky. All of them were at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Plane. They rushed towards him with angry faces. Everyone, let's go to the Green Flame Celestial School together. He stood in the air and said to the cultivators below. The group of cultivators was running out, afraid of getting into trouble. After hearing Lin Tian's words, they suddenly had the urge to curse. This madman had tricked them into coming to the Xinga Daoism, and now he wanted them to follow him to the Green Flame Celestial School. ****. Madman. No. Some female cultivators cursed. Lin Tian laughed. He was not angry. He said, "Everyone, slow down. There's no rush. I'll cover you." He had asked these people to come so that someone could see the destruction of the Xinga Daoism. He believed that someone would spread the news later. As one of the top 10 sects with thousands of years of history, it was destroyed. Once the news spread, the Xinga Taoism would lose all face. It would make the Xinga Taoism a laughingstock for a short time. Only then could he vent his anger to the greatest extent. He stood in the air and faced the elders of the Zhenwu great sect who were charging at him. He held up the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, and the Jiuquan sword. At the same time, he raised the primitive mountain and the precious weapon bell. In an instant, several divine elephants shook. The air was distorted. The terrifying waves made the ordinary disciples of the Xinga Taoism tremble. Lin Tian. The elders of the Xinga Taoism rushed out and roared. Their great sect has thousands of years of history, but now, they were forced to establish their sect, blocked outside the sect, killed more than 10 disciples, and then destroyed their great sect. What kind of shame was this? The most important thing was that this matter was seen by hundreds of rogue cultivators. This made the elders of the Xinga Taoism want to vomit blood, because they knew that this matter would soon spread throughout the second heaven, and the reputation of the Xinga Taoism would be ruined in a short time. They would become the joke of the world. Damn it! With a bang, the elders of the Xinga Taoism rushed out at the same time. They all activated their inherited divine abilities, wanting to stop Lin Tian. Only by stopping Lin Tian can this shame be eliminated. You don't need to be so enthusiastic, because I will come again. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, several heavenly divine elephants flew up, pressing towards the true martial sex people. Afterwards, he used the duality steps to retreat, leaving behind afterimages as he instantly disappeared into the distance. At the same time, more than a dozen golden arrows shot out from the gate of the Xinga Taoism. They turned into golden lightning and flew in the direction of Lin Tian's retreat, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The elders of the Xinga Taoism defeated the divine elephants, but Lin Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, roars resounded throughout the mountain. After leaving the Xinga Taoism, Lin Tian flew in another direction. Green Flame Immortal Sect, Qinghua Taoism, Mysterious Sun Sect, he narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The sects were quite far away from each other. Even if he flew, it would take a lot of time. Immediately, he sped up and turned into a ray of light. About 18 hours later, he appeared in the vicinity of Green Flame Immortal Sect. He used the same words to lure a group of itinerant cultivators to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the location of Green Flame Immortal Sect. This is? Green Flame Immortal Sect. Why did this guy bring us here to watch the show? Strange. The cultivators were puzzled. But in the next moment, someone's expression changed. Lin Tian raised his golden longbow and shot a golden arrow at the main gate of Green Flame Immortal Sect. The golden arrows each weighed more than 10 kilograms. They turned into golden lightning and crashed into the gate of Green Flame Immortal Sect. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the Green Flame Immortal School's gate was destroyed and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the disciples of Green Flame Immortal Sect who were near the gate were in trouble. More than 10 of them died on the spot. The rogue cultivators that came with Lin Tian to watch the show nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. In the next moment, the entire group of rogue cultivators ran out. They were all flustered and exasperated, just like the rogue cultivators that followed Lin Tian to the true martial sect. Boom! Inside Green Flame Immortal Sect, a powerful aura surged. 7 figures rushed over. Lin Tian laughed and retrieved the golden arrows with the weapon control art. Then, he raised the barren heaven world, divine cry palace, and 9-spring sword. Elders of Green Flame Immortal Sect, there's no need to send me off. I'll visit you again after you've fixed the gate. Several divine elephants pressed down on Green Flame Immortal Sect. Then, he turned and left. Lin Tian. Bastard. The elders of Green Flame Immortal Sect roared, their killing intent soaring. But Lin Tian was too fast. They couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian disappeared from their sight. 2 hours later, Lin Tian was completely out of Green Flame Immortal Sect's range. He narrowed his eyes and walked in another direction. Next sect. He smiled to himself. In the next few days, he destroyed the gates of Qinghua Taoism, Xianxia Sect, Kangluo Immortal Sect, Beiheng Sect, Rui Immortal Palace, Golden Feather Immortal Sect, and windless immortal pavilion. Every time, he abducted a large group of itinerant cultivators and cultivators from small sections. Many people witnessed the destruction of the sections. For a moment, the entire region was in an uproar again. Just as he thought, the destruction of the 9 sects gates quickly spread throughout the world. The gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sects were really destroyed by that person? Isn't this too crazy? Those are the sects that have existed for thousands of years. Only the ancient aristocratic families and a few sacred grounds can suppress them. That Lin Tian actually dared to break into the gates of those sects and destroy the gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sections. Moreover, he was able to escape unscathed without being stopped by the elites of those sects. Is he that powerful? It's said that that person has reached the flight state. Few people in the flight state can be his match. In a restaurant in the Grand Heaven district, many people were discussing. Soon, some people were puzzled. Speaking of which, this matter should only be known by the disciples of the 9 sections. Outsiders shouldn't have seen it. How did it become known to the whole world? The 9 sects couldn't possibly have leaked this matter themselves, right? It's like this. It's said that every time that guy went to a sect, he would deliberately bring a group of people with him. He said that he was bringing them to watch a good show, but in the end, they watched him destroy the gates of those sections. He deliberately brought people with him and watched him destroy the gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sections. Then, he used those people to spread the news and humiliated the 9 sections. This move is really ruthless. The elders and sect leaders of the 9 sects are probably vomiting blood out of anger. That guy is too bold. He's really a lunatic. Many people shrank their necks. In the next few days, almost everyone in the world was talking about the destruction of the 9 sects by Lin Tian. Naturally, Lin Tian's name was even more well known. He was truly famous in the world. He destroyed the gates of the 9 sects and then escaped unscathed. Is Lin Tian comparable to the saints of the sacred grounds? Some people's hearts palpitated. While everyone in the world was talking about it, the 9 sects were exceptionally quiet. These days, there would be roars from time to time in the 9 sects, causing many disciples in the sects to be frightened and not dare to breathe loudly. Time passed by. Every day, there would be many people discussing the matter of Lin Tian destroying the 9 great sects, ranging from well-known restaurants to storytelling stalls. Only 3 days later, a shocking piece of news spread out, and this matter was finally covered up. A relic from ancient times? Yes, it's said that it has existed for a very long time. It's a little scary. That relic was discovered by the powerhouses of the Wantong Sacred Ground and the Taishan Sacred Ground. It's located in the last immortal mountain range near the Mount Tianyao. It's said that it might be a cultivation field of a celestial master before he became a celestial master. A celestial master's cultivation field? Really? I don't know, but since it was discovered by the powerhouses of the 2 sacred grounds, it's very likely to be true. When this news came out, the second heaven became even more lively. Then, many cultivators moved and headed towards the last immortal mountain range. There must be many treasures in the cultivation field of a celestial master. Even a piece of rubble might have a great origin and infinite magical effects. Moreover, the cultivation field of a celestial master usually contained amazing Taoist connotation. If one could comprehend a trace of it, his strength would increase greatly and he would benefit for the rest of his life. There were 9 celestial masters in ancient times. Which celestial master's cultivation field is that ancient relic? It's said that it's the master apothecary who deduced the path of alchemy to the extreme. Master apothecary? Yes, the people of the 2 sacred grounds each invited a powerful alchemist from an alchemist family to go there. It's confirmed by a 5th-grade alchemist. There's a 90% chance that it's the cultivation field of the master apothecary. Master apothecary? If it's the master apothecary, then, will there be a life-prolonging Baodan in there? Many people were shocked. Suddenly, more people moved. Experts from all the major forces walked out of their sects and headed towards the last immortal mountain range. There were a total of 9 celestial masters in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heavenly territory. All of them were people who had walked to the end of the cultivation path and were truly invincible. Among the 9 celestial masters, the most attractive one was undoubtedly the master apothecary. Not only was the master apothecary powerful, but he was also good at refining medicine. He could refine a life-prolonging Baodan. To a cultivator, lifespan was the most precious thing. Now that the Taoist temple that was suspected to be the master of medicine had been discovered, it naturally caused everyone in the world to be greatly shocked. A large number of cultivators headed over, and practically all of them wanted to obtain medicinal pills that could prolong their lives from the ancient ruins. Among these cultivators, there might be some who didn't need life-prolonging treasured pills right now, but there would be a day when their lifespan would dry up. At that time, the value of a life-prolonging treasured pill would be enough to shake the entire world, because only with life could one see and explore the world. On a certain road, Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes when she saw the cultivators heading towards the last immortal mountain range. The master apothecary's cultivation field. He whispered to himself. After thinking for a while, he didn't hesitate and followed the crowd towards the last immortal mountain range. The last immortal mountain range was located 800 miles east of the heavenly demon mountain of the demon clan. It stretched from north to south, and there were many demonic beasts in it. It was a vast ancient forest. It was said that in ancient times, this ancient forest was extremely dangerous. There were countless strange beasts, and many immortal reaching realm experts had died in it. Therefore, it was called the last immortal mountain range. Lin Tian rushed to the last immortal mountain range with a group of cultivators. He saw that this ancient forest was full of towering trees. Each tree was extremely thick and strong. Even a few adults couldn't wrap their arms around them. Walking in this ancient forest, the spiritual qi in the air was very rich, but it was also mixed with an extremely shocking demonic aura. Obviously, there were many demonic beasts in this ancient forest. Where is the master apothecary's dojo? It's still further ahead. It said that a mountain suddenly broke apart, revealing a corner of a small world. A small world? Some powerful ancient almighty figures could create things on their own and evolve a small world for cultivation. It's very normal. I see. Let's go, there are already many people rushing over. The crowd moved even faster. Lin Tian's footsteps were slow and steady as he listened to the discussions of some cultivators, and he was slightly surprised as well. He never imagined that those powerful cultivators of the ancient times were actually able to create a minor world of their own. It was truly shocking to such an extent. I don't know what kind of cultivation base is required. I think it should be at least the enlightenment realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The spiritual qi in the ancient forest was rich. There were many withered branches on the ground, and there were many skeletons between the branches. Most of these skeletons were human skeletons. Obviously, after some cultivators entered this ancient forest, their flesh and blood were devoured by the demonic beasts in the ancient forest. Lin Tian didn't care. He followed the group of cultivators and silently walked toward the master apothecary's dojo. Soon, the roars of demonic beasts sounded. A few black shadows appeared and pressed toward the crowd. It's the Thunder Fire Bear. Thunder Fire Bear? Isn't that a level 9 demonic beast? It's comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual sea. What bad luck. Damn it, we just had to meet these demonic beasts in this place at this time. Try to avoid them. Someone said. The Thunder Fire Bear was not that scary. What made the cultivators fear was that this place was not far from the heavenly demon mountain. Many demon clan experts would often pass by, especially at this time when the Apothecary Supreme's dojo appeared in the last immortal mountain range. Many demon clan experts would take the initiative to come here. Although these people were not afraid of the Thunder Fire Bear and could kill it if they worked together, they did not dare to kill it at this time. If the demon race experts saw them, there would be big trouble. As a result, the group of cultivators fell into a predicament. In the blink of an eye, several people were torn apart by the Thunder Fire Bear. Damn it! Don't kill them, just beat them back. Sure. The group of people worked together and displayed their martial arts and techniques. Soon, a few Thunder Fire Bears were shaken away and a path was opened. Let's go! Someone shouted. Lin Tian followed at the side and walked forward. But in the next moment, he stopped and looked up at the sky. 3 silhouettes flashed by, each of them astonishing, especially the man in the lead. He had a strong physique, solid muscles, and a pair of eyes filled with wildness, giving people an incomparably domineering feeling. It's him. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. The man's silver hair draped over his shoulders and his blood chi was overbearing. It was the desolate demon physique, Putsong. 2 people followed behind Putsong. Obviously, they were also demon race experts. They stepped on the void and stopped in front of the group of cultivators. Immediately, the group of cultivators' expressions changed and they stopped in unison. These people were worried that they would encounter a demon race expert, but they did not expect to encounter one in the end. Moreover, it was the demon race's saint, the man who inherited the desolate demon king physique. Putsong walked down from the void and looked at the thunderfire bears lying on the side. Who did this? Putsong's eyes were like knives. Many people could not help but tremble under his gaze. Your Highness Putsong, because they attacked us, we had no choice but to attack. Someone braced himself and stepped forward. We did not kill them, we only beat them back. Your Highness, please, boom, Putsong attacked, slapping the person who spoke into a mist of blood. Putsong's eyes were cruel. Who else hurt my people? Step forward. Behind Putsong, the 2 demon race experts did not say a word. They stood quietly on Putsong's left and right. The group of cultivators was terrified. They were all shocked. The person who spoke just now was not weak, but he was smashed into meat paste with a slap. Now, who dared to step forward? Since there is no one else, then all of you will die here. Putsong said. Behind Putsong, the 2 demon race experts walked out. Their blood chi was very strong, and they forced the crowd to retreat. Your Highness, please spare us. Several of our companions died, so we were forced to fight back. Also, we did not kill them. Spare us. Let us go. Many people begged for mercy. Some time ago, the demon race's holy son, Huang Yao, had just formed his demon body. He had challenged all the experts under the Immortal Ascension realm from the major factions. He had become famous in the world. He was almost invincible under the Immortal Ascension realm. Facing such a person, how could these people not be afraid? In the crowd, Lin Tian shook his head. Putsong was really domineering. These cultivators had only fought back because they had been attacked and several of their companions had died. Moreover, they had only beaten back a few thunderflame bears and did not kill them. However, Putsong wanted to kill everyone here. It was really cruel. When he remembered that Putsong had attacked him several times at the Wuji Gate, he was even more displeased. He looked at Putsong with displeasure. Putsong's spiritual perception was amazing. He naturally felt Lin Tian's displeased gaze and immediately turned his head to look at him. It's you, you ant. Putsong recognized Lin Tian. After being discovered by Putsong, Lin Tian did not hide anything. He walked out. Which dog eye of yours saw that I was an ant? Have you ever seen an ant this big? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. At this time, the cultivators finally noticed Lin Tian's face. When they took a closer look, they were all shocked. It's that Lin Tian? Someone was shocked. During this period of time, Lin Tian's fierce reputation was widely known. There were not many cultivators who did not know Lin Tian. Putsong's eyes were like knives as he stared at Lin Tian. The weak are all ants. Is that so? Then get over here and let me slap you to pieces. Let's see if your original form is an ant. Lin Tian Ondao. The cultivators' expressions changed when they heard this. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. The person in front of them was the demon saint with the desolate demon physique. He was invincible under the Immortal Ascension realm. How dare this guy talk to the desolate demon physique like that? Behind Putsong, 2 demon clan experts' eyes were cold. Their killing intent intertwined as they closed in on Lin Tian. Stop. Putsong snorted and stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. This ant is a little special. He's my prey. You guys go and get rid of the other ants. Yes. The two demon clan experts nodded and glanced at Lin Tian coldly. Then, they closed in on the crowd, their demonic aura overflowing with killing intent. They were both at the second sky of the Zephyr realm. "Spare us, Your Highness. Your Highness, Demon Saint, please let us go. We didn't mean it. Please, don't kill us." The cultivators begged for mercy, their faces pale. Patsong stared at Lin Tian. The two demon clan experts' eyes were merciless. They released their killing intent toward the cultivators. Lin Tian glanced at the two demon clan experts and said, "Go back." He didn't have any relationship with this group of cultivators, but he didn't like Patsong. These cultivators were only trying to protect themselves by repelling a few thunderfire bears, but Patsong wanted to kill everyone, which made him very uncomfortable. At this moment, standing in this group of cultivators, he was a member of the human clan. Since the demon clan wanted to kill this group of human clan cultivators, he naturally wouldn't agree. The two demon clan experts' eyes were cold. They wanted to kill Lin Tian, but because of their saint's words, they didn't. They still closed in on the crowd. As expected, wild beasts don't understand human language. Lin Tianling said. He raised his right hand, and a sword wind swept out. It was ear-piercing and extremely fast, which immediately made the two demon clan experts' expressions change. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds were heard. The two demon clan experts flew backward at the same time. They only stopped after smashing a few old trees. The two struggled to stand up, blood gushing out of their mouths. They stared at Lin Tian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Patsong's eyes became even colder. "How dare you hurt my clansman? Is your clansman very impressive?" Lin Tianling said coldly, "A few wild beasts that only know how to attack humans." After killing a few people, they were forced to retreat. These cultivators were already merciful and benevolent. "You're really something." "In your words, these are ants," he said coldly. Everyone gasped. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. The group of human race cultivators stared at Lin Tian with fear in their hearts. These people had heard that the desolate demon physique was very domineering and powerful, but now, Lin Tian was even more powerful than this desolate demon physique. He actually killed a few thunderflame bears in front of the desolate demon physique. The cultivators were so shocked that they felt a chill run down their backs and their hearts beat wildly. Patsong's eyes shone with a fierce light. Without saying a word, he directly closed in on Lin Tian, not hiding his killing intent. Dong! As Patsong took a step forward, the ground shook, and a series of cracks actually appeared, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Lin Tianling humphed, not showing the slightest fear. "Let's go," he said to the cultivators behind him. After saying this, he stepped forward and walked towards Patsong. As his feet landed, the ground also shook, and there were also shocking cracks spreading out in all directions. In an instant, two terrifying auras rushed up, shocking everyone. So powerful. Some people's hearts palpitated. Just facing these two auras made many people feel like they couldn't breathe. Patsong's eyes were like sharp blades, sharp and threatening. "I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect a little ant like you to have grown so much. I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect a little beast like you to not have improved at all. You still have the same strength as before. It's really unbearable." Lin Tian confronted him. "The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please go to M." The two of them confronted each other. Violent auras surged, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Patsong's eyes were full of wildness. He stared at Lin Tian with eyes as sharp as blades, very intimidating. Buzz. Finally, Patsong made his move. He turned into a beam of light and charged at Lin Tian. His iron fist shook the void. Lin Tian didn't dodge. He also punched out. Boom. It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. It was so loud that people's eardrums were a little numb. It was just a simple first collision, but the void where the fists met directly cracked. At the same time, a gust of wind spread out in all directions as if it was mixed with destructive sword chi. It destroyed all the vegetation within a radius of several meters. Everyone was shocked. Was this a collision between immortal flight cultivators? How could they be so powerful? All of a sudden, everyone retreated. Putsong, who had the desolate demon body, had a fierce look in his eyes. He threw out a punch and then a second punch. Lin Tian didn't do anything fancy. He still punched out. Bang! The two iron fists collided once again, and a visible shockwave flashed out. With a cracking sound, cracks spread out in all directions. The two punches didn't suppress Lin Tian. Putsong's eyes became burning, and his aura became even more ferocious. With a boom, an even more violent aura rushed out. Gray demonic light rushed into the sky. He punched out with both fists, and the sky was full of afterimages. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a step back. His fists trembled, and the sky was full of fist light. Bang! 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 The fist light and the fist shadows collided. After an unknown amount of time, the two figures appeared and collided again. As an ant, you have some ability. Putsong's eyes were full of killing intent. The gray fist pressed down like a gray meteor. Its power was even stronger than before. You're not much. You're 2 small steps higher than me, but that's all. Lin Tianling smiled. He threw out his right fist. Silver light flashed as if he was pushing an immemorial divine mountain forward. Boom! This was a terrifying collision. As their physical bodies clashed, a large area of space was directly shattered, and spatial turbulence scattered out. In the end, both of them were sent flying, and they retreated more than 30 meters. The Holy Sun has the barren demon king body, and he has been cultivating with an inhuman body since he was young. He fights with other clansmen and spends his days in bitter cultivation, honing his immortal body. But this human can actually compete with the Holy Sun in terms of physique? Putsong's 2 followers were shocked. In the void, Lin Tian stared at Putsong. His face was expressionless, but he was slightly surprised. Yi Futian had been training in the 4 extreme scriptures to temper his body. When he entered the Zephyr plane, he experienced a heavenly tribulation of the great path. Boundless lightning struck his flesh and bones, which was equivalent to going through a rebirth. His body could be said to be immortal. But now, Putsong's body was no worse than his, which surprised him. The king body was indeed extraordinary. Very good. In the same realm, it has been a long time since anyone has been able to contend with my physical body. Your flesh and blood must be very delicious. Putsong's silver hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like knives. I haven't eaten wild meat in a long time. I'll beat you back to your original form and roast you. Lin Tianling said. Both of their eyes were very cold, and both of them were filled with killing intent. The next moment, they rushed together again. Lin Tian's right hand shook, and a treasure sword appeared in his right hand. He directly blocked the 9th sword of the incinerating sun Clang. The sky was full of sword radiance, and the scorching sword radiance was threatening, causing the air to slightly distort. Putsong's eyes were cold. 5 sharp blades flashed, and it was the light of 5 fingers that completely annihilated all the sword radiance. Putsong approached and grabbed at Lin Tian with his 5 fingers. Lin Tian shook the long sword in his hand, and with a flip and turn, he slashed at Putsong. Clang, the two collided, and there was a metallic sound. Lin Tian raised his long sword, and his speed was even faster. He slashed again and again, and the sword radiance was so dense that it was frightening. These sword radiances were all real. They were traces left behind by the speed of his slashes. I'll wait to eat your flesh and blood. Putsong's eyes were cold. Clang, 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 the superior grade treasure sword clashed with Putsong's palm, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It only left a string of sparks. Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion, and the speed of his sword became even faster. Ka! Soon, there was a crisp sound, and the treasure sword in his hand cracked. It had been smashed into pieces by Putsong. Die! Putsong said. Grey demonic light flashed, and Putsong's 5 fingers clenched slightly, grabbing at Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tianling snorted, and his right fist shook as he punched out. Suddenly, strands of purple electric arcs intertwined at the tip of his right fist, and there was a terrifying power in it. The void shattered, and Putsong's face changed slightly. Boom, Lin Tian's fist pressed down, and the purple electric arc shattered everything. With a bang, Putsong was sent flying dozens of feet away. Saint. He defeated the saint with his physical strength. How is this possible? The two beast overlords were shocked. Putsong's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the old forest in the distance, crushing countless old trees. Lin Tian didn't stop at all. He approached quickly, leaving afterimages behind. When facing an enemy, he wouldn't give them a chance to breathe. Boom, gray demonic light shot up, and it was extremely terrifying. A giant demonic sword slashed up from the ground, and Lin Tian was so shocked that he felt a chill down his spine. He quickly dodged and moved more than 7 feet away. There was a bit of blood floating in the void. He tilted his head and looked at his right shoulder, and there was a deep cut. Putsong stepped into the void again, and his eyes became even more ferocious, full of wildness and killing intent. He didn't look injured at all. He waved his hand, and a few drops of Lin Tian's blood fell on his fingertips. It was bright red and dazzling. Putsong sniffed and licked it, and a wild demonic light flashed in his eyes. It's delicious. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and 2 rays of cold light shot out. He made a gesture with his hands, and the precious bell, the ancient forest, and the sea of 3-leaf clovers rushed out from behind him. Divining divine skill, boom, the void shook, and several divining divine elephants appeared at the same time. The power was terrifying, as if thunder clouds were descending. At the same time, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Putsong and pressed down with the bell. Putsong roared, and demonic light tore the world apart. His iron fists were covered with gray energy. Wild demon Putsong. Putsong shouted coldly. This was a kind of divine fist, wrapped in gray demonic light. It was fierce and domineering, and could be said to be destructive. With a boom, the precious bell was shattered, and the light of destruction spread in all directions. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. The yin and yang rock was extremely fast, and the bell appeared again, pressing down on Putsong together with the ancient forest and the sea of 3-leaf clovers. Several divining divine elephants shook, and they were extremely domineering, tearing apart Putsong's fist. Bang, the bell landed on Putsong's chest, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. There was gray demonic blood in the air. Lin Tian pressed forward at an extremely fast speed, and the sea of 3-leaf clovers pressed on Putsong's chest. Putsong coughed out blood and was sent flying again. Under the pressure of the divine elephants, Lin Tian swung his 2 fists. At the closest distance, he crazily swung his iron fists, suppressing Heaven Breaker. Waves of muffled groaning noises were heard when the fists collided with the body. Putsong roared, and his body suddenly shone with demonic light. A primordial mountain rushed out behind him, and the sound of beasts could be heard. In an instant, the gray light of the primordial mountain intertwined and sealed Lin Tian inside. The barren heaven realm. The divine skill of the saint of the king's territory. Once sealed inside, there will be no escape. The 2 demon race experts said excitedly. Putsong's eyes were cold. Barging in front of me, are you looking for, bang? Lin Tian was expressionless. His silver fist rose into the air and smashed directly on Putsong's face. How is that possible? How can this human not be suppressed by the king's territory? The 2 demon race experts' expressions changed drastically. The king's territory was the innate divine skill of the king's territory. After the king's territory was supported by the king's territory, one could fight across 8 small realms and be invincible. It was the most domineering means of the king's territory. Once enveloped by the king's territory, ordinary people would only die tragically. However, there was someone who could not be obstructed in the king's territory and even injure the master of the king's territory. That was too shocking. Putsong's expression changed, but soon, an even more ferocious light appeared in his eyes. Very good. You're indeed very strange. Not only can you block my desolate heaven realm, but you can also move independently in my desolate heaven realm. You're not simple. With a boom, Putsong moved again and put away the king's territory. His 10 fingers vibrated and intertwined into a gray demonic net. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. After suppressing you, I'll let the old guys of Mount Tianyao study your flesh and blood origin. Buzz, the void trembled and a light net formed. It was clearly a powerful divine skill that could suppress everything. Lin Tian took a step back with a sneer on his face. You'd better fight me with the intention of killing me. Otherwise, you might be killed by me if you're not careful. With a boom, a primitive mountain rose behind him and the roar of demonic beasts could be vaguely heard. The mountain was vast and the old forest was deep. There was a gray light surging. Desolate heaven realm? This is the Sun's King's territory. This human actually, the two demon clan experts' expressions changed. Putsong's eyes suddenly became even more ferocious and ferocious. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. You little ant can actually evolve my king's territory to such a state. With a furious roar, killing intent surged from Putsong's body. Unfortunately, it's just a form. It's not even 1/10 of the power of my king's territory. Come and try. Lin Tianling smiled. Suddenly, the divine roar palace rose behind him. The nine-spring sword, the place where Heavenly Lord Daoren comprehended the Tao. In an instant, terrifying fluctuations spread and destroyed everything. I'll crush you. He held several divine elephants and moved like a moving source of destruction. His aura was terrifying and shocking. It's just an imitation of other people's Dharma spells. It's just a small trick. It's not elegant. Putsong shouted. The gray demonic light vibrated and a gray valley rose behind Putsong. There were many demonic shadows in it and it was very scary. The demonic shadows rushed out at an extreme speed and tore apart Lin Tian's divine elephants. Lin Tian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He staggered back dozens of feet and the blood in his chest rolled. Spiritual Sea Avatar? He narrowed his eyes. The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on the mobile version at The phenomenon of the sea of consciousness could only be evolved by true geniuses. The more talented one was, the more terrifying the phenomenon would be. An old drunkard had once told him that in the history of cultivation, there were people who had propped up the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness and killed powerful enemies who were 8 small realms above them. It was not inferior to the king's domain's mystical power at all. Boom, behind Putsong, demonic shadows rushed out of the valley. All of them were ferocious and violent, and their eyes were as red as blood. The demonic shadows were densely packed around Putsong with a bloodthirsty aura that was extremely terrifying. The Sacred Sun Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, the 10,000 Demon Soul Valley. It's a super mystical power that's comparable to that of the king's domain. In the distance, the two demons were shocked. Putsong's eyes were menacing and ferocious. With a loud roar, the dense demonic shadows rushed out and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned and cast the divinatory divine technique again, urging the barren ancient forest to move forward. Shatter all of them. Putsong said coldly. The demonic shadows roared like Putsong's willpower, with the power to distort everything and shatter everything. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and flashed in the dense demonic shadows. The speed of the demonic shadows' attacks was clearly very astonishing, but Lin Tian could always dodge them time and time again. So fast. In the distance, the two demon powerhouses were shocked. In the beginning, the two demon powerhouses stared at Lin Tian with exceptionally cold expressions and didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, the two of them were now full of fear of Lin Tian because he could kill them easily. Putsong stared at Lin Tian and roared, causing the demons to move together. Boom, the sky trembled and strange weapons appeared in the hands of the demons, emitting a strange light. Lin Tian's expression changed and he immediately felt a huge threat. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and with a thought, a lotus sea rushed out behind him. Yin and yang intertwined and glistened. Slash. He spat out a word coldly. The lotus sea swayed and black and white lotus petals rushed out and slashed in all directions. Pisht. Chi. Chi. Tens of thousands of demons roared as they were sliced into pieces by the lotus flower. In the distance, the two demon clan experts were shocked again, revealing looks of shock. To be able to follow beside the desolate demon physique, the two of them naturally saw through Lin Tian's methods. Sea of Consciousness Anomaly. one of them exclaimed. Putsong laughed wildly, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more terrifying. The sky full of demonic shadows rushed towards Lin Tian. Putsong also moved on his own, pressing towards Lin Tian with a punch. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He unfolded the yin and yang rock and faced the front. Kill! Kill! The two shouted at the same time. The grey demonic fist and the silver iron fist collided again and again, shaking the space until it was buzzing. Around the two of them, demonic shadows rampaged about. Lotus petals slashed through the heavens and the earth. Neither of them gave way to the other, causing the air to become chaotic. Ray after ray of destructive light shook out, crushing all the old trees in the surroundings. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Retreat! The two demon clan experts' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. As for the group of human cultivators, they had already fled under Lin Tian's orders. They were nowhere to be seen. Roar! Putsong roared like a beast, and his eyes became even more ferocious. Suddenly, his 10 fingers moved together. Ray after ray of light interweaved in the void. Each ray seemed to be able to destroy everything, piercing through cracks in the void. Roar again, and I'll break your throat, Lin Tianling said. He formed a seal with his hands. The desolate heaven world and divine rock palace rushed up, shining brightly and suppressing the surroundings. Boom! This was an extreme collision. With the two of them as the center, everything within 300 feet was destroyed. The earth was broken, and the old trees were shattered. Terrifying hurricanes swept up. Putsong's eyes shone with cold light, full of wildness. Your head is really valuable. In any case, you're a desolate demon king physique. If I roast you, it might be very chewy. Lin Tianling smiled. The two of them were at each other's throats, neither of them giving in. They used their own methods and clashed again and again. In this place, demonic light and vital qi drowned out everything. The aura was terrifying. Poof! Lin Tian's left chest was hit. Putsong's 5 fingers scratched, leaving 5 deep bloody marks floating in the air. It was a bit glaring. One could vaguely see the bones in his chest. Putsong licked the blood from his fingertips and laughed wildly. His eyes were terrifying. I'll tear your flesh apart bit by bit. Lin Tian felt a piercing pain in his chest. Violent demon qi entered his body, causing him to cough up blood. The saint's god-slaying finger contains terrifying power. It can destroy everything. In the distance, the two demons were shocked. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He felt a violent force battering his body, as if it wanted to crush his organs, causing the pain to become even more intense. Moreover, the wound on his chest was difficult to heal, and blood flowed continuously. Even so, his expression didn't change. Compared to the pain caused by the heavenly trial, this level of pain was no different than an ant scratching an itch. He stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step. He directly approached Putsong. You're looking for death. Putsong roared. His 10 fingers released light again. Each one was like a rainbow as they attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand shook and the 4 symbols diagram buzzed. Pissed. With a soft sound, Putsong's 10 fingers were immediately extinguished. You, bang. Lin Tian rushed forward. His right hand formed a fist and slammed the 4 symbols diagram into Putsong's body. Putsong roared. His expression changed again, and he fell to the ground. You sealed my demon qi? In an instant, the sky full of demons collapsed. Lin Tian looked down. In a flash, he punched Putsong's chest again. Cough. Putsong coughed up blood. The sound of bones breaking came from his chest. Lin Tianyi punched Putsong away. He didn't stop at all and approached again. Without any fancy moves, he waved his iron fists and landed them on Putsong's body again and again. Bang! 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 His physique was terrifyingly strong. Every punch would bring about a shocking bang. Putsong was blasted to the east and rolled to the west. He was in an extremely sorry state. His silver hair was in a mess. Saint! The two demons' expressions changed. When had they ever seen their saint in such a sorry state? The two roared and rushed forward. Get lost. Lin Tian waved his hand. A hurricane swept past and sent the two flying dozens of feet away. The yin and yang dragon flashed and appeared in front of Putsong. He punched him again and sent him flying. Then, with a thought, the lotus sea in the sky swayed and all the lotus petals shook. Yin and yang intertwined and crushed toward Putsong. Die. His eyes were emotionless. He pressed down with his right hand and used the ultimate attack. Putsong roared. Facing this attack, his eyes became even more ferocious. True flames appeared in his eyes. Open for this king. With a loud boom, Putsong's abdomen shone brightly. In an instant, the sky full of demons reappeared and rushed toward Lin Tian's dense lotus sea. Lin Tian was moved. Is this the barren demon body's origin? He actually broke the four-symbol seal so quickly. Blood flowed from his chest and the corners of his mouth. He stared at Putsong with a colder gaze. This Putsong made him very unhappy, but he had to admit that his opponent was really terrifying. He could really be called a king in his generation. He was terrifyingly strong. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He used the divine divination technique again. Boom! Divine Cry Palace, Nine-Fist Sword, Barren Heaven Realm, Primitive Mountains, and Divine Bell appeared one by one. God-slaying finger. Putsong roared angrily. 10 fingers of light flashed and crushed in all directions, sealing off the entire space. A shocking collision. The radiance covered everything. Lin Tian's heavenly divine elephant shattered, and Putsong's god-slaying finger cracked open. The two of them clashed together again, fist against fist, leg against leg, and ripples of transparent light appeared one after another. With a pu sound, Lin Tian was in trouble again. His right shoulder was pierced through by the god-slaying finger. Blood dyed the sky. This king is the most powerful in this world. My peers can only be bones under my feet. Putsong's eyes were like knives. You're the most powerful in your generation? What a joke. I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Lin Tianling said. He rushed over and used the divine divination technique, using the Bai family's 1,000 transformations divine hands. With a hong sound, a divine image appeared behind him. 1,000 hands spread out, crazily striking towards Heaven Breaker. One palm, 1,000 strikes. Pooh! Putsong was sent flying. He was almost shattered in the air. Lin Tian moved. The divine shadow behind him moved with him. The sky full of divine light was vast and mighty, shaking up. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out. The divine shadow's 1,000 illusory hands revealed precious weapons. Some were knives, some were swords, some were hammers, and some were halberds. The power was terrifying. For a moment, the sky rumbled. Putsong roared, but Lin Tian didn't give him time to react. The 1,000 transformations divine hands shook and annihilated everything. Bang! Once again, Putsong was sent flying. Gray blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were cold. His aura was still as strong as a rainbow, showing no signs of weakening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Although his body was covered in blood, his aura was still at its peak. Boom! He shook the 1,000 transformations divine hands and the yin-yang lotus sea and pressed forward again. The sky full of vital essence surged, and killing intent surged. The two monster clan powerhouses in the distance were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power was too strong. Putsong's eyes were fierce. His silver hair danced wildly. The vision in his sea of consciousness boiled as it faced Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus sea. Divine massacre palm print. Putsong shouted coldly. With a boom, the sky darkened. An extremely oppressive aura flowed out as if it was going to destroy everything. Vaguely, a huge gray palm print appeared in the sky. It completely covered the space within a radius of 100 feet. Lin Tian's expression changed as he felt a great threat. However, he wasn't afraid. He waved his hands, and a blood-red crack appeared behind him. Suddenly, a wave that could devour everything spread out. Boom! At this moment, the last immortal mountain range shook. A strong and mysterious wave came from afar. Lin Tian and Patsong's expressions changed at the same time. They lowered their heads and looked into the distance. Saint. It's over there. I think it's where the master apothecary's dojo is. It seems that someone opened that small world. The phenomenon of the sea of consciousness could only be evolved by true geniuses, and the more talented they were, the more terrifying the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness would be. Pin, an old drunkard, had once told him that in the history of cultivation, there were people who had propped up the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness and killed powerful enemies who were 8 small realms above them. It was not inferior to the king's domain's mystical power at all. Boom! Behind Patsong, demonic shadows rushed out of the valley. They were all menacing and violent, and their eyes were as red as blood. The demonic shadows were densely packed around Patsong with a bloodthirsty aura that was extremely terrifying. The phenomenon of the sacred sun sea of consciousness, the 10,000 demon soul valley. It's a super mystical power that's comparable to that of the king's domain. In the distance, the 2 demons were shocked. Patsong's eyes were menacing and ferocious. With a loud roar, the dense demonic shadows rushed out and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned and cast the divinatory divine technique again, urging the barren ancient forest to attack. Shatter all of them, Patsong said coldly. The demonic shadows roared like Patsong's will, with the power to distort everything and shatter everything. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and flickered in the dense demonic shadows. The speed of the demonic shadows' attacks was clearly very astonishing, but Lin Tian could always dodge them time and time again. So fast. In the distance, the 2 demon powerhouses were astonished. In the beginning, the 2 demon powerhouses stared at Lin Tian with exceptionally cold expressions and didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, the 2 of them now had a strong fear of Lin Tian because he could kill them easily. Patsong stared at Lin Tian and roared, causing the demons to move together. Boom! The sky trembled and strange weapons appeared in the hands of the demons, emitting a strange light. Lin Tian's expression changed and he immediately felt a huge threat. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and with a thought, a lotus sea rushed out behind him. Yin and yang intertwined and glistened. Slash! He spat out a word coldly. The lotus sea swayed and black and white lotus petals rushed out and slashed in all directions. Chi, 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 thousands of demons roared as they were cut into pieces by the lotus flower. In the distance, the 2 demon clan experts were shocked again, revealing looks of shock. To be able to follow beside the desolate demon physique, the 2 of them naturally saw what Lin Tian was doing. An anomaly in the sea of consciousness. One of them exclaimed. Patsong laughed wildly, but the killing intent in his eyes was even more frightening. The sky full of demonic shadows madly rushed towards Lin Tian. Patsong also moved on his own accord, pressing down on Lin Tian with a punch. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. He unfolded the yin and yang puppet and faced the front. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The grey demonic fist and the silver iron fist collided again and again, shaking the space until it was buzzing. Around the 2 of them, demonic shadows rampaged. Lotus petals slashed through the sky and split the earth. Neither of them gave way to the other, causing the air to become chaotic. Streaks of destructive radiance vibrated out one after another, crushing all the old trees in the surroundings. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Retreat! The 2 demon clan experts' expressions changed and they quickly retreated. As for the group of human cultivators, they had already escaped under Lin Tian's instructions and were nowhere to be seen. Roar! Patsong roared like a wild beast, and his eyes became even more ferocious. Suddenly, his 10 fingers moved at the same time. Streaks of light intertwined in the void. Each streak seemed to be able to destroy everything, piercing through the void and creating cracks in the space. Roar again and I'll break your throat, Lin Tianling said. He formed a seal with his hands. The barren heaven realm and divine roar palace rushed up, shining brightly and suppressing the surroundings. Boom! This was an extreme collision. With the 2 of them as the center, everything within a radius of 300 feet was destroyed. The ground was broken, the old trees were shattered, and terrifying hurricanes swept up. Putsong's eyes shone with a cold light, full of wildness. Your head is really valuable. You're a desolate demon king physique after all. If I roast you, it might be very chewy. Lin Tianling smiled. The two of them were at each other's throats. Neither of them was willing to back down. They used their own methods and clashed again and again. In this place, demonic light and vital qi drowned everything. The aura was terrifying. Poof. Lin Tian's left chest was hit. Putsong's 5 fingers scratched, leaving 5 deep bloody marks floating in the air. It was a bit glaring. One could vaguely see the bones in his chest. Putsong licked the blood on his fingertips and laughed wildly. His eyes were terrifying. I'll tear your flesh apart bit by bit. Lin Tian felt a sharp pain in his chest. Violent demonic qi entered his body, causing him to cough up blood. The sun's god-slaying finger contains terrifying power that can destroy everything. In the distance, the two demons were shocked. Blood flowed out from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He felt a violent energy battering his body, as if it wanted to crush his organs, causing the pain to become even more intense. Moreover, the wound on his chest was difficult to heal, and blood continued to flow. Even so, his expression didn't change. Compared to the pain caused by the heavenly trial, this level of pain was no different from an ant scratching an itch. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. Leaving behind afterimages with each step, he directly approached Putsong. You want to die? Putsong roared. His 10 fingers emitted light again. Like rainbows, they attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand shook and the 4 symbols diagram buzzed. Qi. With a soft sound, Putsong's 10 fingers were immediately extinguished. You, bang. Lin Tian rushed forward. His right hand formed a fist and slammed the 4 symbols diagram into Putsong's body. Putsong roared. His expression changed again and he fell to the ground. You sealed my demonic energy? At once, the sky full of demonic shadows collapsed. Lin Tian looked down. In a flash, he punched Putsong's chest again. Cough. Putsong coughed up blood. The sound of bones breaking came from his chest. Lin Tianyi punched Putsong and didn't stop at all. He approached again. Without any fancy moves, he waved his iron fists and landed them on Putsong's body again and again. Bang. 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 His physique was terrifyingly strong. Every punch would bring about a shocking bang. Putsong was blasted to the east and rolled to the west. For a moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His head of silver hair was scattered. Saint. The two demonic beasts' expressions changed. When had they ever seen their own saint in such a sorry state? The two roared and rushed forward. Get lost. Lin Tian waved his hand. A hurricane swept past and sent the two flying dozens of feet away. The yin and yang liang flashed and arrived in front of Putsong. Once again, he sent him flying with a punch. Then, with a thought, the lotus sea in the sky swayed and all the lotus petals shook. Yin and yang intertwined and crushed towards Putsong. Die. His eyes were emotionless. He pressed down with his right hand and used the ultimate attack. Putsong roared. Facing this attack, his eyes became even more ferocious. True flames appeared in his eyes. Open for me. With a loud boom, Putsong's abdomen shone brightly. In an instant, the sky full of demonic beasts appeared again and rushed toward Lin Tian's dense lotus sea. Lin Tian's expression changed. Is this the desolate demonic physique's origin? It actually shattered the 4 symbols seal so quickly. Blood dripped from his chest and from the corner of his mouth. His gaze on Putsong became even colder. This Putsong made him very unhappy, but he had to admit that his opponent was really terrifying. He could really be called a king among his peers. He was terrifyingly strong. He clenched his teeth and formed a mudra with his hands. He used the divining divine spell again. Boom. Divine Cry Palace, 9-fist sword, barren heaven realm, primitive mountain, and divine bell all appeared one by one. God-slaying finger. Putsong roared angrily. 10 fingers of light flashed and crushed in all directions, sealing the entire void. The shocking collision and the light covered everything. Lin Tian's divine elephant shattered. Putsong's god-slaying finger cracked. The two rushed together again. Fist against fist, leg against leg, vibrating out transparent light waves one after another. With a pu, Lin Tian was in trouble again. His right shoulder was pierced through by a god-slaying finger. Blood dyed the void. I am the king of this world. My peers can only be bones under my feet. Putsong's eyes were like knives. You're the king of this generation? What a joke. I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Lin Tianling said. He rushed over and used the divine spell, using the Bai family's 1,000 transformations divine hands. With a boom, a divine shadow appeared behind him. 1,000 hands spread out and wildly attacked Putsong. One palm, 1,000 strikes. Pooh! Putsong was sent flying. He was almost shattered in the air. Lin Tian moved. The divine shadow behind him moved with him. The sky full of divine light was vast and mighty, shaking up. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out. The 1,000 illusory hands of the divine shadow had manifested weapons. Some were sabers, some were swords, some were hammers, and some were halberds. The power was terrifying. For a moment, the sky rumbled. Putsong roared, but Lin Tian didn't give him time to react. The 1,000 transformations divine hands shook and annihilated everything. Bang! Once again, Putsong was sent flying. Gray blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were cold. His aura was still as strong as a rainbow, showing no signs of weakening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Although his body was stained with blood, his aura was still at its peak. Boom! He shook the 1,000 transformations divine hands and the yin-yang lotus sea and pressed forward again. The sky full of surging vital essence and killing intent shocked the two demon clan powerhouses in the distance. Their faces turned pale and they couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power was too strong. Putsong's eyes were ferocious. His silver hair danced in the wind. The vision in his sea of consciousness boiled as he faced Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus sea. Great divine massacre palm. Putsong shouted coldly. With a boom, the sky darkened. An extremely oppressive aura flowed out as if it was going to destroy everything. Vaguely, a huge gray palm print appeared in the sky, completely covering the space within a radius of 100 feet. Lin Tian's expression changed as he felt a great threat. However, he wasn't afraid. He waved his hands, and a blood-red crack appeared behind him. Suddenly, a wave of energy that could devour everything spread out. Boom! At this moment, the last immortal mountain range shook. A strong and mysterious wave came from afar. Lin Tian and Putsong's expressions changed at the same time. They lowered their heads and looked into the distance. Saint! It's there. I think it's where the medicine master's dojo is. It seems that someone opened that small world. The two demon clan powerhouses exclaimed. The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on mobile at Lin Tian tilted his head and looked into the distance. He could clearly feel a strange aura spreading out. It was very shocking. Putsong was also staring in that direction. His eyes were blazing. Let's go. Putsong shouted at the two demons in the distance and directly headed toward the so-called Master Apothecary's dojo in the distance. Baron Demon Physique, didn't you threaten to break through the vast heavens and enter the 10th heavenly realm to achieve eternal life? Now you want to explore the Master Apothecary's dojo to find the Baodan that can prolong your life? Lin Tian mocked. He was not in a hurry. He stepped on the void and walked forward step by step. Don't provoke me with words. There's nothing wrong with having more bargaining chips on the path to immortality. Putsong sneered. Moreover, I want to reach the peak. Naturally, I have to see what's special about the dojos of the 9 strongest celestial venerables. If there's a trace of soul left, it'll be best. I can kill it with my own hands to add glory to the path to immortality. You think too highly of yourself. You can't even do anything to me, and you want to kill the soul of a celestial venerable? Lin Tian sneered. Putsong's eyes were as cold as knives. Your head is mine. It's only a matter of time before you die in my hands. Saint, it's time to go. 2 sacred grounds and 2 ancient families have sent experts there. We have to hurry. The 2 demonic beasts whispered to each other. Putsong nodded. He glanced at Lin Tianyi coldly and left in an instant. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and did not stop him. He also stared into the distance. The master apothecary's dojo. He muttered to himself and walked into the distance step by step. Before this, breaking into the ancient tomb of an immortal was already dangerous, let alone a celestial venerable's dojo. Although it was not a tomb but a place where the master apothecary cultivated in seclusion before he achieved immortality, he still did not think that it would be peaceful inside. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. It was better to let someone scout ahead and draw out the danger. Walking slowly in the air, after about an hour, the number of people became denser. There was a broken mountain in front of him. Lin Tian came here and looked down. He saw a glowing crack in the gap of the broken mountain. It seemed to be isolated from this world, but it also seemed to be connected to each other. It was very contradictory. Quick, get in. Many people have already gone there. If we're late, all the treasures will be taken away. I'll be satisfied if I can gain even a sliver of enlightenment. Many people were rushing into the crevice. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the glowing crack. He paused for a moment, then flew into it. He didn't feel anything special, as if he had just crossed over an ordinary threshold. Lin Tian looked inside, and discovered that the small world was extremely vast, comparable to a vast old forest. There was a great desolate path leading to the front. Is this where the real master apothecary cultivates? He whispered. The desolate path was rugged, and many cultivators were walking on it. Lin Tian didn't stop. He crossed the desolate path and followed the cultivators. The spirit chi in the small world was very dense. Occasionally, birds would fly in the sky and let out crisp chirps. As they walked along the mountain path, a faint white mist gradually appeared around them. Ah! A scream came from the front, but it soon quieted down. As soon as the scream came out, many cultivators around them changed their expressions. Who did it? No, we were beside him just now. That person was entangled by a beam of light, and then he shattered. Someone said in horror. What? He shattered after being entangled by a beam of light. Hearing that, more people were shocked. A senior cultivator in the air said in a deep voice, it's recorded in the ancient books that there's a fallen immortal land in the last immortal mountain range. Many immortal reaching realm cultivators died there for no reason. Then, a powerful figure covered the fallen immortal land. I think it's here. The fallen immortal land is covered by this small world. What? Many immortal reaching realm cultivators died in the fallen immortal land. Now we're doomed? How could this be? The crowd panicked. Don't worry. It's recorded in the ancient books that although the fallen immortal land is dangerous, it's only dangerous when there's fog. Once the fog disappears, we'll be safe. The old man said again. Senior, what should we do now? Someone asked. It was a matter of life and death. No one dared to be careless. You'd better stay where you are. Usually, people who die in the fallen immortal land are moving. The old man said. Senior, thank you for your advice. The cultivators around them stopped moving and stood where they were quietly. Among them, everyone knew how dangerous the last immortal mountain range used to be. Now that they heard about the fallen immortal land, they didn't dare to move recklessly. After all, this was a dangerous place. It could even devour immortal reaching realm cultivators. Lin Tian frowned and glanced around. The last immortal mountain range, the fallen immortal land. Before the master apothecary reached Dao, he created a small world here to cover the fallen immortal land and prevent more cultivators from dying here? Lin Tian murmured to himself. Thinking about it, it was indeed very possible. Such actions could be said to be magnanimous, benevolent, and virtuous. He stood where he was and didn't move. However, a light appeared between his eyebrows, and his powerful divine sense spread out. He wanted to search for something, but he didn't find anything in the end. Soon, screams came from the front. "Master Bai, help! Help!" The scream stopped abruptly and disappeared without a trace. "Everyone, don't move. Wait for the fog to disperse. Don't move a single step." A deep and cold voice sounded. Lin Tian tilted his head and felt a sense of familiarity. "Master Bai?" He squinted slightly and looked at the source of the voice through the white fog. A dozen people stood in the distance. All of them had extraordinary blood qi, especially the leader. He was wearing a green robe and was the most powerful. "Bai from the Bai family." Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then, he smiled. "It's a small world." Back then, at Wuji Gate, it was Bai who led a group of people to kill him. He remembered it very clearly. He stood where he was and took out a golden longbow. A pure gold arrow appeared in his right hand and was knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! He smiled slightly and loosened the bowstring. The pure gold arrow turned into a bolt of golden lightning and vibrated on the spot. The arrow was extremely fast and approached Bai's chest in the blink of an eye. Bai was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, and his spiritual sense was powerful. Naturally, he felt the sharp killing light and tilted his head to grab it. "Who's attacking?" Bai's eyes were cold. The other dozen Bai family cultivators looked cold. In this place, someone dared to attack the Bai family. "It's me." A faint laugh sounded. 3 pure gold arrows appeared in Lin Tian's right hand and were knocked on the bowstring. Bai looked over upon hearing the voice. Only after 3 breaths of time did he see Lin Tian's face clearly through the faint white mist. "It's you." Bai's expression changed. "Lin Tian. It's you, thief. How dare you come here?" The dozen Bai family cultivators' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Tian had killed dozens of Bai family cultivators, destroyed 3 of their strongholds, and even killed the 7 heroes. He was now at the top of the Bai family's blacklist and the person they wanted to kill the most. At the same time, the other cultivators in the fallen immortal land were also shocked. "Lin Tian? That Lin Tian? The person who destroyed the 9 great sects actually came here? I heard that the big shots of the Bai family will come. That guy dares to come here at this time?" Many people were shocked. Lin Tian looked at Bai and the others with a smile. "Did you think of the saying, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road? You, swish. Swish. Swish." Bai had just spat out the word "you" when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 3 arrows arrived in the blink of an eye. The 3 arrows were like 3 bolts of golden lightning, causing space to distort. Their might was so great that everyone's expression changed. The 3 arrows weren't aimed at Bai. Instead, they were aimed at the 3 Bai family cultivators who had spoken. Poof. 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 3 streaks of blood mist exploded. The 3 Bai family cultivators' chests were penetrated, and they fell into a pool of blood. Bai Yi. Bai Qi. Bai Xian. Damn it. Lin Tian, you bastard. The Bai family cultivators were furious. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said casually, "Come on." He held the golden bow in his left hand, and 5 golden arrows appeared in his right hand. He knocked all of them on the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, the golden bow was fully drawn again. The sound of air breaking rang out as 5 golden arrows flew out in an instant. The members of the Bai clan were both shocked and furious. At that moment, they couldn't move because it was too dangerous. But at that moment, Lin Tian had taken out his bow and arrows. He didn't need to move and could attack from a distance. Poof. 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 Blood mist splattered. 3 more Bai family cultivators were penetrated. Some of their bodies were dragged more than 30 meters away before they exploded. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed their saliva. They felt that Lin Tian was simply too daring, continuously waving his butcher's knife at the ancient families. He didn't have the slightest scruple and killed people with a smile on his face. That guy is said to have already made it into the airborne realm. He used that bow to destroy the 9 sects before. He was able to shoot extremely powerful arrows from a long distance away. He was able to kill powerful enemies from a long distance away. That's terrifying. Now, no one can move freely in the land of the fallen immortals, and he has such a terrifying bow. The Bai family, someone whispered. Lin Tian. Baiyu roared as the blue veins on his forehead bulged. They couldn't move freely in the land of the fallen immortals, so they became Lin Tian's living targets. You don't have to shout so loudly. I have good hearing. I can hear you. Lin Tian sneered. Another 5 crimson gold arrows appeared in his hand. This time all 5 arrows were aimed at Baiyu. That day, you brought a group of people to the Limitless Immortal School to kill me. I've always remembered this favor. No matter what, I have to repay it, right? Whoosh! 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 The sound of the arrows piercing through the air reverberated as they flew toward Baiyu. The 5 arrows were all infused with Lin Tian's tyrannical physical strength and true origin force. Together with the high-grade true origin treasure bow and the 10-kilogram pure gold arrows, the power was frightening. Even someone as strong as Baiyu couldn't help but be moved and didn't dare to be careless. If others respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If others want to kill me, they can only wave their butcher's knife. That was Lin Tian's principle. His expression was cold as he stared at Baiyu. 3 pure gold arrows shot straight towards Baiyu. Whoosh, 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 the golden arrows flew across the sky, causing the space to buzz. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. At the same time, he released the bowstring in his right hand and shot another 5 arrows forward. This, so powerful. He's too ruthless. He's treating the Bai family as live targets. Many people's hearts palpitated, and they felt a chill down their spines. They had never seen such a fierce person. He actually waved his butcher's knife at the ancient families. It's just 3 golden arrows. Do you think you can hurt me? Baiyu said coldly. Who told you that there were only 3 arrows? Lin Tianling said. With a single thought, the arrows that Baiyu had shot out earlier began to move, emitting clanging sounds. In an instant, a total of 10 arrows shot towards Baiyu. This is? The arrows that were shot out earlier actually moved on their own. How is this possible? Didn't he say that he knows the weapon control technique of the upper heavenly domain? It must be that treasure technique. The crowd was moved. These people guessed correctly. At this moment, Lin Tian had indeed used the weapon control technique. Baiyu's expression turned very ugly. With so many terrifying arrows rushing toward him, even though his cultivation was very powerful, he did not dare to stand still. If he really stood still, it would be very difficult to block all of them. Helpless, Baiyu could only soar into the sky. He's moving. The white fog hasn't dissipated yet. This is too dangerous. If we don't move, are we going to stand still and be killed? That's true, but many people were moved. On the other side, seeing Baiyu rush up, the other 5 Bai family cultivators gritted their teeth and also soared into the sky. Each of them used their tyrannical means to block the golden arrows shot by Lin Tian. Baiyu roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lin Tian. I'll kill you. Damn it, what is this? Ah. Suddenly, a terrified voice came from behind. Among the 5 Bai clan cultivators who rushed up, one of them was entangled by an inexplicable black light, which wrapped around his calf. Bai sang. The Bai family rushed over to help. All of a sudden, another ray of black light shot up and drowned this person. Pooh. Pooh. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Bai clan cultivators exploded. Blood fell to the ground and seeped into the ground. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked and felt a chill run down their spines. Just now? Just now. Is this the light of death? This fallen immortal land is, seeing the 2 cultivators of the Bai clan die so tragically, many people's faces turned pale. Lin Tian frowned, a strange light appearing in his eyes. Just now, when that dark light rushed out from the ground, the lotus sea in his sea of consciousness reacted, swaying extremely fiercely. Vaguely, he seemed to see a black claw. I don't feel any yin qi. What is it? He muttered to himself. Baiyu was furious. He looked back and wanted to help, but it was no longer necessary, because the 2 were already dead. Don't move. I'll kill him. Baiyu yelled. Staring at Lin Tian, Baiyu's eyes were extremely cold. If it weren't for Lin Tian, those two wouldn't have died. Also, the other people had also been killed by Lin Tian. They were all by clan cultivators, and they were all in the airborne realm. With an angry roar, Baiyu performed the 1,000 phantom hands in the air. A huge palm pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. With a thought, he activated the Divine Rumble Palace and the Barren Heaven World with the Heavenly Fire Divine spell and faced Baiyu. At the same time, he drew his bow again and aimed at the 3 by clan cultivators in the distance. Do you think you can survive by making them stand still? Childish. Whoosh. 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 As soon as the bowstring was released, a few more pure gold arrows rushed out and quickly closed in on the 3 by clan cultivators. At the same time, the dozens of pure gold arrows chasing Baiyu suddenly changed directions. 7 of them formed the Big Dipper array and trapped the 3 by clan cultivators. The 3 by clan cultivators were shocked. They all performed their spells to resist. However, they were only in the early stage of the airborne realm. How could they resist Lin Tian's pure gold arrows? Poof. 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 In the blink of an eye, the 3 by clan cultivators were dead. Their bodies fell from the sky and were covered by balls of black light. Their flesh and blood were crushed. Such a scene made the cultivators' hearts palpitate and chills run down their spines. Not only because Lin Tian killed the Bai clan cultivators, but also because of the strange black light that rushed out from the fallen immortal land. What is that? Some people were terrified. Baiyu flew in the air and roared angrily. Bastard! With a loud roar, the 1,000 transformations divine hands behind Baiyu vibrated and attacked Lin Tian crazily. At the same time, Baiyu performed other spells. A thick illusory cloud pressed down as if it could crush everything. The Bai clan's void cloud fall. Once surrounded, it will kill you. Some cultivators exclaimed. The thick illusory cloud changed directions and attacked Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian frowned and was slightly moved. He had to admit that Baiyu was very powerful. Coming from an ancient family, he was more than twice as powerful as the peak stage airborne realm cultivators of the 9 sections. He made Lin Tian feel threatened. Boom! The 1,000 transformations divine hands crushed the Divine Cry Palace and the Forsaken Heaven World. The void cloud fall turned into countless killing lights and fell in front of him in the blink of an eye. These 2 spells combined to form a powerful attack line. Lin Tian frowned immediately. Lin Tianji had no choice but to rush up and move with the Yin Yang Liang to avoid the attacks of the 2 spells. No wonder. You're a peak stage airborne realm cultivator from an ancient family. You're indeed different. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Seeing Lin Tianyi leap into the air, Baiyu's face turned pale. Just like the rumors, Lin Tian had indeed reached the airborne realm. He stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I'll cut off your head. Boom. A tyrannical fluctuation spread out, causing everyone to be shocked. The peak stage of the airborne realm. Baiyu's true essence has reached the transformative realm. He's only a little bit away from completely turning into divine power. Someone said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He had indeed sensed the terrifying energy outside Baiyu's body, but he wasn't afraid. He stared at Baiyu and smiled. You're releasing such a powerful energy in the fallen immortal land. Aren't you afraid that you'll be swallowed by the black light like those people before you? You're in the same situation as me. The fallen immortal land has death. If it's swallowed, you'll be swallowed first. Baiyu's eyes were cold. Is that so? That's for sure. Maybe you'll be disappointed. Lin Tianling smiled. Baiyu snorted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stepped on the E and pressed toward Lin Tian. The 1,000 illusions divine hands and the void cloud fall combined again and pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang rock and used the divining divine technique to activate Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment. Boom! The void trembled as cracks appeared one after another. So powerful. Baiyu is cultivated for 300 years, and he's from an ancient family. He's at the peak stage of the airborne realm. Lin Tian's cultivation is only at the early stage of the airborne realm, but he can withstand it. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian felt great pressure as he fought with Bai Yu. This person was very powerful, and he wasn't any weaker than the barren demon body. Indeed, the difference in cultivation level is too great. He thought to himself. At this moment, the fallen immortal land glowed. Dozens of black lights rushed toward Lin Tian and Bai Yu at the same time. It's here again. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. The strange black lights were like black claws, and they carried an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Tian frowned. He stepped on the yin and yang rock and left after images in the void as he quickly dodged. So fast. Someone was shocked. Bai Yu was also dodging. He used the divine void rock, and his speed wasn't slow either. Clang! At this moment, the sound of arrows rang out. Dozens of golden arrows rushed over and attacked Bai Yu. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique. Bai Yu's expression changed. He dodged the strange black lights while dodging Lin Tian's arrows. As a result, he soon encountered big trouble. A black light wrapped around his thigh, causing him to let out a muffled groan. His vital essence fluctuations were instantly disrupted. At the same time, more black lights pressed down and covered Bai Yu. Ah! Bai Yu roared angrily, and his aura quickly weakened. This scene made the hearts of the cultivators palpitate. Even a powerful cultivator at the peak stage of the airborne realm couldn't block these black lights. There are too many of those strange black lights. How can he dodge them? It's useless no matter how fast he is. No wonder an immortal Ascension realm expert died here. Look over there. That madman is also in big trouble. There are more than 100 black lights rushing over. That madman is going to sacrifice himself in order to kill the Bai family members. Many people were shocked. Bai Yu was in trouble, and Lin Tian was also in trouble. Dense black lights rushed up from the ground and grabbed at him. Break! A loud roar sounded. A ball of treasure light rushed out of Bai Yu's body and forcefully broke away the black lights that wrapped around his body. Then, he quickly landed on the ground and didn't dare to move anymore. For a moment, no more black lights rushed toward Bai Yu. Moreover, the shattered black lights gathered together and changed directions, heading toward Lin Tian. He broke free from that terrifying black light? That ball of treasure light just now seems to be a secret treasure. It's very possible. Many cultivators said. Bai Yu seemed to be in a sorry state at that moment. His skin had turned a little black, and his originally powerful blood qi had weakened a lot. It was as if half of it had been sucked away. At the same time, his vital essence fluctuations were extremely weak. At most, he only had 30% left. Panting heavily, Bai Yu stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You made me destroy an immortal treasure. Damn it. Let's see how you're going to survive." In the void, Lin Tian moved horizontally. Hundreds of black lights were chasing after him. Soon, the hundreds of black lights surrounded him, and there was no way for him to dodge. "It's over." Someone shouted. Bai Yu's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "You asked for it. Die." The black light was a little terrifying. There were hundreds of them and they sealed off the surroundings, completely enveloping Lin Tian. Oh no! The cultivators shook their heads. The black light had even devoured an immortal realm powerhouse before. Although Lin Tian was powerful, how could he block it? With a boom, the endless black light pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Tian. A strange aura intertwined in the surroundings. "Bastard, this is your end. You asked for it." Bai Yu said coldly. Black wind swirled and buzzed. "What did you think the ending would be?" An indifferent voice sounded. In the void, the black light broke through the air and Lin Tian's figure reappeared. At this moment, a lotus sea appeared beside him. Black and white light intertwined, making it look dreamy. Bai Yu was immediately moved and his eyes widened. "He's unharmed? How is this possible? That black light has even devoured an immortal realm powerhouse before. He actually blocked it?" The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian looked at Bai Yu indifferently and stepped in the void, step by step. Wang! The void trembled, and more black light suddenly rushed out from the ground of the fallen immortal realm and attacked Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian continued forward as lotus petals drifted out from beside him. They were like extremely sharp blades, slicing all the dark light within 10 meters of him to pieces. Vaguely, there were even miserable cries that rang out. He shattered the mysterious black light that can devour immortals. The sky is full of black and white lotus flowers. Is that a phenomenon in the spiritual sea? A phenomenon in the spiritual sea? Only a true genius can comprehend something that is comparable to the mystical power of the king's territory. Did he comprehend such a thing? I think there was such a rumor before. It's actually true. The cultivators were moved. Lin Tian flew across the sky, shattered the black light, and landed on the ground. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his tyrannical physical strength caused the ground to shake. At the same time, the black and white lotus petals ignored the obstruction of the ground and sank into the ground. In an instant, no more black light rushed out. He walked toward Baiyu step by step. Right now, Baiyu had less than 30% of his true essence left. He was severely injured by the black light, so there was no need for him to care. Baiyu was shocked and retreated. Lin Tianyi flashed past and appeared in front of Baiyu, directly slapping him into the dust. I told you, you will be disappointed. In the land of the fallen immortals, the moment the black light shot up, the lotus sea and his spiritual sea began to sway. It reacted to the black light. Even though he didn't sense any yin qi from the black light, he was 90% sure that the lotus sea could block the eerie black light since it could make the lotus sea react. And the truth was just as he thought. Bang! He lifted his leg and sent Baiyu flying with a kick. Baiyu coughed up blood, and a few of his sternum were broken. He glared at Lin Tian. With a boom, he raised the 1,000 illusionary hands behind him and used the falling clouds technique to press down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed it into pieces with a slap. What can you do now? His expression was indifferent. Right now, Baiyu didn't give him any pressure at all. He was very weak. In a flash, he appeared in front of Baiyu and sent him flying with another kick. Baiyu fell into the distance and vomited blood. His face was very pale. How does it feel to be bullied? Lin Tian asked. As he asked this question, he slowly walked toward Baiyu step by step. He could kill Baiyu now, but that wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. He was forced out of Wuji Gate by the Bai family, hunted down by everyone in the world, and almost died. He couldn't vent his anger so easily. Baiyu roared and used the Supreme God Palm. Boom! A huge palm print pressed down on Lin Tian, covering the wind and clouds. Lin Tian still destroyed everything with a slap. He appeared in front of Baiyu, but he didn't kill him. He sent Baiyu flying with a kick. What a strong physical body! He shattered the divine ability with a slap. Could it be the barbarian king physique? How terrifying! Many people were shocked. At the same time, many people felt a chill down their spines. Baiyu was an important figure of the ancient Bai family, but now he was being humiliated by Lin Tian and sent flying. The scene was really ugly. Lin Tian! Baiyu roared as he was kicked away several times in a row. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he looked even more humiliated. Angry? Humiliated? Shout louder. Lin Tianling smiled. In a flash, he arrived in front of Baiyu and directly stomped on Baiyu's chest, causing the ground to crack. Baiyu coughed up blood, and a few more ribs were broken. Under his back, cracks spread like a spider web. How does it feel to be stepped on? Is it fun? He narrowed his eyes. Bang! Lin Tian raised his right leg and fiercely stomped down. Instantly, a pung sound rang out, causing Baiyu to cry out in pain. That day on the Limitless Sex Fallen Immortal Peak, your Bai family was so impressive and powerful. Why aren't you being strong now? Why don't you stand up and show me the might of your ancient family? Lin Tian said casually. Baiyu's face turned purple, as ugly as an eggplant. Lin Tian stepped on Baiyu's chest with his right foot. His face gradually turned cold as he snorted disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. He raised his right leg and stomped down again. With a crack, a few more Bayu's ribs were broken. You, beast, Bayu glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling looked at him coldly and said, "Tell me, who asked you to kill me in the beginning?" He had to find the source. Bayu sneered and stared at Lin Tian. Obviously, he wouldn't say anything. "Do you think I can't find out if you don't say anything?" Lin Tian's glabella shone, and his vast divine consciousness turned into a ray of light that rushed into Bayu's glabella. "I didn't expect to get anything from you. I'll see for myself." "You, get out!" Bayu roared. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he stabbed it into Bayu's chest. Bayu grunted, and his struggling weakened. Soon, Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and 3 figures appeared in his sea of divine consciousness. 2 were old men, and 1 was an old woman. Bai Taining, Bai Hongya, Bai Qingying, old man at the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian. Bayu roared. Lin Tian was disdainful. Then, his gaze landed on Bayu again. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm also very interested in your Bai family's divine sutra. I wonder how many secret techniques you've learned." As he spoke, his glabella lit up again. Oh my god. He wants to steal the Bai family's divine sutra? He's crazy. The Bai family will go crazy. When the cultivators heard that, their hearts palpitated. Bayu's expression changed for the first time. "Stop. You can't do that." Lin Tianling snorted. How could he stop? His divine consciousness entered Bayu's sea of consciousness again. "Damn it. Get out. Get out." Bayu roared. Even though there was a long sword in his chest, he struggled violently. Lin Tian stomped on Bayu's chest and forced him to calm down. His divine consciousness searched Bayu's sea of consciousness, and soon, he found traces of the divine sutra. There was something similar to an ancient book in Bayu's sea of consciousness. "There's the aura of the divine sutra." He moved his divine consciousness and approached it. At that moment, a rune with divine light appeared, intertwining with wisps of destructive aura. The divine fragment rune. Lin Tianji felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated instantly, and his divine consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He lifted his right leg and sent Bayu flying with a kick. Bayu's aura became violent. "Lin Tian!" Bayu cried out in horror. At the same time, his voice was filled with deep resentment. Pfft! With a loud bang, Bayu exploded in the distance. The destructive shockwaves intertwined in that space, causing everyone's expressions to change. That is? Why did he suddenly explode? What did that Lin Tian do? What a powerful destructive aura. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Fortunately, Bai Qiu had mentioned the divine fragment rune to him previously so that he could be prepared. Otherwise, ordinary people would definitely die if they tried to search Bayu's sea of consciousness like that. I forgot. I should have taken off his stone ring first. Someone from an ancient aristocratic family should have a lot of good stuff. He muttered to himself. In the distance, someone heard his mutterings and felt a chill run down his spine, feeling that he was simply a young demon. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked around. The mist was still there, and dark light was surging. It would soon rush out of the ground again. What is this thing? He frowned slightly. The dark light did not give him any evil aura, but he felt that it was not something good. After a pause, he finally shook his head. Forget it. He muttered to himself and walked forward on the barren road. The fallen immortal land was terrifying, but he was not afraid because he had the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea. It was enough to suppress that eerie dark light. Soon, Lin Tian's figure disappeared in front of him, concealed by the fog. He can move independently in the mist. He just created a vision in his sea of consciousness. It seems that he can resist the dark light of the fallen immortal. He can resist the fallen immortal land. This is monster. Many people were shocked. At the same time, someone saw the corpses of several people from the Bai family, and his heart palpitated again. This is confirmed to be the dojo of the master apothecary before he became a Taoist. There might be a Baodan inside. It is said that many big shots from the big forces will come here, and the Bai family will send some big shots as well. Lin Tian killed people from the Bai family here at this time, and he still hasn't left. He is too bold. Some people were shocked. The crowd stood where they were. No one moved because the mist had not dispersed yet. Lin Tian walked through the mist. He encountered the dark light of the fallen immortal several times, but he smashed them all. After about 15 minutes, the mist in front of him gradually dispersed. Then, he disappeared. I'm out of the fallen immortal land. He muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked to the front, only to see a tall mountain in the distance. The mountain appeared to be very ordinary, but at the peak of the mountain, there was a palace that was surrounded by something like white clouds. The palace looked close, but it was actually quite far away. Lin Tiantan glanced at it and continued walking. The desolate road was a bit bumpy and difficult to walk on. Before long, Lin Tian met another familiar face. Desolate demon body, Putsong. Putsong stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were as cold as swords. You're fast. Not as fast as you. You were in such a hurry before. Did you find a life-prolonging Baodan? Lin Tian teased. Putsong could hear the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words. His eyes became even colder. He stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were sharper than swords. Lin Tian didn't care. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Putsong. Speaking of which, I still don't know what your true form is. You kept saying ant before. Don't tell me your true form is a giant white ant? Human, don't be too presumptuous. The two demons behind Putsong shouted. Our young master is a descendant of the Nine Rainbow. Lin Tianwei was shocked. A descendant of the Nine Rainbow? He stared at Putsong and narrowed his eyes. He was a bit surprised. He had seen it in the Demon Beast catalog. The Nine Rainbow was a famous ferocious bird in ancient times. It had 9 heads and strong vitality. It could swallow clouds and spit out fog. In that era, some people worshipped the Nine Rainbow as a divine bird. You have a strong background. But it's just a big bird. After roasting it, it's not even as tasty as a rabbit. He said. The two demons were furious. They clenched their fists and stared at Lin Tian. Putsong's eyes became even colder and filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. As if you didn't want to kill me before. Lin Tian didn't care. Putsong's eyes were cruel. He wanted to rush to the peak, but now he stopped and stepped toward Lin Tian. Boom, his fist with grey demonic light tore through everything. Its aura was terrifying. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't dodge and met the attack with his iron fist. When facing a ferocious enemy, he had to be more ferocious and domineering. Dong. He punched out with his silver iron fist. The space around him trembled as if a divine drum had been struck. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting again. Tear you apart. Putsong's silver hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were wild. You? Lin Tianling smiled calmly. Physical bodies collided with physical bodies, true energy and demonic light clashed. For a time, the void shook. In the distance, the fog in the fallen immortal land parted, and the trapped cultivator slowly walked out. That is? Desolate demon body, and that Lin Tian. That guy is actually fighting with the desolate demon physique? Everyone's expression changed. Not long after, the crowd of cultivators became even more alarmed as they quietly watched the battle between the two. Not long ago, the desolate demon physique defeated the 10 great sects and several holy lands. No one under the immortal ascension realm could stop him. This Lin Tian can actually block the desolate demon physique? Someone's heart palpitated. That's a king physique. And he has been in the airborne realm for a long time, but Lin Tian seems to have just entered the airborne realm. Under such circumstances, he can actually. Lin Tian fought Putsong with the desolate demon physique, and he didn't fall behind, shocking everyone. Is he really comparable to the successor of the saints of the Holy Lands? Many people were stunned. The so-called saints were the title of the strongest of the younger generation of the 2 Holy Lands, the 2 ancient families, and the heavenly demon mountain. There were only 5 such people in the second heaven, and they were the next masters of the 5 great forces. They could also be said to be the future leaders of the second heaven. They were the future giants of the second heaven. But now, Lin Tian could actually compete with a saint of the same generation. This undoubtedly made everyone's heart tremble. This guy doesn't have a king physique, nor is he from a Holy Land family. How can he be so strong? This is simply unreasonable. But, why is Lin Tian having friction with the monster race? Everyone was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, and the desolate demon physique's eyes were cold. The two fought, and killing lights filled the sky. The void was distorted by the battle between the two, and many people were shocked and quickly retreated. These two guys are actually fighting on the barren road, and the road is blocked. Some people were annoyed. The mountain was surrounded by clouds, and there was a hall in the clouds. It could be imagined that that was the place where the master apothecary cultivated in seclusion. All the treasures were in that hall, and everyone wanted to go there as soon as possible. But at this moment, Lin Tian and the desolate demon physique were fighting in the middle of the road. Fierce killing lights swept out one after another, and no one dared to go near them. Boom, 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 loud sounds came out one after another, shaking the space. Lin Tian and Patsong fought at close range. Neither was weaker than the other, and the space was distorted and ripples were created. Such a scene made many people swallow their saliva and curse in their hearts over and over again. The collision of fists shattered the space. What kind of physical strength was this? Generally, only strong people in the immortal ascension realm had such a physical strength. Suddenly, a strange sound came out. The demon beast roared, and its momentum was very strong. Behind it, two savage beasts were pulling a green carriage, and they were rushing straight. The two savage beasts' eyes were red, and they emitted an extremely strong smell of blood. After seeing the group of cultivators, they didn't stop at all and charged straight at them. Suddenly, the group of cultivators was shocked. This is an airborne realm demon beast? An airborne realm demon beast pulling a carriage? This. Who is this person? How can he be so bold? The crowd's expression changed. Airborne realm demon beasts could already take human form, but now they were being used to pull a carriage. This was simply too shocking. The group of cultivators stared at the green carriage, and soon their expressions changed again. That green carriage has a mark. That is the mark of the ancient Li family. Someone cried out. Suddenly, the group of cultivators' expressions changed again, and they hurriedly retreated to make way for the carriage. The two savage beasts pulled the green carriage, and white smoke came out of their nostrils as they rushed forward. In front, Lin Tian and Patsong were fighting. Their eyes were cold, and their fists were flashing with murderous light. The two savage beasts ran, and there seemed to be a source of fire under their feet. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Lin Tian and Patsong were fighting. Roar! One of the savage beast's eyes flashed with a murderous light. It roared and directly raised its front paw, stomping toward Lin Tian. With a loud bang, the void was distorted by the stomp, which was enough to show how powerful this attack was. This guy just stepped over? Is he going to crush all the people in his way? But, the person being stepped on is, in the distance, someone swallowed his saliva. Lin Tianjing and Patsong were locked in battle. However, a savage beast was stomping on him like an ant, aiming for his head. It clearly wanted to crush him to death. Lin Tianjing's eyes immediately turned cold. Without any superfluous movements, he extended his left hand and slapped the savage beast with a resounding slap. The savage beast's skin was as tough as diamond, but it was instantly slapped away, and it let out a shrill cry. Bam! The savage beast was sent flying, and the green carriage immediately lost its balance and flipped to one side. The other savage beast's expression changed when it saw this. It quickly turned its body to the side and stabilized the green carriage. After stabilizing its body, the savage beast roared, and its eyes were full of murderous intent. That savage beast is at least at level 3 of the Zephyr realm, but it was slapped away by one slap. I wonder who the Li family's ancient carriage is. That Lin Tian dared to attack directly? How savage. Something bad is going to happen. Many cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, the savage beast that was stabilizing the carriage had a strange expression and transmitted its voice to the carriage. "Master, it's Lin Tian." The elders of the family mentioned that if we encounter Lin Tian, we should suppress him and hand him over to the Bai family to express the Li family's goodwill. There was no sound in the green carriage until 2 breaths later. The roof of the carriage broke open, and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with shoulder-length black hair and deep eyes. He looked to be about 24 years old, and his whole body was surrounded by light, as if he was an ancient deity. As the figure walked out, the surrounding air became scorching hot, as if a blazing sun had fallen on this deserted road, making everyone's heart tremble. "It's him. Li family saint, Li Guhuang." Li Guhuang? The Li family's Sun King physique? He actually came out of seclusion and came here too. 2 years ago, this person appeared once. He challenged the world like the desolate demon physique and was invincible in his generation. Even some of the older generation were afraid of him. Now that 2 years have passed, how powerful is his cultivation? I guess he's the real #1 person in his generation? After all, it's the Sun King physique. Everyone's expression changed. Li Guwang's face was as sharp as a knife, his black hair draped over his shoulders, and his expression was indifferent. The moment he appeared, the 2 wild beasts pulling the chariot immediately bowed down. Even the heavily injured wild beast was no exception. Even though it was trembling from the pain, it still respectfully knelt on the ground. Evidently, it was welcoming Li Guhuang as he walked out of the green chariot. In the distance, Lin Tian and Patsong stopped and looked over. Lin Tian was shocked. This person's aura was so strong that even the Wuji Peak Master could not compare to him. Patsong's eyes were shining, full of wildness, as he stared at Li Guhuang. Sun King physique. As the saint of the monster clan, Patsong had heard of Li Guhuang's name. After all, they were of the same generation. Lin Tian was shocked again. Sun King physique? Among the 12 king physiques, the reincarnation physique had never appeared. Among the other 11 king physiques, the chaotic physique was the strongest and most domineering, followed by the Sun King physique and the Moon King physique. The man in front of him was actually the Sun King physique. Li Guhuang ascended to the void and glanced at Patsong in front of him. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Tian, deep and indifferent. Clang, he raised his right hand, and a blazing sword appeared out of thin air, falling directly toward Lin Tian. Such a sword directly annihilated the void. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. This casual attack was comparable to the power of a supernatural power. Lin Tian's expression changed. He also felt the horror of this sword, which gave him a great sense of oppression. At the same time, his expression changed and became cold. Buzz. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared and instantly formed an immortal barrier, blocking the blazing flame sword. With a loud bang, Lin Tian took a step back. In his right hand, the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols shattered. This shocked Lin Tian. This Li Guhuang was unimaginably powerful. He was almost comparable to an immortal. "What do you mean?" he said with a sullen face. Li Guhuang's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything. He just raised his hand, and another sword light pressed down. With a clang, the void distorted, and the scorching airflow caused the air to sizzle. Lin Tian felt a huge pressure. He directly propped up the Divine Chime Palace and charged forward. Boom, the 2 collided with each other, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the end, only the light of flames intertwined in the sky and scattered. Beside the green chariot, the 2 savage beasts looked at Lin Tian in surprise. He was only about 17 or 18 years old, but he could block 2 of their master's killing swords. One had to know that their master had the Sun King physique. His cultivation was now at the peak of the 7th level of the Zephyr realm, and he was no match for some ordinary immortal. Li Guhuang's gaze was cold. A great halberd of light appeared, and he rushed up from behind with a dazzling light. The Li family's divine power, the sky-piercing halberd. Someone exclaimed. The halberd of light appeared with peerless power, as if it could crush everything. Lin Tian frowned. He truly felt how terrifying Li Guhuang was. He was like an ancient demonic mountain. In the 2nd heaven, among those of the same generation, he had met Bai Ziki and fought against Patsong. However, he had never felt such a terrifying aura from the two of them before. Staring at Li Guhuang, he felt that this young man could easily kill immortal ascendants. It was terrifying, the pressure was immense, but he didn't feel fear. Buzz. The Tao diagram of the four symbols condensed again. At the same time, he activated the Barren Heaven Realm, Divine Chime Palace, Nine Springs Sword, Primordial Mountain, and Treasure Bell to guard the north, south, east, and west. Suddenly, the sky-piercing halberd pressed down. The tip of the halberd was aimed at Lin Tian. Dazzling light interweaved in all directions. Lin Tian was not afraid, and met the attack with the nine-spring sword. Right at this moment, a beam of demonic light shot out, crossing between the two of them. Putsong's eyes shone with a cold light. He walked over step by step and coldly stared at Li Guhuang. "He is my prey." Li Guhuang looked at Pokang and spoke for the first time, "Desolate demon physique, step back." Facing the saint of the demon race, Li Guhuang's expression remained cold, as if he was looking at an ordinary cultivator. "This king already said that he is this king's prey," Putsong said coldly. On the other side, Lin Tian stared at the two of them, his eyes shining brightly. Li Guhuang didn't say anything else. The sky-piercing halberd condensed once again, pressing down on Lin Tian and Skybreak at the same time. He was suppressing two people by himself. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and several divine elephants of heaven rushed out at the same time. "Roar!" Putsong roared. His silver hair danced in the wind. His grey demonic light tore through the sky as he charged towards Li Guhuang. A mirror-like treasure rushed out from behind Li Guhuang. Its light refracted and directly knocked Putsong back. Then, Li Guhuang stretched out his hand, and a huge handprint appeared. It tore through several celestial phenomena and pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom, the void trembled. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian retreated, frowning deeply. This Li Guhuang's vital essence had been refined to a terrifying extent. There was almost no fluctuation of vital essence attribute. He quickly formed a seal and activated the four-symbol seal, pushing it to the limit to meet Li Guhuang's giant handprint. In the end, the two collided with each other, producing a sizzling sound. Bang! Lin Tian flew backward. He felt the blood in his body churning as if it was about to gush out. A cold light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to shatter his giant handprint. After a slight pause, he attacked again, still using the same giant handprint to press down on Lin Tian. "This is this king's prey," he shouted coldly. Putsong rose into the void, holding up the barren heaven world. The barren mountains appeared, and the demons all roared. Li Guhuang's giant handprint was crushed instantly. Putsong rose into the void. The barren heaven world shook and swallowed everything. The true barren demon body of the king's territory was not comparable to the divine elephant Lin Tian created with the divination divine spell. In the blink of an eye, Putsong was in front of Li Guhuang, and the barren heaven world directly pressed down. "This, the barren demon body and the Li family's sun body, is this a real battle of the king's bodies?" All the cultivators were shocked. Many people stared at the void, their eyes shining. It was rare to see a battle between kings' bodies. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. His left hand shook, and he took out the golden bow. At the same time, his right hand shook, and 5 crimson gold arrows appeared, steadily aiming at Li Guhuang's head. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the air breaking echoed. The 5 crimson gold arrows pierced through the sky like 5 bolts of lightning, rushing toward Li Guhuang. What? Terrifying arrows. Some people's hearts palpitated. Every single one of the 5 arrows weighed over a dozen kilograms. Combined with Lin Tian's powerful body and dense Xianxia, they could be said to be destructive killing arrows. They caused the space to rumble as if it would completely shatter in the next moment. After the 5 crimson gold arrows were shot, Lin Tian did not stop. He drew the bow again, and shot out 36 crimson gold arrows in a row. Clang, the 36 golden arrows formed a large array, and attacked Li Guhuang from all directions. For a moment, an extremely fierce killing power appeared, shocking many cultivators. "Master, be careful," a savage beast said. Li Guhuang faced Putsong's barren heaven world, and now there were dozens of crimson gold arrows rushing toward him. It was almost like he was facing a fatal situation. However, his expression did not change. His body shook, and suddenly a large amount of flowing light spread out. Ka! 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 The arrows that Lin Tian shot out were all deflected, breaking apart in midair. At the same time, another halberd of divine light rushed out from behind Li Guhuang. Intertwined with immortal light, it shook Putsong back dozens of feet. Tilting his head, Li Guhuang stared at Lin Tian expressionlessly. For the first time, he stepped toward Lin Tian and pressed down with his palm. Lin Tianling snorted. He raised his hand, and a blood-colored crack appeared. Vaguely, the roar of ghosts came out from it. Boom! A ghost claw reached out from it and shook Li Guhuang's hand away. Now, Lin Tian had truly entered the Zephyr Plane and experienced the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path. His strength was much stronger. At this time, using the divining divine spell again was not as strenuous as when he went through the heavenly tribulation. He activated the divine elephant of heaven and grabbed at Li Guhuang with the ghost claw that reached out from the blood-colored crack, wanting to slap him down from the void. In the other direction, demonic light shone brightly. Countless demonic beasts rushed out from the barren heaven realm held up by Putsong and attacked. For a moment, the void was turbulent, and cracks were everywhere. Boom! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and an even more powerful aura rushed out of his body. It was scorching and violent, like a stormy sea. Lin Tian and Putsong were shaken away at the same time, and blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths. Very powerful. Very powerful. Interesting. Putsong laughed wildly, and his eyes shone with wild light. In the barren heaven realm, many demonic beasts roared together and stared at Li Guhuang fiercely. I heard that you were invincible among the younger generation of the second heaven 2 years ago. I have long wanted to fight with you. I will kill you and extend my great path of immortality. At the same time, Putsong stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. He supported the vision in his sea of consciousness and shrouded Lin Tian. Such a scene caused all the cultivators to be shocked. What a lunatic. Many people swallowed their saliva. Li Guhuang with the Sun King body had reached the 4th sky of the Imperial Sky Realm 2 years ago. Now, he had become even more powerful. It was said that some ordinary immortal ascension overlords were no match for him. At this time, Putsong was suppressing Li Guhuang, but at the same time, he supported the vision in his sea of consciousness and swept Lin Tian into the attack range. It was so fierce that it sent chills down everyone's spine. Lin Tian's eyes became cold, and the light between his eyebrows shone brightly. The yin-yang lotus sea appeared, and the black and white lotus petals turned into rays of killing light, facing Putsong with the desolate demon body. At the same time, he moved his feet and punched at Li Guhuang, who was grabbing at him. Dong! It was a simple punch, but it caused the void to collapse. Boom, 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 the three of them fought in the void, causing light to vibrate and various martial techniques and divine abilities to rise and fall. During this process, Lin Tian and Putsong were also fighting. However, most of the attacking power was concentrated on Li Guhuang, because this man was really powerful. Even though the two of them attacked together, they couldn't hurt each other at all. Instead, in the process, the two of them suffered a lot of injuries, and their true essence and demonic light became chaotic. Boom! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and a shocking aura surged. Suddenly, a divine sun appeared behind him, surrounded by a blazing light that was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. 2 years ago, he once manifested such a technique. This is, the Sun Ocean. This is, the divine ability of the Sun King body's king's territory? Everyone was shocked. Li Guhuang's eyes were indifferent. The Sun Ocean propped up and instantly suppressed everything, causing Putsong's desolate heaven realm to collapse. Cough. Putsong coughed out blood and flew dozens of feet away. They were both king bodies and king's territory. The battle between the two made it clear who was stronger. Li Guhuang was far stronger than Putsong. He can really be called the top person of his generation. With such terrifying combat power, even ordinary immortal ascension experts are no match for him. The cultivators' hearts palpitated. Li Guhuang tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian with an indifferent gaze. The sun ocean pressed down and annihilated all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered Lin Tian. It's over. It's over. Around them, many cultivators shook their heads. Even the barren heaven realm was no match for the terrifying sun ocean. It could kill immortal connecting realm experts. How could Lin Tian, who had just entered the airborne realm, block it? Staring at Lin Tian, many cultivators shook their heads. Such a powerful man was about to end here. What a pity. Some people felt pity. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. In the sun ocean, Lin Tian was not suppressed at all. He actually rose into the air and punched towards Li Guhuang. For the first time, Li Guhuang was moved. He dodged and avoided Lin Tian's powerful punch by a hair's breadth. Who are you? For the first time, Li Guhuang spoke to Lin Tian. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. Someone could move independently in his sun ocean monarch region without being suppressed by it. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that Li Guhuang was indeed very strong. Under such circumstances, he was able to avoid his fist. His eyes were cold. Without a word, he supported the blood-colored crack and enveloped Li Guhuang. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed. He supported this strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and suppressed the opponent. How is this possible? He can actually move independently in the sun ocean? He's not suppressed by the sun ocean. All the cultivators were shocked. After the monarch region was supported, one could fight across 8 small realms. The sun ocean of the sun physique was especially terrifying. After supporting the sun ocean, even ordinary immortal experts would be no match for it and would face death. But now, a cultivator in the airborne realm could travel freely in the sun ocean monarch region and attack the true body of the monarch region. This was too shocking. It subverted everyone's understanding. In the distance, the two savage beasts were also shocked. It was the first time they had seen someone who could resist the sun ocean. Boom! Lin Tian supported the blood-colored crack and the yin-yang lotus sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang's eyes became cold. A halberd of divine light pierced towards Lin Tian. Buzz! At the same time, an ancient mirror appeared behind Li Guhuang. It was still a kind of magic, and a huge beam of light rushed out. Lin Tian's body was shocked, but his expression did not change. He gritted his teeth and moved forward in the sky full of light, throwing a punch at Li Guhuang. Boom! A tyrannical punch directly tore apart the space. The large mirror behind Li Guhuang shook, and the light bloomed again, shattering all of Lin Tian's spells on the spot. With a bang, Lin Tian was injured and retreated more than 10 feet away. Too strong. That madman is a little special. His combat strength is also amazing, but he's still far from the sun physique. The difference in cultivation level is too big. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian steadied himself. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his internal organs had been injured. His heart was heavy as he stared at the sun physique. This was the first time he had faced such a terrifying enemy among the younger generation. His combat strength was far greater than his. Li Guhuang was like the sun god descending to the mortal world. His entire body was surrounded by light. He took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. Buzz! Streaks of light interweaved together. The halberd of light appeared, and the divine mirror appeared. The attacking momentum was like a raging wave. Lin Tian's expression changed, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. Clang! 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 Blades and swords clanged as he activated the art of weapon control. At the same time, he took out dozens of precious weapons and covered them with the petals of the yin-yang lotus. He faced the supernatural powers and secret skills of the sun body. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The 4 symbols Tao diagram, the barren heaven world, the divine cry hall, the 9 springs sword, and the place where heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao were all used. Boom! For a moment, violent auras intertwined, causing many people to feel a chill down their spines. This kind of attacking momentum was terrifying. It could definitely kill an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 7th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. Li Guwang's eyes were cold like the sun god looking down on the mortal world. He took a step forward and pressed down with his palm. Buzz. The void distorted. Strands of light patterns intertwined on Li Guwang's big hand. It was shocking and could suppress mountains and rivers. Lin Tian's expression changed. This simple palm made a chill run down his spine. The profound secret skill of the Li family, the hand of gods? Is it really that supernatural power? It's said that with one palm, everything will be destroyed. It's like the palm of a god? It seems to be that supernatural power. Many people's expressions changed. The hand of gods shattered everything, and the void shattered on the spot. Lin Tian resisted with all his strength and used all his techniques, but it was useless. He was directly pushed back by the palm. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He felt that his internal organs were shattered. Li Guwang's body was surrounded by light. He was like the Flame Emperor. With a flip of his right hand, he once again pressed down on Lin Tian. His eyes were cold, as if he was a supreme emperor. Dong. At this moment, a loud noise came from the main hall in the clouds. There was a flash of immortal light. The crowd was shocked and looked in that direction. The Master Apothecary's place of seclusion has been opened? Someone exclaimed. Looking over, that mountain peak was surrounded by light, showing several colors. It was mysterious and dreamy. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to that place. Li Guwang stopped. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, shaking the void. He looked at the main hall on the mountain peak. Buzz. Light flashed between his eyebrows. A tall figure suddenly rushed out. Its face was exactly the same. This is? Spiritual consciousness incarnation. He actually comprehended such a technique. He can do it? This? It's said that ordinary immortal ascension powerhouses can't do this. Everyone was shocked. Li Guwang's expression was indifferent. Suppress him. His spiritual consciousness incarnation stepped out. It was so powerful that it shocked the crowd again. They all felt a chill down their spines. It's just a spiritual consciousness incarnation. How can it be so powerful? This is already comparable to a 9th-tier immortal ascension realm powerhouse. He's only a 7th-tier immortal ascension realm powerhouse. The terrifying Sun King body. Now, maybe he can really kill a immortal ascension realm powerhouse. The 9 celestial masters were just like this when they were young, right? No one can stop him from being number 1 in his generation. Many people's hearts trembled. Boom. The void shook. Li Guwang's spiritual consciousness incarnation seemed to be real. It pressed down on Lin Tian with a palm, shining with divine light. Lin Tian was shocked. He had seen spiritual consciousness incarnation before. When he was in the 1st-tier immortal ascension, the purple fairy had left a strand of spiritual consciousness in his body. It then condensed and protected him to kill a powerhouse of the Mo family. He still remembered the purple fairy's power at that time. It was overbearing and terrifying. He didn't expect that Li Guwang, who was only a 7th-tier immortal ascension realm powerhouse, could use a similar technique. Although it was far less casual than the purple fairies, it was still terrifying enough. After all, he was only in the immortal ascension realm. Most importantly, he felt the horror of this incarnation. It was comparable to a 9th-tier immortal ascension realm powerhouse. He retreated. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Spiritual consciousness incarnation, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and fled into the distance. This small world was very vast. He left the barren road and shot toward a nearby old forest. Master, you once used your spiritual consciousness incarnation to fight against a powerhouse in the early stage of the immortal ascension realm. How can it be useful to escape? A savage beast said. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. He could use his spiritual consciousness incarnation to fight against a powerhouse in the early stage of the immortal ascension realm? What kind of terrifying strength was needed to accomplish this? It seems that the battle strength of his spiritual consciousness incarnation can really kill a powerhouse in the immortal ascension realm. Someone's heart palpitated. Li Guwang's expression was indifferent from the beginning. His spiritual consciousness incarnation rose into the air and flew toward the main hall on the mountain peak like lightning. The two savage beasts got up, dragged the green chariot, and chased after him. The crowd looked in the direction Lin Tian had escaped and shook their heads. "I'm afraid Lin Tian won't survive," someone whispered. Of course, these people only felt a little pity. Then, they looked at the mountain peak in the distance with bright eyes. Lin Tian's survival had nothing to do with them. However, the main hall on the mountain peak was the place where an ancient heavenly venerable cultivated in seclusion. There were definitely many treasures in there. Any one of them could increase one's strength greatly. And that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there might be remnants of the ancient heavenly venerable's cultivation. Just a trace of that would be enough to benefit one for life. Most importantly, if one could obtain a baodan that could extend one's lifespan, it would really be an immortal fate. Once one obtained it, one would be able to wake up smiling in one's dreams. "Let's go!" someone shouted. Instantly, the crowd rushed toward the mountain peak like a swarm of bees. Putsong, the desolate demon physique, stared in the direction Lin Tian had escaped. His eyes were filled with wildness. "Saint, let's go to the master apothecary's main hall. It's more important there," a follower whispered. Putsong's eyes were burning. In the end, he turned around and rushed toward the main hall on the mountain peak. Such a tyrannical demonic aura caused many cultivators to tremble in fear. After leaving the desolate road, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row and quickly disappeared into an old forest. Li Guwang's divine sense incarnation had a cold expression. Just like his original body, he chased after him indifferently. Lin Tian glanced back and sped up. Soon, 15 minutes passed. In the old forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. From time to time, the sound of birds chirping echoed. At that moment, he stopped. "Not running anymore?" Li Guwang's divine sense incarnation spoke. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Lin Tian like a god. "Run? You're just stalling for time." Lin Tian ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, his glabella lit up and supported a yin-yang lotus sea. Li Guwang's divine sense incarnation had a cold expression. He strode forward and opened his palm to press down on Lin Tian. Boom! The god's spiritual hand struck out and the void trembled. Lin Tian's mind moved and the lotus sea swayed toward his opponent. Li Guwang's divine sense incarnation slapped forward, but the next moment, it suddenly shook. His palm collided with the black and white lotus petals, and the big hand collapsed directly. "What's going on?" The divine sense incarnation's face darkened. "That's what happened." Lin Tianling smiled. With a move of his mind, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed and shook. Lotus petals slashed toward his opponent like sharp blades. Just now, when Li Guwang's original body displayed his divine sense incarnation, he was first shocked. Then, he remembered what an old drunkard had said to him. His sea of knowledge was the nemesis of all spiritual bodies and divine sense incarnations. It had absolute offensive power against spiritual bodies and divine sense incarnations. There was no way to resist at all. At that time, he knew that Li Guwang's original body was very strong and that he was no match for him. So, he deliberately escaped and made Li Guwang think that he was powerless and afraid of his divine sense incarnation. Then, he would go to the hall on the mountain peak without worry. Now, his opponent's original body should have already entered the hall. He naturally didn't have to worry anymore. "Just shatter this consciousness incarnation of yours here," said Lu Yun. Lotus petals fluttered in the air, intertwining with yin and yang qi as they swept forward. Li Guwang's divine sense clone's expression changed. He knew how terrifying this thing was after only one collision. Boom! He struck out with his left hand, and a powerful palm energy attacked Lin Tian. Then, the divine sense clone fled into the distance. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Tianling sneered. He used the yin and yang qi and chased after him. The divine sense clone was fast, but Lin Tian wasn't slow either. He chased closely behind. Most importantly, the lotus petals in his sea of consciousness were even faster. They could almost ignore the short distance between them. Whoosh! The lotus petals cut through the air and landed on the back of the divine sense clone in the blink of an eye. With a chi sound, a hole was directly pierced through the spiritual consciousness incarnation's body. However, the clone didn't shatter. It trembled violently and fled into the distance again. Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped on the yin and yang qi and chased after him, leaving behind afterimages with each step. The lotus petals in the sky condensed into a large sword and slashed down from the sky. The divine sense clone dodged sideways, but it was too slow. His left arm was chopped off. Lin Tian flashed past. He raised his hand and slapped the divine sense clone into the dust. Boom! The divine sense clone's eyes were cold. His arms were destroyed, but he still exuded a terrifying aura. Hurricanes swept out, causing all the birds and beasts around the old forest to tremble. Murderous lights rushed out and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianling sneered. Put away your arrogance. He moved sideways, and with a few lotus petals in his palm, he slapped down. A loud and clear sound of a slap was heard. The divine sense incarnation was sent flying over 100 feet away by that slap. Half of its face was smashed. You can really take a beating, Lin Tianling said. He used the yin and yang qi and pressed forward again. This time, he didn't show mercy. The lotus petals in the sky condensed into a sword and he grasped it in his hand. You will be killed by me. The divine sense incarnation spoke, his eyes still cold. Many people have said the same thing. Unfortunately, they were all slaughtered by me in the end. Lin Tiandao. With a clang, the lotus sword pressed down, and with a puff, it crushed the divine sense incarnation into pieces. In the main hall in the clouds, Li Guhuang narrowed his eyes and shot out two beams of light like sharp swords. Some of the cultivators nearby felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, his connection with his divine sense incarnation was cut off. This indicated that his divine sense incarnation had been killed. Fellow Taoist Li, what's wrong? An old man said. This was an elder from the Taishan Holy Land. He was usually high and mighty, but at this moment, he was very polite to Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang shook his head and didn't say anything. He continued walking forward. Let's go too. Another old man said. This was an elder of the Wantong Holy Ground. His cultivation was very strong, but his vitality was somewhat withered. It was these two people who invited powerful pharmacists to find this place based on the clues and opened the main hall in the clouds. In the old forest, Lin Tian killed Li Guhuang's divine sense incarnation. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to circulate the four extreme scripture. A faint silver glow lingered on the surface of his body. Vaguely, there was the sound of thunder flashing in his body. He had suffered heavy injuries in the battle with the Sun Physique. At this moment, he was circulating the four extreme scripture. The true essence in his body surged, and the injuries in his body were quickly healed by more than half. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Lin Tian's injuries were healed. He stood up and looked at the main hall in the clouds. After a slight pause, he rose into the air and walked toward the main hall. Since he had come to the apothecary training hall, he naturally had to give it a try. This small world was very big, and the old forest was very far from the main hall in the clouds. However, with Lin Tian's speed, this distance was nothing. He soon arrived in front of the main hall in the clouds. At this time, almost all the cultivators who came to this small world had entered the main hall. There was no one outside. Lin Tian landed in front of the main hall and walked forward. Lin Tian? A cry of surprise sounded. There was a blue chariot in front of the main hall. Two men stood next to it. They both had two horns on their heads, which made them look a little strange. Cent pound. Seeing Lin Tian walking toward them, the two men's faces were full of shock. The two savage beasts pulling the chariot? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Meeting Lin Tian's eyes, the two men could not help but be shocked. A chill ran down their spines. Lin Tian and Li Guhuang's battle. Although they were no match for him, their power was still imprinted in the two men's hearts. Facing Lin Tian now, they were naturally a little afraid. One of them said, Master's divine sense incarnation chased after you. How could you be here? Lin Tian walked forward and raised his big hand. A slave dares to ask me. Poof, The giant hand shook the void and slapped the savage beast man who had just opened his mouth into pieces. Seeing this, the other man's expression changed immediately. With a whoosh, he fled into the distance. Lin Tian glanced at him. With a sweep of his right hand, a sword light slashed into the distance and cut off his head. He glanced at the blue chariot beside him. It was made of bronze and was very extraordinary. Crack! His right hand shook, and a sword wind spread out, shattering the blue chariot on the spot. Dust flew up. Lin Tian looked inside the main hall. After a slight pause, he took out a black robe from the stone ring to cover his face. Then, he walked inside. The main hall was very bright, and the air was very warm. The spirit chi was even a little stronger than outside. Core chi? As soon as he stepped into the great hall, he felt the thick chi of pills. It was a very strong chi of pills. It was the chi of pills that existed in the past. It was at least 10,000 years ago. He glanced around, but did not see the existence of the Baodan. There was also no core dregs left. This made him frown slightly. He paused for a moment. Since he did not find anything, he continued to walk forward. The main hall was very spacious and very long. After walking for a while, he saw a large number of figures in front of him. There were cultivators fighting. Poof, blood splattered in the main hall. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Tian looked over and saw a dozen cultivators fighting over a piece of precious jade. The precious jade was damaged, but it contained a glow. It was probably an extraordinary treasure. Lin Tian did not care and continued to walk forward. There was a main road ahead. He did not see the sun physique, desolate demon physique, and the others here. It was obvious that they had gone further ahead. Da-ba, 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 walking in the main hall, footsteps came from both sides. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked deeper into the main hall. Since the sun physique and desolate demon physique had gone deeper into the main hall, it was certain that the truly valuable items were in the innermost part. As such, he naturally would not stay in the periphery. Let's go. Run. There's fire. An unextinguishable fire. Suddenly, there was a cry of horror. A large number of cultivators rushed in from the outer hall. Their faces were pale as if there were malicious spirits chasing after them. Lin Tian looked back and his expression changed. He saw that the walls on both sides of the main hall were spewing flames. The flames were blue. Pill fire of the fifth realm. Why are there flames spewing out from the walls? Lin Tian was surprised. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and punched the stone wall beside him. The stone wall broke open, and there were dense runes flickering inside. They intertwined with each other and were dazzling to the eye. Fire-gathering seal? At least 10,000. Lin Tian was moved. No wonder he had sensed a strong pill chi earlier. It was because of the fire-gathering seal. The fire-gathering seal could condense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside and form pill fire through the seal. It was a very advanced pill technique. He had the medicine encyclopedia and naturally knew about this pill technique. Once the seal was engraved, it would shatter on its own once it was touched by an external force. It would then release a destructive flame that could burn almost everything. The master apothecary cultivated here and then engraved the fire-gathering seal on the walls. Could it be to prevent future generations from breaking in? Thinking of this, Lin Tian immediately shook his head. No, that's impossible. According to ancient records, the master apothecary was the same as Heavenly Lord Daoren. They were both benevolent and righteous. It's impossible for them to engrave the fire-gathering seal in a place of enlightenment to prevent future generations from breaking in. Once an outsider touches such a seal, not many below the immortal ascension realm can survive. Ah! Screams rang out. Some people were engulfed by the flames and burned directly. Soon, they were burned to ashes. Help! Fellow cultivator, help us! Ah! The blue pill fire burned fiercely and quickly covered the crowd. Lin Tian recognized these people. They were the dozen or so cultivators who were fighting over the treasures earlier. As such, he instantly guessed something. These cultivators were fighting inside the hall. After one of them broke through the hall's walls, he destroyed the fire-gathering seals within. The destruction of one fire-gathering seal affected the other fire-gathering seals, causing them to shake and release their pill flames. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's expression froze. Boom! The blue pill fire did not stop burning. It burned fiercely like a torrent of magma, rushing toward him. In the blink of an eye, the raging pill fire rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and retreated. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, forming a dozen fire-gathering seals. The fire-gathering seal shone with a strange light. He flung it behind him. Suddenly, a series of sizzling sounds rang out. The sky full of pill fire was swallowed in the blink of an eye. Break! Lin Tian whispered. The fire-gathering seal was only a catalyst. It swallowed a part of the pill fire and separated the fire-gathering seal behind it. Suddenly, the blue pill fire stopped burning. Only the back part was still burning. Why would the master apothecary engrave so many fire-gathering seals in the inner wall? He was a little confused. He could not understand, so he stopped thinking about it. He flashed into the depths of the hall. Not long after, more cultivators appeared in front of him. He followed a group of cultivators and quickly stepped into a horizontal room. In this horizontal room, he saw a few acquaintances. The desolate demon physique Pitsong, the sun physique Li Gu Huang, and a young man. It was Xianxia of the Xin family. At this time, Xianxia was following a grey-robed alchemist. This alchemist was very extraordinary. Although his cultivation was only at the spiritual sea realm, the pill qi outside his body was very shocking. It was actually at the 6th grade. Moreover, there were two other elders beside this alchemist. Each of them had a strong aura, which made Lin Tian's pupils constrict. Masters of the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect an immortal-reaching realm cultivator to enter this place. No pop-up window, want to read a book, he instantly guessed something. Taishan sacred ground, all access sacred ground. Then, he carefully retracted his aura again, using the yin-yang twin lotus to cover everything. This was his spiritual sea's anomaly, which could block the probing of divine sense. He looked up and saw that the path ahead was blocked by a stone door. The door was made of ordinary material, but there were many seals engraved on it. They were all elixir seals. This is, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this elixir seal. It was recorded in the medicine encyclopedia as the water-sealing seal. It was very complicated and had been lost in this realm. He was a little confused. Why was there a water-sealing seal on the door? Brother Shen, what do you think? An old man asked the grey-robed alchemist. This old man was dressed in yellow. He was Li Muyuan, an elder of the Taishan sacred ground. His cultivation was at the first level of the immortal-reaching realm. The grey-robed alchemist's surname was Shen, and his name was Yuqing. He said, "Elderly, don't worry. The patterns on the door are unusual, and it may be dangerous. I can't remember what elixir seal it is for now. Let me think about it before I act." Okay. Li Muyuan said. Shen Yuqing was only at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, but his alchemy skills were superb. He had reached the level of a 6th-grade alchemist and was one of the strongest alchemists in the Shen family. Because of this, although Li Muyuan was an elder of a sacred ground, he was very polite to Shen Yuqing. After all, Shen Yuqing was invited by them from the Shen family. Shen Yuqing stared at the stone door, his eyes burning with alchemy fire. He seemed to be thinking seriously. "Great-grandfather, have you thought of it?" Shen Qinyu whispered. "Want to read a book?" "Don't be noisy," Shen Yuqing said in a low voice. Shen Qinyu's talent in alchemy was not bad, and he could be considered a genius. This time, Taishan Holy Land and Wadong Holy Land invited Shen Yuqing to help, and Shen Qinyu happened to see it. Therefore, Shen Yuqing brought him out to broaden his horizons. Shen Qinyu was usually very arrogant, but in front of his great-grandfather, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he quieted down. In this place, everyone was quiet. Everyone stared at Shen Yuqing, including the sun physique Li Gu Huang. He stood with his hands behind his back. Although his battle prowess was strong, and he could kill immortal connecting realm cultivators, he was completely clueless on the path of alchemy. Now that the path ahead was sealed, and there was an alchemy seal engraved on the stone door, he could only wait on the side. "You're so wishy-washy and annoying." At this moment, a cold snort resounded. The desolate demon physique, Skybreaker, walked out from the crowd and directly punched the stone door. "A broken door, just smash it." "No." Xianxia tried to stop him, but it was too late. With a hong sound, Heavenbreaker's fist smashed into the stone door. Immediately, cracks appeared on the stone door, spreading like a spider web. In an instant, Lin Tian sensed a unique fluctuation of Dan Qi. He cursed inwardly, "Idiot," and put up his guard. At the same time, Xianxia was also moved. He said, Elder Luo, be careful. There's a strange flow of Dan Qi." Elder Luo's name was Luo Suiying, and he was an elder of the Altong sacred ground. His blood qi seemed a little dry. Together with Li Muyuan, he stared ahead. They did not cultivate alchemy, so they could not feel the so-called flow of Dan Qi. However, they did not doubt Xianxu's words at all. Since Xianxu said such a thing, there must be some mystery. For a moment, many people looked at each other. "I want to see." Crack. A soft sound was heard, like the sound of an eggshell cracking. In an instant, the temperature of the entire room dropped. Gradually, the cracks on the stone door became more severe. Suddenly, clear and pure water splashed out. What clean water! Some cultivators were surprised. Someone was curious and reached out to grab a bit of it in his palm. Immediately, he screamed as his hand melted. Then, the cultivator screamed even more sorrowfully. His body was about to dry up, and in the blink of an eye, he melted into a pool of thick water. Such a scene immediately caused everyone's expression to change. "Ah!" Screams instantly spread in all directions. More and more water rushed out of the stone door. It was incomparably clean, but it was very dangerous. A single drop could kill. In the face of such strange water, even the solar physique changed its expression slightly. Putsong quickly retreated, dodging a few drops of water. "Damn it, this is weak water." Xianxu's face darkened. Hearing Xianxu's words, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Lin Tian was moved. In ancient legends, there was a long river that led directly to the netherworld. The water was extremely clear and pure, but it could melt all things. It was called weak water, and that long river was called the Underworld River. This water was very dangerous. Even the physical body of an immortal expert could not withstand it. Once touched by the weak water, just a drop could cause an unimaginable disaster. Li Muyuan and Luo Suiying supported a divine light screen, protecting Xianxu and Xinxinyu inside. 1. You need to read the book 1. At the same time, the two released divine light, shaking off the weak water that rushed over. On the other side, Li Guhuang supported the solar ocean, and Putsong supported the barren heaven world, also blocking the weak water. These people were very strong, but the other cultivators were not so lucky. "Ah! Help me! Senior, help me!" Screams rang out. In the face of the legendary weak water, how could ordinary cultivators resist? In the blink of an eye, many cultivators died tragically. For a moment, the room was in a mess. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand formed a seal in his sleeve, secretly condensing the treasure art of alchemy. It was the water-sealing seal. He collected all the weak water around him with the water-sealing seal, condensed it into a light seal, and carefully placed it in the stone ring. In the distance, the solar physique Li Guhuang glanced over and narrowed his eyes. "Ah!" The screams were sorrowful, and the scene was even more chaotic. The stone door broke open, and the weak water swarmed out, splashing in all directions. Countless cultivators who came here suffered. "The stone door is open. Go! Go!" Some cultivators yelled. "I want to read a book." Li Muyuan and Luo Suiying looked at each other, nodded, and stepped into the room while protecting Xinxinyu and Xianxu. Putsong snorted coldly. His eyes were full of wildness, and he also strode forward with a monstrous demonic aura. Li Guhuang was like the Flame Emperor, surrounded by light. He crossed 1,000 feet in one step and instantly reached the front. "Let's go!" A group of cultivators shouted and quickly followed. There were many corpses lying in the room. Most of them were corroded beyond recognition by the weak water. Lin Tian glanced at them, paused for a moment, and then followed. The road behind the stone door was very smooth. Soon, there was light in front of them. They left the range of the hall and walked into a fairy garden. In this fairy garden, there were many plants, and the air was intertwined with extremely rich spiritual qi. There were pieces of cultivated land. The soil was unusual, and there were many celestial herbs and spiritual medicines growing on it. There were actually more than 10 medicinal gardens here. That is the sun-tooth grass, a treasure for cultivating divine consciousness. Colored glaze fruit. Purple parasol tree. Exclamations sounded one after another. The cultivators' eyes lit up. They rushed out like a swarm of bees and rushed toward the various medicinal gardens to fight for the celestial herbs. Some even fought for the treasure herbs, and several people died on the spot. They are all precious herbs for refining pills. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Everyone fought for the herbs, including the sun physique Li Guhuang, the desolate demon physique Pipsong, Li Muyuan, and Luo Suiying. Lin Tian entered and stared at the various medicinal gardens. His eyes immediately lit up and flashed with a few bright lights. He cultivated Tao techniques, so he could naturally see the preciousness of the plants in these medicinal gardens. He waved his sleeves and mixed into the rogue cultivators to collect the medicinal plants. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the celestial herbs in the medicinal gardens were taken away. Lin Tian obtained a lot of celestial herbs. Moreover, because he had read the medicine encyclopedia, his eyes were sharp. The celestial herbs he collected were all rare and precious. In the future, he could even refine a 6th-grade Baodan. At this moment, another swarm of cultivators rushed in. Among this group of people, there were 2 people walking at the front. Their auras were very powerful. One was an old woman, and the other was an old man. Lin Tian was covered in a black robe. He looked up and glanced at them. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Bai Taining, Bai Qingying. Not long ago, from Baiyu's divine sense, he learned that there were a total of 3 people in the Bai family who were chasing after him. These 2 were 2 of them, and they were both at the first level of the immortal ascension state. When the 2 people from the Bai family entered, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Muyuan and Luo Suiying looked over, smiled at the 2 people from the Bai family, and nodded. In response, the 2 people from the Bai family returned the greeting with a smile. The other party was an elder of the sacred ground, and his status was not inferior to theirs. "Senior Bai," Li Guhuang said. Bai Taining and Bai Qingying's eyes lit up. They immediately smiled kindly and took the initiative to greet them. "Good boy, I heard that you came out of seclusion, so I was thinking of going to see you. I didn't expect to see you here. Our 2 families are indeed fated to meet." Bai Qingying's face was full of wrinkles, but she was beaming at this moment. She said, "Come visit the Bai family when you're free. It'll be easier to get along with Chiao in the future." Li Guhuang nodded and didn't say anything. Not far away, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed under the black robe. "Chiao? Bai Chiao? Get closer. Get along with me in the future." He frowned slightly. Bai Qingying's words were a little ambiguous. He vaguely seemed to have grasped something. More than 10 square meters of the herb garden were quickly emptied. Li Muyuan and the others gestured to the 2 people from the Bai family and walked deeper into the garden. Lin Tian followed the group of rogue cultivators and carefully walked deeper into the garden. However, he was thinking about something in his heart. At first, the fire-gathering seal, then the water-sealing seal. These 2 things were very strange to him. In ancient times, the master apothecary couldn't have left these things in the main hall in the clouds. At least, it shouldn't be to prevent cultivators from breaking in. In front of them, Bai Qingying and Bai Taining were smiling as they talked to Li Guhuang non-stop. At this moment, Li Guhuang suddenly tilted his head. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and he slashed out with his sword. "Child, what are you doing?" Bai Qingying was puzzled. At the same time, Lin Tian was moved. The blazing sword light tore through the space at an extremely fast speed and closed in on him in the blink of an eye. He cursed in his heart. The yin and yang puppet swayed and instantly moved more than 30 feet away. However, even so, the black robe on his body was shredded by the flame sword, revealing his true appearance. Lin Tian? In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian? Wasn't he being chased by the Sun Physique's consciousness clone? Why is he here? Could it be that he defeated the Sun Physique's consciousness clone? Many people were shocked. No pop-up window. WW. The eyes of the two immortal reaching realm cultivators from the Bai family suddenly widened, and bone-piercing killing intent intertwined in their eyes. Great-grandfather, it's Lin Tian. Shin Qingyu said to Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing's eyes surged with alchemy fire, and his body suddenly emitted an extremely shocking alchemy aura. Elder Luo, this young man is very important to the Shin family. Can we take him down? Shin Yuqing asked. Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying nodded. This was a small matter. At the same time, the Sun Physique's eyes were cold, and the desolate Demon Physique's eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, several killing intents fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step back and looked at the Sun Physique, thinking that this Li Guhuang was indeed terrifying. He had already used the yin-yang twin lotus to cover all of his aura, and even immortal reaching realm cultivators couldn't detect it. Even their consciousness couldn't see through it, but this Li Guhuang sensed it and instinctively sensed his existence. Dong, the ground suddenly shook, and Bai Taining stepped out, his eyes cold. Lin Xianxia had killed so many people from the Bai family, destroyed 3 of their strongholds, and killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. This hatred was too great, and now he had become the first person to be killed in this generation of the Bai family. Bai Taining stared at Lin Tian and walked over step by step. Terrifying divine light flashed around him, like the fire of the immortal world, and it was daunting. Brother Taining. Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying walked out. They cupped their hands at Bai Taining and said, "Can you allow the 2 of us to take action and suppress it first? After the Shin family's alchemist finds something, we will hand over its head to you." Bai Taining looked at Shin Yuqing, and the latter bowed slightly to Bai Taining. "Sure," Bai Taining said. Bai Taining said. The Shin family was not very powerful, but because it was an alchemist family, many people would more or less give them some face. Moreover, he had initially relied on Shin Yuqing's alchemy skills to enter the Honorable Alchemy Training Hall. Now that Shin Yuqing had a need and the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land had stepped forward, he naturally would not refuse. Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying nodded and looked at Lin Tian together. "Let's see how you can escape today," Bai Taining said coldly. Lin Tian stood up straight without the slightest fear. "Old thing, you were one of the people who gave the order to kill me in the beginning. You must die." Then, he tilted his head to look at Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying, and said, "Taishan Holy Land, Wantong Holy Land, I don't seem to have any relationship or enmity with you. Now that you're attacking me, are you planning to walk the same path as the Bai family?" Many cultivators couldn't help but open their eyes wide when they heard this. This guy actually dares to threaten us in the face of 3 immortal connecting powerhouses? Aren't you a little too bold? Some people felt their hearts palpitate. Walk the same path as the Bai family? Who here didn't know what this meant? In the beginning, the Bai family had sent people to kill Lin Tian. Later, Lin Tianyi had killed a large number of their clansmen and destroyed several strongholds outside the family. Today, in this small world, a group of Zephyr Flight powerhouses of the Bai family who had first explored the path had also died at the hands of Lin Tian. Lin Tian had told the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land to walk the same path as the Bai clan. This was a blatant threat. It meant that if these 2 dared to make a move, they would suffer the same fate as the Bai clan. WW. Really, this fellow, doesn't he think about whether he can survive now? That's right. Many people shook their heads. The current situation was clearly a hopeless situation. Bai Taining's eyes turned cold. Although Lin Tian's words were said to the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land, it was undoubtedly exposing the Bai family's shortcomings. On the other side, Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying's expressions were normal. He was just a Zephyr Flight cultivator. Saying such threatening words in front of them was just asking to be humiliated. Attack. One strike is enough, Luo Suiying said. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. The boundless giant hand covered the sky and sealed off the surrounding space. Bai Taining's eyes were cold. He waved his hand with a terrifying aura. Brother Bai, hold back. Don't kill him for the time being, Li Moyuan said. Li Moyuan also reached out his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. Boom, it was pure physique, but the palms of the three seemed to cover the sky and freeze the surrounding space. Their power was terrifying. So terrifying. This is the power of immortal ascension cultivators. They've completely refined their true essence and survived a heavenly tribulation. They've really transcended mortality. That Lin Tian is really finished this time. WW. Everyone shook their heads. How could an early-stage Zephyr Flight cultivator block three immortal ascension cultivators? Li Gu Huang, the Sun Physique, stood aside with an indifferent expression. Putsong, the desolate demon physique, stared straight at Lin Tian. His eyes were full of wildness, as if a demon emperor had descended to the mortal world. Boom, finally, the three big hands pressed down, and the ground under Lin Tian's feet cracked. Lin Tian felt a huge pressure. He was only at the first heaven of the Zephyr Flight realm, and the gap between him and an immortal ascension cultivator was too big. It was impossible for him to block the attack of an immortal ascension cultivator. Even so, his expression did not change at all. There was no fear. On the contrary, at this moment, he revealed a cold smile. With a wave of his right hand, three talismans appeared. Water Sealing Seal. Here's a small gift for you, he said coldly. With a slight thought, the secret alchemy technique was activated and shattered the water sealing seal. Instantly, the purest water floated out and scattered into the palms of the three people. Ah! Screams were heard immediately. Li Moyuan and the other two people staggered back as if they were struck by lightning. In almost 3 breaths, the three people's big hands melted and turned into thick water. At the same time, an irresistible force flowed up their arms and melted their bodies inch by inch. That is? Weak water? The weak water that flowed out of the stone door. How did he get it? Did he secretly collect it? How is this possible? Weak water can destroy everything. He's just a Zephyr Flight cultivator. How could he collect weak water? Many people were shocked. The scene outside the stone door was still flowing in front of their eyes. They would never forget that scene. The weak water overflowed and killed too many people. A drop of weak water could kill a cultivator. The weak water was too terrifying, Li Moyuan roared and chopped off his right arm. Only then did he stop the weak water from continuing to corrode. Luo Suiying followed suit and chopped off his right arm with a puff. On the other side, a shrill scream was heard. Bai Taining's right arm was completely melted and his entire body was drying up. The three immortal cultivators attacked together. Only Bai Taining wanted to kill Lin Tian the most. In addition, he had ordered to kill Lin Tian. Naturally, Lin Tian took extra care of him and sent him a lot of weak water. This weak water was collected by him in the main hall in front with the water sealing seal. If an immortal cultivator touched a drop of it, they would suffer a great disaster. Bai Taining was caught off guard. How could he have touched just 1 drop of weak water? In other words, there were at least 100 drops. In addition, Bai Taining was the first to be hit. It was too late for him to chop off his arm. His internal organs were melting. Taining. Bai Qingying's expression changed drastically. With a boom, Bai Qingying used a secret technique of the Great Tao to envelop Bai Taining and force the weak water out. Unfortunately, what was the use? One had to know that in ancient times, the weak water in the Nether River had even devoured a Great Tao realm cultivator. No. Bai Taining screamed miserably. Finally, his body withered and fell to the ground with a hiss, turning into a puddle of filthy water. The thick water flowed on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The surrounding cultivators' hearts palpitated. They felt a chill down their spines. An immortal cultivator died just like that. It's a pity that only one died. Lin Tian shook his head. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard that. Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur. I thought he was being suppressed by the aura of the immortal connecting realm experts when he was standing still. But now, he's purposely standing still. He's waiting for the three big hands to approach so that he can splash the weak water on them. He wants to kill three immortal cultivators together? He's too evil. Many people felt a chill down their spines. However, what method did he use to collect that weak water? That thing can melt everything. Some people were puzzled. In the distance, only Xianxia's eyes flickered. His face was full of shock. He suddenly remembered the rune seal that Lin Tian used just now. It was exactly the same as the alchemy seal on the stone door. That alchemy seal was so ancient that even he, a grade 6 alchemist, could not remember what technique it was. However, Lin Tian had learned it and used it. Damn it! Li Moyuan roared, and his face became ferocious. An immortal cultivator had one of his arms melted by an early-stage immortal cultivator. What a humiliation! You asked for it. Lin Tianling smiled. Li Moyuan's face was ashen, and so was Luo Suiying. On the other side, Bai Qingying's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom, Li Guhuang, the sun physique, stepped out. His body was surrounded by light as he pressed down on Lin Tian. As soon as Li Guhuang stepped out, the earth and space trembled. His power was much stronger than Li Moyuan and the others. Heh! With a sneer, Putsong, the desolate demon physique, stepped out and approached Lin Tian. Vast demonic clouds surged. At this moment, Putsong's energy was beyond imagination, shocking all the cultivators. At this time, Putsong's energy was no weaker than Li Moyuan and the other immortal cultivators. It was extremely domineering. Is this the king physique? It's too terrifying. A physique that can be called a king physique is indeed as rumored. Who can resist it? Everyone's heart palpitated. Many people shook their heads, feeling bitter. It was a great sorrow to be in the same world as a king physique. Lin Tian took a step back. His right hand shook, and a dozen water-sealing seals appeared. Each seal was shining with a bright light. He had collected a lot of weak water with the seals. At this moment, he used them and a dozen seals rushed out. The sun ocean and the barren heaven world appeared at the same time, blocking all external forces, shattering the seals and blocking the weak water. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. He stepped out first and the hand of God appeared, grabbing at Lin Tian. As soon as the divine spirit hand appeared, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Everyone was shocked. It was too powerful. Full text reading. Bayan wanted to see the book Forest Sky retreat, but he did not fight head-on. He stepped on the yin and yang to evade. The desolate demon physique stepped forward and pressed down with a huge handprint. Divine massacre handprint. Lin Tian's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light as he retreated again. He waved his right hand and summoned more than 10 water seals. He threw them at the 2 of them. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and activated the divination divine technique. A huge blood-red crack appeared and attacked the 2 of them. Boom, the shockingly large collision caused the ground to split open. Lin Tian trembled violently, and the blood qi in his body surged. He turned around and rushed into the depths of the small world. He was not afraid of fighting the desolate demon physique alone, but Li Guhuang was indeed terrifying. He was stronger than Li Moyuan and the others. After him! Li Moyuan shouted. Luo Suiying's eyes were cold, and Bai Qingying's killing intent was terrifying. They chased after him. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. He took a step forward and crossed 100 feet. Humph! The desolate demon physique sneered. He was wild and carried a demonic light that filled the sky. Instantly, the main figures rushed into the depths of the small world and chased after Lin Tian. Their eyes were sinister. Let's chase after them too. From the looks of it, the master apothecary's seclusion should be in the depths of this small world. Let's go. The group of cultivators also hurriedly rushed over. The desolate demon physique was reading. Boom, his vital essence was violent, causing the space to distort. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and rushed into the depths of the small world. He occasionally looked back and saw the sun physique chasing closely behind him. Behind him was the desolate demon physique. Then, it was the Bai family's immortal ascension expert, Bai Qingying, and 2 elders from the Taishan sacred land and the Wantong sacred land. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly thought about how to deal with them. He definitely did not have the combat strength to face so many people alone. Of course, if he could summon the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, it would be a different story. He could definitely kill everyone here. However, that was not very realistic. The divine sword was at the bottom of his sea of consciousness and was not under his control at all. Clang, clanging sounds of sword radiance rang out. A flame sword pressed down, severing space. Lin Tian did not respond. He stepped on the yin and yang liang to dodge. Buzz. The void trembled as the 10-finger lights pierced through the void, piercing through the void. Lin Tian recognized this finger light. It was the desolate demon physique's god-slaying finger. He coldly swept his eyes over Patsong. He didn't try to block. His feet flashed, and he dodged to the side. Who? He was fast enough, and the wind whistled in his ears. Bai Qingying rushed over, activating the supreme divine palm. Boundless divine might surged, shocking like raging waves beating against the shore. Do you want me to read a book? Old hag with a face full of wrinkles, you ugly freak, scram back to the Bai family's lair and don't come out to scare people. Lin Tian's words were vicious. The veins on Bai Qingying's forehead bulged, and her killing intent became even more violent. She was a dignified immortal reaching realm expert from an ancient family. Everyone respected her as a senior, but now she was called an old hag and ugly freak. Before I kill you, I'll tear your mouth. With a boom, divine power vibrated as if it was going to crush all space. Ugly freak, your combat strength is not bad. Lin Tian said. He smashed his iron fist behind him. His powerful physique trembled, and his blood qi surged as he flew backward. At this time, Li Muyuan and Luo Suiying personally pressed over. They attacked Lin Tian with a single arm, showing no mercy. You 2 old things, when I get out of here, your Taishan sacred land and Wantong sacred land will never have peace again. Lin Tian Dao. After stabilizing his body in the air, Lin Tian did not hesitate and continued to flee into the distance. Now, he was facing 5 great experts alone. He was no match for them at all. Today, you have nowhere to run. Bai Yingying said coldly. Shut up, ugly freak. Lin Tian scolded. He moved while stepping on the yin and yang rock. His speed was extremely fast, but he still narrowly escaped death. He was almost suppressed a few times. Gradually, the space in front of them became empty, and another palace appeared. He wanted to read a book. The palace here was very small, as if there was only one room. Vaguely, one could smell the rich fragrance of pills floating in the air, making one's mind feel refreshed. In front of this small palace, there was a large 3-legged cauldron. The cauldron was black and had a vivid azure white dragon engraved on it. Instantly, everyone stopped what they were doing. The cultivation place of the master apothecary. It's here. Shen Yuqing said. Staring ahead, the 6th-grade alchemist was a little excited. After all, the owner of this place was the master apothecary. It could be said that he was the ancestor of the alchemists. The front of the palace was a little empty. There was nothing else except for the black cauldron in front of it. Lin Tian was the fastest. He rushed to the front and went straight for the black cauldron. Stop him! Shen Yuqing shouted. In fact, at this time, there was no need for Shen Yuqing to say anything. Everyone took action. The Sun Physique, Desolate Demon Physique, Bai Qingying, Li Muyuan, and Luo Suiying suppressed Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tianji felt a chill on his back. He quickly changed his direction in the air and moved more than 10 feet away. Even so, he was still brushed by the violent aura. The blood in his body surged, and he almost vomited blood. The cauldron is a furnace, and it contains pill qi. There is a Baodan inside. Shen Yuqing said. The Sun Physique, Li Guhuang, stepped forward and was the first to press forward. The Desolate Demon Physique snorted coldly. His eyes were full of wildness, and he also stepped forward. On the other side, Bai Qingying, Li Muyuan, and Luo Suing all rushed forward, temporarily abandoning Lin Tian. The main reason these people came here was to find the baodan that could extend one's lifespan refined by the master apothecary. How could they care about Lin Tian now? I want to read the book. The 5 powerhouses attacked together and directly tore the black cauldron apart. The black cauldron was torn apart, and a ball of treasure light gathered in midair. The pill qi surged, and it was shockingly hot. There were dozens of pills. What a rich pill qi! Is this the kind of pill that can extend one's lifespan? Someone exclaimed. At this time, even many people who were not apothecaries could feel the pill qi. It was shockingly strong. Many cultivators approached and stared at the ball of treasure light in front of them. When they saw dozens of baodan inside, they all swallowed their saliva. With such a rich pill qi, even those who were not apothecaries could feel that it was very likely to be the life-prolonging pill. However, no one dared to move at this moment. After all, the 5 people standing in front of them were very terrifying. Li Muyuan said and looked at Bai Qingying and the others. Everyone. There are about 99 baodan pills. We can all get some. Don't fight with each other to avoid hurting the harmony between the families. That's what I mean. Luo Suing said. That should be the case. Bai Qingying nodded. The lifespan of an immortal powerhouse was at most 1,000 years. These 3 people did not have much lifespan left. At most, they only had a few decades left. At this moment, seeing the baodan that was suspected to be able to extend one's lifespan, they did not want to cause any trouble because of a fight. The great Yang Physique's eyes were indifferent, and he did not say a word. The desolate demon Physique placed his hands behind his back and did not speak. Obviously, the 2 of them did not have any objections. In that case, let's get the pills first. Li Muyuan said. The 5 of them stepped forward and tore open the golden light screen outside the baodan with divine light. Immediately, an even stronger pill fragrance surrounded them. Many people stared ahead and clenched their fists. Some even wanted to rush out and snatch the pills, but they endured it because rushing forward would mean death. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. The dozens of baodan emitted a strange light. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out, causing Li Muyuan and the others to change their expressions. The baodan jumped, making crackling sounds. The next moment, the dozens of baodan shattered at the same time, and hazy figures stepped out. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they all emitted a terrifying aura. Bai Qingying was the unluckiest. The hazy figure closest to her threw a mechanical punch and landed directly on her chest. Poof, it was a simple punch, but its destructive power was shocking. It directly sent Bai Qingying flying, and dazzling blood splattered out. Li Muyuan and the others were shocked and stepped back. Crackle, 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 the sound like beans being fried echoed. Golden light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the baodan shattered, revealing 99 hazy figures. The 99 hazy figures had different auras, but they were all very strong and were not weaker than the immortal powerhouses. In the distance, Lin Tian's expression changed. This is? He thought of a baodan recorded in the Pharmacopoeia, the 8th grade baodan vast spirit pill. This kind of baodan could condense supernatural powers and store them in the pill. After a period of time, once the baodan was shattered, it could manifest the substantial shadow of such a supernatural power. Although it had only existed for a short time, it was very terrifying. Why is there such a baodan here? What did the master apothecary mean back then? Lin Tian was even more puzzled. That kind of person deliberately left such a thing behind. Was it to stop and kill the intruders? That was impossible. This is not good. It's the legendary baodan, the vast spirit pill, which can manifest supernatural powers. At this time, the alchemist of the Shen family remembered this kind of baodan, and his expression immediately turned ugly. 99 kinds of supernatural powers, and these are elixir weapons. It seems that they can exist for about 2 hours. Oh no, this aura is not weaker than that of immortal powerhouses. Boom, a powerful aura surged. The 99 elixir weapons formed by the supernatural powers of the vast spirit pill moved at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, these elixir weapons rushed out and killed everyone. Puff, 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 elixir weapons comparable to immortal powerhouses were extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, cultivators were killed one by one. How can this be? Run. Some rogue cultivators were terrified. In the face of 99 terrifying elixir weapons, the place suddenly became chaotic. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators, even the sun body Li Guhuang was moved. Several elixir weapons pressed toward him, and the violent aura was like an ocean pressing down on him. It was shocking. Get lost. The desolate demon body shouted coldly, and several elixir weapons also entangled him. As for Limo Yuan and Luo Suiying, they were not in a good situation either. They protected Xin Yuqing while fighting against the elixir weapons. Because they had lost an arm, the two of them were in a good situation. Boom, the space trembled. In another direction, 5 elixir weapons stepped out. Their aura was vast, and they pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's heart froze, and he quickly retreated. This was equivalent to 5 immortal powerhouses. Lin Tianji felt a chill down his spine and quickly retreated, not wanting to fight them head-on. Reed, web. Boom. One of the elixir soldiers attacked and smashed the ground with its palm. Lin Tianji's eyes narrowed. Such destructive power was really terrifying. Ah. No, help, help. Run, run. Screams and sounds of horror echoed. In the blink of an eye, the empty ground in front of the small palace became chaotic. Dozens of elixir soldiers were killing in all directions. It was even more dangerous than the stone gate that sealed Ruoshui. Pft. 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 Streaks of bloody mist exploded and splashed into the air. Limo Yuan, Bai Qingying, and Luo Suiying each encountered a few elixir soldiers and seemed to be in a sorry state. Bai Qingying's face turned pale. She had suffered a punch from an elixir soldier just now and was severely injured. Buzz. Buzz. On the other side, the Sun Physique and Desolate Demon Physique supported the king's territory and were in a much better condition than the other 3. After all, they had king physiques. Everyone, hold on. I'll use my alchemy skills to interfere with them. Xin Yuqing said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Yuqing quickly formed a seal and a round of seals appeared. Although he was only at the Sea of Consciousness realm, he had gone very far in alchemy. He had cultivated many powerful alchemy skills that had great effects in many cases. The alchemy seals vibrated and rotated slowly, like immortal light intertwining in the air. Soon, the elixir soldiers that were charging towards Limo Yuan and the others all became stiff. As a result, the pressure on the few of them was greatly reduced. Thank you, Brother Shen. Limo Yuan said. Alchemists were indeed the most suitable to deal with alchemy skills. It was really a wise move to invite Xin Yuqing. It's okay. Xin Yuqing shook his head. Behind Xin Yuqing, Xin Qingyu clenched his fists. His eyes were full of brilliance as he said, Great-grandfather, you are really amazing. You can actually interfere with such a powerful and terrifying alchemy weapon and greatly reduce their mobility. Alchemy is very magical. If you master it, you'll be able to suppress the sky. Unfortunately, in this era, most of the secret skills in alchemy have been lost. Those that have been passed down are less than 10% of them. It's difficult to compete with the orthodox martial arts. Xin Yuqing said. As he spoke, Xin Yuqing looked in the direction of Lin Tian, a faint light flashing in his eyes. The art of alchemy had long been lost, especially the secret arts of attack. Too many of them had disappeared in the long river of time. Even a powerful alchemist clan like their own had only grasped less than 1% of the complete art of alchemy. But Lin Tian had grasped the lost art of alchemy from the legends. Xin Qingyu naturally saw Xin Yuqing's expression and asked, Great-grandfather, can you control the pill weapon to suppress him? Xin Yuqing shook her head. No, interfering with their movements is already the limit. Brother Shen, there's no need to rush. Just focus on disrupting the pill soldiers. I'll suppress this beast. Limo Yuan said. A glimmer of light flashed across Xin Yuqing's eyes as he nodded and said, All right, this old man will try his best. Finishing his words, Xin Yuqing formed seals and shot out even more pill seals. Lin Tian was really important to the Shen family. Once they could obtain Lin Tian's alchemy arts, the Shin family's strength would definitely increase by several times. Ha! Shin Yuqing shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the pale soldiers surrounding Li Moyuan and the others trembled and slowed down. Seeing this scene, many cultivators were shocked. The Shin family's alchemist can actually disrupt dozens of pale soldiers comparable to immortal ascension cultivators to such an extent? Some people were shocked. Dozens of pale soldiers were very powerful. In a head-on confrontation, even a few immortal ascension cultivators would not be enough to kill them. This could be seen from the sorry state Li Moyuan and the others were in just now. But now, Shin Yuqing's actions seemed to have caused these powerful pale soldiers to become sluggish. Their mobility was reduced by more than 10 times, which surprised the cultivators. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The Shin family's grade 6 alchemist was indeed powerful. He could even slightly suppress grade 8 pale soldiers. All right. In front of him, Li Moyuan nodded. At this time, the pale soldiers' mobility was extremely weak. After all, they were not controlled by their master. Li Moyuan tilted his head. His eyes flashed, and he directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom, divine power vibrated and intertwined in all directions. Old man. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and retreated, waving his right fist to meet the attack. With a boom, the two forces collided. Lin Tianyi retreated more than 10 steps, his fist slightly numb. After all, he was an immortal ascension cultivator. Although he had experienced the heavenly tribulation and had an unparalleled physical body, compared to an immortal ascension cultivator, there was still a huge gap. Li Moyuan's face was cold. He stepped forward again and pressed down on Lin Tian. A dignified immortal ascension cultivator had lost an arm to Lin Tian. This was too humiliating. Boom, a powerful palm pressed down, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. He was pushed dozens of feet away. B** starred. Bai Qingying's eyes were full of killing intent. Then, Luo Suiying also rushed over and pressed down on Lin Tian with his theurgy. At this time, Shin Yuqing suppressed most of the pale soldiers, allowing the 3 immortal ascension cultivators to slow down. Li Guhuang glanced at Lin Tian but did not react. He had the sun physique and would not fight with others. Moreover, for him now, Lin Tian was too weak. He was not worth mentioning at all. The desolate demon physique's eyes were full of wildness. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, then looked at the small palace behind him. Boom, in the distance, divine light trembled. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian was facing 3 immortal ascension cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he was in a predicament. Although Li Moyuan and the other 2 were weakened, they were still immortal ascension cultivators. How could he stop the 3 of them, and Ruoshui had already been used up? The 3 immortal ascension cultivators attacked together, causing Lin Tian to retreat and dodge. For a moment, he was in a sorry state. Today, you will die. Bai Qingying said coldly. The Bai family's supreme divine palm was activated. A vast palm print covered all directions. It was extremely shocking. This was the supreme divine palm of a immortal ascension cultivator. It was known as the power of destruction. Ugly old witch, don't be in a hurry to say such harsh words. You might be killed instead, just like Bai Taining. Lin Tian retreated and faced the attack with the 4 symbols Dao diagram. Bai Qingying's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Her face was cruel. There's no need to talk to this beast. Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying suppressed Lin Tian and sent him flying with a bang. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Lin Tian looked into the distance. The pill seal around Shin Yuqing floated up and down, causing the group of pill soldiers to be stunned. They stopped moving. Seeing Lin Tian looking over, Shin Yuqing's face was indifferent. Behind Shin Yuqing, Shin Qingyu sneered and made a throat-slitting gesture at Lin Tian. His face was full of mockery. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as ice. He dodged again. Suppress. Luo Suiying pressed in front of Lin Tian and slammed down with his palm. Lin Tian used the divinatory divine art. The divine cry palace, the barren heaven world, and the place where celestial Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao appeared one by one. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He retreated pathetically and stared at Xianxia. If you can interfere, I'll try too, he said coldly. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet to avoid the three immortal ascension cultivators. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, his eyes were very cold. Pills are simple. One is simple. There is only Tao and no right. Hence, they are called pills. The heavens are clear, the earth is peaceful, the valleys are full, and the people are immortal. His eyes were cold as he spat out the words one by one. Alchemy is the Tao, and the Tao is the pill. Since time immemorial, with life as the origin, the mortal world is vast and boundless. The pill cocoon breaks to prove immortality. This was the general principle of the medicine codex. Lin Tian couldn't understand what it meant, but since it was branded as the general principle of the medicine codex, it must be extraordinary. Most importantly, it was left behind by the master apothecary. What are you muttering? Are you reciting the rebirth mantra for yourself? Bai Qingying said coldly. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang puppet as if he was stepping on Tao marks. His eyes were cold, and he didn't respond. Fighting against three immortal ascension cultivators at the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his expression didn't change at all. The divinatory divine art was activated. The divine bell, 9 springs sacred sword, 1,000 illusions divine hands, and the divine elephant of heaven appeared crazily. Full is like abundance, abundance is like loss, loss is loss, loss is gain. He paused after every word, and his eyes were cold. In the distance, Xianxu's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly trembled. The elixir weapons that he suppressed also trembled as if they were struggling. A powerful aura spread out, as if a ferocious beast was awakening. Finally, after 3 breaths, the elixir seal next to Xianxia shattered. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. Great-grandfather, what's wrong? Xianxu's expression changed. Boom, 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 terrifying waves of energy surged. The dozens of elixir weapons were all freed from the suppression, and they emitted an even more terrifying aura. Li Moyuan and the others' expressions changed. They were all shocked. Lin Tian retreated. There was a glaring trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but the corners of his mouth curled up. Congratulations, you're in trouble. He stared at Li Moyuan and the other two with a cold and cruel gaze. Kill. He spat out a word coldly. In the small palace, dozens of elixir weapons trembled. They turned their heads and stared at Li Moyuan and the other two. As if responding to Lin Tian's words, the elixir weapons immediately rushed over and slapped at the 3 of them. This is? Brother Shen, what are you doing? Suppress them. The 3 of them changed their expressions. Xianxia struggled to get up and formed another seal. Elixir seals floated out. Lin Tian tilted his head and smiled coldly. He pointed at Xianxia. Boom, behind him, an alchemy weapon stepped forward and pressed down on him. This is? That elixir weapon is following his orders? How is that possible? The group of cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, the sun physique and the desolate demon physique were also shocked. 2 rays of light shot out from their eyes. The elixir weapon stepped in front of Xianxia and pressed down with its palm. Xianxu's expression changed. He activated the 5th level blue elixir fire, which burned the space and distorted it. Xianxia was a 6th level alchemist. Although his cultivation was only at the Sea of Consciousness realm, his combat strength was not to be underestimated. It would not take much effort to kill an ordinary airborne realm cultivator. It was just an elixir weapon. He could deal with it with his alchemy skills. Lin Tianling smiled and pointed again. In the blink of an eye, another 5 elixir weapons pressed forward and came in front of Xianxia. The elixir weapons were blurry. They attacked together and attacked Xianxia. No. Xianxia screamed in horror and was directly smashed into meat paste. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Xianxu's strength was not weak at all. It was enough to suppress ordinary elites of the Zephyr plane. However, facing 6 alchemy weapons that were comparable to elites of the immortal connecting realm at the same time, how could he resist? He was crushed into a bloody mist on the spot. Reading, I want to read, great-grandfather. Xianxu's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Li Moyuan and Luo Suiying's expressions changed. Shen Yuqing was one of the pillars of the Shen family, but now he was dead. Lin Tian glanced at Shen Qinyu coldly. With a flicker of his feet, he walked among the dozens of alchemy soldiers. Not a single one of them blocked his path, and they even made way for him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shen Qinyu. "It's a small world, right, genius?" he sneered. Shen Qinyu's expression changed. His face was pale as he looked at Li Moyuan and the others. "Seniors, save me." Shen Qinyu was proud by nature, but he also knew that he was far from being a match for Lin Tian. "Save you? They will also die today," Lin Tianling said. That day, Shen Qinyu led a group of people to hunt him down when he was seriously injured and forced him into a dead end. He would never forget that. Without showing any mercy, he raised his hand and slapped down. Pooh! Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Shen Qinyu's head was smashed into pieces. All around, the cultivators were horrified, and they all gasped. Before this, Shen Yuqing had suppressed dozens of alchemy soldiers, which had shocked everyone. However, at this moment, in the blink of an eye, Shen Yuqing had been killed. Even his descendant, Shen Qinyu, had been slapped to death. This caused many people's hearts to tremble and chills to run down their spines. Lin Tian tilted his head. With a thought, he looked at Li Moyuan and the other two and said, "Kill." Boom, 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 powerful and vast waves of energy intertwined as more than 30 pale soldiers pressed forward. Bian wanted to see such a battle array, causing the three people's expressions to immediately change. These elixir soldiers were all comparable to those in the celestial path realm. "Damn it! What did you do?" Li Moyuan's face was ashen. Lin Tian didn't respond. He tilted his head and stared at the other two. "Sun body, desolate demon body. Kill." He still only had this one word as he stared at the two of them. As he raised his finger, more than 50 alchemy soldiers moved in unison. Half of them pressed towards the sun physique, while the other half pressed towards the desolate demon physique. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. Can he really control these elixir soldiers? Even the tier 6 alchemist Shen Yuqing could only suppress it, but he could actually control it? How is this possible? He's also an alchemist? Are you overstepping Shen Yuqing? 99 elixir soldiers, comparable to 99 immortal connecting experts. Many people were terrified. Lin Tian's will moved, and dozens of pill soldiers charged forward. Li Guhuang and Putsong were startled. They propped up the solar ocean and the barren heaven world to protect themselves, preventing the elixir soldiers from approaching. The king's territory is indeed impressive, but can you hold up the king's territory and block dozens of immortal ascension powerhouses? Lin Tianling smiled. Do you want to read a book? Equals 1k /n shu. He was right. Li Guhuang and Putsong could stop one or two immortal reaching realm cultivators, and could even kill them. However, if dozens of them came together, it would be dangerous. Even someone as strong as Li Guhuang could only be suppressed. Crack! Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and cracks appeared on the solar ocean and the barren heaven world. The dozens of elixir soldiers pressed against each other, each brandishing divine light. This was a vast and terrifying wave. Dozens of elixir soldiers comparable to immortal connecting experts attacked together. The power was terrifying just thinking about it. Pft, pft. Without any suspense, Li Guhuang and Putsong were both sent flying. The king's territory was shattered, and they both coughed up blood. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. With a thought, dozens of elixir soldiers pressed forward again. These tier 8 elixir soldiers were undoubtedly left behind by the master apothecary. The general principles of the medicine encyclopedia that he recited just now were also left behind by the master apothecary. He immediately communicated with the dozens of elixir soldiers. Now, the dozens of elixir soldiers moved according to his thought. At this moment, he stood there facing these elixir soldiers. It was equivalent to the master apothecary himself. Boom, 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 terrifying aura, vast waves, and divine might rushed into the sky. It was extremely shocking. Li Guhuang and Putsong faced dozens of elixir soldiers at the same time. It was naturally difficult for them to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying several times. Li Guhuang's eyes flashed coldly. Even though blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, he stared coldly at Lin Tian. Putsong's eyes were even crazier, filled with wild light. The demonic light in his body erupted like a volcano. "Your eyes are not bad," Lin Tianling said. "Do you want to read?" 1/K equals following his thought, dozens of elixir soldiers rushed forward, each using their own unique techniques. For a moment, the light suppressed all directions. Li Guhuang held up the solar ocean and used the hand of gods. Unfortunately, facing dozens of immortal connecting experts, he couldn't resist at all. He was sent flying on the spot, and half of his body was almost smashed. Cough. On the other side, Putsong coughed up blood and staggered back. The barren heaven realm was shattered. Putsong was hit by a few elixir soldiers and was severely injured on the spot. "It'll be interesting to kill 2 king physiques in one day," he sneered. At this place, the group of cultivators collectively sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel some pain in their internal organs. Was he going to kill the solar physique and the desolate demon physique? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Arrogant? He can control those elixir soldiers now. He can do it. Is he really going to kill them? The Li family and Mount Tianyao will go crazy. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Violent divine powers trembled. Dozens of elixir soldiers pressed toward Li Guhuang and Putsong together. This was no longer a battle. It was a complete suppression. Bang! Once again, Li Guhuang was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. Putsong, the desolate demon physique, wasn't any better. He staggered back, a bloody hole in his shoulder. "Lin Tian. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" Putsong stared coldly at Lin Tian. "All right," Lin Tiandao said. "If you want me to read a book, you can do that. 1/K/AN/SHUN. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of elixir soldiers moved according to his will and pressed forward even more cruelly. Putsong's eyes were ferocious. Dozens of elixir soldiers pressed forward and sent him flying. Lin Tianling snorted and looked to the other side. Solar physique. He stared at Li Guhuang and sneered. Li Guhuang was in a sorry state. Dozens of elixir soldiers surrounded him and attacked him crazily, almost forcing him into a desperate situation. "Ah!" he screamed. On the other side, Li Moyuan was surrounded by dozens of elixir soldiers. He coughed up blood and half of his body was crushed. "No, stop!" Li Moyuan shouted. Lin Tianling glanced at him coldly and said, "Kill." The dozens of elixir soldiers seemed to have received the final order and waved their palms together. Poof, blood mist exploded. Li Moyuan died tragically, his body and soul destroyed. Looking at this scene, all the cultivators were terrified and their hearts palpitated. The elder of the Taishan sacred ground, an immortal ascension cultivator, was killed. "Take your time." Lin Tianling smiled. At this moment, the medicine encyclopedia was activated in his divine sense. The primary instruction rumbled, and a powerful elixir qi overflowed, controlling all the elixir soldiers. After killing Li Moyuan, the number of elixir soldiers increased. With a thought, dozens of elixir soldiers pressed toward the solar physique. Boom, the terrifying power shook all directions. "Thank you for taking care of me before." Lin Tianling smiled. At this moment, more than 30 elixir soldiers pressed toward Li Guhuang, comparable to more than 30 immortal ascension cultivators. "Hand of gods. Solar sea." Li Guhuang shouted coldly. Li Guhuang was really terrifying. He faced more than 30 elixir soldiers that were comparable to immortal ascension cultivators at the same time. Although he almost died, he always survived. In the process, Li Guhuang even shattered a few elixir soldiers. You can indeed kill immortal ascension cultivators. But how many can you kill? Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. With a thought, a group of elixir soldiers pressed forward, and their auras rumbled. No matter how strong and monstrous Li Guhuang was, it was impossible for him to block so many elixirs that were comparable to immortal ascension cultivators. A moment later, the hand of God shattered, and the solar sea was broken. He was sent flying again and crashed into an old tree in the distance. Ah! On the other side, someone shouted. Bai Qingying and Luo Suiying were fighting with more than 20 elixir soldiers. Violent divine power surged in all directions like a flood. Ka! With a crisp sound, the small palace was shattered into pieces. Immediately, a strong pill fragrance wafted out. A jade bottle rushed out, and there were 2 baodan pills in it. They were as clear as mutton fat jade. Most importantly, there were 7 small holes on the 2 baodan pills. It was very strange. 7 orifices exquisite pill. The ancient life-prolonging pill can extend one's lifespan by 500 years. There really is a life-prolonging pill. Someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. Especially Bai Qingying and Luo Suiying. Their lifespans were about to dry up. They only had a few decades left at most. Now that they saw the 7 orifices exquisite pill that could extend their lifespans by 500 years, they were extremely excited. For people like them, the 7 orifices exquisite pill was 1,000,000 times more tempting than the heavenly venerate secret technique. The 2 of them activated their divine power and rushed into the sky, grabbing the jade bottle. 2 beams of light shot out from Li Guhuang's eyes. He held up the solar sea and jumped up. Humph! Putsong's eyes were ferocious. He held up the barren heaven world and grabbed the jade bottle. The other cultivators' eyes lit up, but they didn't dare to move at all. Among the 4 cultivators, 2 of them were immortal ascension cultivators, and the other 2 had keen bodies. One of them could even kill an immortal ascension cultivator. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to rush to their deaths. Boom! Divine power vibrated, twisting the space. The 4 cultivators were all severely injured, but at this moment, they unleashed powerful auras. Especially Li Guhuang and Putsong. Both of them had keen bodies, and their blood qi was dense. Even though they were severely injured, they were still very powerful. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. An elixir soldier grabbed the jade bottle and landed beside Lin Tian. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian took the jade bottle. His eyes flashed. He had obtained the 7 orifices exquisite pill, which could increase his lifespan by 500 years. I can't believe that person got it. The legendary baodan, with 500 years of lifespan. This? Many people clenched their fists and stared at Lin Tian. If it weren't for the elixir soldier standing beside Lin Tian, someone would have rushed up to snatch it. A baodan with 500 years of lifespan. Even a peak-stage immortal ascension cultivator would be envious. 500 years of lifespan was filled with endless possibilities. Hand it over. Luo Suiying shouted. Bai Qingying, the sun body, and the desolate monster body all stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said with disdain, "You're about to die, and you're still thinking about the baodan." Lin Tian stared at the 4 of them with an indifferent expression and cold eyes. Full text to read, you 8, kill. He put away the jade bottle that contained the 7 orifices exquisite pill and said coldly. Boom, 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 dozens of elixir soldiers turned around and charged at the 4 of them. Those elixir soldiers were blurry and their faces could not be seen clearly. They did not have any emotions, nor did they speak. However, the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. Each of them was as powerful as an immortal. Damn it! Luo Suiying's face turned pale as he dodged in a hurry. 5 elixir soldiers were coming at him. The 7 orifices exquisite pill could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. It was precisely for this reason that he came here and exhausted all his strength. However, he did not expect that the precious pill would be snatched away by a flight cultivator. Moreover, at this moment, he, who was heavily injured, was facing 5 elixir weapons and directly fell into a dangerous situation of death. B** starred. Bai Qingying was forced to the front by 6 elixir soldiers. Compared to the 2 of them, Li Guhuang and Putsong had undoubtedly received special treatment. Bang! Putsong was sent flying and crashed into a place not far away. 30 elixir soldiers were charging at him. Putsong roared. Although his body was covered in blood, his eyes were still fierce and terrifying like knives. Boom, on the other side, treasure lights trembled and intertwined in the void. 40 elixir soldiers charged at Li Guhuang. Each of them was as powerful as an immortal. They forced Li Guhuang to retreat. The two king physiques were facing dozens of treasure weapons each. They were on the verge of death. Are we really going to kill the two king physiques? The second heaven will be in chaos. Someone was horrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! With two crisp sounds, Li Guhuang and Patsong were sent flying and vomited blood. At this point, it was useless no matter how strong they were. They were surrounded by dozens of elixir soldiers and had used up more than half of their true essence. Break! Destroy! Slash! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he said word by word. The powerful killing power appeared and blasted a few elixir soldiers away. One of them was even shattered on the spot. Such terrifying battle prowess caused the hearts of the cultivators to palpitate. The solar body Li Guhuang was as terrifying as the rumors said, able to kill immortal connecting realm experts. God-slaying! Another roar rang out. Patsong's eyes were ferocious. His silver hair danced chaotically as he smashed a Dan weapon to pieces. The desolate demon body can also slaughter immortal reaching immortal cultivators? After the king's physique supports the king's region, he can fight across 8 small realms. He is in the 3rd tier of the Zephyr realm, only 7 small steps away from the connecting fairy realm. When he goes crazy, he seems to be able to tear apart fairies. The hearts of many cultivators trembled. Who could resist the king physique? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Patsong, the desolate demon physique, and Li Guhuang, the sun physique. He had to admit that these two were really strong, especially Li Guhuang, who seemed to be invincible. In addition to the previous battle, he had already torn apart 6 Dan weapons, which was equivalent to killing 6 immortal experts, and that was under the premise of being attacked by a group of people. Staring at the two of them, his eyes grew colder and colder. U8 Novel Network. Slash. After a few dozen breaths, the two of them looked even more miserable, having suffered unimaginable injuries. Lin Tian glanced at Patsong and finally looked at Li Guhuang. Sun physique, I'll send you to hell. He took a step forward and crossed 100 feet, arriving in front of Li Guhuang in the blink of an eye. There was nothing to say. He raised his fist and directly punched down. Boom! The silver iron fist smashed into the void, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and he faced Lin Tian with a palm strike. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and Li Guhuang was directly sent flying, staggering 100 feet away. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. With a thought, dozens of Dan weapons followed him and pressed toward Li Guhuang. It was still a simple punch, but it immediately crushed the space. What a freakish physical body! It's not inferior to the king physique. How did this guy cultivate? Terrifying. The crowd's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's fist was intertwined with silver light, as if an immortal star was falling. Its power was terrifying. Li Guhuang took out a treasure shield, but it was smashed into pieces on the spot. Moreover, dozens of Dan weapons pressed forward, each waving their big hands, which was equivalent to displaying a magical power. Buzz. Light flickered, and Li Guhuang held up the sun ocean. The scorching sun burned, causing the space to instantly become scorching hot. U8 Novel Network. Equals. The killing light of dozens of Dan weapons was blocked outside, but Li Guhuang also trembled violently a few times. At this moment, a light flashed, and Lin Tian directly rushed into the sun ocean, leaving afterimages with each step. He instantly appeared in front of Li Guhuang and landed a punch on Li Guhuang's cheek. Bang! This punch directly sent Li Guhuang flying. The crowd gasped. The powerful Sun physique, the undisputed number 1 of the younger generation, was sent flying. What a thick skin! Lin Tianling said. He didn't stop. With a flash of his feet, he pressed forward again. At this moment, Li Guhuang was already seriously injured, and his true essence was less than 40%. He was no longer his opponent at all. Buzz. He propped up the divining divine technique and projected the place where heavenly venerable Daoren comprehended the Tao. The stone platform and stone walls appeared horizontally, and its power was terrifying. Li Guhuang retreated, and the Sun Ocean appeared again to face Lin Tian. The two collided, bursting into divine light. Again, Lin Tianling said. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and flashed over. He formed a seal with both hands, and a scorching sun ocean rushed out from behind him. The scorching sun was round and emitted a blazing light, causing the space to burn. Sun ocean? Isn't that the king's territory of the sun physique? How did he cast it? The cultivators' hearts trembled. Li Guhuang was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely cold, as if they could pierce through their souls. Yu Xiao said. Lin Tianling smiled and pressed down. Aren't you very powerful? I'll send you on your way with your king's region. He was now in his peak state and had dozens of alchemy soldiers protecting him. He could be considered invincible. Even if the masters of the sacred ground families came, they would only end up being killed. Bang! Once again, Li Guhuang was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his hands moved, forming seals one after another. He manifested a great technique that shook the surroundings. It's futile. Lin Tianling was indifferent. With a thought, dozens of alchemy soldiers rushed forward, not giving Li Guhuang a chance to use them at all. Boom! Violent divine power intertwined, and Li Guhuang immediately retreated. The seals he formed were instantly disrupted. At this moment, Lin Tian pressed forward. He propped up the sun ocean, the barren heaven world, and the divine cry temple. He pressed down with the three kings' regions, distorting the void on the spot. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Standing up, Li Guhuang looked extremely disheveled. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were still very cold, and there was no change from the beginning to the end. What a detestable gaze! Lin Tian was displeased. There was nothing much to say. He took a step forward, and dozens of alchemy soldiers moved with him, pressing down on Li Guhuang with all their might. To Li Guhuang, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Divine sea overturning. Li Guhuang shouted coldly. A divine sea rushed up, and the light waves flickered like the scales of a dragon. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Moreover, an extremely terrifying power surged, like raging waves crashing against the shore, engulfing the heavens. Divine sea overturning? It's useless even if you're a god. Lin Tianling said. He propped up the three kings' regions and directly stepped over. Under the pressure of the three kings' regions, dozens of alchemy soldiers attacked together, crushing Li Guhuang's great divine power on the spot and sending him flying. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard. In the distance, Luo Suiying was surrounded by a few alchemy soldiers in the center, and several bloody holes were pierced through his body. At this moment, Luo Suiying's aura was at its weakest. He actually retreated and escaped. Trying to escape? Lin Tian tilted his head, took a step forward, and punched down. The powerful punch shattered the space and landed heavily on Luo Suiying's body. His physique was already very strong. Coupled with the fact that he had undergone a heavenly tribulation and had been cleansed by lightning, his physical body was even more terrifying now. How could the weak and seriously injured Luo Suiying withstand this punch? Half of his body was directly smashed into pieces. Clang! Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a superior-grade true treasure sword appeared and swung it at Luo Suiying. Stop! Poof! With a flash of blood, Luo Suiying's head was chopped off. Many cultivators stared at this scene with a chill in their hearts. By taming Li Moyuan, Luo Suiying, he killed 3 immortal powerhouses in a row in one day? The Bai family, the Taishan Sacred Land, and the All Tong Sacred Land. He's offending all the major forces. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The superior-grade true treasure sword was stained with blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he turned his head and stared at Bai Qingying of the Bai family. He took a step forward and directly pressed over. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He used the Yang incinerating sword technique and created a shocking sword aura. Bai Qingying was facing the attacks of several elixir soldiers. She was already on the verge of death, and her body was covered in blood. At this moment, Lin Tiany's sword pressed down, and she could not dodge. She was directly hit in the chest, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, several elixir soldiers approached and sent her flying dozens of feet away again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The Yin Yang Ho flashed and arrived in front of Bai Qingying in the blink of an eye. He pressed his fist down, and the space distorted as it landed between Bai Qingying's eyebrows. With a bang, Bai Qingying was sent flying. She felt as if the world was shaking. Blood flowed down from her head, dyeing her entire old face red. Lin Tian stepped forward, and his superior-grade true treasure sword shone coldly. Bai Qingying only felt a chill down her spine, and her mind became much clearer. Lin Tian, stop. You're playing with fire. Do you want to fight to the death with the Bai family? At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in Bai Qingying's eyes as she stared at Lin Tian. What a joke. The situation has been like this for a long time. Other than that person from the Bai family, I'll kill everyone else I see. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After killing you, it'll be Bai Hongya's turn. None of the three of you will live. With a clang, the long sword in his hand pierced between Bai Qingying's eyebrows, and the sword shattered her head. Blood splattered on the ground, and it was a shocking sight. Gulp, someone swallowed their saliva. Another immortal powerhouse had died. For immortal powerhouses had come here with their immortal might, but now, all of them were dead. They died at the hands of the same person, at the hands of a flight cultivator. After today, this heavenly region will be shaken. Everyone's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian stared at the four of them with an indifferent expression. Reading, you 8 small spoken net by you 8-inch kill. He put away the jade bottle with the 7 orifices exquisite pill and said coldly. Boom. 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 Dozens of elixir soldiers turned around and charged at the four of them. Those elixir soldiers were blurry and their faces could not be seen clearly. They did not have any emotions, nor did they speak. However, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. Each of them was as powerful as an immortal. Damn it. Luo Suing's face was pale as he dodged in a hurry. 5 elixir soldiers came at him. The 7 orifices exquisite pill could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. That was why he came here and tried his best. However, he did not expect that the Baodan would be taken away by a flying cultivator. At this moment, he was facing 5 elixir soldiers. He was in danger of dying. The asterisk starred. Bai Qingying was forced to the front by 6 elixir soldiers. Compared to the 2 of them, Li Guhuang and Putsong undoubtedly received special treatment. Bang! Putsong was sent flying and crashed into the ground not far away. 30 elixir soldiers came at him. Putsong roared. Although his body was covered in blood, his eyes were still ferocious and terrifying like knives. Boom! On the other side, treasure lights trembled and intertwined in the void. 40 elixir soldiers came at Li Guhuang. Each of them was as powerful as an immortal, forcing him to retreat. The 2 king physiques were facing dozens of treasure weapons each. They barely escaped death. Are we really going to kill the 2 king physiques? The second heaven will be in chaos. Someone was horrified. Bang! 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 With 2 crisp sounds, Li Guhuang and Putsong were sent flying and vomited blood. At this point, it was useless no matter how strong they were. They were surrounded by dozens of elixir soldiers and had used up more than half of their true essence. Break! Destroy! Slash! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he said word by word. A powerful killing force appeared and blasted a few elixir soldiers away. One of them was even shattered on the spot. Such terrifying combat power made the cultivators' hearts palpitate. The sun body, Li Guhuang, was as terrifying as the rumors said. He could kill immortal connecting realms. God-slaying. Another roar rang out. Putsong's eyes were ferocious. His silver hair danced wildly as he smashed a Dan weapon into pieces. The barren demon body can also slaughter connecting immortals? After the king's body supports the king's territory, one can fight across 8 small realms. He is at the third level of the Zephyr realm, only 7 small steps away from the connecting celestial realm. When he goes crazy, he seems to be able to tear celestials apart. The hearts of many cultivators trembled. Who could resist a king physique? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Patsong, the desolate demon physique, and Li Guhuang, the sun physique. He had to admit that these two were really strong, especially Li Guhuang, who seemed to be invincible. In addition to the previous battle, he had already torn apart 6 elixir soldiers, which was equivalent to killing 6 immortal-reaching realm masters, and that was under the premise of being attacked by a group. Staring at the two of them, his eyes grew colder and colder. U8 Novel Network. / Another few tens of breaths passed, and the two of them seemed to be in an even more sorry state. Both of them had suffered unimaginable heavy injuries. Lin Tian glanced at Patsong and finally looked at Li Guhuang. Sun physique, I'll send you to hell. He took a step forward and crossed 100 feet, arriving in front of Li Guhuang in the blink of an eye. There was nothing to say. He raised his fist and directly punched down. Boom! The silver iron fist smashed into the void, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and he faced Lin Tian with a palm strike. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Li Guhuang was directly sent flying, and he staggered back 100 feet. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. With a move of his mind, dozens of elixir soldiers followed him and pressed down on Li Guhuang. It was still a simple punch, but it immediately crushed the space. What a freakish physical body! It's not inferior to a king physique. How did this guy cultivate? Terrifying. The crowd's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's fist was intertwined with silver light, like an immortal star falling with terrifying power. Li Guhuang took out a precious shield, but it was smashed into pieces on the spot. Moreover, dozens of elixir soldiers pressed forward, each waving their big hands, which was equivalent to displaying a magical power. Buzz! Light flashed, and Li Guhuang held up the sun ocean. The scorching sun burned, causing the space to instantly become scorching hot. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The killing light of dozens of elixir soldiers was blocked outside, but Li Guhuang also trembled violently. At this moment, a light flashed, and Lin Tian directly rushed into the sun ocean, leaving afterimages with each step. He instantly appeared in front of Li Guhuang and landed a punch on Li Guhuang's cheek. Bang! This punch directly sent Li Guhuang flying. The crowd gasped. The powerful sun physique, the undisputed number 1 of the younger generation, was sent flying. What a thick skin! Lin Tianling said. He didn't stop. His steps swayed, and he pressed forward again. At this moment, Li Guhuang was already seriously injured, and his vital essence was less than 40%. He was no match for him at all. Buzz! He propped up the divine technique and projected the place where heavenly venerable Daoren comprehended the Tao. The stone platform and stone walls appeared horizontally, and its power was terrifying. Li Guhuang retreated, and the sun ocean appeared again to face Lin Tian. The two collided, bursting into divine light. Again! Lin Tianling said. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and flashed over. He formed a seal with both hands, and a scorching sun ocean rushed out from behind him. The scorching sun was round and emitted a blazing light, causing the space to burn. Sun ocean? Isn't that the king's territory of the sun physique? How did he cast it? The cultivator's hearts trembled. Li Guhuang was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely cold, as if they could pierce through their souls. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Tianling smiled and pressed down on him. Aren't you very powerful? I'll send you on your way with your king's territory. He was now in his peak state, and with dozens of elixir soldiers protecting him, he could be considered invincible. Even if the masters of the sacred land families came, they would only end up being killed. Bang! Once again, Li Guhuang was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his hands moved, forming seals one after another. He manifested a great technique that shook the surroundings. It's futile. Lin Tianling was indifferent. With a thought, dozens of elixir soldiers rushed forward, not giving Li Guhuang a chance to use them at all. Boom, violent divine power intertwined, and Li Guhuang immediately retreated. The seals that he formed were instantly disrupted. At this moment, Lin Tian pressed forward. He propped up the Sun Ocean, the barren Heaven Realm, and the Divine Cry Temple, using the three kings' territories to suppress him, distorting the void on the spot. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Standing up, Li Guhuang looked extremely disheveled. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were still very cold, and there was no change from the beginning to the end. What a detestable gaze! Lin Tian was displeased. There was nothing much to say. He took a step forward, and dozens of elixir soldiers moved with him, pressing towards Li Guhuang with all their might. To Li Guhuang, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Divine sea overturning! Li Guhuang shouted coldly. A divine sea rushed up, shining like the scales of a dragon. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Moreover, an extremely terrifying aura surged, like raging waves crashing against the shore, sweeping through the heavens. Divine sea overturning? It's useless even if you're a divine being, Lin Tianling said. He propped up the three kings' territories and directly stepped over. Under the pressure of the three kings' territories, dozens of elixir soldiers attacked together, crushing Li Guhuang's great divine power on the spot and sending him flying. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard. In the distance, Luo Suiying was surrounded by a few elixir soldiers in the center, and several bloody holes were pierced through his body. At this moment, Luo Suiying's aura was extremely weak, and he actually retreated, fleeing outside. Trying to escape? Lin Tian tilted his head, took a step forward, and pressed down with a punch. The powerful punch shattered the space and landed heavily on Luo Suiying's body. His physique was already very strong, and after going through a heavenly tribulation and cleansing his flesh and blood with lightning, his physical body was even more terrifying now. How could the weak and seriously injured Luo Suiying withstand this punch? Half of his body was directly smashed into pieces. Clang! Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a superior-grade supreme treasure sword appeared and swung it at Luo Suiying. Stop! Poof! With a flash of blood, Luo Suiying's head was chopped off. Many cultivators stared at this scene, and their hearts turned cold. By Taining, Li Moyuan, Luo Suiying, he killed 3 immortal ascension powerhouses in one day? The Bai family, the Taishan Sacred Land, and the Wantong Sacred Land. He's offending all of them. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The superior-grade supreme treasure sword was stained with blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he tilted his head and stared at Bai Qingying of the Bai family. He took a step forward and directly pressed over. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He used the Yang incinerating sword technique, and a shocking sword aura swept up. Bai Qingying was facing the attacks of several elixir soldiers. She was already on the verge of death, and her body was covered in blood. At this moment, Lin Tian's sword pressed down, and she could not dodge. She was directly hit in the chest, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, several elixir soldiers approached and sent her flying dozens of feet away again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The yin and yang ho flashed and arrived in front of Bai Qingying in the blink of an eye. He pressed down with a punch, and the space distorted as it landed between Bai Qingying's eyebrows. With a bang, Bai Qingying was sent flying. She felt as if the world was shaking. Blood flowed down from her head, dyeing her entire old face red. Lin Tian stepped forward, and his superior-grade supreme treasure sword shone with a cold light. Bai Qingying only felt a chill down her spine, and her mind became much clearer. Lin Tian, stop. You're playing with fire. Do you want to fight to the death with the Bai family? At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in Bai Qingying's eyes as she stared at Lin Tian. What a joke. This has been the situation for a long time. Other than that person from the Bai family, I'll kill everyone else I see. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After killing you, it'll be Bai Hongya's turn. None of the 3 of you will live. With a clang, the long sword in his hand pierced through Bai Qingying's forehead, and the sword shattered her head. Blood splattered on the ground, and it was a shocking sight. Gulp, someone swallowed their saliva. Another immortal powerhouse had died. For immortal powerhouses had come here with their immortal might, but now, all of them were dead. They died at the hands of the same person, at the hands of a flying cultivator. After today, this heavenly region will be shaken. Everyone's hearts palpitated. Bai Taining, Bai Qingying, Li Muyuan, and Luo Suiying, the four transcending celestial realm powerhouses, were the giants of this heaven, representing the Bai family, the Taishan Holy Land, and the Wantong Holy Land respectively. But now, in just one day, 4 powerful giants were all killed in front of a flying cultivator, shocking everyone here. Full text? Is almost equal to want to see? Book and X11KANSHUC Clin Tion's eyes were indifferent. He held the sword in his right hand and stared at the sun body and the desolate demon body. It's your turn, he said coldly. Dozens of elixir soldiers pressed forward at the same time. Li Muyuan, Bai Qingying, and Luo Suiying were all dead, so there were more elixir soldiers. Li Guhuang and Putsong were shocked and tried to break out. You can't escape, Lin Tianling said. Stepping on the yin and yang lian, he swayed one step and blocked in front of the 2 people. With a clang, the 9th sword move of the yang incinerating sword was performed. The sky was filled with fiery sword auras and roared like a hurricane. As far as the eye could see, streaks of blazing sword light rained down like a rain of light, densely shooting towards the sun physique and desolate demon physique, not giving them any space to dodge. At the same time, dozens of elixir soldiers stepped forward and punched. Boom! This was a powerful combination attack that completely sealed the space in all directions. Even an ant couldn't crawl out. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. He supported the Sun Sea to protect himself and used the god's hand to defeat the incoming yang incinerating sword auras. In the other direction, the desolate demon body did the same. He supported the barren heaven realm and brought out the god-slaying palm print. An astonishing collision swept up waves of destructive true essence. It all depended on the momentum. Bang! Bang! After the wind and waves, the 2 king bodies were sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their hair was scattered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he stared at Li Guhuang and took a step forward. The sun body, the top cultivator of your generation, can kill immortal ascension overlords. How can you be like this? Lin Tian said sarcastically. He moved closer to Li Guhuang, and without saying anything else, he directly pressed down with his fist. His cultivation was not as good as Li Guhuang's, and there was a gap of 7 small steps between them, but his physical body was not any weaker than his opponent's. Not to mention, Li Guhuang was seriously injured at the moment, and his true essence was insufficient, so how could he block his tyrannical iron fist? With a boom, a simple punch came crashing down, and the space around it trembled. Li Guhuang raised his fist to block, and he was sent flying on the spot. He smashed fiercely into a rock wall in the distance, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. He really can take a beating. Lin Tian stepped forward and pressed forward again. Li Guhuang's face was covered in blood and his hair was in a mess. He was in an extremely sorry state. Even though there were no Dan weapons surrounding him, he was no match for Lin Tian at this moment. He was kicked around by Lin Tian. However, his eyes remained cold the entire time. Even though the true essence in his body was insufficient, his life aura was incomparably exuberant, not weakening by much, blazing like a blazing sun. On the other side, Putsong was facing dozens of Dan weapons. He kept retreating, but like Li Guhuang, his life aura was endless. After sweeping away a Dan weapon, Putsong tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were extremely ferocious, sharper than knives. How dare you stare at me when you're about to die? Lin Tianling laughed. His right hand shook, and the 9 forms of the burning sun was pushed to the limit, and he slashed at Putsong. Want is an element of is not equal to and is identical to reading 1cc clang. The sword whistled and a powerful destructive force surged, forcing the seriously injured Putsong to retreat. I'll smash you into pieces, Lin Tianling said. In this space, shadows appeared one after another. Lin Tian pushed the yin-yang puppet to the limit and kept punching. Bang! 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 Putsong was unlucky. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by dozens of punches from Lin Tian, and every punch was bloody. Lin Tian! Putsong shouted. As the saint of the demon race and a barren demon body, he had always crushed strong enemies. When had he ever been so humiliated? Don't shout so loudly. I'm right here. Lin Tian replied. Of course, in addition to the voice, there was also a pair of iron fists. Dazzling blood splashed in the air, frightening people's souls. Li Guhuang turned around and ran. I said, none of you can leave. Lin Tianling said. He slashed across the sky. Blazing sword radiance covered all directions, enveloping Li Guhuang in it and sending him flying with a bang. The divine roar hall, the barren heaven world, the sun ocean, the celestial Lord Doran's enlightenment place, the untainted forest, the precious weapon, the divine bell, and the divine elephant of heaven were all activated by him. They all pressed down on the two king bodies. At this point, even without the Dan weapons, Li Guhuang and Putsong were no match for him. Even if they worked together, they could only be suppressed. Bang! Bang! Once again, the two king bodies were sent flying and vomited blood. One of them had cold eyes, while the other had fierce eyes. They stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent. As expected of a king body. It's so hard to kill. Lin Tian Dao. He stepped forward, shaking his fist radiance and sword radiance, killing the two of them. All around, the cultivators were shocked and dumbfounded. Was he really going to kill the two king bodies here? It's rare for a king body to appear. It's rare to see one in hundreds of years. This era is golden. 3 king bodies have appeared in this heavenly realm, but today, 2 of them will be killed? Some people were bitterly disappointed. These people could imagine that once the sun body and the desolate demon body died, the Li family and Mount Tianyao would definitely go crazy. Boom! 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 There was an astonishing collision, and beams of divine light shot out. In this small space, Li Guhuang and Putsong were suppressed by Lin Tian. Now, they had no resistance at all. They could be killed at any time. Dong! At this moment, the small world shook violently, causing the group of cultivators to sway unsteadily. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the ground, including the main hall in front of them. 5 different lights shot up. Sway 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 shu equals 1 carat ka carat n equals shu. The beams of light intertwined, showing a strange trajectory. What's this? Lin Tian took a closer look, and his expression changed. 5 different types of light rushed out from 5 different places. There were 2 types in the hall in front of him, 2 types in the medicinal garden, and 1 type in front of him. It spread out from the various pill soldiers and presented a resplendent golden light. Further away, a fierce roar shot up, and a beam of dark light shot through the sky. What's that? The fallen immortal land? Is that the fallen immortal land? I can't believe there are roars and beast cries. This energy, many cultivators were shocked. At this moment, the dark light shot through the sky and the ground in the direction of the fallen immortal land, and a terrifying energy wave swept out instantly. This energy wave was so powerful that it made people tremble. Even powerful cultivators like Li Guhuang and Putsong changed their expressions. This energy was far more powerful than a cultivator at the immortal connecting realm. Great misfortune. Roar. Another loud roar shook the sky and the ground, and many small black dots appeared in the sky. At the same time, the 5 lights in front of the palace became stronger and brighter, and then dimmed. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something. The fire-gathering seal represents fire, the water-sealing seal represents water, the immortal plants in the herb garden represent wood, this land represents earth, and the vast spirit pill represents metal. This is the 5-element seal? Looking at the direction of the fallen immortal land, his previous doubts were finally solved. When the master apothecary created the small space here, he set up the palace, carved the fire-gathering seal, and the water-sealing seal. Was he setting up the 5-element seal to suppress a great misfortune in the fallen immortal land? The 5-element seal was a spell recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It was very powerful, and it was not weaker than the 4-symbol seal. Rumble, the small space shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground, and dust kept flying into the sky. At the same time, the clouds in the sky were shaken away, and dark light covered all directions. Lin Tian's expression changed. He did not feel any evil energy, but he felt an extremely domineering energy wave. Crack! 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 The sound of eggshells cracking could be heard. In this space, the cultivators' faces turned pale, and they were trembling. Roar! Another fierce roar shook the sky. An even more violent black light surged up. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up within the huge black light pillar. They were like two blood moons, causing everyone to tremble. They felt as if their hearts were being gripped by a sharp claw. Looking at the blood-red eyes, some people stepped back and gasped for breath. Lin Tian, Li Guhuang, and Putsong were all shocked. What the hell is this? Putsong was shocked. The demon saint had always been fierce and domineering, but at this moment, he was also shocked, and he felt a chill down his spine. The blood-red eyes stared at them. Suddenly, another loud roar was heard. Suddenly, a dark hurricane swept out. In the blink of an eye, everything in the hurricane's path was destroyed. In the sky, the dark light dispersed, revealing a huge monster. This was a ferocious creature with blood-red eyes, a robust body covered in bull-sized pitch-black scales, and a pair of wings that were over 30 m long. Its neck was thick and long, and there were 2 horns on its head. Its sharp teeth were comparable to divine weapons, and its entire body was coiled with strands of jet-black light, causing it to be a terrifying and awe-inspiring sight. Staring at this enormous creature, many people felt as if their souls were about to shatter with just a single glance. That's dragon? How can that be? Is there really such a creature? Everyone was stunned. Lin Tian's expression also changed. According to the Demon Beast catalog, it was very similar to this creature, and it was named Dragon. However, it was rare to see such an ancient creature even in ancient times. It was truly a great disaster. Soon, he thought of another question, and his expression changed again. The Master Apothecary sealed such a great disaster back then? But, that's impossible. The Master Apothecary lived in ancient times, and it was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could the great disaster that was sealed back then survive until now? Under the power of time, it should have turned into dust long ago. The power of time was the most terrifying. No matter how powerful one was, it would be difficult to escape the suppression of time. In the long river of time, everything would be slowly corroded and turn into dust. Even a peak chaotic realm existence could not escape this fate. That was why all living things pursued eternal life and wanted to escape death. How can this be? Lin Tian was puzzled. A peak chaotic realm existence only had a lifespan of 100,000 years. The Master Apothecary lived in ancient times, and the great disaster that was sealed in that era could not have survived until now. Boom! The dark light vibrated, and a gale swept across. That dragon, it's flying over here. Someone shouted, and his expression changed. P.S. From today onwards, the update time has been adjusted. The first update is 12 noon, and the second update is 18 p.m. If there are any changes, the dragon will tell you in advance. End of chapter 383. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.